Chapter 1. Out to clean up. Germany, Munich, an obscure alleyway. Boss, we made off with that arms dealer's goods today. Are you certain we won't face any repercussions? A group of inebriated men of African descent ambled through the alley, one short and stout figure glancing up at the leader who walked at the center. What's there to fear? The haul we secured today can fetch us a staggering 100,000 marks, precisely 100,000. The leader, attempting to lower his voice, could not entirely suppress the thrill coursing through him. As they traversed the alley, he playfully patted the head of the stout man. A sly grin plastered across his face. Today, I shall take you to the East District to witness the wildness of the gypsy women. At this proclamation, the companions erupted into a cacophony of raucous laughter. As they continued walking along the main street, the leader abruptly halted, his gaze lifting as he surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing in concern. "What's wrong, boss? Something feels off." The leader's vigilance heightened, a foreboding sense creeping into his mind. This was supposed to be the most bustling thoroughfare, yet only a distant police station flickered with light, the solitary source of illumination in the enveloping darkness. Why, during what should have been the liveliest hour, were all the shops shuttered? Just as the leader pondered aloud, a tremor coursed through the ground beneath them. The disturbance emanated from ahead. Shaking his head to dispel the effects of the rum, he narrowed his eyes, focusing on the distant end of the street. In the midst of his companions' puzzled glances, the leader suddenly appeared to behold something terrifying, his gaze fixed on the far end of the street, disbelief flashing across his pupils. That it was only then that he reacted, hastily retreating a few steps, his body trembling. "Boss, what's happening?" "Run, quickly." The leader scarcely had time to glance at his comrades before he attempted to flee, but after just a few strides, he halted once more. As the others turned to look, they too found themselves frozen in place. Unbeknownst to them, a dozen figures had emerged from behind. These individuals were uniformly clad in impeccably tailored black suits, their pristine white shirts unblemished, and topped with identical newsboy caps. Most notably, each wielded a lightweight submachine gun, a veritable phalanx of individuals, all bearing the distinct features of Germans, approached them with impassive expressions. The sound of their polished shoes echoed in a synchronized rhythm against the pavement as they advanced. Wait, aren't the gangs in Germany predominantly Arab? Who, then, were these ominous figures clad in black? The mafia? Witnessing this scene, the drunkenness of the group dissipated almost instantaneously, instinctively retreating a few steps, their eyes betraying an unmistakable panic. Yet, as they turned to flee, they discovered that the once desolate street was now inundated with throngs of similarly attired figures emerging from the shadowy alleys. The once tranquil alleyway was now filled with the intensified sound of clicking heels. Were they advancing towards them? The earlier leader of the group swallowed hard, dropping to his knees, suppressing the terror within him. "Esteemed gentlemen, we have inadvertently trespassed into your domain. We were merely passing through." However, his words bore no effect, as all the figures clad in black remained motionless, silence enveloping the air. After a prolonged moment, a path suddenly cleared within the ranks. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes striking the pavement echoed through the street. In the midst of the passage stood a figure. No, it was a child, approximately 1.50 meters tall, adorned in a bespoke black suit, donning a pair of black leather gloves. With a visage reminiscent of a Germanic lineage, the child sauntered towards them. "Good evening, gentlemen," the child spoke, an air of languor shimmering in his sapphire eyes, an incongruity against his youthful countenance. "I have heard that you seized a shipment of my armaments," the boy continued. As though recalling something, he removed his gloves and extended his hand forward, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he regarded the kneeling leader. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Alan Shelby." The leader, momentarily stunned, extended his hand without a second thought, shaking Alan's hand while still on his knees. "Wait a moment." Realization dawned upon him. His grip faltered, disbelief mirrored in the eyes of his companions surrounding him. He could have sworn he heard the surname of the child before him. Shelby, the Shelby family, the same family that had emerged in Germany a few years ago, dismantling the entire Munich syndicate with a plethora of armaments and ruthless tactics. Rumors suggested that the head of the family was but a child. The leader gradually lifted his gaze, meeting the inscrutable expression on Alan's face. Indeed, The arms you seize belong to the Shelby family, and I am the head of the Shelby family. As the words fell, the leader's gaze turned vacant, his body trembling violently, words struggling to escape his lips, but Alan, seemingly unfazed, patted his shoulder. Mr. Shelby, I fear not. Your willingness to kneel and shake my hand indicates your acknowledgement of our friendship. Since we are friends, should you not return my belongings? Alan's voice remained unassuming, and the leader cautiously surveyed Alan's demeanor, exhaling softly, reassured that the boy was not as difficult as he had anticipated. Yet, as he diverted his gaze, he was taken aback. The surrounding mobsters had simultaneously raised their weapons. He recognized those firearms AKMs of Soviet design, a rarity in Germany. Yet here, each man bore one. At Warehouse 92 in the East District, we have concealed your armaments there, the leader blurted out, divulging all he knew in a mere second. Are you certain? Alan maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Absolutely. Boss, yes, you. I had no idea they were yours. Had I known, I would never do. Not be alarmed. I am a legitimate businessman, and we are friends. I would not trouble a friend. You are free to leave now. That a broader smile spread across Alan's face as he cast a sweeping glance over the black individuals kneeling before him. Gradually, he took a few steps back and waved his hand as if bidding them farewell. The leader of the group, still visibly shaken from earlier fright, trembled as he rose to his feet. After tentatively shifting his stance and sensing that Alan had no intention of relenting, he exchanged a charged glance with his companions and swiftly took his leave. Thud, 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 thud. The gun's muzzle, ablaze with fire, unleashed a barrage of bullets, freezing the previously exuberant expressions on the faces of the black men. Yet, the bullets showed no signs of ceasing. After a prolonged silence, Alan surveyed the scene before him, which now revealed a disarray of unrecognizable flesh and an abundance of spent cartridges. Satisfied, he nodded and slowly donned a pair of black leather gloves. Behind him, a middle-aged man in his 30s approached with caution, having deemed the matter resolved. He respectfully bowed and presented a yellowed envelope. Boss, this is the 452nd letter received today. It seems that the so-called magic school can accurately ascertain your location. Raising an eyebrow, Alan accepted the cream-colored envelope, adorned with a striking emblema grand H composed of an eagle, a lion, a serpent, and a badger. The acceptance letter from Hogwarts. After a decade of traversing this world, he had finally awaited this moment. His father had been exceptionally kind, a seasoned merchant, yet tragically, he vanished in Austria when Alan was merely 9, never to return. Perhaps he was dead. Fortunately, Alan was well acquainted with the customs of West Germany. Within a mere 2 years, he adeptly dismantled all the gangs in Munich through subtle means. He also invested time in cultivating relationships with Arabs in the distant desert, establishing himself as the sole arms dealer in Munich. The hundreds of subordinates who dined at his table belonged to the Shelby family he had founded. Let us wait for the representatives from the magic school to arrive in person. That he was eager, having never before engaged with that enigmatic realm of magic. Understood, boss, his subordinate replied with a nod, his respectful demeanor evident as he bowed slightly. Under the watchful protection of a dozen guards, Alan gradually approached a black sedan parked in the distance. Once he departed, the subordinate straightened and surveyed the nearly 100 black-clad figures surrounding him, gesturing with authority. Investigate the backgrounds of those black men. Clean up what needs to be addressed, and retrieve the boss's goods. Having spoken, he surveyed the chaotic scene around him, a frown creasing his brow as a thought occurred to him. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the police station across the street. Time to clean up. Chapter 2, Dumbledore. For Alan, Munich was a treasure trove. Outside the window, gunfire intermittently pierced the air, accompanied by the distinct cries of the black individuals be dawn. It was likely that the majority of the black gangs in Munich would be no more. Thank you, Mr. Shelby. With his 100,000 marks worth of firearms, I shall certainly hang that gang of Jewish thugs from the lampposts. In the office, Alan sat at the head of the table, surveying the group of over a dozen white men across from him. This assembly belonged to a relatively large local gang, rumored to have recently experienced some friction with the Jewish faction. I am merely a legitimate and law-abiding merchant. Your actions bear no relation to me. My sole responsibility is to provide you with arms, Alan said lazily, taking a sip of red wine. To be honest, ever since his reformation, he found it somewhat uncomfortable to introduce himself as a businessman. The leader of the group opposite him paused at this remark, then forced a smile, nodding, "Yes, yes, Mr. Shelby, I misspoke." Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of air interrupted the atmosphere, a deafening crack that pierced through the tension. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment. Everyone swiftly turned their gazes towards the source of the noise that a tall figure materialized at the entrance without warning. The figure, adorned with a white beard and half-moon spectacles resting upon a slightly crooked nose, was draped in an unusual long robe. This was, before Alan could utter a word, the group of white men sprang into action. Despite their uncertainty regarding the sudden appearance of this elderly man, the seasoned denizens of Munich's underworld had already drawn their handguns from their pockets. Within less than a second, a dozen cold gun barrels were aimed at the white-bearded elder, the entire sequence unfolding in a heartbeat. In that instant of drawing their weapons, the others positioned their bodies to shield Alan, preventing any potential attack upon him. These individuals were all local gang members, fundamentally unconnected to Alan. Their immediate instinct to protect him was not born from any notions of camaraderie or friendship. It was simply due to the knowledge that if Alan were to perish here today, every single one present, along with their relatives and acquaintances, would face dire consequences, deserving of execution tenfold. The white-bearded elder, suddenly confronted by the dozen firearms, displayed a flicker of bewilderment in his gaze. What was this? Was this some sort of ambush? Was this still Europe? Why, upon his sudden arrival, was he met with the barrels of a dozen guns? The address McGonagall had given him placed the student right in this office. Yet now he could not fathom how these guns were linked to an incoming student. "Lower your weapons," Alan commanded, breaking the silence after a 2-second pause. He rubbed his temples, casually gesturing with his hand, though his mind was rife with concerns. Oh no, this was Dumbledore. How could he have forgotten about this? Ever since receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he had been anticipating the arrival of personnel from the school. Little did he expect that it would be Dumbledore, the very headmaster, who would come in person as fate would have it. Dumbledore chose this moment, amidst his business dealings, to arrive. To have guns drawn upon Dumbledore, he might just be the singular exception among time travelers. "I instructed you to lower your weapons." Alan's calm voice resonated once more. A dozen white individuals exchanged glances, gradually lowering their firearms, yet their eyes remained vigilant, fixated on the elderly man who had unexpectedly appeared at the doorway, exuding an air of uncertainty. Dumbledore paused, surveying the group of armed men before casting a glance at the seated figure of Mr. Alan Shelby. Fortunately, having navigated numerous high-stakes situations, he quickly regained his composure in the face of this peculiar circumstance. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. I presume you're Mr. Alan Shelby," he stated. "Please forgive my intrusion. I was unaware that you were convening with your associates," Dumbledore continued, reaching into his pocket as if to retrieve something. However, the moment he made a movement, the surrounding men instinctively raised their weapons. "Don't move." The dark muzzles of the guns were once again aimed at Dumbledore. "Dumbledore. Alan. Cough, cough. Lower your weapons, this is my friend." Alan interjected promptly, prompting the men to gradually lower their guns. "Headmaster Dumbledore." Alan pondered for a moment before continuing. "If I were to say that I am merely a legitimate and law-abiding businessman, would you believe me?" Dumbledore, standing at the entrance, rubbed his nose and glanced at the group before his weary eyes, concealed behind spectacles, returned to Alan with a sigh. "If possible, I believe we should converse privately." 10 minutes later, only Alan and Dumbledore remained in the office, accompanied by a servant standing to the side. This servant was Watson, a man in his 30s who had followed Alan closely the previous night, a trusted confidant. Watson approached respectfully, pouring red wine into Alan's glass before filling Dumbledore's cup as well. Dumbledore had already elucidated the matters concerning the magical world. "Headmaster Dumbledore, please sample this wine from my collection. It hails from Toto Lafayette in France. While it may not rival the beverages of the magical realm, it is regarded as top-tier quality worldwide," Alan remarked with a courteous smile, taking a sip of the wine. Dumbledore gazed at the wine in his glass, though his thoughts were far removed from it. He set the cup down and retrieved a parchment envelope from his pocket, placing it on the table and sliding it forward. "Mr. Shelby, this is your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. You need only to go to King's Cross Station when the time comes up. I am aware that you are an orphan, and your ability to thrive in Munich speaks volumes of your capabilities. However, I must caution you, I hope you choose the right path." Dumbledore regarded Alan with a complex expression despite his youthful visage of 11 years. His demeanor revealed a maturity and depth beyond his years. Perhaps you should consider a change in your environment, of course. This is merely a suggestion. Hogwarts has no authority over a student's upbringing. Headmaster, those individuals were merely my clients. I have always operated as a legitimate and law-abiding businessman. Even if I were to visit the police station, the chief would personally attend to me. Oh, indeed, indeed, I believe you. Dumbledore rubbed his temples and shook his head. Alan desired to salvage his image before Dumbledore, yet the expression on Dumbledore's face indicated that his attempts had been in vain, prompting him to decisively shift the topic. How might I procure the necessary supplies for the upcoming term in Diagon Alley? At Charing Cross in London. If you go now, I can directly transport you there via apparition. After Dumbledore provided this explanation, the two of them discussed the preparations needed for the school year before finally rising to their feet. By the way, Headmaster, please hold on a moment. I would like a comprehensive collection of the Ministry of Magic's legal statutes. I have always been a law-abiding and legitimate merchant, even within the wizarding world. Dumbledore? He found himself regretting, albeit momentarily, the decision to admit this student into the magical realm. Chapter 3. Under surveillance. Ultimately, Dumbledore refrained from presenting any legal provisions. Everyone, please withdraw from the entrance. Once Dumbledore departed from the office, Alan exhaled in relief and gestured to Watson beside him. Watson nodded and exited, followed by the rustling sounds of footsteps retreating. Indeed, a dozen of armed subordinates had been lurking at the door, ready to spring into action. Should Dumbledore attempt to use his wand against Alan, he would have no choice but to retaliate, though he remained uncertain whether a barrage from multiple machine guns could overpower Dumbledore. In the current predicament, it was not merely Dumbledore who posed a threat. Any wizard could potentially jeopardize his safety. It became evident that establishing a foothold within the wizarding world was imperative. Only with formidable firepower and a substantial following could he ensure his security. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your first encounter with a wizard. The inheritance system has been successfully unlocked. Hearing the voice in his ear, Alan halted his thoughts and glanced at Watson, realizing he alone could perceive this sound. A system? Host, Alan Shelby. Inheritance, none. Magic, basic magic power LV. 1. Current task. Enter Diagon Alley to obtain the inheritance of a great wizard. Gazing at the suddenly manifested panel before him, Alan deduced that the basic magic power LV. 1 likely indicated his capacity to wield magic. However, what piqued his curiosity most was the system's task. Entering Diagon Alley to gain the inheritance of a great wizard. The notion of such an inheritance captivated him. Casting a glance at Watson, he instructed, prepare the vehicle for London. Yes. Charing Cross was bustling at noon, alive with activity. A convoy of black cars wove through the throng, arriving at the entrance of a record shop, drawing the attention of passers-by. After all, in London, such a grand display usually signified either politicians or affluent merchants. In a sense, the crowd's assumptions were not unfounded, as arms dealers too belonged to the realm of commerce. The front passenger door swung open, and Watson stepped out, proceeding to the rear right side of the vehicle. He opened the door and respectfully assisted Alan in alighting. Upon looking up, Alan's gaze fell between the record shop and a nearby hamburger joint, where only a solitary trash bin stood. However, as his eyes met that spot, the space began to warp. The other members of the Shelby family instinctively shielded Alan, bracing for any unforeseen occurrences. In the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as a shop suddenly materialized between the record store and the hamburger joint. The Leaky Cauldron. Owner, what is this? Watson inquired. Alan, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, the entrance to the wizarding world. By rights, muggles should be unable to perceive the Leaky Cauldron, yet if a wizard emerged within a family, the family of the young wizard could indeed see the wonders of the wizarding realm. For Alan, all members of the Shelby family were his kin. Upon entering the bar, one is immediately enveloped by a potent aroma of stale tobacco mingled with the scent of alcohol. There are long-eared fairies, a withered old crone, and a handful of middle-aged, lecherous wizards engaged in discussions about witches from around the globe. Perhaps it was the conspicuous attire of Alan and his companions that drew attention. For the moment they stepped inside, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon them. Alan adjusted his tailored suit, and the environment before him felt akin to his initial arrival in this world, filthy, cramped, and malevolent. "Excuse me, sir?" A middle-aged wizard, clad in a filthy, tattered apron, approached without notice. His gaze swept over Alan before shifting to Watson and the dozen or so members of the Shelby family behind him. Could he be a wealthy merchant from the Muggle world, bringing a young wizard for enrollment? Without further contemplation, he focused on Watson, assuming he was the one in charge. "Good sir, I am Tom, the proprietor of this establishment. Would you care for a butterbeer?" Watson observed Tom's demeanor, beads of sweat visibly forming on his forehead. He quickly glanced at Alan, noting the latter's expression remained unchanged, which allowed him to exhale with relief. "Ahem, proprietor, may I offer you a drink?" Watson respectfully inclined his body towards Alan. Following Watson's gesture, Tom appeared somewhat bewildered, staring at Alan and then back at Watson. Had he misjudged? It seemed he was indeed a young master from a prominent family. Such second-generation individuals lived charmed lives, commanding such an entourage with merely a casual outing. "How many rooms do you have available?" Alan's calm inquiry interrupted Tom's thoughts. Upon regaining his composure, he instinctively replied, "A dozen or so." "All booked, I presume? We shall visit Diagon Alley to exchange for galleons and settle our payment with you this afternoon." Alan's directive bore the tone of one assigning tasks to subordinates, causing Tom to momentarily reevaluate Alan's character. One could discern a person's essence through their tone and gaze. This young wizard possessed an undeniable aura that could not be feigned, suggesting he was far more complex than Tom had initially surmised. Yet, the young man's words hinted at potential complications. Tom discreetly glanced toward the corner of the bar, where a group of cloaked figures sat in silence, quietly consuming their drinks. "Those are the vagrant wizards," he thought. "Very well, I shall reserve the rooms for you. Are you indeed heading to Diagon Alley?" "Yes. Perhaps it would be prudent to rest here for a while before venturing to Diagon Alley tomorrow," Tom suggested once more. Alan followed Tom's gaze to the bar's corner, where the vagrant wizard's attention had shifted towards them, only to resume drinking as if nothing were amiss. Alan smiled faintly, already aware of the scrutiny he had attracted while booking the rooms. "Thank you, but that will not be necessary. Please take me to Diagon Alley." Alan replied. Upon hearing his response, Tom hesitated, his mouth opening as if to articulate something, sensing that Alan had discerned his underlying thoughts, yet seemingly disregarded the presence of the vagrant wizards. Was it arrogance? Unlike the others, Alan arrived at the bar, speaking little, yet his demeanor exuded a remarkable composure, so profound that it rendered him inscrutable to those around him. "Very well. Follow me," Tom finally conceded, refraining from further persuasion. One cannot reason with the ignorant. A fledgling wizard, newly inducted into the realm of sorcery, ought not to underestimate the wandering sorcerers. Such folly would only be rectified through bitter experience. The group proceeded to a secluded alley, where Tom halted before a wall of red bricks, adorned solely by a solitary garbage bin and a few lifeless rodents strewn across the ground. He retrieved his wand from his pocket and rapped it against a particular brick. The wall reverberated with a resonant thrum, subsequently vanishing to reveal the bustling street beyond. As Alan and his companions stepped into Diagon Alley, Tom regarded Alan's retreating figure with a soft click of his tongue. It appeared that the accommodations Alan had reserved were now rendered unnecessary. Unbeknownst to Alan, Tom's thoughts were far removed from his own. At that moment, he was engrossed in the sudden chime of a system notification echoing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on entering Diagon Alley. Reward: the legacy of a great wizard. Legacy name: the Call of the Druid. Description: 1. You will comprehend the language of any magical creature and possess an innate allure towards them. 2. Once a magical creature recognizes you as its master, you may share one of its abilities. Chapter 4. Remember, you have not purchased a wand from Diagon Alley. The largest gathering place for wizards in all of Britain is undeniably rich in character. Daringly clad witches saunter down the street, their hips swaying enticingly, while a few shopkeepers congregate on the sidewalk, engaged in lively discussions about the more mysterious aspects of witches as night falls. Occasionally, Parents accompanied by young wizards arrive to procure various items, prompting the shopkeepers to bid farewell to their patrons with reluctance. Emerging from Gringotts, Alan and his companions now possessed a suitcase brimming with 200 galleons, despite arriving with a hefty sum of 500,000 marks. The exchange restrictions at Gringotts permitted only the conversion of 200 galleons. However, at this moment, Alan was more inclined to seek out a magical creature to test the rewards of the system, the Druid's Call. This ability would allow him to communicate with magical beings and even share their powers. Werewolves? Perhaps a hippogriff? What about a fire dragon? Such a creature would possess formidable strength. Lost in his reverie, Alan unwittingly found himself at the entrance of a dilapidated shop. He glanced up to read the sign, Ollivander S1 Shop. Welcome. The voice from behind the large glass display case abruptly ceased. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a scruffy old man within the shop, the air thick with a peculiar scent reminiscent of cat. The old man's words faltered as he beheld the dozen or so members of the Shelby family clad in black behind Alan, clearly taken aback. Surely, this must be Mr. Ollivander? Alan offered a polite smile to Ollivander, then slowly removed one of his gloves to shake hands with the still bewildered shopkeeper. Alan Shelby. Observing Alan's deft yet courteous manner, Ollivander's gaze shifted to the group standing at the shop's entrance, and he swallowed hard. His over a century of experience granted him the uncanny ability to assess anyone with remarkable accuracy. It was evident that Alan was in charge, and the youthful naivety typically expected at his age was conspicuously absent. Instead, a sense of composure and restraint emanated from him. Yet, why would such a demeanor manifest in an 11-year-old child? Sir? Alan's voice interrupted Ollivander's contemplation, pulling him back to the present. The old man promptly retrieved a measuring tape. You wish to purchase a wand? Yes? Raise your arms, and I shall measure your stature. With that, Ollivander began rummaging through the myriad of wand boxes lining the shop. Once the magical tape had completed its task, Ollivander produced a wand of a muted gray hue. Give this one a try, made of purple wood, with the heartstring of a fire dragon. As the wand landed in Alan's palm, he felt an unexpected warmth radiate from its cold surface. The tip flickered, and a gray light burst forth from the wand, only to dissipate into the air. This one, made of walnut, with a serpent's nerve no, this one, cold ash with a serpent's nerve, 12 inches. As this wand settled into his grasp, Alan felt a sudden warmth envelop his fingertips, and the wand trembled slightly in his hand. With a swift flick of the wand, a sudden beam of black light erupted, pausing in midair before bursting into a cloud of darkness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern pale faces within the swirling mist, and a low, haunting chorus of anguished cries filled the air. Alan even recognized some familiar visages among the shadows, those of several menacing figures. Their expressions twisted in fear as they recoiled at the sight of him, retreating into the black fog as if confronted by a monstrous apparition. Were these not the very individuals who had pilfered his weapons the previous day? Oh, Merlin, what have you done to them? Ollivander, witnessing this unsettling scene, hastily spoke while retrieving a wand from his pocket. With a commanding wave, the dark mist dissipated in an instant. Those were the souls of the departed. When a wizard slays a muggle, the soul of the muggle follows the wizard until the wizard's demise, at which point the souls of the muggles conspire to rend the wizard's spirit asunder. Ollivander's gaze shifted to Alan, realization dawning upon him. Before him stood a seemingly polite and harmless young wizard, yet in truth, he was a dark sorcerer. This is dire. I have become an accomplice. Sir, do not panic. I have always been a lawful and legitimate merchant. Those individuals were merely victims of normal business rivalry, Ollivander reassured. Alan rubbed his temples, perplexed as to why purchasing a wand had led to such a calamitous affair. I haven't sold you a wand. Remember, your wand was purchased from Grigovich. Oh no, I must remove the tracking charm. Ollivander, clearly agitated, swiftly took the wand from Alan's hand and tapped it with his own. Something seemed to float out from within the wand, vanishing into thin air. Once this was accomplished, Ollivander exhaled a sigh of relief. Prior to opening his shop today, he had consulted astrology, which had foretold impending disaster. He had then performed the divination several more times until a favorable outcome was revealed before he dared to open his doors. Blast it. All right, 7 galleons. No. Wait, 20 galleons, as I must bear the risk. Pay up and depart quickly. And remember, you have not purchased a wand for me. Ollivander. Just as Ollivander was about to continue, a voice rang out from outside the shop. Alan turned to see a scruffy, diminutive wizard entering, clearly taken aback by the sight of a dozen members of the Shelbys within the store. His small eyes darted around rapidly. Was this not the Muggle Mafia? Why were they present in the magical realm? Oh, Montague, you startled me. Ollivander exhaled in relief upon seeing the little wizard. Upon hearing the name, Alan scrutinized the newcomer. Montague, a figure long relegated to the lowest echelons of the wizarding community, entangled in numerous illicit dealings, characterized by greed, timidity, and carelessness. Yet a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Was he here to engage in more fraudulent activities? Montague queried Ollivander. The latter cast a glance at Alan, initially tense, but his demeanor relaxed upon noticing the wand in Alan's possession. Initially, there was a concern that Alan might overhear the illicit dealings. However, in comparison to Alan's past actions, one found oneself appearing remarkably innocent and virtuous. Indeed, that despicable fudge has raised the export tax to an astonishing 548, Ollivander remarked, spitting on the ground as he handed the ledger to Montague. This time, the accounts were meticulously prepared, for the last visit from a Ministry of Magic's Enforcement Division had revealed some discrepancies, forcing me to pay them a hush fee of 100 galleons. Not a problem, Montague nodded, accepting the ledger, then turned his gaze towards Alan, his small eyes darting with intrigue. A fresh-faced first year, I see. You seem to hail from a Muggle family. I can facilitate the exchange of Muggle currency for galleons here. And I also possess a variety of items not available in Diagon Alley. Care to consider? Alan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Montague might just have the solution to his pressing need for galleons. Do you happen to have any magical creatures? He inquired. It appeared that this young lad had a fondness for magical beings. Let me think. A flobberworm and Neaselwell. Perhaps that one might be a tad sinister, but I do have a Niffler, which would certainly suit a budding wizard like yourself. Chapter 5. Shadows concealed to exchange 500,000 marks? Do you have any idea how much that is? Not even a cart could contain it. In a dimly lit shop on Upside Down Alley, Montonga stared wide-eyed at the dozen or so individuals behind Alan, each producing black leather suitcases. As the suitcases were opened, they revealed a staggering array of marks, all in the largest denominations. There's around 10 million marks here. I intend to convert it all into galleons. Alan, seemingly indifferent to the piles of cash on the floor, noticed Montongas's bewildered gaze and offered a brief explanation. All of this is legally obtained. I have always been a legitimate and law-abiding merchant. Montongas silently regarded Alan before glancing at the 500,000 marks on the ground. I am quite curious about the nature of your business, he remarked, but upon seeing that Alan had no intention of responding, he began to tally the marks scattered about. I can only exchange 1,000 galleons for you, which means 180,000 marks for 1,000 galleons. Upon hearing Montongas's words, Alan furrowed his brow and nodded. 1,000 galleons is not a substantial amount for him. It seems he would need to devise a plan to acquire more galleons. The two quickly settled the details, and after confirming a date, Montongas produced a piece of parchment to introduce magical creatures. The Niffler. This creature is suitable for a novice wizard like yourself. If you seek something more exhilarating, the Bowtruckle is quite fine, though the Urklings and German pixies are considerably more perilous. Wasn't there a pygmy puff just now? Alan interjected, expressing a preference for the pygmy puff. More dangerous magical beings tend to be larger, while the safer options lack any extraordinary abilities. The pygmy puff occupies a perfect middle ground. That one is far too dangerous for a young wizard like you. Montongas hesitated, his brow furrowing. President. Alan's tone was laced with impatience. He preferred direct communication. I have a juvenile pygmy puff. This creature can only bond with a master within its first month of hatching, and it is now 3 months old. Essentially, no wizard can claim it as their own. Thus, generally speaking, after a month, pygmy puffs hold no value. Even dark wizards would disdain them. Alan listened intently, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized Montangus's small eyes. Perhaps sensing his own guilt, Montangus shivered under Alan's expressionless stare. Don't look at me like that. How about this? If you purchase anything today, I can offer you a 20% discount. Yet, he noticed that Alan maintained his stoic demeanor, while Watson and the others slowly inched closer. Even as wizards, the aura exuded by these dozen muggles instilled a sense of danger within him. He harbored an odd premonition. If it came to blows with this group of muggles, he might genuinely find himself outmatched. Though it seemed absurd to think so, his instincts, having repeatedly led him into perilous situations, compelled him to heed his feelings. 60% off. Is that acceptable? Come and take a look at this little creature. It suits you well. Just that curled-winged demon. Please bring it to me. Just as Montangus was enthusiastically promoting other magical beasts to Alan, Alan's words abruptly halted his pitch. What? Montangus dug at his ears, wondering if he had misheard. Do you need me to repeat that? Alan's expression remained impassive. It currently cannot recognize a master. Well, fine, I shall retrieve it. Although he was puzzled as to why Alan desired a curled-winged demon that lacked a master, he was more than willing to sell it since someone was interested. 5 minutes later, Montangus emerged from the back room, holding a crystal-like pocket watch. He placed the watch on the table and, with a wary demeanor, drew his wand before turning his gaze to Alan. The curled-winged demon was presently in a dormant state. Opening the watch would awaken it, which was quite perilous. Is it afraid of bullets? Alan interrupted Montangus's thoughts, leaving him visibly taken aback. He glanced at Alan, then at Watson and the other 10 or so individuals present. Yes, it should be afraid. No sooner had Montangus finished speaking than he saw Alan, clad in black gloves, open the pocket watch. Oh, stop. Before Montangus could utter another word, the crystal watch sprang open, releasing tendrils of black mist. The once bright light around them dimmed instantly, and amidst the black fog, even the sounds around them grew muted. Suddenly, a shadow of dark green materialized within the mist, lunging toward Alan in an instant. Montangus felt a wave of regret wash over him. He should not have brought out the curled-winged demon. If the young wizard were to perish in his shop, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly come investigating. But in the next moment, the demon in mid-air abruptly halted its dive, folding its wings obediently to perch on the table. The reason for its sudden compliance lay behind Alan, where Watson and several others were aiming light machine guns at the creature. At that moment, Alan finally discerned the form of the curled-winged demon. It was merely a juvenile, its wings measuring over 1 meter in length, its dark green body adorned with sharp spines. When curled up on the table, it resembled a cocoon, revealing small, fearful eyes peering at Alan. Are you scared? Cool. Excellent. I require a pet. And you seem quite suitable. Cool. Not willing? Very well. I shall not press you. Watson, fire. Cool. Cool. Upon hearing Alan's command, the curled-winged demon appeared alarmed, instantly unfurling its wings to fly onto Alan's arm, its tiny eyes conveying a human-like sense of grievance. Oh, now that's more like it, Alan remarked, gently stroking the small head of the curled-winged demon before him. Montangus stood there, dazed, staring blankly at Watson and the others, who had drawn machine guns from seemingly nowhere, and then back at the obedient little demon perched on Alan's arm. As Alan caressed the curled-winged demon, it emitted a series of chirps. But wait, you are a curled-winged demon. Where's your dignity and pride? Furthermore, from where did Alan's subordinates procure those machine guns? The sheer firepower would instill fear in anyone's heart. Does the Ministry of Magic truly remain indifferent? Unperturbed by Montangus's gaze, Alan found a panel materializing before him. Congratulations, host, on establishing a bond with the curled-winged demon. You have randomly acquired one of its abilities, Shadow Concealment. Shadow Concealment. Effect 1. Your perception is significantly enhanced, allowing you to sense any malice directed towards you. Effect 2. When you sense danger, you can meld into the shadows and move undetected, during which you are invulnerable. Chapter 6. Marrying a Dementor wouldn't be an issue, would it? As the abilities manifested before him, Alan sensed an inexplicable connection with the Nargle. He felt as though a fragment of the creature's soul had intertwined with his own consciousness. This essence bore a certain weight, under similar circumstances, He could only accommodate 2 or 3 additional nargles. He was surprised to discover that his soul's capacity had limitations when it came to the subjugation of magical beings. Fortunately, he had refrained from experimenting with owls or other creatures, thus preserving his soul's potential. However, Alan did not dwell on these thoughts. His attention was captivated by his newfound abilities. It must be acknowledged that the legacy of the great wizard bestowed by the system was indeed formidable. With the druid's call, he could harness the Nargle's power, shadow concealment. This ability not only allowed him to sense the malice of others, effectively averting the majority of dangers, but it also enabled him to merge with shadows in times of peril, evading attacks. How on earth did you manage to communicate with a Nargle? This creature can recognize its master even after the hatching phase? Montongus gazed enviously at the obedient Nargle perched on Alan's arm. He reached out, but the creature's eyes glimmered with a dangerous red hue, a clear sign of impending attack. Damn it, Alan can touch it, but I can't? I've raised my Nargle for 2 whole months. How much? Alan refrained from answering Montongus's inquiry, as he had numerous purchases yet to make. 300 galleons. Oh, Shelby, just make your damned Nargle behave, and 100 galleons shall suffice. That is my cost price. Montongus had intended to propose a lucrative price, but he noticed the Nargle's eyes beginning to glow ominously. He had reason to suspect that Alan was orchestrating this, yet he possessed no evidence. Watson, pay up. We must depart. There are still many books to acquire. Alan lifted his chin and turned towards the door, but Montongus interrupted him once more. Wait, you mentioned wanting books? I know a shop where the volumes are powerful, dark magic, curses, forbidden alchemy. Perhaps they harbor what you seek. Alan raised an eyebrow, glancing back at Montongus. This fellow was undeniably unscrupulous. The items he peddled, each one more dubious than the last, could easily lead someone to Azkaban to wed a Dementor. Although he had purchased such products himself, he hadn't been caught by the Ministry of Magic, so it was not considered crime. Indeed, he remained a lawful and legitimate merchant. Very well, I shall send a few individuals along with you. Though it was midday in summer, the English weather was perpetually overcast and somewhat gloomy. Alan and his companions walked through the alleyway, with Montongus incessantly extolling the virtues of his merchandise, attempting once more to extract some galleons from Alan. Suddenly, Alan halted in his tracks. The magical realm, as you know, is fraught with peril. To ensure one's safety, it is imperative to possess suitable dark magic armor. For instance, Montongus was cut short in his speech when he collided with the robust figure of Watson ahead. As he raised his gaze, he noticed Alan, leading the group, scrutinizing the surroundings. What is the matter? Montongus inquired, only to be met not by Alan's response, but by a foreign voice. Phantom restriction. The utterance did not emanate from Alan's party, but rather keen observation, young brother, yet it is futile. From the shadowy end of the alley emerged a hooded sorcerer, clad in tattered gray robes. Beneath the hood, icy eyes fixated on Alan, a wand held firmly in hand, exuding an aura of menace. This was the very vagabond sorcerer who had fixated on Alan S. group within the tavern. Thanks to Alan's shadow cloaking ability, he had sensed the malevolence lurking around, allowing him to detect the rogue sorcerer concealed nearby. Moreover, he was aware that this was not the only presence. With a calm demeanor, Alan surveyed the ragged sorcerer before him and then glanced in various other directions. Since you have arrived, why not all reveal yourselves? As Alan's words echoed, the atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. The desolate alley fell silent for a moment, and Montongus cast a bewildered glance, perplexed by the absence of any apparent danger. It wasn't he until the sound of approaching footsteps began to shatter the tranquility that he realized the gravity of the situation. Several similarly attired vagabond sorcerers emerged from various angles, wands in hand, their expressions barely discernible beneath their hoods, yet unmistakably hostile. Among Alan's party, Montongus quickly assessed the unfolding scenario, swallowing hard. He cautiously raised his leg, slowly and quietly retreating. This group of vagabond sorcerers were reckless gamblers, willing to wager their lives for galleons, and their dark magic was astoundingly potent. It was evident they aimed to kill and plunder. He needed to flee. Having taken 5 steps, He knew that as long as he could escape the confines of the phantom restriction, he could apparate away. However, upon reaching his sixth step, he felt an unexpected chill at the back of his head. What? Montongus turned in confusion, his face paling abruptly. An unexpected member of the Shelby family stood behind him. He glanced at Alan's tranquil face ahead, then at the gun barrel pointed at his own head. With a resigned sigh, he crouched down, gripping his wand at its tip to signify he posed no threat, then clasped his hands behind his head. Ah, splendid. I truly should not have ventured to Ollivander today. Encountering a grim reaper like Alan has indeed brought me misfortune beyond measure. Meanwhile, on the other side, one of the vagabond sorcerers remarked, Boss, this young sorcerer seems rather peculiar. The surrounding vagabond sorcerers had yet to act. There was an elusive air of danger about the young sorcerer. For those who had long gambled their lives for galleons, initiating an attack was clearly an unwise choice. Their concealment had predominantly relied on the disillusionment charm. Only a master well-versed in magic could perceive the fluctuations of magical energy. How did this young wizard come to be discovered? The leader of the wandering wizards narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Alan from head to toe, his wand firmly gripped in his hand. My young friend, we have come solely for Galen, and I trust you would prefer not to engage in conflict with us? Upon hearing this, Alan suddenly smiled, sensing the malice lurking within the other's heart. With a gentlemanly grin adorning his face, he slowly removed his black leather gloves and presented them behind him. Watson respectfully accepted Alan's gloves, yet his gaze remained fixed on the group of wandering wizards as though they were mere specters. This seemingly innocuous gesture from his employer held profound significance, one only understood by those who had accompanied him long enough. I am Alan Shelby, head of the Shelby family. I believe we could become friends. Alan extended his hand forward, but the leader of the wandering wizards regarded it with a countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and disdain. Something felt amiss. My comrades require sustenance. You wouldn't have us return empty-handed, would you? Ultimately, the leader of the wandering wizards refrained from shaking Alan's hand. Having navigated the wizarding world for so long, he was acutely aware that showing any sign of weakness before a mere young wizard would spell the end of his own reputation. While diverting Alan's attention with words, he swiftly scanned the surroundings for his other subordinates. Avada Kedavra, Crucio. In an instant, several hoarse voices rang out. Yet at that very moment, the leader of the wandering wizards realized that Alan had vanished. Chapter 7. Chirp Chirp? How did he disappear? At the very moment of Alan's vanishing, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within the leader of the wandering wizards, a feeling that even the other dozen members of the Shelby family had failed to evoke. This instinct, honed over 30 years of navigating the treacherous depths of the wizarding world, had repeatedly pulled him back from the brink of death. In an instant, he lunged forward with all his might. Almost immediately, a deafening explosion erupted from the very spot where he had just stood. Bang! 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 It was the ominous muzzle of a gun, which ignited in an instant, unleashing a torrent of bullets from its chamber. That was Alan, who had just vanished. Before the leader of the wandering wizards could catch his breath, the already gloomy surroundings grew even darker. In that abyss, a sensation of being watched enveloped him. Ironclad protection, he shouted, waving his wand in a particular direction. A beam of white light emanated from the tip of his wand, only for him to be met with an unexpected sight. From the shadows emerged a pair of blood-red eyes. They were small, yet they sent chills down his spine, leaving him no time to react. In his line of sight, those crimson eyes drew ever closer, their icy gaze akin to the scythe of death, devoid of emotion, yet capable of shattering his very psyche. No. Instinctively, he shut his eyes, and as darkness consumed his vision, a cold grip seized his head. Fear. The overwhelming sensation of dread paralyzed him, rendering him unable to move. He felt tiny claws slowly tearing at his scalp. There was no pain, no sensation, only an abyss of terror. He felt akin to a pig placed alive upon the slaughtering block. Chirp, chirp. As those little claws tore through his scalp, a series of sharp, tiny sounds echoed in the air. The noise was piercing yet distinctly clear. Subsequently, the chirp-chirp sounds resumed, as if something was being consumed. No. As the leader of the wandering wizards was held by the head and gnawed upon by a creature, The other wandering wizards were not spared either. The sudden upheaval had been too swift. In the blink of an eye, Alan had vanished. Then they beheld their leader sprawled on the ground. A creature perched upon his head, a creature remarkably familiar. Wait, that seemed to be a twisted winged demon. How on earth could a young wizard possess such a creature? Avada, rat-a-tat-tat. Just as he raised his wand, a cacophony of gunfire erupted in his ears. A wave of tightness gripped his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered his torso drenched in blood. Faster than a spell, the magical energy flowed rapidly from his wounds, along with the essence of his very life. Struggling to lift his head, he saw that the Shelby family's muggles were armed with an array of firearms, their scorching muzzles relentlessly discharging bullets, raining down upon them like scattered beans. Thud! With a thud, several muffled sounds of a body collapsing echoed. Witnessing the slow ebbing of one's life beneath the gun's muzzle, perhaps in death, one might transform into a wandering soul, trailing behind as Ollivander had suggested. At this moment, Alan remained composed, steadfast in his original position, his hands adorned with a pair of black leather gloves that had somehow materialized. The gloves were pristine, devoid of any trace of blood. With a calm gaze, he surveyed the remnants of flesh strewn among the multitude of bullets in the alley, gently stroking the small head of the curled-winged demon perched on his arm, eliciting a series of chirps from the creature. You performed admirably, but I do not wish to see you stained with blood. Henceforth, you shall be known as Bloodless, Alan remarked, his expression impassive as he observed a hint of red at the edge of the demon's diminutive head. Chirp, protested the creature. I dislike blood. Chirp, chirp, came the defiant retort. Even if you're a curled-winged demon, it is unacceptable. Chirp, the demon's crimson eyes, still vibrant, gazed at Alan with a touch of reproach. Yet, Alan offered no reply to its sentiments. In response, the curled-winged demon emitted a series of low, plaintive chirps, reminiscent of a human's murmurs, before alighting on Alan's shoulder and closing its tiny eyes in feigned slumber. Having concluded this affair, Alan turned his attention towards Montongus. Upon meeting Alan's gaze, Montongus felt a tightening in his core. He instinctively wished to retreat, only to realize the gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. He could not help but feel that he had drawn a short straw today. Yet, the events that unfolded moments ago extinguished any desire for resistance within him. It wasn't just the Shelby family and their penchant for machine guns. The mere fact that Alan had vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the leader of the vagabond wizards, left him bewildered as to what sorcery Alan had employed. He never anticipated that these locally renowned vagabond wizards would so hastily forfeit their lives. Watson, take a few family members and accompany Montongus to procure other items for me. Alan began, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the scattered remains on the ground, before adding, "Oh, and investigate the families and friends of these vagabond wizards." Watson paused, surveying the remnants on the ground. Given the boss's directive, it was clear that he did not intend to harbor any lingering grudges. Watson nodded, casting a swift glance at Montongus, prompting Montongus to hastily exclaim, "Brother, I will take you right away. I'll lead you." Alan was resolute in leaving no loose ends. After eliminating an adversary, it was imperative to thoroughly investigate their lineage, social connections, and background, much like the individuals who had stealthily pilfered his munitions. Yes, their lineage was remarkably clean. At this juncture, Alan had arrived at the entrance of the Broken Pot Tavern, with Bloodless nestled comfortably in the pocket of his suit. Through the fabric, he could sense the creature shifting, seemingly in search of a more suitable position for rest. As Alan gently pushed open the door of the Broken Cauldron Tavern, he was once again enveloped by the potent aroma of sherry mingling with the scent of dry tobacco, which caused him to furrow his brow. Perhaps it would be worth considering establishing his own establishment to be named the Shelby Tavern, serving as his headquarters within the wizarding realm. Alternatively, he could establish a new Ministry of Magic, though, in the future, fishing might necessitate the wearing of a helmet. Since he had ventured into the wizarding world, he was determined to dislodge the inept bureaucrats of the ministry from their lofty positions atop the magical order. Subsequently, he would lead the Shelby family in ruling over the entirety of the British magical community, and perhaps even the broader European and global magical domains. This ambitious vision required meticulous planning. Unfortunately, to gain a foothold in the wizarding world, one needed not only renown, but also a substantial amount of galleons. After exchanging 1,000 galleons with Montague, he realized that, even within the wizarding world, this sum constituted a significant fortune, yet was far from sufficient for his aspirations. He needed to devise a means to generate a continuous stream of wealth. Perhaps his former trade, arms dealing, could prove lucrative. However, the non-magical firearms, despite their considerable power, could easily be countered by spells devised by wizards specifically to defend against such weaponry. For the time being, he set this matter aside. As he and the other members of the Shelby family approached the bar, casting a glance around, upon spotting a corpulent figure within the tavern, Alan called out, "Tom." Who calls me? Wait, you're alive?" Tom turned around, meeting Alan's calm demeanor, one that mirrored the composure he had displayed upon entering the tavern. Rubbing his eyes rapidly, he confirmed that Alan had indeed returned, then glanced towards a corner of the bar, the very spot where the wandering wizards had sat that morning. Yet now, it was occupied solely by a fairy, whose face was flushed, covering a particular part of its body while regaling a nearby wizard with its tails. "Those wandering wizards haven't returned," Tom exclaimed, turning back to Alan, his expression now a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Chapter 8. Have you applied everything I taught you to yourself? Did you encounter that group of wandering wizards? Yes, I did. Then, what about the room you reserved for me? Alan interrupted the inquiry, showing little interest in conversing with these inconsequential individuals. The bar owner, Tom, glanced at the members of the Shelby family behind Alan, assessed the situation regarding the room, and then sighed with relief, stating that their accommodations should suffice. However, the notion that a muggle could surpass a wizard was rather extraordinary. The wandering wizards had yet to return, and this young wizard had come back with people. Various signs indicated that perhaps the wandering wizards had indeed failed. He was also quite impressed by this young wizard, who had previously introduced himself as Alan Shelby, hailing from the Shelby family. He was certain that there was no such family in the wizarding world. Could it be that this group was merely muggle aristocrats? Generally, even the most well-bred offspring of the wealthy did not seem capable of producing a young wizard with such a commanding presence as Alan. After rapid contemplation, he remained perplexed about the true nature of Alan and his companions, and thus he led Alan upstairs to settle into their room. "What type of books do you think the owner would favor?" Inside an antiquarian bookstore in Turnover Lane, Watson and his companions held guns in one hand and cigarettes in the other, surveying the surrounding bookshelves. Beside them, Montague knelt on the ground, timidly cradling his head with both hands, with the barrels of 2 Shelby family members' guns pressed against the back of his head. Montague quickly glanced toward the counter of the shop. "Hilson, come over and attend to these distinguished guests. They're all named Shelby and wish to purchase books." In truth, he had not been kneeling just moments before. When he noticed that the Shelby family members guarding him were somewhat distracted, he had intended to draw his wand to apparate, only to find himself suddenly showered with bullets. Damn it, how could muggles possess such terrifying power? He vowed that he must find someone to procure a set of magical armor capable of withstanding bullet attacks. Furthermore, should he ever encounter another Shelby, he would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. Montague, from behind the counter, the proprietor, referred to as Hilson, looked bewildered at Montague and then at Watson and his companions. What sort of books would a newly enrolled wizard require? Watson, unfazed by Hilson's curious gaze, inquired. "Well, a newly enrolled wizard. Let me see what I can find." Hilson finally diverted his gaze from Montague, nodded, and began searching the shelves. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Hilson returned, arms laden with a large stack of books. A beginner's guide to transfiguration, magical potions and elixirs, fantastic beasts and where to find them. Hilson recited the titles one by one, only to notice Watson slowly discarding his cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it, a frown etching his brow. "Sir, is there anything you find unsatisfactory?" "Johnny, judging by these titles, they seem rather lacking in potency, don't you think? Do you suppose the owner might reprimand us upon our return?" Watson glanced at a burly companion beside him, who nodded in agreement. As their employer, Alan had indeed treated them exceptionally well. Their regular salaries far exceeded the annual income of others, and Alan often graciously funded their indulgences in the charms of French courtesans. However, he never tolerated carelessness in their work. Boss, that name is hardly impressive. Just listen to it, beginner, potion, magical creatures. Johnny remarked, smacking his lips. This is rather dull. Let us seek something more potent. As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze settled on a distant, antiquated bookshelf. Boss, this one seems substantial, he exclaimed. Watson stepped forward to take the old tome Johnny handed him. A guide to malevolent curses. He mused, this seems promising. And this one? Boss, the complete book of dark magic spells. I am sure the boss would appreciate this. And this, The Rise of the Dark Wizard, a biography of the mysterious one, clearly a biography. The boss could learn from this figure. Johnny, this Grindelwald's revenge. The subversion of world order is far superior to that biography. The boss could delve into this individual. As Watson and Johnny perused their selections, the other members of the Shelbys exchanged glances, then slowly made their way toward a shelf labeled Dark Magic section. 10 minutes later, the store manager, Hilson, trembled as he accepted the stack of books, listening to Watson and Johnny's conversation while licking his lips. His gaze nervously drifted toward Montague, who was squatting nearby, hands clasped over his head. What kind of devils had Montague summoned? And did they truly want their boss to learn about the mysterious one and Grindelwald? Although Hilson prided himself on being well-versed in the ways of the world as the proprietor of a nocturne alley shop, he realized the magnitude of his ignorance upon encountering this group of demons. Just a reminder, if the little wizard peruses these texts at Hogwarts, there is a high likelihood of expulsion, he finally interjected. Upon hearing this, Watson and his companions exchanged glances, which allowed Hilson to breathe a sigh of relief. Effective? Perhaps this could deter the group of demons. As Hilson contemplated further advice, he overheard Watson's conversation. If being discovered leads to expulsion? Watson's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pointed to the stack of books before him. Excellent. This indicates sufficient potency. Wrap these up for me. After Watson and his entourage departed from Nocturne Alley, having released Montague, they inquired about the situation of the wandering wizards and then returned to the leaky cauldron. So, I instructed you to purchase books, and you returned with these? Alan held up a copy of a guide to dark magic specialization and then picked up another titled Principles of Evil Curses. He laughed in disbelief. I possess a Hogwarts acceptance letter, not a bloody Azkaban admission notice. Moreover, in The Rise of Grindelwald, it is evident from the title that Grindelwald is an art student, and undoubtedly one who has faced failure. Alan gazed at Watson and his companions, who, despite being in their 30s, bore the countenance of children, appearing quite aggrieved. Yet he managed to suppress his annoyance. Considering his past life, it had been a full 40 years since he had displayed such a lack of composure. Bus. It is indeed my fault, but we have also procured the essential textbooks required by Hogwarts. Such an error shall not occur again, Watson quickly interjected. He first acknowledged his mistake, then conveyed his stance on the matter, concluding with a promise to avoid future transgressions. Alan listened to Watson's words, falling into a moment of silence. This sentiment felt oddly familiar. It seemed he had recalled something. You have employed everything I taught you against me. Haven to you? Chapter 9. In the tranquil embrace of a London morning, Alan found solace perched upon the windowsill, cradling a cup of enchanted latte. He took a sip, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the tome in his hands. The title, only visible from below, was embossed in bold letters upon a pitch-black cover. Guide to Dark Arts. Although initially incensed by Watson's acquisition of an eclectic array of books, his ire dissipated upon delving into their contents, primarily due to the allure of the necromantic incantation. With a flick of his wrist, Alan brandished the fur wand he procured from Ollivander, summoning a flicker of black light at its tip. In the anticipation of his gaze, the spark extinguished, yet disappointment eluded him as he focused on an ethereal panel before him. Dark Arts, Necromantic Incantation, Effect, Summon a Wraith. Current host level, Novice, 12100. Indeed, he had discerned that each spell afforded him an intuitive glimpse into his proficiency through the system. His attempts at conventional spells had yielded slow increments in skill. However, upon his inaugural endeavor with dark magic, he experienced an immediate surge of 6 points. Curiously, The term Azkaban had begun to resonate with an increasingly jarring tone in his ears. Dismissing the panel, he idly stroked the head of the little curled-winged creature perched on his arm. No blood, as if just roused from slumber. Squinted its beady eyes and fluttered its dark green wings, alighting upon Alan's shoulder. Setting aside the book, he subsequently activated the system panel. Host, Alan Shelby, Heritage, Call of the Druid, Magic, Basic Mana, LV1, Shadow Concealment, Max, Spells, Lumos, Novice, Accio, Novice. Click to expand. Current task. Earn the trust of any great wizard in the wizarding world. Reward. Legacy of the Great Wizard. The panel had undergone significant transformation. This morning, he had diligently practiced numerous foundational spells, each demanding considerable exertion. Consequently, he had only mastered a handful of elementary incantations, currently aware of 2 proficiency tiers, Novice and Beginner. This was not a concern. Once he advanced a spell beyond the Novice stage, he would ascertain the next level. What unsettled Alan was the system's task, gaining the trust of a great wizard. But who, in the eyes of the system, qualified as a great wizard? Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, Nick LeMay. Ah, splendid. Each so-called great wizard delineated by the system was unequivocally a cunning fox. Earning their trust seemed a formidable endeavor. Yet, the previous task of Call of the Druid had illuminated the significant value of the legacy of the great wizard. Should another legacy present itself, it would undoubtedly confer immense enhancement upon him. Presently, the only great wizards within his reach were 2 formidable figures residing at Hogwarts, the White Wizard Dumbledore and the Dark Lord Voldemort. As for others, they were beyond his grasp. Knock, knock, knock. Boss. The door creaked open, and Watson bowed slightly, clutching a black briefcase in his hand. Please take a seat. Alan gestured casually. We have thoroughly investigated that group of rogue wizards. They have gathered in northern England. Watson reported, detailing the entirety of the rogue wizard situation. Understood, Alan nodded. His gaze fixated on the coffee in his hands, narrowing his eyes slightly. By the way, boss. Watson seemed to recall something, retrieving a sheet of white paper from the briefcase, densely scribbled with notes. Recently, I have been procuring drilling machines for the firearms production line in Munich, and a few companies appear promising. You've been with me long enough. You can handle such matters next time. Alan accepted the paper, his eyes casually scanning it, intending to return it to Watson when his gaze abruptly froze on a name. Groaning Drilling Company. The emphasis lay on the line beneath. Contact Supervisor, Vernon Dursley. Fixated on this name, Alan raised an eyebrow. Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle. Harry should still be residing at the Dursley household. As the central figure of the magical world in this era, Harry Potter's aspirations during his 7 years at Hogwarts would undoubtedly intertwine with his own. What if Harry were to become a member of the Shelby family? Alan could vividly imagine the scenario of Harry peddling arms for him. Hey, Ron, this is far more effective than a wand. Watson, prepare the vehicle. I need to make a personal visit. Yes, boss. Surrey, England, Privet Drive. Logically, Vernon should be in high spirits today, as a significant client from Germany was set to procure 100 drilling machines from his company. This deal was ample enough to fund a month-long family vacation to North America. If it weren't for that damned, insufferable, revolting freak, nothing could dampen his mood. Yet, the reality was that his spirits were quite low today. I pay so many taxes each year, not to protect these flying owls. Vernon muttered as he observed the owls flitting about the street. After a while, he finally halted before a small yard, crossing the neatly trimmed lawn to knock on the door. Penny, coming. A woman's voice echoed from within. It was his wife, Penny. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor reminded him of Penny in her uniform from last night. Ahem. Now is not the time to dwell on that. The door swung open, and Vernon entered, first planting a kiss on Penny's lips before expressionlessly ascending the stairs. Pausing before a room door. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded on the door with his fist. This was already a display of restraint. The door opened. A thin, bespectacled boy stood at the threshold, a subtle lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. Harry, his freakish nephew. Listen. Vernon stepped forward and seized Harry by the collar, bringing his furious face uncomfortably close to Harry's own. A distinguished guest is arriving today. And if an owl delivers a letter like the one this morning, I shall send you straight to a juvenile detention center. Harry, struggling to breathe as he was held by his collar, attempted to explain himself. Listen, you are simply a freak, much like your wretched parents. I have raised you for a full decade. Otherwise, you would have perished from starvation. Today, he declared, was the most significant day of his life. If you make a single sound, look into my eyes. If any noise betrays your existence to today's guests, I shall make you wish you had never been born. Vernon, his face ashen, finally released Harry's collar, satisfied only when he saw Harry stumble to the ground. Pale and gasping for air, he nodded in approval. This morning, the postman had delivered a letter in a parchment envelope, the contents of which were utterly terrifying. He had hoped that incinerating the parchment would resolve the issue, yet more owls continued to arrive with identical letters. He simply wished to host his esteemed guests this evening without incident, after which he and Petunia and Dudley could embark on a week-long holiday in North America. Ding-dong! The doorbell rang suddenly. Vernon's expression turned tense as he cast a resentful glance at Harry before firmly shutting the door to Harry's room. Petunia opened the door. Dudley, remember to be polite. Just refer to him as Mr. Shelby. Chapter 10. Speak again, and your skin shall be peeled away. Oh, esteemed Mr. Shelby, my father often speaks of you and I. The door swung open, and Dudley, with his ample belly, bent over towards the entrance, reciting the lines he had memorized just that day. However, as he stood upright, his words abruptly ceased. Outside the door stood Alan, elegantly attired in a tailored black suit, topped with a gray newsboy cap and clad in black leather gloves, casting a calm, yet penetrating gaze over the Vernon family. Behind him loomed several imposing men in suits, each pair of eyes sharply surveying the surroundings, instilling an unprecedented sense of pressure within the Vernons. Mr. Disley, your son is quite courteous, Alan remarked, glancing at Dudley's corpulent frame, which mirrored that of Vernon. Oh, Mr. Shelby, I did not expect you to be so youthful. Please forgive my rudeness. This is my wife and son. Vernon wiped the perspiration from his brow, respectfully ushering Alan inside. He had done his homework. Knowing Alan's age, he found it unsurprising, as many signs of wealthy families are groomed for business from a young age. Alan could very well be the scion of a prominent lineage. What made him anxious was Alan and his entourage's attire and demeanor. They bore an unsettling resemblance to members of a British gang. Were they truly here for business, rather than to plunder his home? Nevertheless, he graciously welcomed the group inside, while Petunia skillfully served tea to Alan and his companions. Meanwhile, upstairs, Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was the height of summer, yet the makeshift storage room lacked both fan and air conditioning. It was stiflingly hot. Moreover, he felt quite hungry. Due to the peculiar letter that had arrived that morning, Uncle Vernon seemed inexplicably irate, resulting in Harry not having eaten all day. He could not fathom who would send him a letter, let alone one delivered by owl. Perhaps in a few days, he would be dispatched to the juvenile detention center that Uncle Vernon had mentioned, transitioning from being bullied by Dudley to facing the entire class's derision. He approached the windowsill, crouched down, and lifted a creaky floorboard. Beneath it lay a rather stale object, emanating an odd odor, which appeared to be a cookie. Summer's heat had already begun to affect the cookie, which had been placed there yesterday. However, he had little choice. Uncle Vernon had informed him that distinguished guests would be arriving, and it was likely that following their departure, Aunt Petunia would completely forget that he had yet to eat. He retrieved the dubious cookie from beneath the floor, brushed off the dust, and slowly settled at the windowsill. Taking a bite, he was surprised to find that the cheese flavor of the cookie had not markedly diminished, which was quite remarkable for the summer heat. Outside, rows of exquisite houses obscured the descending sun, casting a dusky hue across the sky. Harry took another bite of the cookie. Suddenly, his reverie was interrupted by a flurry of wings outside the window. An owl was flapping its wings, pecking at the glass with its sharp beak. To Harry's astonishment, the owl bore a yellowed envelope tied to its leg. Once again, it was that letter. However, his window had long been sealed shut, utterly impossible to open. Most importantly, hurry. Leave. Uncle Vernon will kill me. Harry whispered urgently, pleading with the owl outside to depart quickly. Yet the owl seemed undeterred, relentlessly pecking at the window with its beak. He could faintly hear voices coming from downstairs. Oh, Mr. Shelby, forgive me, perhaps Dudley left the television on. Tulp, tulp, tulp. Then came a series of footsteps. The door swung open once more, revealing Uncle Vernon's face, flushed with rage, as he strode forward and seized Harry by the collar. Harry felt the familiar, suffocating sensation wash over him again. Listen, kid, if you dare make another sound, I'll kill you. No, no. Cough, cough. Outside the window, the owl. Harry coughed, desperately pointing towards the window. Vernon, seething with anger, glanced towards it. Outside lay only the dim, yellowing sky, devoid of any owl. Finding excuses. Damn brat, do you have any idea how important Mr. Shelby is to me? Vernon's voice, though lowered, was on the verge of erupting. I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon cough cough. I won't do it again. When Vernon descended the stairs once more, Alan glanced at his watch, then cast a sharp gaze at the ceiling. It seemed there were still people upstairs. Oh, Mr. Shelby, that was just Dudley's television left on. Damn staircase, I accidentally tripped earlier. Vernon explained, his face reddening, uneasily seated on the sofa, not merely because Harry was upstairs, but more so due to the unsettling stares from Alan's men, sending chills down his spine. Bang, bang, bang. The already poorly soundproofed wooden ceiling echoed with a series of thuds. It appeared otherwise. Alan calmly fixed his gaze on Vernon. For reasons unknown, Vernon preferred the scrutiny of Alan's men over the cold, emotionless eyes of Alan himself. How could such a young age evoke such discomfort? Well, perhaps it was just a mouse or something. Watson and others standing behind Alan exchanged glances, while the Shelby family members discreetly placed their right hands near their waists, prepared for any unforeseen danger. The meal should be ready. I'll serve it, Mr. Shelby. Today, I've prepared an abundance of delicacies. You must try them. Petunia's words broke the tense atmosphere, and Vernon forced a smile, affirming that Petunia had indeed prepared a plethora of ingredients. Alan nodded casually, just as Vernon attempted to discuss further business collaboration with him. Bang! A dull thud suddenly emanated from the chimney. Petunia, who had just reached the kitchen door, froze, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Vernon's face turned ashen, fear etched in his expression as he gazed toward the chimney. Following that, it seemed something had entered through the chimney, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air. Creaking sounds echoed. Within the chimney lay a multitude of ancient yellowed letters. These missives seemed to be grasped by some invisible force, swirling chaotically around the room. In an instant, an overwhelming number of letters filled the space. Oh no! Vernon emitted a sound of despair, realizing that his collaboration with Alan might truly be at stake today. Dad, help! Dudley cried, clutching his head, nearly submerged by the deluge of letters. Vernon blocked the chimney. Petunia shouted, as the once tranquil conversation was abruptly interrupted, the atmosphere around them growing tumultuous. The entire living room was instantly engulfed by a sea of letters. But that was not the end. A loud crash resonated from upstairs, as if someone had forcefully kicked open a door. Under the incredulous gaze of the onlookers, a torrent of yellow envelopes surged down the staircase like a tidal wave, threatening to inundate everything in the vicinity. Amidst this ocean of letters, a boy was swept down the stairs. Remarkably, once the boy descended, the flood of letters ceased its relentless surge. The scene fell into silence. Vernon struggled to push aside the surrounding letters, his face ashen as he glanced towards Alan, contemplating how to explain this bizarre spectacle. Yet, the sight before him rendered him speechless. In the once crowded living room, only Alan and his entourage remained untouched by the letters. Each of Alan's companions held a firearm, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At the center, Alan himself wielded not a gun, but a wooden staff which shimmered with a radiant glow, repelling the letters to the periphery. A firearm, a wand. Gulp. Vernon's mouth, which had just opened, slowly closed as he swallowed hard, casting a fearful glance at Harry, who had just been swept down the stairs by the letters. Chapter 11. How could you fall asleep again? The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence as Vernon's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing the firearms brandished by Alan and his companions. Wasn't he agreed that the boss from Germany was merely purchasing drilling equipment? What on earth did it mean for you to carry guns? It was not only Vernon who was unsettled. After the tension enveloped the room, Dudley's corpulent form began to writhe amidst the piles of stationery. His eyes filled with dread as he fixated on Alan and his entourage. Dad, there are guns. Let's call the police. Help. At merely 11 years of age, Dudley was ill-prepared to withstand the intimidating threat of several ominous gun barrels aimed at him. Beside him, Petunia opened her mouth, glancing nervously at Alan, then at the dozen or so henchmen surrounding him, yet uttered not a single sound. Among all, Harry remained the most bewildered. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness from racing down the stairs, he stared vacantly at Dudley, who had never appeared so disheveled before. He turned his gaze towards Alan. Alan retained an air of calm, his demeanor exuding an undeniable authority that could not be concealed. Casually tucking his wand into his sleeve, he had just employed a simple repelling charm to avert being overwhelmed by the parchment clutter. Adjusting his impeccably tailored suit, he heard Dudley's shrill cries, prompting him to gingerly clear his ears. You must be Harry? If you're referring to Harry Potter, then yes, that would be me. Harry's voice was somewhat timid as he glanced down at the worn clothes Dudley had previously donned. He observed Alan in his opulent black suit, complete with black gloves and an air of superiority. Despite their apparent similarities in age, they seemed to belong to entirely different worlds. Harry's gaze nervously avoided direct contact with Alan, while the room echoed with Dudley's heart-wrenching wails. Dad, they're going to take my life. That damned Shelby will kill me. Alan calmly turned his head, locking eyes with Dudley. The cries abruptly ceased. It appeared Dudley's mind, still clouded by an abundance of sugary treats, had not dulled his capacity for discernment. He recognized that Alan would not engage in discourse like his father. Very well. It is time we discussed our matters, Alan stated, directing his attention to Harry. He slowly bent down, using his leather-clad hand to pick up one of the scattered letters from the floor, removing the envelope to present the letter to Harry. It seems you are also a wizard. A wizard? Sir, Mr. Shelby, I'm not quite sure what this. Harry stammered, accepting the letter, but was abruptly interrupted by an irate shout from behind. Turns out you're also. Damned. What do you mean, Shelby? It's all a lie. You never intended to buy drilling equipment. It was Vernon, now devoid of the earlier fear of the firearms, striding forward with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger at Alan. You cannot allow him to attend that wretched school. P.S. meant for a juvenile delinquent institution. I refuse to witness any peculiar happenings in my household. Amidst the torrent of foul language, Alan's expression remained devoid of any irritation. With a serene turn of his head, he gazed at Vernon, slowly removing his gloves and extending his hand forward. Vernon, I have come today to purchase a drill. If you wish to continue our collaboration, we shall remain friends. The room fell silent once more. Vernon had never anticipated that a child's gaze could wield such formidable power over him, achieving what even his superior could not. This young Shelby had accomplished it. As he beheld Alan's outstretched hand, hesitation gripped him. Yet, upon catching sight of the loathsome lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, he thought, no. Damn it. Do not attempt to deceive me. I will not fall for your tricks. You seek to transform our family into something unrecognizable. After he had rejected Alan's handshake, a sudden sense of masculinity surged within him, prompting him to puff out his chest. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his collar being seized by a pair of powerful hands. The man named Watson, standing beside Alan, instantly appeared before him, grasping his collar with such force that it left him breathless. A cold object was thrust into his mouth, instantly flooding his senses with the acrid taste of gunpowder, mingled with a hint of rust, which made him feel nauseous. Listen, if you dare to bring your repulsive face closer to Mr. Shelby again, I assure you, your entire family will not leave this place intact. Watson's emotionless voice echoed in his ears. As he attempted to speak, the icy muzzle of the gun obstructed his words, forcefully pressing into his throat, the taste of gunpowder surging to his head. With a quick nod, Vernon's plump face bobbed up and down, signifying his understanding of the previous warning. Watson disdainfully withdrew his firearm, wiping it against Vernon's collar. How disgusting. It seems Mr. Vernon has learned how to converse with me. Alan remarked with satisfaction as he dealt with the troublesome interruption before turning his attention to Harry. You know, your uncle is the second person to refuse my handshake and still live. Harry glanced at Vernon's flushed, terrified face before turning back. Strangely enough, in the face of the recent events, he felt no fear. And the first? Harry inquired. My subordinate, Watson, Alan replied curtly, not lingering on the topic before continuing. Clearly, you currently have two choices. One is to remain in this so-called home and, in a few days, enter Hogwarts to become a wizard. Alan said, casting a discerning look at the distant Vernon before proceeding. The second is to work for me. I will provide you with a salary, though, as you can see, my place is hardly secure. Yet you would still enter Hogwarts. Harry had never imagined that one day he would escape from the loathsome home of Uncle Vernon. Listening to Mr. Shelby, he realized he would no longer have to consume those repugnant, spoiled biscuits. However, the most significant revelation was that he was, indeed, a wizard. Furthermore, it was only after listening to Mr. Watson's elucidations that he began to grasp the essence of this novel world. Curiously, Mr. Shelby turned out to be a wizard as well, though he presented himself more as a seasoned politician, manipulating events from the shadows rather than brandishing a wand. In contrast, Mr. Watson exuded a delightful humor, at least when he was not thrusting the barrel of a gun into someone else's mouth. Mr. Shelby, have you called for me? In the heart of Munich, directly opposite the central police headquarters, lay Alan's armory. In the topmost office, Alan reclined on the central sofa with a small, winged creature nestled upon his shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against him. Harry stood across from Alan, hesitant to meet his gaze, overwhelmed not just by Alan's formidable presence, but also burdened by a lifetime of bullying that had fostered his insecurities. Unlike a few days prior, Harry was now clad in a black wizard's robe, wielding a purple wand. It seems you have recuperated well. The commencement of Hogwarts is but 2 days away. However, there is a matter to attend to tonight, Alan remarked, gently scratching the head of the creature, which seemed to revel in the attention. Its tiny paws moved forward, yearning for more affection, but Alan's fingers retreated, eliciting a disappointed chirp from the creature. Wachi zichi? Harry inquired tentatively. Watson, do enlighten us, Alan prompted, raising an eyebrow while continuing to tease the creature. Yes, boss. Recently, a group of rogue wizards attacked you. I have traced their family and friends, who are primarily congregated in a camp for itinerant wizards in northern England, Watson reported, glancing at Harry, who appeared bewildered. Are we going there to seek compensation from their families? Harry asked. Upon uttering this, Alan and Watson exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter. After a prolonged moment, their mirth gradually subsided. Indeed, but the compensation is substantial. In northern England, a gathering place for itinerant wizards resembled a chaotic aftermath of a Quidditch match, littered with tents and disarray. As night enveloped the area, raucous sounds echoed from within the encampment. Have you seen Morgan lately? One wizard asked. No. He is likely off pilfering more funds, probably indulging in some lavish pleasures in France, came the reply. By a flickering fire, 2 rogue wizards clutched beers, intermittently quenching their thirst. The Morgan they spoke of was one of the wizards who had targeted Alan. Have you used the communication charm? Didn't he mention capturing a couple of half-blood beauties for us? I did. The last time we spoke, he was at the Leaky Cauldron, apparently fixated on a wealthy young lad. I suspect he is about to strike it rich, one wizard replied, excitement igniting in his voice at the mention of Morgan's prospects. Damn it, I knew my charming French maiden had vanished. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden commotion erupted from the tent area behind them. However, neither of them showed any inclination to rise. It was likely just a few wandering wizards brawling over a recently captured Muggle woman. Such events had become a common spectacle for them. Only those wizards who allowed their baser instincts to govern their actions would jeopardize themselves for the sake of a woman. The two of them belonged to the more rational faction among the drifters. They were both adept at employing inflatable magical dolls. Come, let us have another drink, one of the wandering wizards remarked, lifting his cup, only to realize that his companion remained unresponsive. What is the matter with you? He turned, and the flickering light from a fire was the only illumination allowing him to discern his companion's form. His head was bowed, shrouded by his hood, and silence enveloped him. The cup he had been holding, now lying abandoned on the ground. Had he drunk himself to sleep? Is it possible to doze off while sitting? The wandering wizard muttered, intending to extinguish the fire, when suddenly he sensed something amiss. With a composed demeanor, he grasped his wand and cautiously lifted the tip to peel back his companion's hood. Beneath it lay a pale face with eyes wide open, and looking up, he saw a dark green creature perched upon his forehead, its body rhythmically undulating as if it were consuming something. In a pitch-black environment, only the dim glow of the fire illuminated the creature, which seemed to have noticed the wandering wizard's gaze, turning its head with a visage smeared in a mixture of red and white liquid. Guyu. Chapter 12. Isn't this the ultimate compensation? On the other side of the encampment, within a massive tent, a colossal transparent purple crystal stood majestically. Upon closer inspection, one could discern dark substances within, resembling drops of oil dispersed in a basin of water, prominently visible within the crystal's depths. Recently, no fewer than 10 containers have been replaced, yet this wretched thing remained uncontained. Before the crystal, 2 vagabond wizards engaged in conversation, one of whom spat disdainfully on the ground. No need to fret. Tomorrow we'll sell it to those wizards in North America. When that time comes, I shall treat you to pure-blooded beauties in France. His companion patted him on the shoulder, clicking his tongue as if admiring a piece of art, fixating on the crystal before them. As they spoke, the noises from the encampment grew louder, as if several vagabond wizards were shouting something. Why is the camp so raucous tonight? They exchanged glances. Typically, by this hour, most vagabond wizards would be asleep. Even the few who were still awake tended to be engaged in role-playing games with the muggle women they had captured during the day. Go out and take a look. Let us hope it's not an aura attack. All right. One of them nodded, retrieving his wand from his sleeve and heading toward the tent's entrance. However, before he could pull the tent flap aside, it swung open of its own accord, revealing a deep voice from outside. There is no aura attack. A figure clad in a black suit, wearing a newsboy cap, spoke as he slowly raised the machine gun in his hands. The Shelby family sends their regards. Avada. Bang, bang, bang. Before the vagabond wizard could fully articulate his incantation, the thunderous roar of the machine gun interrupted him. Silence enveloped the tent once more. Watson emerged from the shadows, his expression impassive as he stowed away the Thompson gun. With a deft flick of his foot, he nudged the wand from the lifeless grasp of the fallen vagabond wizard. He then skillfully pressed the muzzle of the Thompson into the mouth of the corpse. Bang, bang, bang. That should do the trick. Having completed his grim task, Watson slowly lifted his gaze to the colossal purple crystal within the tent. Beneath the immense crystal lay a piece of yellowed parchment, upon which a few words were inscribed in clear English. Silently, 17th imprisonment, material, Siberian magical purple crystal. On the other side of the vagabond wizard encampment, Alan stood quietly at the edge, clutching a withered hand bone that emitted a faint gray glow. Although not particularly bright, the luminescence radiated far, enveloping the entire camp. This artifact was a dark magical item he had obtained from Montongus, capable of rendering the surrounding space impervious to apparition. Unfortunately, it was a one-time alchemical item, unable to be reused, and Montongus had no second one available. Otherwise, it would have proven useful in the future. The majority of issues have been resolved, yet 2 remain alongside another matter. Not far from the camp, Watson called out and hurried over to Alan, whispering a few words. The revelation startled Alan, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He was somewhat familiar with the concept of Murmurian from his past life. It is a magical entity birthed within a wizard, but its formation requires stringent conditions. When a young wizard suppresses their magical abilities due to physical or psychological abuse, they inadvertently release a parasitic magical force known as Murmurian. A notable example is Ariana, the sister of Dumbledore. At the age of 6, while casting magic, she was inadvertently observed by 3 muggle boys. After they assaulted her, she gave rise to Murmurian. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Murmurian tends to erupt when its host experiences intense emotions, particularly negative ones, bursting forth as a black wind with tremendous destructive power. Now, Gazing at the massive purple crystal before him, Alan felt an inexplicable pull towards the murmurian contained within. This sensation was overwhelming, compelling him to place his hand upon it. It was the call of the druid, enabling him to communicate with any magical creature. And that feeling emanated from the murmurian before him. It seemed to embody a desire-consuming desire. The emotions conveyed by murmurian guided Alan on what to do next. Slowly, he retrieved his wand from his pocket, and the tip touched the purple crystal. In an instant, the wand's tip ignited with a blinding black light, devouring the surrounding illumination, causing the nearly 2-meter-high crystal to begin cracking. A torrent of terrifying magical energy surged outward, and the black light swiftly flowed from the wand's tip into Alan's body. With a resounding crack, the purple crystal shattered completely, collapsing as the murmurian transformed into streams of black essence, entering Alan's body. The intense sensation of pressure granted him an illusion of profound confidence. Host has successfully fused with Murmurian, influenced by the call of the druid, forcing Murmurian to acknowledge its master. Host randomly acquires the ability of Murmurian, Magical Storm. Magical Storm. Effect. The body transforms into a black whirlwind, possessing immense destructive power, immune to any spell, though it consumes a significant amount of magical energy. Feeling the vast power within him, as the last wisp of black wind entered Alan's body, he regained his composure. Upon further reflection, he sensed the Murmurian residing within a corner of his being. It possessed no intellect, no will, no voice, merely a void that consumed. With the acknowledgement of Murmurian as its master, the weight of his soul's burden increased once more. Bloodless and Murmurian each accounted for a tenth, allowing for the potential to accommodate one more magical creature's allegiance. Uncertain if there are means for further enhancement, it suffices for now. In addition to the skills bestowed upon him by the system, the inherent power of Mo Ran is extraordinarily formidable. Should he lose control of his emotions, Mo Ran will emerge, shattering everything in sight into fragments. This serves as a form of security. The current situation has proven advantageous. Suddenly, a faint sound of retching emanates from outside the tent, prompting Alan and Watson to exchange glances before stepping out. Outside, the ground is strewn with corpses, and the air is thick with a metallic scent of blood, piercing through to the brain. Harry stands outside the tent, uncertainty etched on his face as he gestures behind him and then looks at Alan. "Mr. Shelby, did you not mention seeking compensation?" To be frank, these past few days have left him bewildered. From a moment he discovered that Alan was the largest arms dealer in Munich to now. He recalls that this all began when a group of wandering wizards sought to rob them. Then, Alan annihilated the entire clan of those wandering wizards. Is this not the most fitting form of recompense? A rare smile graces Alan's lips as he surveys the camp of the wandering wizards, nodding in satisfaction as he donned a pair of gloves. At that moment, no blood seemingly appeared from nowhere, landing on his shoulder and chirping twice. The deed was committed by Watson, unseen by others, and Alan remains the lawful and compliant merchant. Very well, preparations are in order. Tomorrow, we shall depart for King's Cross Station, Platform 9. Chapter 13. Young Master Malfoy Harry had never anticipated such a dramatic transformation in his life within just a few days. A week prior, he found himself in the wretched abode of Uncle Vernon, enduring relentless torment from Dudley. Yet, a week later, he was transported to Germany by Alan, stepping into the realm of wizardry, with his inaugural task being the obliteration of a camp for wayward wizards alongside Alan. To his astonishment, upon accessing his family's vault, he discovered that he too was an invisible aristocrat. However, there was no time for contemplation. He was currently burdened with an array of luggage while trailing behind Alan and his entourage. Among the belongings was a conspicuously visible white owl in a cage, drawing the attention of passers-by. Platform 8, Platform 9, Platform 10, huh? As Harry methodically counted the platform numbers, he paused in bewilderment upon reaching this point. Where was Platform 9 3/4? Yet, Alan, seemingly privy to some secret, positioned himself between platforms 9 and 10. Strangely, despite the conspicuousness of their group, no one seemed to notice them as they stood before that pillar. Without hesitation, Alan strode forward and passed directly through the wall. Harry scratched his head, but observing the other members of the Shelby family entering the pillar, he quickly followed suit, colliding with it. Upon opening his eyes, the scene before him was no longer that of a mundane train station. Instead, a colossal green train loomed, surrounded by throngs of people, middle-aged wizards with stubble accompanying their children, and a gaggle of elderly witches incessantly imparting advice to the young wizards beside them. "Watson, take care of business. I shall communicate with you in a few days." "Yes, boss," Alan responded, clad not in wizard robes, but in a finely tailored black suit that exuded sophistication and elegance. He scanned the vicinity and recognized many familiar young wizards. Among them was a freckled boy with red hair, being fussed over by his mother, most likely Ron. Off to the side, a boy with striking golden hair shouted for his father intermittently. He must be Draco. However, Alan showed no inclination to linger, swiftly boarding the train and locating the most secluded compartment to settle down. "Mr. Shelby?" Harry timidly inquired at the compartment door, while Alan, resting with his eyes closed, acknowledged him with a brief hum, granting permission. Harry then placed his belongings inside and found a seat. Perhaps due to their extended time together, Harry, knowing Alan's character, curled up quietly in the corner, refraining from uttering a word. Alan, however, was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. Presently, his galleons were rather scarce. Combined with those acquired from the obliterated camp, he possessed a little over 1,000 galleons. In contrast to the illustrious 28 families of the wizarding world, who could effortlessly produce tens of thousands of galleons, his modest sum hardly constituted wealth. Perhaps he should pursue the system's tasks. The legacy of the great wizards seemed promising, albeit the conditions for securing the rewards were exceedingly stringent, earning the trust of any one of the great wizards. Dumbledore is not one to easily trust others. A voice interrupted Alan's thoughts at the door of the compartment. "May I sit here?" Upon opening his eyes, he saw a red-haired boy, his face dotted with freckles, standing at the carriage door. Behind him, a girl with somewhat disheveled hair gazed around the compartment in astonishment, her gaze settling on Harry. Other compartments were already filled to capacity. If Alan's guess was correct, this must be Ron and Hermione. Observing Alan's expression, Harry nodded in approval, reassured that Alan bore no displeasure. "Wait, what is that on your forehead?" Hermione inquired with uncertainty. Harry, taken aback, hastily concealed the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead with his hair. "Oh, you are the boy who lived?" Ron's loud voice drew Alan's attention, who had been resting his eyes. "Oh, I beg your pardon." Under Alan's emotionless gaze, Ron shivered involuntarily. Just as Ron was about to say something more, the compartment door swung open once again. "What?" a frivolous voice exclaimed. A golden-haired youth stood before them. "Are you saying Harry Potter is in this compartment?" It was Draco, accompanied by his two dim-witted cronies, Goyle and Crabbe, followed by a younger boy whom Alan did not recognize. "Ah, so this must be Harry," Draco remarked, surveying Harry's finely tailored suit and then glancing at Alan, who was similarly attired. "I am Draco Malfoy. You must have heard of the Malfoy family. This is Goyle Crabbe, and then there is Xenophilius." Draco greeted Harry and Alan, which elicited a cough from Ron, seemingly stifling a laugh, prompting Draco to look over. After sizing up Ron's attire, a smirk of derision appeared on Draco's pale face. "Do you find my name amusing? I needn't guess. My father has mentioned that the Weasley family, those impoverished folk unable to afford children, are all red-haired and freckled." As Draco spoke, he turned to Harry and Alan. "Soon enough, you shall realize how unwise it was to choose this compartment. Would you care to join mine? Those from wizarding families are far better bred than certain mudbloods." With that, the atmosphere in the compartment grew tense. Harry glanced at Alan, then at Draco, feeling somewhat at a loss. Sensing Harry's timidity, Draco's confidence swelled. He looked at Alan. "Come on, brother, you know this bunch of mudbloods." Alan rubbed his temples. He found himself missing Watson. Had Watson been present, he would have undoubtedly silenced Draco with a pointed retort. "If you insist on thrusting your large face into my space, your father may not be able to save you. I'm not joking." Alan's piercing gaze caused Draco to feel an inexplicable chill, prompting him to take an involuntary step back. "Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, I would prefer this compartment to remain silent. With a mere sweep of his gaze, the compartment fell into an immediate hush. Even the proud Hermione refrained from uttering a word at that moment. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that Alan was not one to engage in rational discourse. You seem rather unconventional. Which family do you belong to? Draco inquired, his eyes dark and tinged with resentment. Alan, having just closed his eyes, paused at the abrupt query but chose not to respond. Draco, he is ignoring you, Goyle exclaimed, his eyes wide with indignation. His words revealed the peculiar workings of his mind, laden with ignorance, and only served to further diminish Draco's standing. Indeed, he associates with that rabble. Perhaps you could experiment with the spell you learned a few days ago, Crabbe jeered, accompanied by the small boy named Zeno. Alan perceived in Crabbe and Goyle's demeanor a reflection of their misguided bravado, urging them to maintain their composure and not embarrass themselves. Do you wish to engage in a wizard's duel with me? Malfoy stepped forward, emboldened by the encouragement of his three companions, brandishing his wand. Harry looked at Malfoy with confusion until Hermione quietly explained, a wizard's duel involves two wizards confronting each other with wands. The atmosphere in the compartment grew tense. Alan rubbed his temples, pondering why it was so difficult to simply rest for a moment. A duel? Yes, a duel, Malfoy replied without hesitation. Are you prepared? Alan inquired calmly, remaining seated. I am ready. A sharp click echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, Alan produced a handgun from seemingly nowhere, pointing its dark muzzle at Malfoy, who swallowed hard. Isn't this a duel? Are you really pointing a gun at me? Alan's calm demeanor elicited beads of sweat from Malfoy, who, despite the fear of appearing cowardly before Goyle and the others, shook his head vigorously. Good. It seems you understand the proper tone with which to address me. I am Alan Shelby. Do you comprehend? Malfoy trembled, nodding rapidly, his mouth opening as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Hermione, with her keen observational skills, noticed that Malfoy's trousers appeared somewhat damp. However, her attention was drawn to the name Shelby, which struck a familiar chord in her memory. Excellent. Now leave, Alan commanded, lowering the handgun. Malfoy nodded hastily and took a few steps back, only turning to exit once he confirmed Alan had averted his gaze. Just as he reached the door, Malfoy's hand, clutching his wand, abruptly pointed at Alan, a spell's light flaring to life and hurtling toward him. A sneak attack. Harry and his companions watched anxiously as the spell sped toward Alan. Be careful. Hermione's voice pierced through the air as she sharply admonished Alan. Yet, as she turned to cast her gaze in his direction, she discovered that his figure had vanished without a trace. The light within the carriage suddenly dimmed, and an unsettling chill began to creep upon everyone, seeping into their very bones. The spell cast by Malfoy struck the spot where Alan had just been seated, eliciting no response whatsoever. In the obscured confines of the carriage, a palpable aura of dread enveloped the occupants, rendering the previously raucous atmosphere eerily silent. A faint sound whispered in Malfoy's ear, a soft chirp. In that instant, he felt as if something had fallen upon his face. Chapter 14. Oh no, the villain is right beside me? Deep within, a surge of fear began to amplify. He attempted to utter something, but as he opened his mouth, his vocal cords seemed to vanish, producing no sound whatsoever. A sharp object glided over his forehead, as if it were being peeled away. No, please no. The frantic screams within him proved futile. The horrifying sensation did not cease. A chirping sound emerged near his ear, and whether it was an illusion or not, he sensed a wave of disappointment within that noise. Perhaps it was disdain, but that no longer mattered. The overwhelming dread was driving him to madness. As the cold sensation traced across his forehead once more, Alan's calm voice echoed within the dimly lit compartment. Not yet, no blood. The chirping continued. Now is not the time for you to hunt. Chirp, chirp. It was intolerable, just as Malfoy felt his sanity teetering on the brink. The icy sensation vanished from his forehead. With a few flapping sounds, the light within the carriage gradually returned. Thud! Malfoy collapsed onto the floor, terrified, clutching his forehead. He glanced at his hands, discovering blood, and quickly turned to Goyle and Crabbe. Quick, my forehead. Take a look. What happened? Under Malfoy's frantic urging, Goyle and Crabbe remained silent, as if petrified by the atmosphere that had just enveloped the carriage. Only the inconspicuous boy named Xenophilius observed Malfoy's forehead and shook his head. Just a little blood, nothing more. At those words, Malfoy exhaled slowly, a wave of relief washing over him. He could feel the chilling awareness that he had almost brushed against death. Not only Malfoy, but also Hermione and Ron trembled, haunted by the sudden darkness and ensuing despair. Only Harry understood the nature of the dark presence that had emerged moments ago. Alan's pet, the bat-like creature known as the winged demon. What? What was that? What crawled onto my head? Malfoy shakily rose to his feet, yet his legs continued to tremble uncontrollably, his comical state eliciting suppressed laughter from Harry and the others. Ron even coughed twice, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Sheldon, right? Just wait. I will tell my father. Malfoy flicked his golden hair, feigning composure, took a few steps back, and opened the compartment door, only to halt abruptly. Outside the compartment, two red-haired boys who had been eavesdropping at the door locked eyes with Malfoy in an awkward moment. Hey, little Malfoy, wet his pants. One of the red-haired boys exclaimed, as if he discovered a rare treasure, pointing at Malfoy's groin in astonishment. Indeed, and he even said he wanted to find his father. Are you going to tell your father that you wet your pants? They laughed heartily. Malfoy's face darkened with fury as he glared at the two red-haired boys and swiftly gestured to Crabbe and Goyle, departing from the compartment. Shelby, splendid work. I hadn't anticipated such a wealth of talent among this year's freshers, said Fred. I am George, and we hail from the Weasley family. The Weasley twins, whom one would not expect to encounter on the train, bore strikingly similar features. Their red hair complementing their freckled faces and prominent noses, which lent them a certain handsomeness. With their entrance, the atmosphere within the compartment grew more congenial, prompting Ron and Harry to exhale in relief. Hermione, lost in thought, furrowed her brow and quickly rummaged through her backpack. Hey, Shelby, what was that thing that scared Malfoy into wetting his pants? Fred boldly approached and took a seat opposite Alan, intrigued by this mysterious new classmate. Alan shook his head. Oh, nothing much, just a few tricks. He settled into his seat, though the earlier encounter had left him with a twinge of unease. The creature that had attacked was not under his control. It had sensed Malfoy's intense malice and instinctively struck in self-defense. The winged serpent was a being of dark magic, although no one had clearly identified it as such. Any discerning individual could surmise its nature and report it to Hogwarts, which could lead to complications. However, the event had transpired, and Alan was not one to dwell on internal conflicts. He retrieved a book from his backpack and began to leaf through it at the window seat. Hey, mate, what are you reading? One of the twins, either George or Fred, leaned in with curiosity. Alan raised his gaze slightly. The Compendium of Legal Texts by the Ministry of Magic, 1855. At this revelation, Fred and George exchanged bewildered glances before turning to Harry and the others. Harry shrugged, accustomed to such oddities, while Hermione remained engrossed in her search. Seriously, mate, what is the point of that? The title sounds as dull as a grandmother's foot-binding cloth. How can you possibly be interested? Fred asked, scratching his head in confusion as Alan showed no signs of rejecting the conversation. Just passing the time, Alan replied without lifting his head, flipping through the pages of legal statutes. Fred and George regarded him as though he were a curiosity, just as Hermione's voice broke through. I found it. The group turned their attention to Hermione, who was now holding a newspaper. This is the Daily Prophet, today's edition. It reports on the Shelby family. Let me see, Hermione continued, scanning the contents of the paper. Alan, intrigued by her words, shifted his gaze from the legal text, arching an eyebrow. The Shelby family made the news in the Daily Prophet? How'd he miss this? Last night, a team of Aurors led by Moody had apprehended two notorious criminals. After the interrogation, it was revealed that a camp of itinerant wizards in northern England had been ravaged by a mysterious force known as the Shelby family. The Aurors discovered a meager amount of flesh amidst a plethora of muggle bullets. As Hermione read this, her voice dwindled to a whisper, then fell silent. This was dire. A family capable of annihilating an entire camp of itinerant wizards was undoubtedly formidable. Coincidentally, her companion in the same compartment, Alan, also bore the surname Shelby. Coupled with Alan's earlier display of prowess, A chill ran down her spine. She suddenly regretted not having finished reading the newspaper beforehand. Listening to the contents of the Daily Prophet, the others in the compartment shifted their gaze towards Alan, their expressions rife with uncertainty. This was troubling indeed. It seemed that their reticent classmate hailed from a lineage of notorious criminals. Chapter 15. The sorting ceremony within the confines of the carriage. The atmosphere had descended into a frigid silence. The fearful gazes of the others converged upon Alan, prompting him to rub his temples in contemplation. This situation was rather troublesome. "Do I appear to you as a Dark Lord?" Alan's nonchalant inquiry elicited shared glances among the group, slightly alleviating the tension. Ron and Hermione, the first to arrive, exhaled in relief. Alan had been the earliest to enter the carriage, quietly engrossed in his reading throughout. Furthermore, the revered Harry, the so-called savior, remained near Alan, appearing far from the image of a malevolent figure. Nonetheless, there lingered a question. Was Alan truly from the Shelbys? "Hand me the newspaper," Alan requested. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione complied, passing the paper to him. With a swift scan of the headlines, Alan recalled Watson's mention of 2 rogue wizards who had fled the previous evening. After all, the efficacy of a dark magical artifact that prohibited apparition was limited. He felt little concern, having anticipated this event and prepared accordingly. As Alan perused the Daily Prophet, the door of the carriage swung open to reveal a witch selling snacks. Soon, the table was laden with treats, yet Harry refrained from indulging. His mind was in disarray. Truth be told, he had been in a state of bewilderment since departing the Dursleys. He had initially perceived Alan as a benevolent soul, only to find himself dragged to a camp of rogue wizards to face dire consequences. Although no violence had ensued, his presence there made him complicit. What a disastrous turn of events. Just as he had escaped the clutches of the Dursleys, he found himself entangled in a web of complicity. The weight of despair loomed over him. Sensing Harry's turmoil, Alan set down the newspaper, donned his gloves, and calmly placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. "What troubles you?" Harry slowly turned his head, his heart still heavy with resentment and fear. Yet, as his gaze met Alan's tranquil eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him. It was peculiar. There seemed to be an unwavering power in Alan's gaze, as if no problem could withstand its weight. "Have a piece of chocolate?" Alan's voice resonated in Harry's ears, and a chocolate bar appeared before him. Accepting it, Harry unwrapped the treat and took a bite. A wondrous warmth coursed through him, dispelling his inner turmoil. Mr. Shelby possessed an uncanny ability to deftly resolve issues. Even in this moment, the spirits of the young witches and wizards tend to fluctuate swiftly, and with the introduction of snacks, the carriage soon buzzed with animated chatter once more. Time seemed to pass as rapidly as the drenching of Malfoy's trousers, with the Weasley twins huddled together, engrossed in some scheme, while Hermione, Harry, and Ron discussed the sorting in Ron's pet scabbers. Meanwhile, Alan continued to study the legal texts in his hands. As the train came to a halt, upon disembarking, they were greeted by a gentle drizzle from the overcast sky. Fortunately, Alan had learned a few basic spells beforehand, such as the drying charm. "First-year students, this way," a rugged voice echoed from a distance, and upon gazing in that direction, one could see a towering figure, nearly 3 meters in height, with a thick beard that lent him a somewhat fearsome first impression. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Originally, it was intended for Hagrid to rescue Harry from the Dursleys, yet my presence altered the course of the original narrative, resulting in Hagrid and Harry being strangers at this moment. "Oh my, what do I see? It is Harry." Hagrid's voice boomed once more, inexplicably recognizing Harry and waving in his direction. "Harry, come over here. My, how you've grown." As he spoke, Hagrid approached, leading the first-year students along a narrow path flanked by dark, ominous woods. Alan surmised that they must be traversing the Forbidden Forest. Upon exiting the path, they reached the boats. Hagrid first ensured that the others boarded before guiding Alan and his companions onto the last vessel. "Harry, are you well? I had intended to come for you myself, but I never anticipated that you would manage to persuade your aunt and uncle." Actually, it was Mr. Shelby who took me away from there," Harry replied, casting a glance at Alan, which piqued Hagrid's curiosity. You seem rather reticent. How did you manage to convince Harry's uncle and aunt? Listening to Hagrid's inquiry, Alan chuckled softly, noting that Mr. Vernon appeared quite amenable. Hagrid regarded Harry with a hint of skepticism, then turned his gaze to Alan, sensing that there was more to the story. After all, he had known a decade prior, when he delivered Harry to the Dursleys, that they were not particularly easy to deal with. The boat glided swiftly, and upon disembarking, the group entered the grand Hogwarts castle, where the classical and opulent decor left the first time young wizards in awe. After inviting Harry to visit his hut a week later, Hagrid entrusted the group to an older witch. Her tightly wrapped hair and stern visage revealed no hint of a smile, leading Alan to surmise her identity. Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, who could transform into a cat. As they pushed open the great doors of the hall, all the first-year students were left wide-eyed. 4 long tables were meticulously arranged, filled with students, while the staff table at the opposite end hosted a variety of unfamiliar professors. It seemed the original narrative had not fully described the faculty of each subject, for at least 20 professors occupied the table. Alan quickly spotted several notable figures, including a short professor with no legs, Professor Flitwick. Another, with greasy hair and a hooked nose, cast a sharp gaze over the first-year students, momentarily lingering on Harry. Minerva, let us commence the sorting, Dumbledore called from his central position at the staff table. McGonagall nodded, then, producing a tattered hat from seemingly nowhere, placed it slowly in the center of the hall. Perhaps you think I'm not handsome. The brim of the hat suddenly split open, and in a peculiar tone, it began to sing. And then, would it be time to duel a dragon? Ron anxiously tugged at the hem of his garment, his gaze fixated on the hat at the center of the hall, harboring the unsettling suspicion that a fire-breathing dragon might leap forth from it at any moment. What are you talking about? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed, only to realize that many other first-year students around them were in tears. Upon closer inspection, one could discern their whispered fears. Oh no, we are to duel with a dragon. Alan observed the scene unfolding around him, reflecting on the esteemed tradition of Hogwarts that shrouded the sorting ceremony in mystery. It seemed he had come to understand the origins of this age-old custom. As his thoughts meandered, the sorting hat concluded its song, and McGonagall produced a list. Hannah Abbott. Chapter 16. I must inform my father as the names were read aloud. It soon came to Alan. However, Professor McGonagall hesitated slightly when she uttered his name. At the same moment, a hush fell over the students from the 4 houses. Some quickly produced newspapers, followed by a chorus of gasps. Alan surmised the reason for this commotion. The Daily Prophet had just reported on the massacre of an entire camp of vagrant wizards by the Shelby family, and he shared their surname. At the Gryffindor table, Fred held up a copy of the Daily Prophet, while George pointed to a specific section, boasting to the surrounding students. Look, it's this Shelby, sitting in the same compartment as us, George exclaimed, his tone reminiscent of someone who had just emerged from the belly of a dragon. Fred eagerly gestured toward Alan. See? That's him. We're mates. The murmurs from the 4 house tables did not deter Alan as he steadily approached Professor McGonagall. Just as he was about to don the sorting hat, McGonagall hesitated, not placing the hat on his head. Looking up, Alan noticed the uncertainty etched on her wrinkled face. Indeed, she was conflicted. Earlier that morning, she had been in high spirits, preparing herself to observe the new generation of young wizards at the sorting ceremony. These were the nascent sons of the wizarding world. However, her buoyancy had dissipated upon reading the Daily Prophet, which detailed the slaughter of a camp of vagrant wizards by a family named Shelby. There was no prominent wizarding family by that name. And now, before her stood Alan, who bore the surname Shelby. She scrutinized him from head to toe. His robes were clean and tidy, his expression calm and untroubled, exuding a composed demeanor that would typically elicit her praise. Yet at that moment, she found no inclination to commend him. After all, the aura he presented was incongruous for one of his age, prompting her to recall the alarming news she had just read. No, this burden must fall to Dumbledore. She remembered that he had recruited this student. With that thought, McGonagall turned her gaze toward Dumbledore. Meanwhile, students from the 4 houses began to chatter animatedly. Among the upperclassmen who had seen Alan on the train were only Fred and George, drawing the attention of many. Hey, listen, don't mess with me. or I'll summon Shelby." George jested, eliciting a frown from Percy Weasley, the head of Gryffindor House. Clearly, such sensational news captivated all four houses. On the other side, Lee Jordan excitedly relayed to those nearby, "Quick, tell my mom that I'll be classmates with that Shelby." "Oh, Merlin S. Beard, this is thrilling." Amidst a cacophony of voices, the young wizards, having long inhabited a sheltered environment, were primarily filled with curiosity and excitement regarding the unfolding events. "Professor Dumbledore," a voice suddenly echoed in the hall, silencing the students of all four houses, who turned their gazes towards the source of the interruption. It was a first-year student, recognized only by a few from Slytherin House. "Draco Malfoy." "Professor Dumbledore, I must speak." Draco shouted once more, successfully drawing the attention of all teachers and students to himself. "This fellow, Shelby, is the very monster who slaughtered dozens of wandering wizards last night." As Draco spoke, his gaze flickered with pride towards Alan, as if to provoke or display his superiority. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, his profound gaze concealing his thoughts, and surveyed the hall, his brow furrowing. He discerned that most attendees merely believed Alan coincidentally shared a surname with the family responsible for the massacre of the entire camp of wandering wizards, including Malfoy. It appeared Malfoy aimed to launch a personal attack against Alan. The issue was that Dumbledore himself had been the one to recruit Alan for admission, while others remained oblivious. He was acutely aware that Alan's so-called family was indeed capable of committing such atrocities. How had Lucius raised his child to revel in the company of death? Initially, he intended to discreetly inquire about Alan after the sorting ceremony and deliberate on his future. However, Malfoy's words had already captured everyone's attention. "Well, Mr. Malfoy, please continue," Dumbledore prompted. "On the train, this Shelby character attacked me with vile dark magic. Among those present, Goyle, Crabbe, and Shinno can attest to the fact that it was indeed an evil form of dark magic. He meant to kill me," Malfoy declared, righteous indignation evident in his voice. Yet the anticipated agreement from Goyle, Crabbe, and Shinno did not materialize. Turning, he discovered Goyle and Crabbe greedily devouring a pumpkin pasty, while the timid Shinno hesitated to speak. Suppressing his irritation, he prodded Goyle and Crabbe in the ribs, prompting them to snap out of their stupor and join in, albeit sluggishly. "Oh, yes, yes." The pumpkin pasty wanted to kill Draco. Malfoy fell silent, realizing that even without his two companions, his previous remarks had already stirred whispers among the gathered crowd. He noticed the Slytherin head, Professor Snape, frowning as he scrutinized Alan from the staff table. Professor McGonagall also wore a serious expression, her gaze fixed intently on Alan, who was about to be sorted. Was Malfoy's claim true? Alan sighed. Although he had uttered this phrase many times today, he felt compelled to express it once more. He truly missed Watson. His gloved hand tightened around the fabric of his well-fitted wizarding robe, the previously languid demeanor fading as a sharp aura naturally emanated from him. "It appears that Mr. Malfoy harbors considerable discontent towards me." Alan's voice, though low, resonated throughout the hall, as palpable as a pin dropping. According to the wizarding law enacted by the Ministry of Magic in 1855, Article 43, Section 12, it is expressly stated that to accuse a wizard of employing dark magic, one must present unequivocal evidence. This evidence may include, but is not limited to, the reversal charm, the retrospection charm, and various other forms of proof, all of which must confirm the use of dark magic by the accused. "Mr. Malfoy, may I inquire how you have determined that I have engaged in dark magic?" Alan's piercing gaze fixed upon Malfoy, delivering a barrage of legal citations to his face. A hush fell over the hall. Incredulous glances turned towards Alan from all present, including Harry, who had spent nearly the entire summer by Alan's side, now utterly bewildered. Is this truly what one would expect from a first-year student? A muggle-born? Even Professor Binns, the history of magic instructor, whose ghostly demeanor had remained unchanged for over a decade, found himself stirred by emotions, his translucent form furrowing in thought as he rummaged through memories of his living days. He could assure anyone that even the current Minister of Magic, Fudge, would struggle to recall such tedious and mundane legal statutes. Clearly, these regulations indicate that our Mr. Malfoy spoke earlier without engaging his somewhat rusty intellect. My wand's core is composed of a serpent's nerve, Alan stated calmly, smoothly drawing forth his wand. Should any professor present share the same wand core as mine, I invite them to demonstrate the reversal charm. Alan paused, casting a glance at Malfoy. Perhaps this would dissuade Mr. Malfoy from the notion of reporting to his father, who, despite being a member of the Board of Governors, would likely not wish to accompany him in this embarrassment. The reversal charm requires 2 wands with identical cores to strike one another to activate. Alan had no obligation to prove himself. However, as a newcomer to Hogwarts, it was wise to avoid raising his head too high, lest he collide with the ceiling. In any setting, such considerations are essential. To alleviate the professor's doubts about him was crucial for earning Dumbledore's trust. I shall. A voice rang out from the faculty table. All eyes turned to the source. It was Snape, his hawk-like gaze directed at Alan, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 17. Your house result is Azkaban. Little did our young Malfoy anticipate that Professor Snape, who shared a close bond with his father, would stand up for him. Slowly rising from the teacher's table, Snape adjusted his flowing black robes. It was peculiar. McGonagall felt an uncanny resemblance between the aura surrounding Alan and that of Snape. Snape took Alan's wand, casting a meaningful glance in his direction before deftly producing his own wand and giving it a wave. Before the curious eyes of the students at the 4 house tables, a blue light suddenly emanated from Alan's wand, which soon began to display an image. In this vision, 2 figures became discernible, one of whom was Alan. Watson, have you ensured our charitable fund is in order? We must distribute the funds to the impoverished with no unclear accounts in between. A voice resonated within the image, followed by another. Boss, everything has been arranged. By the way, the mayor of Munich invited you to the awards ceremony for Germany's top 10 philanthropists yesterday, which I declined. Well done. We aim to do good deeds anonymously. Documents flew in. Let me review last year's accounts for the schools and nursing homes we constructed free of charge. At that moment, the image vanished, leaving the hall in a profound silence. Alan could distinctly see a twitch in the corner of Snape's eye. Hermione and Ron, seated with Alan, were equally stunned, exchanging incredulous glances with him. They had presumed him to be a dark wizard, only to discover he was a great benefactor instead. Harry, standing among the first-year students, was equally taken aback, his gaze fixed on Alan in disbelief. When did Mr. Shelby become a philanthropist? Wasn't he involved in arms dealing? Little did others know. Harry was acutely aware that just 2 days prior to enrollment, Mr. Shelby had sold 5 million marks worth of machine guns and grenades to a group of individuals from Africa. However, no one was privy to Harry's thoughts as excitement surged among the students from the 4 houses. This was largely due to the stark contrast in Alan's previous and current impressions. Just moments ago, they had doubted Alan's character, only to learn he was Germany's foremost benefactor. It appeared, yes, Mr. Shelby was indeed a philanthropist. Suppressing the twitching of his eyelid, Snape glanced at Alan's wand, then once again regarded Alan with a knowing look. Alan returned Snape's gaze with a polite smile as he accepted his wand. I have always been a legitimate and law-abiding merchant. Ever since my father vanished in Austria 2 years ago, I have vowed to eradicate darkness from this society. In memory of my late father, I have constructed schools and nursing homes at no cost, ensuring that our youth receive education and the elderly are cared for. His eloquent speech resonated throughout the hall as everyone listened intently to Alan's narrative, as if captivated by the inspiring tale of a young man who, having experienced the rain, sought to shelter others. Oh, truly a good child. From the teacher's table, Flitwick dabbed at his nose with a handkerchief. Enraptured by Alan's account, Professor Sprout, standing nearby, dabbed at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief. Devoid of parental protection, his childhood must have been profoundly shadowed. I truly wish he were sorted in a Hufflepuff. Dumbledore, listening to the discussions around him, inexplicably recalled the moment he first operated into Alan's office, confronted by a dozen guns aimed at him. He glanced again at Alan, recounting his inspiring tale of personal growth. Yes, it was clear now. The malevolent figure who had slain so many homeless wizards last night was indeed Alan. At this moment, young Master Malfoy seemed to harbor significant doubts about my actions. After Alan concluded his remarks, He cast a serene gaze towards Malfoy. The entire hall's attention was directed at Malfoy. After all, to falsely accuse such a dedicated philanthropist and inspiring youth was a grave charge. No, he is absolutely not. My forehead. Malfoy instinctively touched his forehead, only to remember that there were no wounds there. Damn it. The image of Alan's wand and his composed demeanor came to mind. Alan had undoubtedly prepared for this. I have been completely duped by Alan. After years of weaving lies, I finally spoke the truth, only to encounter this deceiver. Malfoy felt a surge of hysteria, glancing helplessly at his side. Goyle was still engrossed in devouring his wretched pumpkin pasty, while Crabbe looked at Goyle with an innocent expression, silently pleading for a share. The timid Snape remained quiet, too intimidated to speak. It was futile to say anything now. Alan spoke, adjusting his wizarding robes, and turned his gaze towards McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, may I be sorted now?" McGonagall paused, awakening from her reverie, as she picked up the sorting hat. It seemed Mr. Shelby was not the dark wizard everyone had presumed. "I owe you an apology." "No need for that," Alan nodded, placing the sorting hat upon his head. Throughout the entire ordeal, he spared not a single glance at Malfoy. Harry, having witnessed the entire scene, was utterly bewildered. Listening to Hermione and Ron beside him, he thought to himself, I never anticipated that Alan could be so kind-hearted. It appears his childhood was merely shrouded in darkness, and he truly possesses remarkable politeness. But wait, moments ago he was worried about his actions being uncovered. After all, he was an accomplice. Yet now, he seemed to grasp why Alan had managed to build such a vast enterprise from scratch in just 2 years. Meanwhile, Alan's vision was engulfed in darkness. The sorting hat, as if under a silencing charm, rendered him oblivious to the sounds outside. In the stillness, a sharp voice pierced his ears. "Excellent speech, Mr. Shelby. I find it hard to believe a child could possess such depth of cunning. To be frank, had there been a sorting option for Azkaban, I would have sent you there without hesitation." The tone of the sorting hat carried a hint of amusement, seemingly unfazed by Alan's machinations. "Are you attempting to expose me?" Alan inquired calmly. No. Do you know, many years ago, I encountered a young wizard with traits strikingly similar to yours, Tom Riddle. I do not wish to elucidate my actions. Alan furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed the sorting hat was rather verbose. "Do you find me tedious? Perhaps you shall wear me upon your head, but once in your lifetime, you might consider being a tad more forgiving. Now, let us determine to which house you belong." Let me see. Oh, is this not a trait of Slytherin? Extremely self-serving, with grand ambition. And there is a hint of Ravenclaw's qualities as well, exceptionally intelligent and astutely calculating. Hufflepuff's steadiness appears quite fatigued. Enough. Alan interrupted the sorting hat's discourse. Yes, you prefer not to dwell on these matters. Very well. I shall place you in the house you most desire. Immediately, the faint voice ceased, replaced by a resounding proclamation. Slytherin. Chapter 18. For he is made of clay. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, much like the shattered reputation of young Master Malfoy, fading in an instant. Master Malfoy was assigned to Slytherin, perhaps influenced by the earlier shadow of his misfortune. He deliberately chose to sit diagonally opposite Alan at the long table. Harry, Ron, and Hermione naturally found themselves sorted into Gryffindor. Alan had no intention of intervening. Harry's trajectory had been meticulously orchestrated by old Dumbledore. Moreover, the gradual establishment of his commercial empire within the wizarding world, using Harry as his banner, required a measured approach. This was merely a strategic move on his part. Opening his system panel, Alan noted considerable changes since his last review. Host, Alan Shelby. Heritage, the Call of the Druid. Magic, Basic Magic Power, LV2, Shadow Concealment, Max. Magic Storm Max. Spells, Lumos Beginner, Accio Beginner. Click to expand. Current task, gain the trust of any great wizard in the wizarding world. Reward, Legacy of the Great Wizard. What caught Alan's attention first was the increase in basic magic power from level 1 to level 2, which he suspected was related to his fusion with the entity known as Mayor Moran. At that moment, Mayor Moran lay dormant within his consciousness, only to awaken explosively like a landmine in moments of danger to protect him. Alan's primary concern, however, remained the issue of galleons. While magical prowess could be enhanced at any time, without sufficient galleons, he would find himself at a standstill in the wizarding community. For instance, had he possessed more galleons during yesterday's encounter at the camp of the vagrant wizards, he wouldn't have had to engage in such unsavory work. He could have simply bribed the Minister of Magical Law Enforcement, ordering his aurors to conduct a thorough sweep, ensuring those wandering wizards were cleaned out entirely. It seemed imperative to prioritize the research on transforming firearms into alchemical items. Currently, most wizards dismissed any Muggle artifacts, yet with dedicated research, one could develop magical defenses against firearms. If weaponry could be transformed into alchemical goods, a market could be opened within the wizarding community. This would yield both fame and fortune, facilitating his endeavors in the wizarding world. The banquet concluded swiftly, and after a brief summary from Dumbledore, everyone departed the hall. Alan naturally drew much attention along the way. Overhearing the discussions around him, it seemed the title of Hogwarts' foremost philanthropist was destined to be attributed to him. He paid little heed to such notions, descending along the moving staircase. One must admit, Hogwarts possessed a unique charm with its animated portraits and ghosts traversing walls. Just moments ago, he had witnessed a terrifying specter, drenched in blood, suddenly emerge from the floor, eliciting shrieks from the first-year wizards around him. This was the Bloody Baron, the ghost of Slytherin. Observing the ghastly sight, Alan furrowed his brow, internally remarking on the lack of decorum, before making his way to the common room. The Slytherin common room lies beneath the Black Lake, an atmosphere of chill and dampness permeating the air, instilling a shiver even on the hottest of days. The spacious common room is typically first occupied by the older students, who claim the most comfortable sofas, engaged in discussions about their families, Quidditch, or hockey. However, tonight, an unusual tension fills the air. In the center of the common room, a group of older wizards forms a circle, their excited cheers resembling the sounds of a hedgehog. At the center of this gathering, a frail, battered young wizard curls up, tears streaming from his nose, clearly a victim of numerous curses. "Look at him. He is about to wet his pants. Perhaps I could experiment with a new spell I learned over the summer on him. It could be quite amusing." Some oblivious or newly arrived students inquire among those nearby. "Is that not Xenophilius, Malfoy's lackey? Is he not a first year? This is utterly cruel." One boy questions the person beside him. "He is a mudblood," comes the curt reply. Then, Alan observes as the boy who had just inquired grins knowingly, producing his wand and casting a curse at Xenophilius, all the while shouting obscenities. Alan scans the faces around him, flushed and malevolent, before glancing at Xenophilius on the floor. He strides calmly to a comfortable sofa in the common room, positioning himself so that he can gaze out at the bottom of the Black Lake through the glass. The view is splendid. He retrieves a book, opens it, and reclines contentedly. Flipping to the bookmarked page, he recalls where he last left off. "Ah yes, item 14. Hey, is that not our philanthropist, Shelby?" A voice suddenly interrupts. Startled, Alan realizes his book has vanished from his grasp. Looking up, he finds a stranger standing before him, the book now in his possession. "Oh, let me see him. The 1855 Ministry of Magic Legal Provisions? I've never heard of this," the boy mocks, tossing the book behind him. A group of similarly mocking boys, having gathered unnoticed, catches the book, among whom Alan recognizes Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. They exchange knowing glances and scoff. "Oh, our charitable Mr. Shelby is quite the scholar. ISNT." Almost immediately, one boy carelessly tosses the book, which lands perfectly into the roaring fireplace, causing the flames to flare even more fiercely. Alan watches calmly as his book succumbs to the fire. Turning to the leading boy in front of him, he stands up, brushing off imaginary dust from his clothing with gloved hands. His expression devoid of the anger anticipated by the onlookers, still maintaining his composure. He removes the black gloves, extending his hand forward. "Might I interpret your earlier actions as mere jest among friends? Alan Shelby, I believe we could become acquaintances." "Oh, Alan Shelby, listen up, everyone." The boy stands a head taller than Alan, appearing to be a third grader, imitating Alan's tone. "Well, since you wish to know my name, I shall reveal it. Aiden Cord, the head of the third grade. However, I'm not here to make friends, but rather. Cord's gaze turned flippant, then sharpened in an instant, his wand aimed menacingly at Alan, provoking the crowd to erupt in howls reminiscent of their earlier torment of Sheno. In Alan's consciousness, the sensations emanating from Shadow Cloak sharply indicated that Cord's malice had reached its zenith, a foreboding sign of impending attack. A magical tempest. Just as the tip of Cord's wand began to glow ominously, his eyes filled with a malevolent intent akin to that of a demon. Alan's body unexpectedly began to transform into swirling black winds. Chapter 19. Well, it seems you have learned how to converse with me. Perhaps these Slytherin serpents could never have imagined encountering such a terrifying scene at Hogwarts. Alan has vanished. No one can fathom how this has occurred. The others, who were previously scattered around the common room, are now paralyzed by the unfolding spectacle. A black tempest erupts from the very spot where Alan once sat, transforming into tangible blades of wind in an instant. The once pristine sofa and the books adorning the nearby shelves are reduced to mere fragments upon contact with the malevolent gusts. As the tempest rushes forth, it engulfs Jode in its fury, and a piercing pain begins to invade his body. He is not alone. The group that had gathered around him collapses to the ground, clutching their heads and crying out in despair, their robes shredding instantaneously. The agony follows closely as the terrifying winds slice through their skin like daggers. Suddenly, the black winds cease. Is it over? Jode breathes a sigh of relief, cautiously lifting his head from the shelter of his arms, only to be seized by a harsh grip on his hair. The hands are unyielding, powerful, as if forged from steel, forcing him to raise his gaze to meet Alan's eyes, those devoid of emotion. The calmness within them is disconcerting, akin to a still, lifeless pond. An echoing void of the soul, a merciless executioner. The pain from his scalp intensifies as he is yanked toward table. The emotionless hands place his head upon its surface, disregarding the excruciating discomfort radiating from his twisted posture. He feels like a pig awaiting slaughter. The table beneath him serving as a butcher's block. Bang! A jarring pain erupts in his head as the hands press his hair down forcefully against the table. Once. Bang! Twice. Bang! Thrice. His head spins. Yet those hands remain devoid of feeling, relentlessly slamming his head down once more. It is as if the butcher, disappointed by the lack of fat on the pig, is filled with rage. The butcher seems unsatisfied. Bang! Bang! After what feels like an eternity, Jode senses that consciousness is slipping away. His head is entirely numb. Abruptly, he feels the grip on his hair loosen. Come, you over here. Alan's emotionless voice resonates in his ear, but the dizziness and numbness clouding Jode's mind render him incapable of action. Sir, the healing spell, will it work? Yes, it will. Very well. It seems you have also learned to communicate with me correctly. Now, restore Jode. Okay, healing as before. Jode feels the dizziness dissipate significantly. Just as he exhales in relief, he suddenly feels his hair grasped once more. Bang! Bang! Why are you dawdling? Cast the restoration spell for him. Alan's calm voice resonated once more. Oh, how many times have I felt dizzy? My hair was caught again. The scenery shifted, and Alan's tranquil face reappeared before Jode. He felt a flicker of trepidation at Alan's gaze. How are you? You appear quite well. I presume you are enjoying a splendid day. Well then, let us shake hands. We shall be friends. As Jode's hair loosened, his body collapsed instantaneously. He yearned for slumber. Once more his hair was seized. Did you not hear my words? I said, let us shake hands. The grip relaxed. Jode, in a daze, lifted his head with great effort, kneeling as he raised his hand. Alan's face suddenly broke into a smile as he removed his gloved hand to clasp Jode's. Since you can kneel and shake my hand, we are indeed friends. It is time to settle accounts. Jode felt another tightening of his hair. He had grown numb. Fear not. I am a lawful and reputable merchant. I shall not make things difficult for you. Now, tell me, how much money do you possess? Alan grasped Jode's hair, noticing his half-closed eyes, seemingly on the brink of sleep. Smack. Good. You appear much more alert now. How much do you have? 200 galleons, 11 sickles. It seems you hail from a prosperous family. You just burned my book. Should you not compensate me? Jode's silence seemed to irk Alan. Smack. Do not make me ask a second time. Speak. Yes. Excellent. According to the legal provisions of 1855, that amounts to 200 galleons. No objections, I trust? I have none. Good. Furthermore, I provided you with an overhead massage service, costing 11 sickles. No objections, I presume? You. Smack. No objections. It has been a while since I have taken matters into my own hands. Your actions compel me to do so again, which vexes me. Thus, you owe me a wand. No objections, I hope? Without Watson by his side, many matters required his personal intervention. After Alan summoned a Slytherin serpent to assist in restoring the common room, he finally settled onto the comfortable sofa to read once more. Alas, the book he had just read was reduced to ashes, and the restoration charm was ineffective on such remnants. Elegantly, he retrieved a previously purchased book, The Rise of Grindelwald. Tapping his wand upon the fragmented cover, the pages automatically peeled away. The fragrance of the book was rich. He found a complimentary bookmark enclosed and placed it at the last page. He opened the table of contents, scanned it briefly, then turned to the first page. In stark contrast to Alan's composure, the others in the common room were decidedly unsettled. Even the seventh years were awestruck by Alan's earlier display. Are you certain that individual is a philanthropist in the Muggle world? A bewildered second-year wizard pointed towards Alan, glancing at his companions. Well, Marcus, I too have been pondering that very question. The companion nodded earnestly, seemingly contemplating some philosophical quandary. The second-year wizard, known as Marcus, furrowed his brow and scanned the common room, his gaze settling upon a particular corner. Hey, Malfoy, do share why you chose to provoke Shelby during the sorting ceremony. Marcus inquired with genuine curiosity as he took a seat beside Malfoy, who appeared somewhat agitated by the question. Just as he was about to explode in anger, his eyes landed on Alan, who was quietly engrossed in a book from a distance, prompting him to lower his voice considerably. That wretched Shelby. Did you just witness the magic he employed? No. Are you still bold enough to claim otherwise? Marcus stared at Malfoy as if he were a simpleton. I doubt even the fourth-year prefect could match him. That spell was utterly foreign to me. Shouldn't you exercise some caution? As he spoke, Marcus gestured towards a group of fourth-year students nearby, observing that even they were apprehensive, and the portraits in the castle could clearly recount how Shelby had dealt with Jode. Indeed, I saw it quite vividly. Marcus had barely finished speaking when a voice suddenly interjected from beside them. They turned to find a plump portrait had spoken. Silence. I must seek out my father, that accursed Shelby, Malfoy exclaimed, glaring fiercely in Alan's direction, just as the door to the common room swung open. Alan Shelby? The crowd turned, revealing Snape. Chapter 20. The Stag Severus Snape remained clad in his ebony wizarding robes, his glossy hair always evoking a desire to market shampoo to him. Remarkably, wherever Snape went, a pin drop could be heard. This was no enchantment, merely the formidable aura that he exuded. Professor? Alan turned to see Snape, raising an eyebrow as he marked his place on page 23 and rose to his feet. What is it? Come to my office, Snape replied, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the common room, a look of confusion crossing his features. The common room had never been this quiet. Yet, without pondering too much, he led Alan out of the Slytherin common room, ascending the stairs until they halted before the portrait of a stag. Half-blood. This was the password. Upon hearing the words, the stag blinked its eyes with agility and then parted to reveal the edge of the portrait. Upon entering the office, the decor was minimalistic and orderly, devoid of any dust. The pure white walls were only interrupted by the crackling of the fireplace. Now, let us discuss the events that transpired at the camp of the itinerant wizards last night, Snape stated, his emotionless pupils fixated on Alan, only to unexpectedly discover that Alan's gaze mirrored his own, calm and devoid of sentiment. I believe I articulated my position quite clearly during the sorting ceremony, Professor, Alan responded, a hint of confusion in his tone. I know what you wish to convey, Snape interjected, pausing momentarily as his long fingers gestured with his wand. However, if there is indeed evidence, your stance cannot remain unchanged. Indeed? Take a look at this. Snape turned, retrieving a glass vial from the cabinet behind him. The vial was filled with a white substance, resembling gas yet not quite. With a flick of his wand, the white matter gradually emerged, forming an image in the air. Within the image were two figures. Alan recognized them immediately, Watson and Mundungus. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Voices emanated from the projection. Are you certain it is in northern England? I am certain, absolutely certain, those friends of the itinerant wizards are generally found there. Excellent, Mundungus. I possess your old debts. And if today, as inquiries become known to others, it shall not merely be a matter of those debts resurfacing. Yes, yes. I am aware of the Shelby family's capabilities. It will not be disclosed. The image abruptly ceased. Alan furrowed his brow before relaxing it. Professor, if you intend to use this as leverage against me, or to expel me, you may find your efforts fruitless. I am merely a lawful and compliant merchant. As for that muggle, I have no connection to him. Snape's gaze bore into Alan's, who remained unyielding, meeting Snape's stare. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally broke it. What was the title of the book you were reading in the common room? The Rise of Grindelwald. You bear a striking resemblance to him. Thank you for the compliment. Alan continued to fixate on Snape, uncertain of what the professor truly desired. Involuntarily reminding oneself, I possess your secret, is undoubtedly not without purpose. Do not gaze at me. This memory was not unearthed by my own efforts. Snape declared, with a flick of his wand. A chair materialized behind Alan. This was retrieved from the Ministry of Magic. And for this, Dumbledore intends to expel you. That may not come to fruition, Professor. According to Article 24 of Section 6 of the Educational Law in the Wizarding World, to ensure fairness in education, Hogwarts cannot expel a student without just cause, and the muggle in that memory has no connection to me. I am confident that he can be entirely unrelated to my existence. Alan responded without hesitation, causing Snape to furrow his brow deeply. I am assisting you. Snape narrowed his eyes. You must divulge your plan. I require no assistance and have no plan. The fact remains that those vagrant wizards are not connected to me. Silence ensued. Snape nodded slightly. Very well, you may leave. The ministry will arrive in a week. Alan nodded, returned the chair to its original position, and politely bowed to Snape. Good night, Professor. He then approached the door and opened it. Wait. During this week, the ministry has instructed Hogwarts to keep a close watch on you. Snape paused. Do not attempt to escape through the fourth-floor passage, the Floo network from McGonagall's office, or the Whomping Willow in the Forbidden Forest, and do not leave Europe. Alan hesitated, gazing at Snape's face, and bowed once more before departing. The office fell into silence once again. A faint smile crept across Snape's lips as he stood by the window, seemingly deep in thought, before rummaging through a nearby bookshelf. After some time, he discovered a dust-laden tome. With a flick of his wand, he tapped the cover, and the dust vanished in an instant. Sitting down, he picked up the book, opened the first page, and began to read. Viewed from the back, the title on the cover was discernible. Compilation of Statutes issued by the Ministry of Magic, 1855. He happened to have a copy in his study. The following day, sunlight streamed from the sky, illuminating the water's surface and filtering through the depths of the Black Lake, reaching Alan's bedroom. Alan adjusted his wizarding robe, donned black leather gloves, while a small, curled-winged creature, bloodless, perched upon his shoulder. You must remain here. Chirp, chirp. Even with that gaze, I shall not acquiesce. Chirp Bloodless chirped once, then settled on Alan's calf, appearing immovable. Do you believe I will relent? Chirp, chirp. Bloodless seemed to grow anxious, flapping its wings determinately as it burrowed into Alan's pocket. Remarkably, Bloodless' dark green wings spanned nearly 2 meters when unfurled, yet when coiled into a pouch-like form, it was no larger than 2 fists. How about this? Let us negotiate. Chirp, I will have Watson procure a climate blanket for you. How does that sound? Chirp, it adjusts temperature, humidity, and climate. Trust me, you will find it delightful. With a soft flutter, the creature departed from Alan's pocket, allowing him to finally leave the confines of his bedroom. The Hogwarts Great Hall was peculiar. It served not only as a dining area, but also as the assembly room for the entire school, occasionally doubling as a venue for examinations and dances. Upon arriving at the first-year table, Alan took a seat. After exchanging glances, the other first-year students subtly distanced themselves from him. It seemed the events of the previous night had been quite effective, and Alan relished the tranquility it brought. As he savored the somewhat dry turkey, accompanied by the Daily Prophet, a voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. "Mr. Shelby?" Turning his head, he encountered a timid, frail boy standing beside him, his gaze wavering. Sheno? The former underling of Malfoy, who had been a target of bullying in the common room yesterday, seemingly at the hands of Malfoy himself. You. Sheno stammered, desperately avoiding Alan's eyes, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I give you 3 seconds to express your core intention. My time is precious." "Mr. Shelby, I would like to be your friend." His tone carried a hint of uncertainty, as if fearing rejection would leave him without an escape. It appeared he sought a protector, hoping to transition from being Malfoy's follower to becoming Alan's. Alan calmly set down the Daily Prophet and cast his gaze toward the other end of the table. He sensed a surge of malice emanating from that direction upon Sheno's arrival, yet most of it dissipated under his scrutiny. A smile suddenly graced Alan's lips, though it lacked genuine joy, causing Sheno to grow increasingly flustered, fumbling for words. "Last night, when you intervened, I didn't want to." Alan's steady gaze locked onto Sheno's eyes, before recalling something and raising an eyebrow. "Let us do this." He straightened up, shaking off his earlier languor, and pointed towards Jode, a third-year prefect seated at the opposite end of the Slytherin table. Upon realizing he was being pointed at, Jode visibly panicked, hastily lowering his head to devour his food, pretending nothing was amiss. "That Jode, he was likely the ringleader of your torment yesterday." Alan continued without waiting for Sheno's response. "If you can make him see that you are afraid, then we shall be friends." With that, he finished the last morsel of turkey, adjusted his robes with gloved hands, and strode purposefully toward the staircase. Stunned, Sheno remained rooted in place, staring at Alan's retreating figure, lost in thought, beneath his wizarding robes. His trembling hand clutched his wand tightly, betraying his inner turmoil. No one knew what thoughts swirled within Sheno's mind. Chapter 21. The Uprising. I shall impart upon you the means to enhance your reputation, cultivate glory, and even stave off death, provided you are not the imbeciles and fools I frequently encounter. Snape's voice, deep and resonant, lingered in the subterranean classroom. Compared to yesterday, Snape's attire today was decidedly more casual. His black wizard's robe bore no embellishments, yet his presence was no less formidable. "Oh, Harry, why the hurry? We are already late." Ron's voice suddenly echoed from outside the classroom. Alan's eyelids flickered as he noticed Harry, perspiring profusely at the door, whose expression shifted abruptly upon catching sight of Snape. Yet Ron's voice continued unabated behind him. "He can only take 5 points from you. Didn't we just experience that in the last class? It's nothing." Just as Ron strolled leisurely to the doorway, he found himself face to face with Snape, plunging the atmosphere into a moment of tense silence. "Excellent, splendid. It seems our Mr. Weasley does not hold my class in high regard, and our Savior Potter as well. 20 points from each of you." In an instant, Ron and Harry had successfully incited the ire of every first-year Gryffindor wizard present. "Well, it appears you have yet to settle down. For your insolence towards the teacher, an additional 20 points from Gryffindor." Ron seemed poised to protest. 10 more points from Gryffindor." Snape's ominous voice interjected before Ron could finish. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow and, pulling the somewhat indignant Ron, took a seat. "What were you thinking provoking him?" Harry whispered as they sat beside Hermione, just close enough to Alan for him to overhear. "He's utterly unreasonable, but he's a professor. What can you do?" Ron began again, but Snape's deep voice interrupted once more. "Our Mr. Potter must believe himself to be the savior. Hence he thinks it permissible to converse during class." 10 points from Gryffindor. TSK. A classic case indeed. "Now, for today's lesson. You shall brew a potion for the treatment of rashes." Alan was somewhat surprised that Snape did not pose a question to Harry as he did in the original text. Before long, everyone retrieved their cauldrons and commenced chopping dry nettles. Surprisingly, Alan found the potion-making process remarkably straightforward. Merely following the textbook steps with care sufficed. Upon reflection, it made sense. They were merely children of the same grade, akin to how seemingly simple coloring and drawing could elude many young ones in a previous life. Soon, the classroom was filled with the delightful aroma of potions, and bang! Oh, Merlin's trousers, help. A voice cried from the back. It was Seamus. Alan cast a glance and witnessed a scene he would rather forget. A potion, resembling excrement, sprayed through the air, exuding an equally foul stench. And the cauldron containing this unsavory concoction landed squarely atop Neville's head. The remnants of spilled potion scattered around, emanating a horrific odor reminiscent of a foul breath from someone who had just consumed spoiled garlic and durian. The potency was overwhelming, leaving Alan feeling somewhat dazed. Fortunately, the cauldron had only just begun to brew, the temperature not excessively high. Yet, the thought of it being placed upon Neville's head was unbearable, akin to the sensation of being doused in excrement. Neville, with the cauldron atop his head, began to scream in panic, careening wildly through the classroom. The stench of waste, Neville's frantic cries, and the terrified shouts of their classmates formed a chaotic symphony. When Simon, covered in grime, raised his head in regret, he was met with a sight he never wished to witness. A furious Snape roared, his wand flicking, and the foul potion on the ground vanished. Yet, Neville continued his reckless charge, inadvertently heading straight for Snape. Bang! The dull thud echoed as the cauldron finally fell from Neville's head, his cries diminishing significantly. As he pushed aside his damp hair, matted with the sticky potion, Neville beheld a scene he would rather not have seen. He would have preferred his grandmother, adorned in her silly sewing cap, to strike him with her cane. Snape, splattered with Simon's potion, bore the most fearsome expression Neville had ever encountered. Fool! Snape's voice thundered once more, filled with ire. Within the classroom, the cauldron simmered gently, releasing a fragrant aroma. Miss Granger, have you been assisting Potter and Weasley in concocting potions? For this, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape's deep voice resonated through the room as he continued his patrol, conveniently arriving behind Malfoy, who wore a smug expression. He was certain that, in contrast to the foolish Potter, his potion would earn Snape's praise. After all, his father had a personal relationship with Professor Snape. Malfoy pretended not to notice Snape, intending to glance up just as the professor approached, feigning surprise at his arrival. Ready to bask in the anticipated commendation when Snape halted. Was he about to receive praise? Look, the offspring of the Malfoy family are indeed exceptional. With closed eyes and arms crossed, Malfoy awaited validation. Mr. Shelby's potion is superbly crafted. It clearly demonstrates the techniques I just described. 3 clockwise turns, 1 counterclockwise. Slytherin gains 20 points. Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, do you brew your potions with your eyes shut? Furthermore, your potion is on the verge of burning. Yet you stand there with your arms crossed, seemingly proud of your concoction. Might you engage your foolish brain? This is a classroom, not your podium for accolades. Thus, Slytherin loses 5 points. Malfoy found himself momentarily at a loss, bewildered by Snape's expression. Mr. Malfoy, if you could locate answers on the examiner's face during an exam, I would not impede your foolishness. I must inform my father. A surge of indignation coursed through Malfoy as he lowered his head, muttering quietly, careful not to let Snape overhear him. Meanwhile, however, Alan remained oblivious to Malfoy's predicament. Before him, a panel materialized, displaying Introductory Potion Brewing, Proficiency, 11-100, Description, achieving a certain level of proficiency in the study of potions unlocks alchemy. Currently, only simple potions can be brewed. Alchemy. To his astonishment, the plan to transform military ordnance into alchemical goods was beginning to take shape here. If he could indeed harness the power of alchemical weaponry, many of his challenges would find resolution. The issue of insufficient galleons would vanish, and the Shelbys, being a Muggle family, could arm themselves. At the very least, they would secure a foothold in the wizarding world. Chapter 22, The Classroom of Transfiguration for Constipation. Very well, everyone, you may dispose of the potion. Today, aside from Mr. Shelby and Miss Granger, each of you is required to submit a paper. Professor Snape's voice was devoid of emotion, prompting a chorus of groans from the students of both houses. He seemed all too accustomed to the sound of their collective dismay at the end of every class. The classroom still lingered with a pungent odor, hastening his movements as he tidied up the potion supplies. Once organized, He grasped the potion's textbook resting on the desk and made his way toward the door. Professor Snape? A familiar voice from behind caused him to halt. He turned. Mr. Shelby, what is it? Professor, I would like to consult you about a few questions. Snape raised an eyebrow, appraising Alan and casting a glance at the curious onlookers. Let us proceed to my office. Very well, Professor. Alan departed the classroom alongside Snape, under the scrutiny of their peers. Damn that old bat. Ron cursed as he cleaned his cauldron. Hermione furrowed her brow. How can you say that? Why not? Ron retorted angrily, wiping the remnants of potion from the edges of his cauldron. Merlin S. Pants, he docked 50 points from Harry and me on a whim. I cannot fathom what Mr. Shelby was thinking, daring to approach that old bat with questions. Ron muttered furiously, releasing his pent-up frustration, while Hermione watched him with concern, unsure of what to say. I do not share your sentiments, Harry interjected, tidying his potion materials without a moment's hesitation, prompting an astonished reaction from Ron. Blimey, you're actually defending that old bat? Have you forgotten what you just said? Ron exclaimed, slipping back into his previous tirade. Ron, we were the ones who arrived late. And if you reflect on what you said before entering the classroom, I would have docked you 50 points as well, Harry remarked calmly, fixing his steady gaze on Ron. Ron appeared taken aback by Harry's sudden shift in demeanor, a surprise mirrored in Hermione's expression as well. Harry, what has come over you? Are you actually fond of that old bat? Ron queried, his voice lacking the earlier fury. I am merely contemplating, Harry replied, as he gathered the potion ingredients into a cloth bag. Why is it that Mr. Shelby, even in the presence of that old bat, can elicit a change in his demeanor? How might I acquire such a skill? Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with hesitation. Ultimately, Ron was the first to react, speaking rapidly. Harry, you seem to have truly lost your mind. That old bat only favors Slytherins, and Mr. Shelby is undoubtedly one of them. Favoritism is to be expected. How could you think otherwise? I genuinely... Have you finished? Harry interrupted Ron's tirade. Ron's eyes were filled with disbelief, confusion, and anger. However, Harry had no inclination to tender Ron's feelings. He inexplicably recalled his time working for Mr. Shelby during the summer. Mr. Shelby's words rang true. Everything that transpires has its reasons. If one perceives an occurrence as ordinary, it only signifies one thing. You are a fool. He felt a growing desire to distance himself from Ron. Grabbing his bag, he departed the classroom at a measured pace, leaving Ron and Hermione in a state of bewilderment. Ron glanced at Hermione, rubbed his nose, and felt his ears flush. Today, Harry was undoubtedly acting strangely. Hermione remained silent for a moment, furrowing her brow. Indeed, Harry's behavior was peculiar today. See, I knew Harry, but the truth was he had indeed spoken correctly. Hermione's words fell upon Ron like a bucket of cold water, causing him to look at her in surprise. Oh, for heaven's sake, how can you say that? Hermione frowned deeply, shot Ron a disapproving glance, and exited the classroom. What on earth is happening today? Ron muttered, tidying his belongings, and, in a fit of frustration, suddenly hurled the cauldron, which clattered noisily, reflecting his profound sense of grievance and resentment. In Professor Snape's dimly lit office, a cauldron emitted a scent reminiscent of licorice. Seated behind his desk, Snape regarded Alan with keen interest, tilting his chin slightly. Speak, what is it? I would like to inquire about alchemy. Upon hearing this, Snape uncrossed his legs, raising an eyebrow. Alchemy? Indeed. What compels you to pursue such a subject? I wish to experiment with transforming certain Muggle items into alchemical objects. Alan's response deepened the furrow in Snape's brow. You must understand, the unauthorized modification of Muggle items is illegal. I recall you have read the laws of the wizarding world. What leads you to such a notion? Professor, I merely wish to learn. The office fell into silence. Snape, still frowning, crossed his legs once more and picked up a book from his desk. Alchemy is a subject reserved for fifth-year students and above. Moreover, Mr. Shelby, I believe you are currently under scrutiny from the Ministry of Magic. With that, he resumed flipping through his book. Alan understood it was time to leave. He bowed and exited the office. He could sense that Snape was not entirely opposed to teaching him, provided he could extricate himself from the Ministry's inquiries in a week. The thought of studying alchemy ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. After discovering the library's location, Alan borrowed a substantial number of books, prompting Madame Pants, the librarian, to repeatedly remind him to return them. The following day, in a classroom on the third floor of Hogwarts Castle. "Hey, Hermione, what luck today? Professor McGonagall isn't here for Transfiguration class. I thought my tardiness would cost me points again." Ron's loud voice suddenly echoed in the Transfiguration classroom. This lesson was attended jointly by Slytherin and Gryffindor, marking the first time both houses were under Professor McGonagall's tutelage. "Ron, how could you say that? Do you think it's acceptable to be late?" Hermione admonished Ron with her usual air of maturity, yet it appeared that Ron was oblivious to her counsel. Glancing around the classroom, he noticed only an orange cat on the podium and chuckled. "Hey, Harry, can you believe McGonagall has a cat? Look at the markings around its eyes. It's like it's wearing glasses." Ron casually tossed his backpack next to Harry's seat, avoiding eye contact. It was evident that Ron seemed eager to reconcile with Harry. Harry responded softly, feeling that he had perhaps been a bit harsh with Ron during their last potions class. Meanwhile, Alan was absorbed in studying his potions textbook, oblivious to the dynamics at Harry's end. He glanced at his watch. Where's McGonagall? He remembered her as a rather serious individual, not one to be tardy. Wait a moment. He recalled Ron's earlier comment about the cat on the podium. McGonagall could transform into an animagus. He had been focusing on potions lately. How could he have forgotten? Sure enough, it seems Mr. Weasley is quite dissatisfied with me. A stern female voice resonated throughout the classroom, and Alan turned to see that the cat which had been lounging was now nowhere to be found. McGonagall had appeared behind Ron without a sound. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Ron turned around, trembling, and locked eyes with McGonagall. Due to Mr. Weasley's disrespect towards the professor, Gryffindor loses 50 points, and you shall serve detention in my office this weekend. Furthermore, since Mr. Potter tacitly endorsed Mr. Weasley's insult, Gryffindor loses an additional 20 points, and you too will face detention. "Oh, Professor, you are the head of Gryffindor," Ron exclaimed in dismay. Harry's expression froze, his brow furrowing deeper, yet he remained silent. "All right, let's commence the lesson." McGonagall disregarded Ron's outburst and surveyed the students. She shared a few similarities with Snape during lessons, such as the ability to silence the classroom with a mere glance. However, compared to Snape, McGonagall seemed to require a deliberate display of sternness, while Snape could chill an otherwise lively gathering merely by his presence. After briefly outlining the lesson's content, McGonagall distributed a piece of wood to each student from both houses, instructing them to transform it into different shapes. This task was evidently beyond the capabilities of the novices who had just begun to study Transfiguration. Most students wore expressions of distress as they raised their wands, their faces reflecting a collective struggle. Alan had perused some Transfiguration books over the summer and had a general understanding of the principles. Yet he had never attempted such a transformation himself. Now, he had the opportunity to try. He took out his wand, contemplating the shape he wished to transform the piece of wood into. A rectangle. With a gentle flick of his wand, Alan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the transformation of the wooden block before him. After a considerable pause, he opened his eyes, only to find the block unchanged. The absence of any proficiency notification from the system left him questioning his aptitude for Transfiguration, particularly as his peers wore expressions of utter perplexity. Once again, he shut his eyes, mentally revisiting the fundamentals of the art. I must gain a clear understanding of the object's properties. The nature of the wood? It must be fibrous. Excellent. Now to channel my magical energy into it. The wand began to tremble slightly. Alan sensed that he had accomplished this initial step. Half the task was complete. Only the magical shaping of the wood remained. A pyramid. A pyramid. Merely a transformation of form. After a lengthy moment, astonishment erupted within the classroom. Congratulations, Miss Granger. A perfect sphere. Gryffindor receives 20 points. Professor McGonagall, usually as frigid as ice, displayed a rare smile as she held up Hermione's wooden block, now a flawless circle. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Alan stared in disbelief at the wooden block before him. No, he distinctly recalled executing each step correctly. Chapter 23. Those demons always like to pressure me. Furrowing his brow, Alan meticulously contemplated the steps he had just undertaken. Logically, Every step had been executed flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Transformation, the essence of matter. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The magic he had acquired, Magic Storm, seemed to embody the essence of transforming his body into a tempest. Although this spell bore resemblance to a skill derived from Druidesque Hall, the principles he employed while conjuring the Magic Storm in the lounge appeared akin to his current endeavor with the wood before him. Entranced, Alan grasped the piece of wood. This is a fragment of myself. This is a fragment of myself. With a gentle tap of his wand against the wood, he refrained from forcefully imbuing it with magical energy. Instead, he initiated an exploration of the wood's interior with his magic, delving into each fiber, every atom, and all the molecules. Then, with a mere thought, the magic did not directly alter the wood. It was as though he were conversing with the wood, articulating the shape he wished it to assume. The magic permeating the wood at a molecular level resonated with his intent, comprehending his desires. This obstinate piece of wood, which had tormented him for half a lesson, began to stir slowly. It appeared his efforts were not in vain. Perhaps a pyramid shape? That seems somewhat rudimentary. Let us transform it into something more familiar. As his thoughts shifted, the wooden block at the tip of his wand began to flow and reshape, as if reverting to its primordial state. This section needs to be finer. Here it should be elongated, and this part, make it thicker and sturdier. Alan closed his eyes, immersed in concentration. Perhaps due to his deep focus, a circle of onlookers had gathered around him, silently observing the transformation taking place. Hermione, watching Alan's state, widened her eyes in astonishment. It appeared that Alan was effortlessly inducing the wood to morph. She was the first among the students from the two houses to successfully achieve this feat, yet it had demanded considerable exertion on her part. After all, forcibly manipulating the wood into a spherical shape, although labor-intensive, was the quickest method for a novice to grasp. Glancing at those around him, Alan noted that even Professor McGonagall was captivated by the wood in his hands. The professor's eyes sparkled with admiration, evidently more appreciative than when she had first witnessed his transformation into a sphere. Hermione bit her lip, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. But as her gaze fell upon the other students' wood, she noticed that their pieces remained unchanged since they had been distributed. This realization somewhat restored her sense of equilibrium. Unbeknownst to Alan, the external world had shifted. He felt he was on the brink of completion. Just a few details remained, the patterns here and the rifling within. The block of wood had now morphed into a beautifully crafted handgun, with exquisite engravings and crisp lines that showcased its opulence. At the grip, there lies a distinct emblem resembling a seal, the exclusive mark of the Shelby family, a cross pattern encircled. The wooden pistol, it was insufficient, inadequate. As the magic surged into the wood, he felt akin to a creator. The act of conjuring a firearm from nothingness, embellishing it with various adornments, rifling, and intricate designs was immensely captivating. He yearned to transform the texture of the pistol. He had perused tomes on advanced transfiguration, which might have contained insights regarding texture. However, Alan harbored doubts about the authenticity of the transmutation knowledge within those books, suspecting that many methods varied from person to person. His current approach was entirely dissimilar to what was described in the texts. To transmute this piece of wood into a handgun involved a direct communion with the magic residing within. So, could he not also manipulate this magic to convert it into steel? With that thought, Alan gradually attuned himself to the magic within the wood, meticulously exploring its properties, and then endeavored to rearrange the different molecules in varied sequences. No, that was incorrect. This way, the wooden handgun would merely become slightly harder. Instead, he directly commanded the fusion of wood and magic, infusing his will into the magic, which began to consume every molecule of the wood. Meanwhile, onlookers led by Professor McGonagall gazed at the piece of wood in Alan's hand, which now shimmered with a miraculous metallic luster along its edges. Oh heavens, what a genius act! But it was perilously dangerous, McGonagall murmured, while other students in the crowd looked at Alan with uncertainty, then glanced at the piece of wood quietly resting at their own desks. In Slytherin, a frail figure sought to find a space amidst the crowd to observe Alan's transmutation process. This was Xenon. He sniffed. using what was evidently a second-hand wizard's robe to wipe the sweat from his wand. In his other hand, he nervously clutched a finely crafted triangular piece of wood, trembling slightly from exhilaration. He never anticipated that among the few in their two houses capable of performing transfiguration, he would accomplish it in the very first lesson. Moreover, the results surpassed that of the Gryffindor girl, Granger. After all, in comparison, his wood was evidently more resilient. Unfortunately, he had hesitated to inform Professor McGonagall of his achievement first, allowing Granger to seize the moment. Yet, that mattered little now. He was determined to demonstrate to Mr. Shelby that he was not a worthless failure. After all, even the proud Granger had managed to converse with Mr. Shelby. He had no reason not to. Finally finding an empty spot in the crowd, it afforded him a clear view of the piece of wood in Mr. Shelby's hand, curious about what form it had taken. Zenon leaned in closer, suddenly taken aback. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. It was a metallic pistol. Though it retained a hint of its wooden essence, it was evident that it had nearly taken shape. Zeno sniffed, momentarily unable to process his surroundings. Once he regained his composure, he was met with a chorus of astonished murmurs from the crowd, signifying that Mr. Shelby had concluded his demonstration. He could hear Professor McGonagall's voice. "Well done, Mr. Shelby. How did you transform wood into metal?" Following, that was Alan's response. "There's nothing to elaborate on. When I aspire to become someone, I diligently contemplate the prerequisites for achieving that goal, and transfiguration is no different." The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices a cacophony. Yet Zeno remained rooted to the spot, Alan's words resonating in his mind. "When I aspire to become someone, I diligently contemplate the prerequisites for achieving that goal." It was as if a vision unfolded before him. He recalled Alan's intervention in the common room just days prior. The third-year bully Jode loomed in his mind like an inescapable demon. Alongside him were Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. He felt genuine fear, for these demons seemed perpetually intent on tormenting him. That night, Alan appeared. The demon was like a fattened pig awaiting slaughter, sent crashing against the table by Alan's force. The echoes of Jode's screams lingered in his ears, impossible to shake off. Suddenly, he felt a nudge from a fellow student, causing the triangular shape he had just transfigured to slip from his grasp and tumble to the ground. The wooden piece struck the protruding corner of a chair on the classroom floor, shattering into fragments. Chapter 24. I feel as though this is just the beginning after acclimatizing to life at Hogwarts. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Hermione and Harry had come to seek his company, extending an invitation to join them for tea with Hagrid. However, Ron was notably absent. Coincidentally, Dumbledore had dispatched a letter the previous day, requesting that Alan visit his office at noon on the upcoming Saturday. This matter undoubtedly pertained to the camp of the Wandering Wizards, prompting Alan to decline Harry and Hermione's invitation. Judging by Snape's demeanor, it appeared that if he successfully navigated the Ministry of Magic scrutiny, the man might offer him some leniency. However, the crux of the matter lay with his own system task. In his pursuit of gaining the trust of the esteemed wizard, Alan ultimately resolved to seek Dumbledore's favor. Although it was highly probable that the old man was aware of his involvement with the Wandering Wizards, as long as he evaded capture by the Ministry, he could later appeal to Dumbledore's sense of integrity. After all, even someone like Mundungus could become a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Snape had been notably attentive to him at the Academy, not merely hinting at his potential escape during their last encounter in the office, but also alerting him in advance about Mundungus's impending betrayal, thus allowing him to brace himself psychologically. As Alan diligently absorbed the myriad of knowledge within Hogwarts, the day finally arrived when Snape opened the grand door to the Slytherin common room. "Shelby, follow me," Snape instructed, and they departed the common room. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, the corridors were nearly deserted. Most of the upper-year students had ventured to Hogsmeade, while the younger students remained in the common room. "We are heading to Dumbledore's office. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Crouch, has arrived. He's quite mad. Half of the inmates in Azkaban owe their confinement to him, while the other half is attributed to a certain Auror named Moody." Snape spoke as if in casual conversation. Yet Alan, having spent time with him recently, understood this to be a cautionary remark. The two ascended the staircase, reaching the 8th floor corridor. where Snape halted before a grand door adorned with dragon motifs. "Nosebleed," he commanded, and the door swung open, revealing a magnificent golden spiral staircase that descended magically. "Let us proceed," Snape said, and they ascended the staircase, whereupon they could faintly discern voices from above. "Dumbledore, you cannot say such things," a middle-aged wizard's voice resonated, devoid of any agitation. Once Alan entered the room, he found Dumbledore's office brimming with people. At the forefront stood Dumbledore himself, flanked by McGonagall, both seated behind a large desk. Opposite them sat 4 or 5 neatly attired ministry officials, their robes emblazoned with a clear English inscription and an eagle emblem signifying their affiliation with the ministry. The leading figure, a tall man with piercing eyes, directed his gaze toward Alan. "Ah, you must be Mr. Shelby. I am head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You may refer to me as Mr. Crouch." Upon witnessing Alan's entrance, Crouch stepped forward, deliberately maintaining a facade of intimidation, eager to instill a sense of pressure upon Alan. However, to his dismay, he found no trace of the panic he had anticipated on Alan's countenance. Instead, it bore an expression of serene composure. A closer examination of Alan's eyes evoked an inexplicable sensation within Crouch. "Director Crouch, a pleasure," Alan said slowly, removing his black gloves with care, extending his hand to shake with Crouch. "Headmaster Dumbledore, your student has slaughtered over 30 innocent lives, yet here you are, conversing with me so nonchalantly. To be frank, I'm quite taken aback." Crouch did not glance at Dumbledore, but squinted at Alan as he spoke, prompting the ministry officials behind him to advance a few steps. Alan could discern that these individuals were no ordinary wizards, their left hands subtly rising, as if poised to draw wands at any moment. "Are you intending to apprehend my student at Hogwarts without the headmaster's consent?" McGonagall's voice cut through the tension, intensifying the charged atmosphere within the office. Dumbledore sat quietly in the high-back chair at the center, his gaze, framed by half-moon spectacles, focused intently on Alan. Very well, but Dumbledore, you witnessed that memory. It is a recollection that Mundungus can personally attest to." Crouch furrowed his brow, casting a glance at McGonagall before looking back at Dumbledore. Upon receiving Dumbledore's tacit approval, Crouch fixed a strained smile upon Alan. Alan cast a sidelong glance at Dumbledore, who appeared detached and unconcerned. His stance was unmistakable. He preferred to remain uninvolved while upholding a semblance of fairness. Whoever emerged victorious would receive his support. A cunning old fox indeed. With a flourish of Crouch's wand, an image materialized in the air, accompanied by sound, identical to the scene Severus had shown Alan in his office that fateful night. "I am certain it was in the northern part of England. Yes. I am aware of the Shelby family's capabilities. It shall remain confidential." Mundungus's voice rang in Alan's ears, gratingly familiar. Even upon a second hearing, Alan felt an inexplicable, simmering ire within. He had not anticipated that Watson, possessing incriminating evidence against Mundungus, encompassing various crimes such as embezzlement, tax evasion, theft, and collusion with criminals, would still dare to implicate himself. Such audacity from Mundungus was perplexing. Wait a moment. Alan glanced at Dumbledore, who sat composedly in his chair. Mundungus lacked the courage for such an act, yet Dumbledore possessed it. Thoughts raced through his mind, and in an instant clarity emerged. He had always presented himself publicly as a philanthropist, a paragon of virtue, without solid evidence. Dumbledore's dismissal of him would undoubtedly provoke discontent among the faculty and students. After all, how could one expel a student who radiated such integrity without just cause? Yet Dumbledore was undoubtedly aware that those rogue wizards had been eliminated under his guidance. From Dumbledore's perspective, this student undeniably embodies the traits of a cunning, ambitious, and highly adept at disguise dark wizard of the 3rd generation. This year coincidentally marks Harry Potter's enrollment, and should he be allowed to roam freely within the school, he may very well disrupt Dumbledore's carefully laid plans with unforeseen complications. Therefore, he discreetly instructed Mundungus, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, to expose him. It was a case of utilizing another's hand to achieve his own ends. Even if the Ministry of Magic failed to eliminate him, Dumbledore could readily take the field to advocate for Alan, seeking justice from the Ministry. However, the game has only just begun. Mr. Shelby, I have heard that you have established the Shelby family in the Muggle world, and this audacious Muggle who dares to threaten wizards is one of your own, is he not? Chapter 25. Lucius Malfoy within the headmaster's office. The atmosphere was tense and charged. Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, spoke in a measured tone, exuding confidence and resolve. The evidence lay plainly before them. He doubted that Alan could concoct any further excuses to absolve himself. It appeared that Azkaban was about to welcome a new underage offender. This Muggle, named Watson, was indeed a member of the Shelby family that you established, and our witness, Mundungus, has made the most commendable decision of his life, to align himself with the just cause of the Ministry of Magic. Crouch remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Dumbledore, and added, despite his prior transgressions, this time he might atone for his past. Yet, he noted with surprise that there was no trace of panic in Alan's emerald gaze. Did Alan intend to argue with him? Or was he simply unafraid of Azkaban? Here, if one inadvertently steps on another's foot, they might graciously dismiss it. But in Azkaban, should you tread upon another's toes, do you know what they would say? Crouch's voice rose suddenly, aiming to instill fear. They would exclaim, "Are you blind? Come here and clean it up." Alan nodded slightly, but replied, "Unfortunately, I will not be entering Azkaban. According to Section 5, Article 23 of the Underage Wizard Protection Act, if a young wizard hails from a Muggle family, any infractions committed by their relatives under wizarding law or the statute of secrecy are not applicable to the young wizard. Should the offending relative possess no magical ability, the Ministry must transfer the case to the Muggle judicial system." Crouch's expression turned sluggish, his gaze upon Alan burning with fury. Professor McGonagall, standing beside Dumbledore, cast a bewildered glance at Alan, only to turn and find Dumbledore unresponsive. Noticing the calm demeanor of Snape in another corner, she observed that neither he nor Dumbledore exhibited any sign of surprise. "Your student has recited the wizarding law verbatim, and yet you both remain unfazed?" She doubted whether Alan had foreseen Crouch's arrival or had made prior arrangements. That seemed improbable. Apart from Dumbledore, only she and Snape were aware of the Ministry's impending inquiry, and she had not disclosed this information to Alan. As for Snape, it was inconceivable that the Bat would favor a student, particularly at the risk of offending the Ministry by revealing the impending investigation to Alan. Indeed, Crouch suddenly chuckled, his teeth clenched, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Alan. "Truly, lad, I underestimated you. I have presided over the trials of most Death Eaters, and they invariably trembled in my presence, readily confessing their crimes. Yet you, it seems, are far more troublesome." "But," Crouch remarked, casting a glance at a nearby Auror. The Auror understood the unspoken cue, and with a subtle flick of his wand, a gray light fell upon the floor. After a brief pause, a series of knocks echoed against the door of the headmaster's office. "Enter," Crouch responded. As the door opened, a tall figure stepped inside. Alan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this individual, whose golden hair cascaded over his shoulders, and whose pale blue eyes bore an expression of indifference as they glanced back, revealing two companions behind him. The two individuals flanking the golden-haired man were all too familiar to Alan. They donned tattered gray wizard robes, and their hoods had been removed, unveiling their sallow faces. They were two vagrant wizards, shackled and deprived of their wands. Alan's previously relaxed brow furrowed in concern. This was troublesome. These two must be the vagrants who had escaped that fateful night. After all, the dark magical artifact he had employed to prevent apparition had its limitations. It was impossible to completely encircle the entire encampment of vagrant wizards. This oversight had allowed these two to slip through the cracks. "It's him," one of the vagrants exclaimed, fear etched upon his features as he stared at Alan. "Yes, he was present that night, when those Muggle machine guns opened fire on us, without mercy." The other vagrant lamented, recounting their countless duels throughout their lives, each a battle of spells exchanged. But that night, this young wizard had arrived with reinforcements. They had anticipated a battle of wizards, a skirmish of numbers. Instead, it was a relentless barrage of bullets. There was no way to evade them. Just as he cast a spell, thousands of bullets rained down upon him. It was the most humiliating defeat of his wizarding career. "Lucius, thank you," Crouch said softly, nodding at the golden-haired man. Alan looked up again, scrutinizing this Lucius. Lucius? The father of Malfoy, an immensely powerful figure within the Ministry of Magic and the head of the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28. Alan was taken aback by Lucius's unexpected presence. "Now, let us see who we have here. Mr. Shelby, are you acquainted with these two?" Crouch inquired, his gaze fixed on Alan. For reasons unknown, he had been seeking to discern a glimmer of the fear he had witnessed in the eyes of the Death Eaters when they were brought into the interrogation room. Unfortunately, this young wizard did not appear particularly perturbed. "Albus, Minerva, observe this dear student of yours. He has slain so many vagrant wizards outside." McGonagall's expression turned complex as she regarded Alan, recalling how just days prior he had transformed a wooden block into an exquisite pistol during her transfiguration class. "Well then, Mr. Shelby, perhaps you should accompany our Department of Magical Law Enforcement Aurors to Azkaban. In a week's time, you shall ascend to the Wisengamot's judgment seat, where our impartial adjudicators will determine your fate of eternal confinement within Azkaban. Rest assured, I have many old acquaintances within those walls who will attend to your needs. Alas, Mad-Eye Moody is not present this evening. He relishes witnessing the terror etched upon the faces of the most despicable criminals." With that, Barty Crouch waved his hand. The surrounding Aurors stepped forward, wands at the ready, intending to apprehend Alan. Alan cast a wary glance at the encroaching Aurors, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated whether he could possibly extricate himself from this predicament. Yet, he refrained from taking action. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I have something I wish to convey," Alan said slowly, directing his gaze towards Dumbledore, who had remained silent throughout the proceedings, a smile gracing his face. Observing the smile upon Alan's face, Dumbledore was inexplicably overtaken by a sense of foreboding. Something was amiss. Having witnessed the entire affair, it was evident that Alan's every action hinted at him being the next generation of dark sorcery. Dumbledore found himself wishing fervently that Crouch would hasten to detain Alan and initiate the trial, thereby nipping this dangerous potential in the bud. However, that night, Harry Potter and I remained together, serving as outsourced assistants to the Shelby family, aiding in the expulsion of those wandering wizards. Chapter 26. Oh no. Have I become a criminal? Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The serene expression that once adorned Dumbledore's face had vanished. He could perceive the calmness in Alan's eyes, a calmness that indicated Alan had meticulously prepared for contingencies long before this moment. And there were many. Most importantly, Harry. How could he possibly be there? Hadn't he instructed Hagrid to fetch Harry in advance? Logically, the Dursleys would never so easily allow Harry to enter the wizarding world. Only Hagrid could have employed force to liberate him from their clutches. Yet, he now learned that Harry had followed that Dark Lord's third generation to slaughter an entire camp of wandering wizards. And how had Alan discerned his plan? To use Harry as a final contingency. No, it was possible that he had more up his sleeve. To consider Harry as one of his trump cards, Alan must have had a profound understanding of his intentions. In contrast to Dumbledore, whose thoughts were tumultuous, Snape, fully aware of Dumbledore's schemes, remained surprisingly composed, albeit somewhat astonished. He scrutinized Alan once more, nodding subtly in acknowledgement. Then, he turned his gaze to Lucius, his old friend. Lucius had said nothing today, his silence starkly contrasting with his usual demeanor, which was quite peculiar. As if sensing Snape's scrutiny, Lucius turned to meet Snape's eyes, subsequently smiling and nodding before returning his focus to the unfolding events. "You have just confessed to your crimes, have you not?" Barty spoke as if oblivious to the gravity of the situation, while Alan's calm demeanor resonated once more. "No, you just stated that you were indeed present that night. And you were with Harry." Barty's tone grew frantic. Although it seemed Alan had exhausted his words, the moment he spoke, a sense of urgency gripped Barty's heart. He had to silence Alan. Fortunately, the evidence of guilt was now laid bare before all, and even McGonagall would not dare to intervene. He subtly gestured to the Aurors surrounding Alan. In an instant, they sprang into action, the two positioned behind Alan, pointing their wands at his back. A flicker of light illuminating the air. Alan felt his body weaken, a realization dawning that he could not articulate a word. As his strength ebbed away, he lost his balance and began to fall, but several Aurors caught him, each securing an arm. Few Barty exhaled in relief at this scene. Now all that remained was to imprison Alan in Azkaban. Even if he were to grant Alan 1,000 opportunities to speak, it would be futile. This insufferable little criminal was undoubtedly the most troublesome individual he had ever encountered. Well, perhaps his own son could be included in that list. Suddenly a voice, aged and authoritative, resonated through the air. Barty froze momentarily. He had intended to swiftly remove Alan, regardless of any pleas for mercy. Yet this was Dumbledore's voice. He was not the foolish fudge. He could discern the weight of matters at hand. He had to halt. Damn it. Director Crouch, I sense that, Mr. Shelby has yet to fully express his thoughts, and numerous matters remain unsettled. We cannot permit an individual who may well be innocent to be consigned to Azkaban. Can we? Silence ensued. To the astonishment of McGonagall, Lucius, Crouch, and others, Dumbledore unexpectedly allowed Alan to speak. Those gathered here are astute individuals. They can discern that Dumbledore, the venerable figure, has maintained a stance of indifference, waiting passively for Alan to enter Azkaban. Yet now, he has taken a definitive stand. A surge of indignation flared within Crouch's chest, but upon meeting Dumbledore's piercing gaze, he was compelled to suppress his fury. Severus, lift the curse, allow him to finish. Dumbledore commanded. Snape raised his eyelids to regard Dumbledore, then calmly disregarded the surrounding Aurors, his wand directed at Alan. No incantation was uttered, yet a luminous beam suddenly emanated from the wand, striking Alan. A warm flow surged through Alan's body, and he felt as though he could once again articulate his thoughts. However, something fell amiss. He sensed that Snape had not only cast a counter curse, but had also employed restorative and invigorating spells, instilling within him an inexplicable exhilaration. Gradually rising, he cast a glance at Snape, who wore his customary frigid demeanor, one that repelled all. Alan turned his gaze toward Crouch, slowly breaking into a grin. Mr. Crouch, do not push me. Crouch clenched his teeth, incredulous that such a young wizard could provoke him so. Yet, feeling Dumbledore's gaze upon him, I intend to push you. Alan's voice was calm, akin to a small stone cast upon a tranquil lake. I know what weighs heavily on your mind. Every individual possesses their vulnerabilities, and I merely grasped what each person holds dear. As Alan spoke, his voice slithered into Crouch's ear like a devil's whisper. Moreover, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. As if recollecting something significant, Alan adjusted his suit. Before I cleared the camp of rogue wizards, I encountered something rather intriguing in Diagon Alley. Would you care to hear about it? Something felt amiss. Crouch sensed the elusive smile on Alan's face and recognized the disquieting shift. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. He could only allow Alan to continue speaking. Please, do share. Your generosity is commendable. Let us behold this memory. Perhaps I might require the use of Headmaster Dumbledore's pensieve? As Alan spoke, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, puzzled by how Alan knew of his pensieve. Yet he waved his wand, causing a pensieve to soar onto the table before Alan. Alan's wand touched his temple as he rummaged through his memories. Then a white, gaseous substance emerged, drawn forth like fine threads, which Alan guided with his magic into the pensieve. Well, perhaps you all ought to witness this memory, Alan remarked, his gaze shifting to Snape, who, expressionless, cast a spell into the pensieve. The mysterious liquid within the meditation basin suddenly surged forth, transforming into a gaseous form, revealing an image suspended in the air. It depicted a secluded corridor where a ragged-robed, vagrant wizard stood, his voice echoing into the office. Keen observation, young one. My subordinates require sustenance, therefore. Avada. This was the moment when the vagrant wizard was intercepted. The scene abruptly halted just as the wizard began to cast a spell. McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that a vagrant wizard would dare to act in Diagon Alley. However, Snape, Lucius, and Crouch had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Yet, why had Alan chosen to disclose this memory? My esteemed Director Crouch, as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Managing these vagrant wizards surely falls within your purview? Alan's voice resonated softly. These vagrant wizards initiated the attack upon me with the intent to kill. I merely retaliated against them. But they attacked you first in Diagon Alley. This has no bearing on your annihilation of the vagrant wizard camp. You remain a criminal. Crouch narrowed his eyes, struggling to maintain his composure. With Dumbledore's backing, Alan could have easily found a few excuses to extricate himself from culpability. Yet, why entangle himself with Crouch? No, perhaps our director Crouch, burdened with responsibilities, has overlooked certain details. Fear not, for I can assist you in recalling them. Alan stepped forward with a smile. In fact, prior to 1855, the Ministry of Magic had enacted some rather peculiar statutes. I have researched this. At any time, all wizards are bound to adhere to these laws. It is known as the Wizarding Declaration. In the 5th article of the Wizarding Declaration, it asserts that to safeguard the rights of wizards, should one ascertain that their life is in danger, and provided there is evidence, it constitutes lawful killing. Conveniently, the individuals within the vagrant wizard camp appear to be wanted criminals within the wizarding community, do they not? Since my actions fall under the realm of lawful killing. And, as the esteemed head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, your subordinates have just witnessed, right before your eyes, a spell being cast upon a lawful and compliant wizard. Pray tell, does your behavior not constitute a crime? Once Alan finished his statement, Crouch felt a sudden chill run down his spine. This is bad. Very bad. Am I now a criminal? Chapter 27. Taking sides. Crouch was in a state of utter panic. Who among the employees of the Ministry of Magic would dare to peruse every single piece of legislation upon entering? It was simply inconceivable. Even the members of the Wisengamot could not possibly memorize all the statutes, considering the multitude of former ministers, each one having enacted several decrees, rendering the task insurmountable. If Alan were accused of violating a specific minister's edict, it would be a simple matter to procure an arrest warrant from Fudge, the rotund minister, and resolve the issue. However, this was the Wizarding Declaration. Blasted hell. This document was penned at the very inception of the Ministry of Magic in Britain. Such a weighty piece of legislation established the guiding principles of the ministry, akin in significance to the Declaration of Independence in North American Muggle society. No, these decrees were instituted during the ministry's founding, a necessity due to the insufficient number of Aurors, designed to protect wizards from the nefarious intentions of criminals. When faced with an assailant, one ought to report to the Aurors, not resort to the wholesale slaughter of all offenders. Crouch hastily argued, realizing the gravity of the situation. He could not bear this burden. If he did, his political career would be irrevocably shattered, an irretrievable fate from which no family could rescue him. So, Mr. Crouch, as the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, are you questioning the legitimacy of the Wizarding Declaration? Crouch's words were suddenly stifled in his throat. This was dire. An eerie silence enveloped the office. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, casting a glance at Alan. Earlier, when the Aurors had detained Alan, he had presumed that Alan was out of options. Yet here he was, confronting a monumental issue. Indeed, the weight of this declaration was colossal, an entity more ancient than the combined ages of all present. Even Dumbledore found it burdensome. Had he not noticed McGonagall's eyes, now alight with fervor? That gaze was reminiscent of her most impassioned moments. A headache loomed. He turned towards Snape, whose expression remained as impassive as ever. Did he not feel the urgency? This young wizard, poised to become the next Dark Lord, was on the verge of bringing the director of magical law enforcement before the Wisengamot. Meanwhile, Lucius, who had been observing the unfolding drama with quiet amusement, adjusted his golden locks and listened intently. As the head of the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28, he frequently graced the Wisengamot. This was his first encounter with a wizard invoking the Wizarding Declaration in such a manner. His keen instincts, honed through years of commerce and politics, sensed that this young wizard was destined for even greater endeavors. Before Lucius, one of the detained vagrants raised his head, casting a look imbued with a flicker of hope towards Alan. His gaze was vacant, as if lost in contemplation. "Thorn, what troubles you?" inquired a companion in a hushed tone. Realizing he had momentarily drifted into a trance, The vagrant named Thorn snapped back to reality. As he prepared to speak, he caught the piercing gaze of an Auror nearby, prompting him to lower his head once more. Well, Mr. Crouch, if you wish to contest the legitimacy of the Wizarding Declaration, I have no further words. However, should you acknowledge its validity, it may be prudent for us to visit the Wisingamot. Alan's voice resonated, sending a shiver through Crouch's body. No, you cannot. This is... Crouch fixated on Alan's eyes, his mind racing with images of the Death Eaters and criminals he had dispatched to Azkaban over the years. If he were to enter Azkaban, those individuals would surely tear him apart. Moreover, he had a son, Mr. Shelby. Dumbledore's voice suddenly pierced the tension, his gaze fixed on Alan with a complex expression. I believe Mr. Crouch has not fully contemplated the implications of his actions. As for the matter of the itinerant wizard camp, we shall no longer pursue it, correct, Mr. Crouch? Listening to Dumbledore, Crouch quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed, you are entirely in the right. The Ministry shall not investigate this matter further. I was entirely within my rights, but you, Mr. Crouch, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, have engaged in an unlawful act today. Furthermore, in the presence of Professor Dumbledore, I harbor serious doubts regarding your contempt for this century's most illustrious white wizard, Mr. Dumbledore. Alan deliberately emphasized the identities of Crouch and Dumbledore, then turned his gaze towards Dumbledore. The latter felt the weight of Alan's indifferent stare. This was dire. He too was now ensnared. Earlier, Alan had offered no resistance to the Aurors, and Crouch had shown no inclination to allow Alan to continue speaking before effecting the arrest. This was indeed troubling. Crouch's actions appeared to be unlawful, leaving him with no justification to absolve Crouch. He had been outmaneuvered. Indeed, I believe Mr. Shelby articulates a valid point, Professor Dumbledore. As the preeminent white wizard of this century, perhaps you ought to advocate for justice on behalf of Mr. Shelby. An unexpected voice interrupted, turning heads. It was Lucius. This was problematic. Lucius had entered the fray. A man of Lucius's caliber, known for his opportunism, only aligned himself with causes he deemed advantageous. Moreover, the Malfoy family's influence was not to be underestimated. Lucius disregarded Dumbledore's gaze, calmly addressing Crouch. Director Crouch, our Malfoy family has always upheld the principle of justice, and in this matter, we shall wholeheartedly support the rightful side. I will ensure that the Daily Prophet takes note of this issue, allowing the public in our wizarding community to oversee the proceedings, and I shall also confer with Minister Fudge. As Lucius spoke, he turned his attention to Alan, stepping forward with an elegant yet courteous smile. Mr. Shelby, your commitment to justice today has been commendable. I am Lucius Malfoy, head of the Malfoy family. Extending his hand, Lucius locked eyes with Alan. After a brief pause, Alan smiled, removed his glove, and shook Lucius's hand. Alan Shelby, the head of the Shelby family. After shaking hands with Alan, Lucius nodded respectively to Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape before striding out of the office. Crouch stood in a daze. Snape cast a surprised glance at Alan, then at Dumbledore. If there is nothing further, I need to attend to my students, he stated, seemingly uninterested in awaiting Dumbledore's response, and exited the office with determination. Chapter 28, by the way. How should I go about suing you? Can I leave now? Alan's voice abruptly pierced the silence in the office. Dumbledore gazed quietly at Alan, then shifted his attention to Barty Crouch, while McGonagall stood by, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I still need to compose my paper for Professor Flitwick, Alan stated calmly, donning his gloves as he approached the office door and opened it. Oh, Mr. Crouch, may I inquire about the proper procedure should I wish to file a lawsuit against you? Alan's footsteps halted, as if he were inquiring about the day's weather. Crouch felt his blood pressure surging once more. Gritting his teeth to suppress his rising ire, he spoke, his voice trembling before his subordinates, the surrounding Aurors. Simply send a letter to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They will respond with forms for you to complete, which will then determine the hearing date. Very well. Thank you, Alan replied with a polite smile before striding out of the office, leaving Crouch trembling violently. McGonagall hesitated, observing Crouch, suspecting that Alan's question had greatly vexed him. Ah, Professor Snape. I seem to have left my book in the office. You may proceed to write your paper." "Very well." A murmur of conversation echoed at the doorway, followed by Snape entering the office. Upon seeing Crouch, he raised an eyebrow. "Director Crouch, it appears Mr. Shelby is exonerated today?" As the words fell, McGonagall noticed Crouch trembling even more. "I left the book I used for class here. My apologies." Although Snape's expression remained as aloof as ever, McGonagall could discern that he was in a notably good mood today. "All right, let us depart with these two itinerant wizards. McGonagall, I require the use of your Flynn network." Crouch gritted his teeth with effort, and McGonagall nodded. Soon after, Crouch led the Aurors and the two wandering wizards out of the office. "Severus, you seem rather cheerful today." As the office fell silent once more, the departing individuals had left, leaving McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore behind. McGonagall inquired. Snape raised an eyebrow, organizing his books on the desk. "Not all. I have never seen you show favoritism toward any student. It seems you hold a particular regard for that, Shelby." McGonagall's words resonated again, and she noticed Snape's hand falter momentarily in his task before he resumed his work as usual. "I'm unsure why you would think that, but I believe it is rather impolite to speculate upon another's thoughts, Professor McGonagall." "Very well. I shall also visit the staff common room to check on the week's divination reports. Until we meet again." McGonagall furrowed her brow, evidently displeased by Snape's earlier unrelenting remarks, and exited the office. Just then, Snape completed his task and made his way toward the office door. "Severus, Minerva's words were indeed astute. I have never witnessed you favoring any student." Snape paused momentarily, his brow furrowed, as one would expect a headmaster to speak with greater precision. "Ah, it seems I inadvertently employed both the restoration charm and the excitement charm while assisting Mr. Shelby with his spell earlier." Dumbledore's voice echoed softly. Snape, having just pushed open the door to his office, momentarily hesitated. Yet, it was but a fleeting instant before he continued to open the door as usual, departing without uttering a single word. Minerva was somewhat irked today, not solely due to Snape's perennial cold demeanor towards everyone, but primarily because she was contemplating a matter of her own. Having been a teacher for 30 years, she found herself feeling rather weary. As she strolled through the corridors of Hogwarts, she should have addressed Professor Trelawney regarding her habit of frightening the children with ominous prophecies in divination class. Yet her mind was elsewhere. Professor Trelawney, the divination instructor, was a middle-aged woman adorned with thick, round black glasses. Strangely, ever since Trelawney's employment, she had taken to concocting absurd prophecies for the first-year students each year. For instance, she would declare, "Tomorrow, you shall be crushed by a muggle truck in your bedroom." Or in a month's time, "A rat will target you, crawling into your mouth and choking you to death." Minerva had admonished Trelawney on numerous occasions, yet that wretched seer persisted in her folly. She could not fathom why such a fundamentally illogical subject as divination warranted its own discipline. Upon reaching the third-floor corridor and gazing at her office door, Minerva hesitated. She was aware that the old seer was inside. After a moment's contemplation, however, Minerva chose not to enter her office and instead headed for the staircase. It felt stifling. Perhaps a stroll outside the castle would do her good. She recalled that Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor, was likely tending to her greenhouse outside. Professor Sprout was a plump woman, gentle in her interactions with both colleagues and students, and Minerva often enjoyed visiting her. Having just traversed the Great Hall and exited the castle, she beheld the distant Black Lake, its surface calm, which lifted her spirits considerably. Just as Minerva was passing the edge of the lake and approaching the greenhouse, a sudden loud shout reached her ears. Blast! Her legs froze in place. The voice seemed oddly familiar, emanating from another direction. She glanced at the distant greenhouse, sighed, and proceeded toward the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, at the location for which the voice had erupted, Ron brandished his wand, casting spells with fervor, glaring fiercely at Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe across from him. Beside him stood Harry, who was also reciting spells with haste. Suddenly, Ron felt a warmth in his chest, followed by a peculiar sensation as if something had suddenly accumulated within his stomach. Ron suddenly bent over, expelling a massive glob of mucus that cascaded from his mouth like a torrent, provoking a fit of triumphant laughter from Draco across the way. Beside him, Goyle and Crabbe seeing Draco's amusement, joined in with their own boisterous, pig-like snorts. You! Ugh! Ron had just lifted his head to hurl a few choice words when his stomach churned once more and another slimy mass erupted from his mouth onto the ground. A sight most repulsive. Even Harry, standing nearby, instinctively distanced himself from Ron. "Oh, what are you doing?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Draco ceased his laughter. Yet Goyle and Crabbe continued to emit their raucous, wild boar-like guffaws. It was only when Draco delivered a sharp slap to the back of their heads that the laughter came to an abrupt halt. Goyle, with his corpulent frame, stood momentarily stunned, his sluggish mind struggling to comprehend why Draco had struck him. He scratched the back of his head, lost in contemplation. But upon raising his gaze once more, he was met with the furious countenance of McGonagall. Chapter 29. The Biting Cabbage Since the Commencement of the Term. Harry had never witnessed Professor McGonagall in such a state of fury. "Harry! Oh, I had thought you to be a good child. And you, Weasley. What on earth is going on?" Harry felt somewhat wronged. Just in the previous lesson, Gryffindor and Slytherin happened to be attending Professor Flitwick's charms class together. Professor Flitwick had instructed them to practice the Lumos charm. Yet Harry found himself utterly incapable of producing the spell, which drew mockery from Malfoy. Initially, Harry had no intention of acknowledging Malfoy. However, he recalled Ron's indignant words. "Oh, Harry, that little git Malfoy insulted you. If I were you, I would definitely give him a thrashing." Ron had uttered this same sentiment by the Black Lake, inadvertently allowing Malfoy to overhear. When Malfoy approached to inquire, Ron had promptly taken matters into his own hands. Casting a glance at Ron, who was bowing his head and absorbing the reprimands while occasionally winking at Harry, it seemed that Ron had grown accustomed to such scolding. A fleeting thought of Mr. Shelby crossed Harry's mind. He appeared to have never received a reprimand from anyone. How had he managed that? Before long, Professor McGonagall had assigned them all detention, which would extend through every weekend of the semester, until her anger subsided. Harry remembered his arrangement with Hagrid to visit his hut for tea over the weekend. Now, that plan was utterly dashed. As Professor McGonagall departed, Harry cast a cold glare at Malfoy, while Ron vehemently pointed at him, exclaiming, "Malfoy, look what you've done. Now we are all in detention." Malfoy merely scratched his nose, rolled his eyes at Ron, and muttered something about how the Weasley family was too large to afford anything, which only served to infuriate Ron further. "Malfoy, how dare you say such a thing? Let's have a duel, wizard to wizard. Right this evening," Ron declared passionately. "Harry, what do you think? We should challenge him to a duel. He called you a broken wand in class." Harry observed the fervent indignation on Ron's face. He furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of hesitation. Ron was genuinely standing up for him, embodying the loyalty of a true friend. Yet, Harry had no desire to engage with Malfoy or partake in any absurd duel. But under Ron's watchful gaze, and glancing at Malfoy, whose expression bore a mocking semblance that seemed to taunt him with the notion of cowardice, Harry found himself saying, "A duel it shall be." Ron excitedly patted Harry on the shoulder, proclaiming, "Yes, we shall best Malfoy. Tomorrow night, in the trophy room. Do not be a coward." Malfoy sneered as he departed, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. Watching Malfoy's retreating figure and listening to Ron's encouragement, Harry felt an inexplicable restlessness within. This strange agitation lingered throughout the afternoon's herbology class. However, more troubling news awaited him. The Gryffindors and Slytherins were to share yet another class, which meant he would have to confront Malfoy's insufferable demeanor once more. "Hey, Potter, it seems your impoverished friend has a peculiar fondness for the snotty slug." In the greenhouse, Malfoy leaned in and whispered something to Harry, prompting Ron to erupt in a fit of excitement, unleashing a torrent of profanities. "Oh, Weasley, how could you utter such words? 10 points off for Gryffindor. Consider this a warning." It was rare to see Professor Sprout so agitated. "Ron," Hermione hissed, but Ron merely grunted in response, offering no further explanation. What on earth was happening? Hermione queried, perplexed, but neither Ron nor Harry was inclined to clarify, leaving her bewildered about her friend's behavior. The lesson focused on transplanting a rather aggressive cabbage, a plant notorious for its danger. It would lash out with its sharp leaves whenever a wizard approached. Only a specific calming charm could render the biting cabbage unconscious for the transplanting process. In an effort to foster unity between the two houses, Professor Sprout had deliberately paired Gryffindor with Slytherin. Fortunately, Harry found himself not grouped with Malfoy, but rather with Alan Shelby. Are you suggesting you wish to duel Malfoy? Well, yes, Mr. Shelby, Harry stammered. Alan regarded Harry's indecisive expression with a calm gaze, making no verbal response, instead fiddling with the biting cabbage before him. To Harry's astonishment, the once ferocious biting cabbage, which had nearly severed his finger moments ago, seemed utterly docile in Alan's hands. As Alan's fingers approached, the cabbage appeared to brighten, retracting its razor-sharp edges and gently caressing the palm of his hand. However, as Alan's hand retreated, the cabbage quickly ensnared his fingers with its leaves, as if reluctant to let them go. Yet, Harry's focus was elsewhere. He hesitated before speaking again. Mr. Shelby? Yes. I was pondering why I'm often criticized, particularly regarding Malfoy. At the sound of Harry's words, Alan's calm gaze finally met his. Feeling the weight of Alan's attention, Harry instinctively lowered his eyes. Despite Alan no longer being his superior, he found himself unable to maintain eye contact. The reason for this predicament lies with your friend, Mr. Weasley. I believe you are not blind to that fact. His tone was detached, lacking warmth. But Ron was standing up for me. He meant well. Oh, Harry failed to grasp Alan's implication, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Reiterate what you just said. But Ron was standing up for me. He meant well. Alan, noticing Harry's hesitation, remained silent, continuing to toy with the biting cabbage before him. Harry pondered his own words, lost in thought. In the distance, he could hear Professor Sprout guiding other students. Look, the first student to successfully transplant a venomous tentacula, Zeno. How did you accomplish that? Yet, Harry remained ensconced in his own world until Alan's voice resonated once more. My friends do not make me uncomfortable. They only encourage me to achieve my aspirations. But he was also speaking on my behalf. Yes, he speaks for you. But is it truly for your benefit? Harry lowered his head in silence, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from Professor McGonagall's first lesson, recalling Alan's words. When I aspire to become a certain person, I contemplate the qualities necessary to embody that identity. Chapter 30. No, has it truly come to life? Harry always felt that Mr. Shelby could effortlessly dissect any matter. While Harry was lost in thought, Harry, Alan, Professor Sprout's voice rang out, tinged with evident anger. Harry glanced over to see Professor Sprout approaching, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. The other students had successfully transplanted their biting cabbages, while their pots remained empty. Professor Sprout, typically a gentle soul, had never appeared so incensed before. I have diligently taught you today, yet you have shown no earnestness in engaging with the lesson. For this, both Gryffindor and Slytherin shall each lose 5 points. Harry lowered his head, unable to meet Professor Sprout's gaze. Once again, he found himself reprimanded, though this chastisement was shared with Mr. Shelby. Professor, I apologize, but it was not my intention to neglect the transplantation of the biting cabbage, Alan interjected calmly. Professor Sprout paused, her brow still knitted as she pointed at the biting cabbage before Alan. Alan, you have always been a commendable student. This is not only my sentiment, but also that of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and even Snape. Yet today, you have deceived me, and your excuse lacks conviction. As she spoke, Harry felt a palpable sense of unease. He could not comprehend why Mr. Shelby would resort to such a flimsy excuse. He could even feel the reproachful gazes of his classmates upon him. After all, both Gryffindor and Slytherin had been penalized. Malfoy, seemingly unfazed by the deduction of points, was casting a scornful look at Harry and Alan, a sneer on his lips. It appears our illustrious savior and his companion believe that being a savior exempts them from fulfilling class requirements. Malfoy mimicked Snape's tone, eliciting laughter from Crabbe and Goyle. Crabbe, Goyle, just as they were about to present one of their pumpkin pasties, Professor Sprout's voice cut through. How dare you laugh? I instructed you to cast spells, and, instead, you impaled a biting cabbage with your wands. Crabbe and Goyle seemed to struggle to grasp Professor Sprout's words until Malfoy delivered a sharp slap to the back of their heads. Now, Alan, tell me, what is the matter today? Professor Sprout inquired, turning her gaze to Alan, who merely shrugged. Professor, I do not have a habit of lying. The biting cabbage informed me that it was rather reluctant to leave its pot. Upon hearing this, Professor Sprout furrowed her brow, glancing at the biting cabbage before her, then back at Alan. Typically, Alan performed admirably in class, and she was loath to punish him. However, today, Alan's transgression was too trivial. Compounded by the absurdity of his excuse, one even a troll would find implausible. She could hear the laughter of their peers surrounding them. It would be unacceptable to forego punishment. Professor Sprout furrowed her brow, poised to deduct points from Slytherin, when she suddenly noticed Alan reaching his fingers towards the venomous tentacula. "Oh no, stop!" Professor Sprout exclaimed, but it was already too late to draw her wand or intervene directly. In the next moment, the venomous tentacula slowly extended its razor-sharp leaves towards Alan's palm, retracting its blade-like edges as if it were a docile kitten. As Alan's fingers gently caressed it, the leaves appeared to unfurl with delight. Not only was Professor Sprout astonished, but the surrounding students stared in bewilderment, especially those who had recently been bitten by the plant. Didn't he bite you?" Professor Sprout murmured in disbelief, beginning to wonder if this particular venomous tentacula was unusually tame. She cautiously extended her hand towards the plant. However, the instant her hand neared the plant's sensory range, it seemed to become agitated. All but the leaf being stroked by Alan began to thrash violently. Its sharp spines danced threateningly in the air, signaling danger to anyone who glanced at them. Professor Sprout was utterly perplexed. She had interacted with these plants for decades, yet this was her first encounter with such behavior. How peculiar. Could it be that Alan truly communicated with the venomous tentacula? "Professor, I have an immature request. To be precise, it is a request from the venomous tentacula itself," Alan said, his brow knitted in concern. "May I purchase this venomous tentacula? It does not wish to remain in the greenhouse." As Alan's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the other students. Had Alan made this statement earlier, they would have dismissed him as a fool, even considering his recent actions against the third-year prefect, Jode. Yet witnessing the once dreaded plant, now gently swaying in Alan's grasp, shifted their perspective. "Very well. We saw nothing," someone murmured. "Purchase it?" "Yes, although it sounds absurd. This venomous tentacula has conveyed to me, well, it does not aspire to be merely a greenhouse plant. It desires to be a brave one." Flourishing in the wild, Alan rubbed his temples. He felt the call of the druid, and while communicating with the plant was not an issue, the message it conveyed was rather embarrassing for him to articulate. Yet, he had no choice. The venomous tentacula implored him to express these sentiments. The greenhouse fell into a brief silence. However, this stillness was fleeting. Professor Sprout, seasoned in her experience, was familiar with wizards who could communicate with magical creatures or plants, having read about them in books, particularly the druids. Nonetheless, she remained skeptical. "You may need to transplant it into that flower pot, as it is an asset of the school." "Very well. My apologies for the trouble, Professor," Alan remarked. And then the onlookers were witness to a scene they would never forget in their lives. The voracious cabbage slowly extricated its roots from the pot. Following this, more roots emerged. Then, the roots gradually supported themselves against the ground, moving with an octopus-like grace as they crawled out of the pot and into another. The roots gently burrowed into the soil, solidifying as the earth enveloped them. Could it be? Had the voracious cabbage attained sentience? Chapter 31. Is it bullying you? As Alan departed from Professor Sprout's greenhouse, the echoes of Sprout's shouts calling for Merlin lingered in his ears. In his hand, he clutched a rather peculiar plant known as the venomous tentacula. Under the sun, the tentacula appeared to bask in warmth, gradually unfurling its leaves, displaying itself like a maiden emerging from a bath. The tentacula accompanied him throughout the afternoon, even attending a charms class taught by Professor Flitwick. Due to the presence of the tentacula, Professor Flitwick took a moment to expound on a soothing charm specifically tailored for the plant. Though it seemed the tentacula was not particularly fond of such enchantments. Notably, the climate carpet from the little quibbler had arrived. Upon unwrapping the package, the enormous carpet unfurled magnificently. Fortunately, it was mealtime in the hall, and due to his notorious reputation in Slytherin, few dared to sit near Alan. The climate carpet was quite remarkable, By merely uttering the exclusive charm provided by the shop, the carpet could be adjusted to create a climate of Alan's liking, a chilly, subtropical forest, with a gentle drizzle falling from the overcast sky, punctuated by the occasional caw of crows. Carrying the sizable carpet back to the dormitory inevitably drew attention, prompting Alan to employ the shadow concealment skill he had acquired from the Quibbler. As soon as he returned to his quarters, he found an additional soft presence beside him. "Little Quibbler, your climate carpet, and I've also brought you a new companion," Alan remarked, placing the climate carpet aside and setting the pot containing the tentacula on the windowsill. Although the Slytherin dormitory was situated beneath the Black Lake and thus lacked sunlight, Alan had promised the tentacula occasional outings, and it had consented. "Little Quibbler." In recent days, the little creature had emphasized its fascination with the climate carpet each time Alan drifted into slumber. Yet at that moment, it showed no interest in examining the new carpet, but instead flitted its wings and approached the tentacula, curiously nudging its small head closer. Chirp! Strangely, upon the little creature's approach, the tentacula refrained from retaliating with its sharp leaves. The little Quibbler extended its head into the pot, inspecting the roots of the tentacula with curiosity. Chirp! 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 Suddenly, the little creature squawked, and Alan observed the tentacula gripping the tip of the Quibbler's wing with its sharp leaves. Approaching them, he noted that the tentacula seemed devoid of malice, its grip gentle and inquisitive, likely sensing the Quibbler's curiosity rather than harboring any ill intent. As for the Quibbler's cries, they were merely expressions of surprise. Seeing this, Alan lost interest in the antics of the two small beings and instead turned his attention to the system panel, delving into his studies. Host: Alan Shelby. Inheritance: Call of the Druid. Magic: Basic Magic Power LV2, Shadow Concealment Max, Magic Storm Max. Spells: Lumos Proficient, Accio Proficient. Click to expand. Current task: gain the trust of any great wizard in the wizarding world. Reward: Inheritance of the Great Wizard. First, Alan casually opened spell. Lumos Proficiency, 45,500 Proficient. Description: emits a blinding light, illuminating the darkness. Alan had forgotten when his proficiency had increased, but it was evident that as time passed and he employed more spells, his mastery would inevitably grow. He pondered when he might be able to cast spells silently. Previously, in Dumbledore's office, he had observed that every wizard present effortlessly utilized the silent incantation. Naturally, at such an advanced age, it would be rather foolish not to possess that skill. Closing the spell panel, his thoughts shifted back to his task. Initially, he had intended to win over Dumbledore, only to find that the esteemed wizard harbored deep distrust towards him. Dumbledore seemed to perceive him as nothing more than a dark sorcerer. How could he, a legitimate and law-abiding merchant, be viewed in such a light? This sentiment was even expressed in front of Minister Fudge. Should Fudge dare to challenge him, Alan would not hesitate to bring the matter before the Wisengamot. It appeared he would need to devise a plan to assess Voldemort's situation. Recently, he had attended Professor Quirrell's class, but had found it to be rather dreary, leaving him utterly bewildered regarding the subject matter. Voldemort seemed disinterested in Quirrell's teachings. Perhaps he should concoct a scheme to draw Voldemort out during the next lesson? As Alan pondered, he suddenly felt something soft pressing against his chest. What now? Coo, are you really being bullied by a biting cabbage? Coo. All right, not bullied. Let us check out your new carpet. You might find it to your liking. Alan dismissed the creature with a few words, his brow furrowed as he contemplated his financial situation. His supply of galleons was evidently dwindling, despite having previously obtained 200 galleons from head boy Jode in his third year, and selling a wand to Ollivander for 2 galleons. Though that old man was rather unscrupulous, his current total was only around 1,400 galleons. For a competent merchant, the stagnation of his galleon earnings for over a month was utterly intolerable. Galleons. Ah, yes. Snape had mentioned that if he could pass the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic, he could learn about alchemy. Mastering alchemy would allow him to transmute weapons into valuable alchemical items, thereby beginning to amass galleons. Glancing at the time, he realized it was still early. Half-Blood. This was the password to Snape's office, marked by the image of a stag on the door. Indeed, Even the portrait at the entrance of the office bears the shape of Lily. Professor? Alan's calm voice echoed in the stillness of the office, where the only sound was the gentle bubbling of potions. As he crossed the threshold, he observed Severus Snape seated before a cauldron, his gaze intently fixed upon the concoction within. Beside him was an unexpected presence, dressed in a tattered second-hand robe, stained with years of neglect. It was evident that the individual had made an effort to wash it, yet the marks remained stubborn. The frail figure seemed as though a mere gust of wind could topple him, occasionally sniffling. Xenon, Professor Snape. Alan endeavored to lower his voice, striving not to disrupt Snape's concentration. Wait, I'm teaching a student. Snape did not turn his head, remaining absorbed in his potion-making, seemingly nearing the final stages. After a flick of his wand, the cauldron erupted in a radiant glow, possibly a result of some special incantation. Golden Legend echoed a haunting phrase from Alan's past life in his mind. Xenon, are you ready? Do you understand? Xenon remained focused on the potion, undeterred by Alan's entrance, and nodded. Professor, may I take a small sample back for further study? As you wish, came Snape's characteristic cold response. Xenon earnestly produced a glass vial he had prepared in advance and proceeded to fill it with the potion from the cauldron. Upon completing his task, he sniffled, muttering his thanks to the professor, and lifted his gaze. It was only upon seeing Alan that he seemed to notice him, pausing momentarily, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Shelby. Alan could not shake the feeling that Xenon had undergone some subtle transformation of late. Nodding casually, he turned his attention to Snape. Noticing Alan's gaze, Snape addressed Xenon. You may leave now. Xenon nodded, carefully placing the vial of potion into his pocket, cautious not to break it. Goodbye, Mr. Shelby, Professor Snape. The door closed. Professor, regarding alchemy. Alan ventured to ask, why do you wish to learn alchemy? Snape inquired from his chair at the center of the office, his hands propping up his chin as he fixed his gaze on Alan. Alan sensed a more tempered demeanor emanating from Snape this time. To transform munitions into alchemical substances, Alan replied without hesitation. A profound silence enveloped the office. Chapter 32. The Philosopher's Stone, what did you say? Repeat that. Snape paused, gradually sitting up and probing his ears, seemingly in disbelief. I said I wish to transmute weaponry into alchemical artifacts. Silence. A deathly silence. Transmute weaponry into alchemical artifacts. The words were pronounced with clarity and conviction. Snape hesitated, his mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, Alan maintained an air of calm, as if he had merely remarked, Hey, brother, what a lovely day it is. Why would you do such a thing? I require a substantial amount of galleons. And what does that have to do with the production of weaponry? Alan furrowed his brow, carefully organizing his thoughts before speaking in a composed manner. Firstly, as you can see, I merely brought a group of muggles and a cache of weapons to eliminate that band of rogue wizards. This demonstrates that weaponry is indeed far more effective than the killing curse or any such spells. Should such items flood the market, it would ignite chaos within the wizarding world. After all, something that can threaten lives at will is incredibly desirable for wizards. I believe you're more aware of the dangers within the wizarding community than I am. Another silence ensued. This time, Snape appeared considerably less composed. Even his long-practiced, icy demeanor faltered. Weaponry. That is, for heaven's sake, weaponry. Even without magic, it can slay wizards. And you intend to let this enter the market? Suppressing his expression with a furrowed brow, he asked, Do you comprehend the implications of such items entering the marketplace? I do. Then you still dare. Professor, you have assisted me in the past. I do not wish to conceal anything from you. Pause it. I recall there exists a weapon of terrifying power in the Muggle world, one that even all the wizards in Britain could not withstand. It is called the hydrogen bomb. Yet, the inventor of it did not go down in infamy. Snape raised an eyebrow. The spell itself is not the issue. The problem lies with the wizard who wields it. Do you remember that boy, Zeno, from earlier in the office? Since arriving at Hogwarts, he has been mercilessly bullied. Alan's voice was calm, and Snape seemed to recall something, falling silent in response. But if I could provide him with something that could eliminate his enemies at will, would he still be bullied? Snape's gaze became murky, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Alan chose not to elaborate further. You should know that the prerequisite for alchemy is a profound understanding of potion making. Only after mastering potions can one begin to learn alchemy. However, I cannot teach you such things. Snape concluded, fixing his indifferent gaze on Alan. I need galleons. I understand, but I cannot allow you to do this. I do not wish to witness my student become the third Dark Lord. Silence. A lengthy pause. Professor Snape, have you ever experienced the pangs of hunger? Alan posed a question, then continued to narrate, his gaze wandering as if lost in memory. Ah, Professor, you are undoubtedly aware of my background. My father vanished 2 years ago. Throughout this time, I vividly recall that my foremost dilemma was, what should I eat? Professor, do you know what I consumed a month after my father's demise? I wonder if you have ever experienced such a plight. I feasted upon a rat indeed, a rat from the sewers. I was merely 9 years old that year. I had to suppress my revulsion, crouching by the rat hole for an entire afternoon. All in pursuit of that wretched creature. I severed its head, eviscerated it, and boiled it in water, all for the sake of Muggle currency. That curse mark. Alan appeared somewhat agitated, as if becoming aware of his own emotions. He collected himself and continued his narrative. I apologize, Professor. I endured a month of consuming rats because my father had taken all our money before leaving home, leaving me with only 1,000 marks. Even after liquidating our possessions, I could only muster 200 marks. Poverty, yes, poverty. The existence of a wandering wizard is hardly a life, Professor. You should grasp my meaning. A brief silence enveloped the office. Alan's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond. Snape's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Alan, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation evident. Yet it vanished almost instantaneously, leaving one to question its very existence. I cannot teach you. Snape's voice bore no emotion. Alan understood it was time for him to depart. He slowly rose and bowed to Snape. Regardless of whether instruction was forthcoming, the man had nonetheless rendered him assistance. Turning, he opened the door. If you have an interest in advanced potion making, perhaps you should explore the origins of the Philosopher's Stone, and make sure to visit my office every Wednesday evening. Remember, every Wednesday evening, you'll be confined in my office due to your desire to create alchemical weaponry. I must instill some lessons in you. Snape's voice called out from behind, still devoid of emotion, followed by the rustling of pages. Alan paused, turning to find Snape still engrossed in his books, not glancing up. With a wave of his hand, he signaled Alan to leave promptly, advising him not to disturb his reading. Alan silently bowed once more, adjusted his black wizarding robe, and exited the office. With a sigh, Alan released the tension he had been holding. He had gambled correctly. Snape, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, had previously defied Dumbledore's stance to assist him. Although it was merely a trivial matter and would not affect Snape's relationship with Dumbledore, it represented a crack for Alan. By crossing the threshold, having received even a minor favor, he had elicited a positive response. Thus, when he next made a more substantial request, consistently garnering positive reinforcement, that small crack in the other would inevitably widen. Just as he had previously mentioned in Dumbledore's office, everyone possesses a weakness. He simply seized upon each individual's vulnerabilities. This is something that Alan has never revealed to anyone. Even if he were to pen his life story, readers would remain oblivious. They would only be aware of a legitimate and law-abiding merchant, quietly contributing to the magical realm. He is Alan Shelby, an unsung hero. Traversing the corridors of Hogwarts, he made his way to the library, where he discovered numerous tomes concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Alan had no intention of studying the stone itself. Indeed, upon learning that the stone could fulfill his aspirations, he had already resolved to acquire the sole Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. His purpose in borrowing these volumes was also to avert any suspicion from Snape, preventing him from uncovering his scheme. Currently, the stone should still reside in a room along the right corridor on the 8th floor. However, it is certain that in the original narrative, Dumbledore was aware of Voldemort's intrusion into that chamber to seize the stone. After all, even Alan is familiar with certain triggering auditory charms. Should anyone enter the auditory trap he has set, he would be informed of the situation. Should he attempt to steal it directly now, he would undoubtedly fail, falling into the clutches of that cunning old fox, Dumbledore. The only viable strategy should be Voldemort. Chapter 33. Well done. Stay spirited, Don't lose face in the Slytherin common room. The atmosphere was notably lively this evening. Alan was comfortably nestled in the coziest sofa, a spot he had claimed since the very first day of term. Curiously, whenever he settled into this particular seat, a 5-meter radius around him remained devoid of any company. Alan relished the solitude. At this moment, he was deeply engrossed in the study of a piece of parchment before him, a dissertation on transfiguration. The unfortunate aspect was that Professor McGonagall, recognizing his exceptional aptitude in the subject, had assigned him several advanced papers typically reserved for upper-year students, and he was the sole recipient of such challenging tasks. For instance, this particular paper posed the question, if one were to transfigure an elephant into a cup, what would be the essence of that cup? A splendid inquiry indeed. However, the only word inscribed on his parchment thus far was in the upper left corner. To make matters worse, it seemed Professor McGonagall had shared his magical prowess with other professors, resulting in an array of his assignments across various subjects being replaced with even more formidable topics. Consequently, he found himself dedicating countless hours to extensive reading. Fortunately, this endeavor also served to enhance his proficiency in the respective subjects. At that moment, Host Beginner Transfiguration Proficiency 1, due to his unparalleled commitment to reading. His skills in spells and transfiguration were rapidly advancing. His innate talent for transfiguration was particularly pronounced, leading to the most significant enhancement. Beginner Transfiguration, Proficiency 289-500, Proficient. Description: conducts the most fundamental material transformations, altering the appearance of substances. Note: upon reaching master-level proficiency in beginner transfiguration, one may progress to intermediate transfiguration. Alan remained uncertain about the specifics of this master level, but he was resolute in his understanding that gradual learning was imperative. Just as he picked up another book, the door to the common room swung open. "I knew I would undoubtedly shine in tonight's duel," a bright voice declared, followed by a cascade of signature blonde hair. It was none other than young Master Malfoy. Upon spotting Alan in the distance, Malfoy's voice lowered dramatically, and his steps slowed. Accompanying him were 3 figures, Goyle and Crabbe, munching on pumpkin pasties, clearly relishing their treat, and a thin, scruffy boy whose tattered robes betrayed his impoverished status. This was not Goyle, don't you agree? Tonight, I shall surely torment that fool Harry until he returns home to his deceased mother. Ha ha ha, Malfoy proclaimed. Yet no echoes of affirmation emerged from his companions. Goyle? He turned around only to find Goyle still engrossed in his accursed pumpkin pasty. Smack! Malfoy delivered a resounding slap to Goyle's nape. Goyle's body jolted, causing the pumpkin pasty in his hand to tumble to the ground. "My pumpkin pasty! It's ruined if it falls," he exclaimed. "Draco, what are you doing?" Hastily, Goyle bent down, picking up the fallen pastry with his mouth and indulging in it with great delight. Malfoy observed Goyle devouring the pasty on the floor in silence. He recalled that Goyle had not been this foolish before. Truly, Goyle had never been this foolish. But wait, could it simply be that Goyle's mind was a bit muddled today? Malfoy cautiously glanced at Crabbe, delivering another slap to his nape. Smack! Crabbe's pumpkin pasty fell to the ground. "Draco, why did you hit me?" Crabbe exclaimed, glaring at Malfoy with irritation. Malfoy exhaled, relieved that Crabbe seemed somewhat normal today. Wait, what was he doing? Crabbe, in his anger, rolled his eyes at Malfoy and then, just like Goyle, slowly bent down. He picked up the pasty from the ground and began to enjoy it as well, even licking the remnants off the floor. "Malfoy!" He turned to Pansy and called, "Wormtail, come here." Pansy approached with a silly grin, and Malfoy appeared quite pleased with her demeanor. He slowly withdrew a pumpkin pasty from his pocket and handed it to her. Pansy accepted it with some confusion, only to suddenly feel a slap to her nape. Smack! The pumpkin pasty once again landed on the ground. Malfoy regarded Pansy with a probing gaze. She looked at him, then down at the pastry on the floor, bewildered. "Why don't you pick it up? I don't want to eat it." "Fool, I meant for you to eat it." Malfoy scolded angrily. "Oh." Pansy, looking timid, picked up the fallen pasty. "Fool, don't you know that food on the ground is not fit for consumption?" Malfoy scolded once more. Pansy stared blankly at the pasty in her hands, then, under Malfoy's expectant gaze, discarded it onto the floor. only for nothing further to happen. Smack! Unlike Goyle and Crabbe, Malfoy directly slapped Pansy's face. She simply smiled, seemingly unbothered by the slap. Observing this, Malfoy lost interest and settled onto a nearby sofa. That wretched Potter is set to duel me tonight. I wonder if I should inform Filch about this, perhaps to ensnare Potter a bit? Malfoy mused over this matter, considering that Harry and Ron were two individuals. Meanwhile, his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, were still kneeling on the ground, licking their pumpkin pastries. Master Malfoy, I believe you alone could easily overpower Potter and Weasley, Pansy stated earnestly, as if she genuinely believed it. Malfoy, flattered by her admiration, lifted his chin confidently. Of course I can. Though, it would be more entertaining to bring Goyle and Crabbe along. After all, it would be rather dull without an audience to witness me vanquish Potter and Weasley, Malfoy added, to which Pansy nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe it to be so. Let us vanquish that Potter and Weasley. Stay spirited, young Master Malfoy. Uphold the honor of Slytherin. Zeno articulated each statement with precision, striking at Malfoy's vanity. Excellent. I shall confront them tonight. I will defeat Potter and Weasley, declared Malfoy. Yes, Master Malfoy, crush them. Zeno replied with a smile. Indeed, let Potter learn a lesson. Malfoy continued. Yes, the valiant Master Malfoy is embarking on a quest. Zeno's laughter grew louder. Unfortunately, young Master Malfoy failed to realize that Zeno's laughter this time was the most genuine joy experienced at Hogwarts. A heartfelt delight. Chapter 34. The Trophy Room. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat quietly in a corner, engrossed in the pages of a book. Beside him, Hermione meticulously inscribed onto a piece of parchment. After a considerable time, Hermione set down her quill, stretched, and turned to see Harry's focused demeanor, offering him a faint smile. Harry, what is the matter with you today? You seem like a different person. Ron just called you to watch the Quidditch practice, and you didn't even go. Harry casually turned a page of his book, and from Hermione's vantage point, she could just make out the title, The Complete Compendium of Ministry Decrees, 1855. I simply do not wish to go, Harry replied in a disinterested tone. Hermione scrutinized Harry with a mix of curiosity and concern, feeling that this expression was somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered it before, though she could not quite place it. Are you unwell? No, I merely wish to read. Her confusion deepened, but then a realization seemed to dawn upon her, her eyes lighting up as she spoke. Could it be because of the duel tonight? I'm back. Harry, Hermione. Hermione's thoughts were interrupted as Ron entered, prompting her to turn back to Harry. Is it because you're about to duel Malfoy tonight? Are you too anxious? Hence the book. As Ron approached, his eyes sparkled with excitement. I knew it. Tonight, we shall bring Malfoy to his knees. Ron settled down next to Harry, causing the sofa to sag and jostling Harry from his reading. Harry adjusted his book and shot Ron a glare, leaving Ron perplexed. No, Harry replied tersely. What? Both Ron and Hermione stared at him in bewilderment. I have no intention of dueling. I want to read and then go to sleep. Silence ensued. Hermione exchanged incredulous glances with Ron, both reflecting the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. What is going on? No way? Ron exclaimed in disappointment. How can you say that? I don't understand. You've been acting like a different person these past few days. Hermione, however, smiled with relief. She had not wished for her friends to take unnecessary risks, and she was clearly pleased with this turn of events. You cannot do this. We had agreed to turn Malfoy into a pig's head and use the Petri Ficus Totalis and the slug-vomiting charm. Ron enumerated his plans on his fingers. But Harry paid little attention, slowly turning another page, deeply engrossed in his book. What? Ron exclaimed, his excitement rising as he snatched the book from Harry's hands. What on earth is going on with you? Have you been possessed by a Scottish witch? Ron's fervor prompted Hermione to curiously whisper. What is a Scottish witch? My mum says that a Scottish witch can possess a wizardess body, making them suddenly act unlike themselves. I know this. Ron explained, picking up the book again and, upon seeing its title, became even more animated. Harry, you are ill. What is this? In the year 1855, Ron exclaimed, as if recalling something, and smacked his forehead. I've got it. Hermione, do you remember that Slytherin, Shelby? Hermione tilted her head in confusion. I knew it. That Shelby is nothing but a witch, and she has possessed Harry. Look, they are reading the same books. Ron insisted. I must inform McGonagall that Harry has been possessed. As he spoke, Ron suddenly felt his book being snatched away. Turning around, he found Harry gazing at him with a cold expression. You guessed correctly, Ron. I am indeed possessed, and you may choose to ignore me. Ron stared blankly at Harry, his lips moving silently. Indeed, perhaps with your foolish brain, you would realize that striving for improvement is a most ridiculous endeavor. Better to indulge in merriment. Harry's voice was low yet resonated throughout the common room, drawing the attention of others. The Weasley twins exchanged glances and approached. Ron and Hermione looked at Harry in bewilderment. I simply wish to become an exceptional wizard. Do you understand? I aspire to be a great wizard. Damn it. Look at this. This wretched Quidditch. This cursed dueling. These damned adventures. You know what I mean? I just want to be a remarkable wizard. To honor my parents. Harry's voice grew increasingly frantic, releasing the pent-up emotions that had burdened him. You have no idea what I have witnessed. Yesterday, I went to the library to borrow a book, and I saw a mirror. And it were my parents. My parents were there. They were looking at me, just as I look at you. My father and I share the same visage, and my mother has my eyes. Harry spoke in a hysterical tone, revealing the turmoil within. You know nothing. Your mind is consumed by Quidditch. You have not witnessed your parents perish before your very eyes. Of course, you understand nothing. You believe that friends should simply revel together, yet you remain oblivious to my experiences. Do you think I am mad? Very well. I am indeed mad. You assumed that Mr. Shelby would mislead me. But why do you not engage that foolish brain of yours and consider why Mr. Shelby would influence me? With those words, Harry felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. His eyes reddened, yet he did not weep. Casting a cold glance at the stunned Ron, he tucked away the book, the compilation of Ministry of Magic decrees from 1855, and strode away, leaving behind a silence among the group. In contrast to the raucous atmosphere of the Gryffindor common room in the trophy room. Hey, Goyle, move over. Crab, can you not just sit still? Malfoy asked, feeling a sense of discomfort in his chest as they were cramped in the dimly lit trophy room, alongside Goyle and Crab. I'm eating pumpkin pasties. You're still eating at a time like this, Malfoy retorted, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Listen, the slug just went to the restroom and has vanished. Tonight, it is merely the three of us. We must resort to a surprise attack. Do you comprehend? In the darkness, Malfoy did not receive the response he desired. Goyle? Oh, the pumpkin. I heard it. Malfoy sighed, and the pitch-black trophy room was once again enveloped in silence. Only the sound of their own breathing and the two indulging in pumpkin pie could be heard. Creak! The door suddenly began to open slowly. Malfoy stealthily peered through the crack. No one. Could it be merely the wind? Perhaps we should wait a moment. It might be Potter and Weasley anticipating our ambush. Silence reigned in the darkness. Even the sounds of Goyle and Crab savoring their pie ceased. Malfoy, filled with anticipation, fixated on the entrance. Wait a moment. How could Crab and Goyle possibly stop eating that wretched pumpkin pie? A sudden chill coursed down Malfoy's spine. He turned slowly. In an instant, terror flooded Malfoy's eyes, and he screamed in fright. Chapter 35. Where is Malfoy gone? A chilling voice resonated. A frigid voice pierced the air. Malfoy's eyes widened in terror. In the enveloping darkness, he could discern neither the caster nor the source of the curse. A violet beam struck him. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through his mind, as though he were immersed in a cauldron of sulfuric acid, and the agony swiftly engulfed his consciousness. As a mere first-year wizard, how could Malfoy withstand the potency of the unforgivable curse? Such a spell harbored no counter-curse. Agony, dread. In the shrouded darkness, clarity eluded him. All he could perceive was the relentless torment invading his awareness. In an instant, he feared his very soul might be wrenched from his body by the pain emanating from every part of him. Yet that torment showed no inclination to relent. His mind was clouded with terror, anguish, and fury. No more. I beg you. Spare me. I shall give you anything you desire. Please have mercy. Abruptly, the pain emanating from his soul dissipated. The physical torment ceased as well, though remnants of the ordeal caused his body to tremble involuntarily, a reflexive response of his muscles. In the darkness, a blinding white light illuminated the scene. Before him stood a diminutive figure cloaked in a hood, rendering Malfoy unable to discern their visage. The white light illuminated Malfoy's face, akin to a Muggle police station scrutinizing a suspect. Draco Malfoy, a voice indiscernible in gender, resonated, clearly altered by a polyjuice potion. Malfoy collapsed onto the cold floor in terror, scrambling backward, but the hooded figure advanced a few steps, planting a foot upon his left leg. Malfoy emitted shrieks akin to a slaughtered pig. Yet the hooded figure appeared devoid of compassion. Malfoy shook his head vigorously, striving to regain some semblance of clarity, muttering rapidly, "I shall give you whatever you desire, as long as you spare me." And since I screamed so loudly, Filch is surely on his way. Or perhaps Peeves, please, have mercy on me, his pleas echoed through the silent trophy room. Yet the hooded figure seemed utterly unmoved, slowly retrieving a wand. The wand was wrapped in black cloth, leaving only the tip exposed for casting spells. The black hood, the enshrouded wand, and the voice altered by a potion. "Malfoy, I regret to inform you that this trophy room has been enchanted with a silencing charm tonight." The low voice intoned. The echoes of Malfoy's anguished cries abruptly ceased within the trophy room. In an instant, his countenance turned as pale as parchment. Fear, doubt, rage, and supplication flickered across his features, causing his visage to contort grotesquely. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of the positions where Goyle and Crabbe had stood moments earlier. At this moment, Goyle and Crabbe lay sprawled on the ground, one clutching their cursed pumpkin pie, both with eyes tightly shut, uncertain if they were alive or dead. "Please, I was wrong. I don't know when I offended you, but I beg you to spare me. My father has only one son." Draco Malfoy's voice trembled, yet the shadowy figure before him remained unmoved. In Draco's line of sight, the wand aimed at him emanated a violet glow. The following morning, Alan sat serenely at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, a place he frequented. Although the seating arrangements were never strictly enforced, Alan had grown accustomed to this spot. Perhaps the others in Slytherin had noticed this, as there was invariably a vacant space of 5 meters left open each morning. After all, no one wished to sit beside a wizard of such notorious repute. The afternoon would bring classes with Quirrell and Voldemort. Although Quirrell's teachings in recent days paled in comparison to those of other professors, resembling a mere heap of substandard potion, Alan found himself eagerly anticipating the lesson due to a system task. He had already devised a plan the previous evening. It is worth mentioning that Alan had seen Xenophilius that morning. Xenophilius appeared more confident than usual. Despite still wearing that stained, second-hand robe, he had greeted Alan unprompted. The situation was quite puzzling. As Alan elegantly prodded a piece of steak on his plate, he overheard Snape questioning other students nearby. He casually glanced at Draco and his 2 foolish companions, only to find them conspicuously absent. The plate filled with pumpkin pie on the table bore testament to this. Typically, it remained empty. However, Alan paid little mind to these anomalies, as he held no interest in Malfoy. Conversely, as the sound of the simulated celestial dome reverberated above, Alan knew the Daily Prophet had arrived. A white owl squeezed its way through the throng of other owls and landed before him. It gently settled on the table, skillfully grasping the morsels of raw meat Alan had prepared for it. Subsequently, it flapped its wings and perched on Alan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its round head against his neck. This owl was technically the property of the Daily Prophet, but since Alan had subscribed, it had delivered the news almost daily. He had observed others, noting that the owls delivering the Daily Prophet were not consistent. He remained uncertain how this particular owl communicated with its owner to ensure it delivered letters to him every day. The white owl, with its disproportionately large eyes, pecked at the plate on the table with its sharp beak. It then gently tapped Alan's hand, its touch evidently cautious. More? Alan lightly caressed the owl's head, then took a piece of semi-cooked steak from the plate laden with meat before him. "Well, this will have to suffice," he remarked as he picked up the Daily Prophet, scanning the news printed upon its pages. His gaze halted upon encountering the bold, crimson headline. It read, shock, Barty Crouch, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, administers vigilante justice against an innocent young wizard. Terrifying. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, disregards the wizarding declaration. Could it be that he intends to? Chapter 36. The grease-removing soap from a century ago, this must be the handiwork of Lucius Malfoy. As Alan calmly sipped his coffee while perusing the contents of the newspaper, he became lost in thought. It was not until the sound of footsteps nearby that he returned to the present. Mr. Shelby. It was Harry and Hermione. Alan was relatively familiar with Harry, though their interactions were always marked by a respectful demeanor. Hermione, on the other hand, appeared noticeably anxious beside him. Alan raised an eyebrow, taking another sip of his coffee. Well, we were hoping to visit Hagrid this weekend. I mentioned you to him last time, and thought he might like to invite you along, Harry said, his expression unflappable. Alan pondered for a moment. Hagrid, it seemed, had a dragon egg, did he not? And he had never harbored any aversion towards the giant Hagrid. With no pressing engagements at Hogwarts over the weekend, Alan nodded in agreement. I'll let you know when the time comes. Great, Harry replied with a nod before departing. This was, in fact, the second invitation he had extended, as Alan had previously been occupied with matters concerning the Ministry of Magic in Dumbledore's office and had been unable to attend. Yet, as Alan watched Harry's retreating figure, he felt an odd sensation. Harry seemed markedly different than before. Is it that he has become considerably more composed? However, Alan's mind was preoccupied with more significant matters that day. Professor Quirrell's class. This subtle anticipation lingered until the afternoon, abruptly ceasing when Quirrell ascended to the podium. Coincidentally, today's lesson was with the Hufflepuffs, whose students resembled a lethargic assembly of capybaras. Not particularly bright, but content nonetheless. Most members of Hufflepuff House had a fondness for culinary delights, and those who cherish food invariably possess a love for life. In today's class, we shall discuss, where did we leave off last time? As Quirrell, clad in an outfit reminiscent of an Indian wizard, complete with a large, garlic-scented turban and tattered garments that suggested a disregard for hygiene, made his entrance, Alan silently observed his own seat in the front row. He was the sole occupant of that row, while the majority of his classmates chose to sit further back, likely to avoid the maddening odor of garlic. Alan could scarcely imagine what it must be like for Voldemort to press his face against that garlic-infused turban day after day. He even entertained a suspicion that Quirrell, harboring resentment towards Voldemort, had intentionally fashioned a garlic-scented turban for him. Nevertheless, he suppressed the urge to suggest that Quirrell ought to wash his hair, calmly retrieving his textbook. The previous lesson had revolved around the house elves of Great Britain. Alan spoke up, and Quirrell nodded in acknowledgement, offering a smile before continuing his leisurely exposition. Today we shall discuss, the elves of Northern Cornwall. Alan glanced at the table of contents in his book, his voice steady and composed as he began to speak. He could feel the gaze of his fellow Slytherin students upon him, akin to that of a hero. After all, it was no small feat to withstand the formidable stench of garlic and respond earnestly to Quirrell's stammering voice. As Quirrell opened his book and began to speak, Alan gradually acclimated to the odor. The northern ones, they are indeed quite malevolent. We must discern them through, their tails, yes, their tails. Sensing Alan's earnestness, Quirrell's voice surprisingly became much more fluid, at least allowing him to articulate his thoughts clearly. Professor, I have a question. Alan's calm tone interrupted Quirrell's flow. It seemed to be the first time Quirrell had been interrupted by a student during a class, and he nervously turned to Alan. What is it, Shelby? I have an immature thought. If we were to gather the fairies from the northern part of Cornwall and then directly extract their magic using transfiguration, Alan paused it, fixing his gaze intently on Quirrell's eyes. After all, the fairies of Cornwall are immortal. If wizards could absorb the magic extracted, might it not result in prolonged life or even immortality? A hush fell over the classroom, followed by a flurry of whispers. Clearly, Alan's question hinted at the darker recesses of his thoughts. However, the Slytherin students were largely accustomed to such notions. After all, what kindness could one expect from a wizard capable of pinning the third-year prefect, Jod, to a desk, while simultaneously casting a healing spell? Yet the Hufflepuff students were somewhat unsettled, their murmurs predominantly emanating from that side of the room. The idea of squeezing Cornwall's fairies using transfiguration, extracting their magic, allowing wizards to absorb it for the sake of longevity or even immortality. Given Hufflepuff's nature, many of the Muggle-born wizards naturally drew troubling associations. Goodness, isn't that reminiscent of the infamous German-to-oil soap from decades ago? What distinguishes this from that? One timid Hufflepuff wizard exclaimed, "Oh, mother, I'm frightened. There's an art student here." With that, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Yet, Alan remained unfazed by the surrounding commotion, still fixated on Quirrell's eyes. They were filled with a mixture of fear and astonishment as he looked at Alan. This is not right. His stammer was even more pronounced this time, and Alan inexplicably felt as though he were conversing with someone of diminished intellect. However, one thing was certain. His words had not yielded the desired effect. Voldemort was hidden deep. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had numerous schemes prepared. "My apologies, Professor," Alan said with a hint of indifference. And, as the lesson progressed, Quirrell resumed his lecture. In previous classes, Alan had often been rather impatient, sometimes opting to write essays assigned by other professors, causing time to drag on. Yet in this particular lesson, time seemed to fly by. "Professor, I have another inquiry. If one were to forcibly induce a hybridization between the Fae of Cornwall and the Treants of northern Scotland, would the blood they produce possess the elixir of immortality? Additionally, Professor, if one were to distill the Treants of northern Scotland into a potion using a crucible, might that yield similar effects of eternal life?" "Professor," compared to Alan, it seems that the other students find this class rather prolonged. A young Hufflepuff boy gazed bewilderedly at the incessantly questioning Alan, then glanced at his companion. "What do you think about the establishment of a Vienna Academy in the wizarding world?" "Huh, I believe it would be quite fitting for him. Once established, it could enroll students in magical arts, and when Shelby applies, the Vienna Academy might very well reject him." "TSK, are you not a devil incarnate?" Chapter 37. Young Master Malfoy meets a grim fate today. Filch found himself in a rather dismal mood. His late awakening, a mere 3 hours past his usual time, seemed an exaggerated offense warranting a 10-nut deduction from his wages by Professor McGonagall. Contemplating this injustice, he reluctantly extricated himself from the comfort of his bed. The afternoon slumber had concluded. Straightening his somewhat disheveled attire, he cautiously deflated a doll that had been resting on his bed. The potion acquired from a certain Eastern wizard, as reported in the Daily Prophet, proved remarkably potent. He had toiled for 3 solid hours the previous night. He made a mental note to remember the name of that Eastern sorcerer. What was it again? As he deflated the doll, he retrieved the Daily Prophet from a nearby surface. One page featured a witch gyrating enticingly, occasionally casting flirtatious glances beyond the frame. "Not this page," he muttered, flipping to the next. "Ah, here we are, Mr. Sure," read the headline, accompanied by an advertisement proclaiming, "The reason I married 7 wives lies here." He noted it down, resolving to seek him out again. Once the doll was fully deflated, Filch stretched lazily, adjusting his sagging trousers. It was time to discipline those wretched little wizards. Yesterday, someone had the audacity to spit on a portrait within the castle. He believed the figure was named something like Sir Cadogan. That solitary act of vandalism had consumed a full hour of his time. Did no one think to lend a hand to this poor old man, tirelessly cleaning at Hogwarts, especially with that troublesome Slytherin lot? Pondering these grievances, Filch pushed open his bedroom door and entered his office. He picked up a cloth and meticulously cleaned every surface. His gaze then fell upon the wall lined with implements of punishment, tools that had remained untouched since Dumbledore assumed the role of headmaster. With painstaking care, he polished each instrument, whispering to himself, "These relics will find their purpose again. Filch, you're still young. You can wait a little longer." Having finished his task, he set down the cloth and grasped a nearby cane. Slowly, he opened the door to step outside. He wondered where Madame Loris had gone, as he had sent her away early the previous night after his lengthy endeavors. Now, what tasks awaited him today? He pondered as he rummaged through his pockets until he unearthed a piece of parchment. Some text was already inscribed upon it. "Ah, the trophy room," he mused. hoping that no young wizard would dare to spit upon those accursed trophies. With this thought, Filch shuffled forward, his cane tapping rhythmically against the floor. Loris? Loris? He called out repeatedly as he made his way toward the trophy room. Upon arriving at its entrance, he set down his cane and, with great effort, fished a hefty bunch of keys from his coat pocket. His wrinkled hands meticulously searched for the appropriate key. Ah, the yellow key. Where could it possibly be? My memory fails me, and my eyesight has grown dim with age. Ah, I have found it. With great effort, Felch retrieves a key from the keychain and slowly inserts it into the lock. He turns it. Creak. The door opens without the need for a key. It must be those wretched little wizards. They always seem to complicate matters for me, and my weary limbs can scarcely endure the strain. Angrily, he pushes the door open, intending to check if the trophy room has suffered any damage, when he suddenly senses something obstructing the door from behind. Straining, he pushes it open, peering his aged head inside, and gazes into the darkness beyond the door. O.M. Felch emits a strange cry, staring in terror at what lies behind. Ever since Harry last quarreled with Ron, they have not exchanged a single word. During lunch that afternoon, as Ron sat at the Gryffindor table, he felt someone rise from the seat across from him. Looking up, he saw Harry. Ron paused, lost in his own thoughts, unaware of Harry's presence. After standing, Harry casually carried his plate and cutlery to the far end of the table, 10 meters away, where he sat down and resumed his meal. Ron's ears flushed with embarrassment. Shifting his focus back, he concentrated on the Wellington steak before him, puzzled as to why his favorite dish seemed a bit dry today. So tough. Ron. The voice startled him, causing him to rise and utter a few umps until he noticed Hermione sitting directly across from him, at which point he relaxed. Phew. Ron, what is the matter with you today? You seem rather dispirited, Hermione inquired. Ron appeared oblivious, continuing to wrestle with his steak. Ron. I know what you're thinking. It's about Harry, isn't it? Ron remained silent, slicing through the meat, spearing a piece, and bringing it to his mouth. Ron, I'm speaking to you. Hermione's face puffed with irritation as she gazed at him. No, I'm just lost in thought, Ron replied in a low voice. Hermione, exasperated, stood up and snatched the knife and fork from his hands. What are you doing? If you're truly upset about Harry, you should apologize to him. Ron paused, lifted his head, his ears reddening further. I don't want to. With that, he stood and walked away from the table. Hermione watched this scene unfold, furrowing her brow, suppressing her anger as she glanced toward Harry. At that moment, Harry was engrossed in a copy of the Daily Prophet, occasionally turning a page. His slightly languid posture struck Hermione as oddly familiar. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned to look at the Slytherin table. Within a 5-meter radius, there was no one around. Alan sat quietly, flipping through his newspaper. She glanced back at Harry and then at Alan. At last, she understood who Harry resembled. Meanwhile, Alan calmly turned the pages of the newspaper in his hands, though his thoughts wandered far from its contents. Voldemort had no intention of revealing himself through Chilo. Even as he provoked him so audaciously, Voldemort appeared blissfully unaware, furrowing his brow in contemplation of a strategy. A sudden commotion erupted from the staircase at the side of the hall. Oh, how utterly cruel! Who could have done such a thing? Quickly to the hospital wing. Those in front, make way. Hurry. Alan lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto the crowd, feeling a sense of disbelief wash over him. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. There were 3 stretchers. Upon them lay 3 individuals, drenched in blood. A closer inspection revealed that all 3 had broken legs, and 2 of them were tightly clutching. Pumpkin pasties? It was Malfoy and his 2 foolish accomplices. Chapter 38. The rebirth of Cien Nua. As twilight descended upon Hogwarts, the corridors buzzed with the animated chatter of young wizards discussing topics such as Quidditch. Simultaneously, the staff common room was abuzz with excitement. Have you heard? Inquired Professor Trelawney, the divination instructor, casting a mysterious glance at her fellow professors. The common room was nearly filled with the majority of the faculty, as today marked the occasion of Deputy Headmistress McGonagall's review of their lesson plans, a ritual that occurred mid-semester. As Trelawney spoke, the other professors, unaware of the context, turned their curious gazes toward her. The astronomy professor, a tall and lanky wizard, regarded Trelawney with intrigue. A murderer? I was unaware of such news. This piqued the interest of the surrounding professors. Trelawney continued enigmatically. It concerns a student named Alan Shelby. What? Professor McGonagall, momentarily pausing her examination of a lesson plan, turned to Trelawney with a look of disapproval, silently berating her for her eccentricities. Is that so? I read it in today's Daily Prophet. It was stated by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Crouch himself. Are you referring to Alan Shelby? Queried Flitwick, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at Trelawney. You mean the student of whom I am most proud, Alan Shelby, who ranks first in charms throughout the year, even if placed in the third. Oh no, fifth year, he would undoubtedly excel. How could you label him a murderer? Flitwick appeared to find the notion preposterous. Glancing towards Snape, who was quietly engrossed in a book at a distance. He frequently visits Severus's office. His grades in potions and transfiguration are stellar, are they not? Alan is undoubtedly Severus's prized pupil. How could he possibly be a murderer? Snape paused in his reading, momentarily contemplating a retort, yet he refrained. Instead, he elevated the book higher, obscuring his face. I witnessed him conversing with magical plants. He even kindly took a biting cabbage away. Such a polite child, he was willing to spend money to purchase it. Sprout interjected, recalling fond memories. I remember he consistently excelled in my class, to the extent that I had to increase the difficulty of the assignments I assigned him. Trelawney, taken aback by the turn of events, had not anticipated that her mere mention of gossip would incite the ire of most professors who taught the first-year students. Was Alan Shelby truly so well-liked? McGonagall astutely noticed that amidst the accolades for Alan, Snape, seated quietly at a distance, subtly shifted his body away from the group, rendering his expression difficult to discern. However, McGonagall had already surmised the likely expression of that little bat. With a furrowed brow, Trelawney, somewhat indignant, produced a copy of the Daily Prophet from her bag. Look here, the headline of today's front page. Upon witnessing the commotion, the professors exchanged glances. Even the typically indifferent Severus Snape placed his book aside. Clearly, the nonsensical claims in the Daily Prophet had prompted most of the professors present to cancel their subscriptions, leaving them bewildered. What on earth was happening? Oh dear, Professor Sprout, who had just seen the front page headline, gasped in disbelief. How could he possibly be a murderer? This was utterly inconceivable. Calm down, Sprout, McGonagall sighed, setting her lesson plans aside, just as a new wave of chatter erupted around them. Impossible. That child Alan could never do such a thing. He is so polite. Damn it. Those ministry officials are as foolish as ever. The cacophony around them was predominantly filled with voices defending Alan. McGonagall instinctively glanced at Snape, only to find him deliberately concealing his face behind the raised pages of his book. Yet, his forced posture and the corner of his mouth peeking from the newspaper betrayed his hidden amusement. Damn it. How could that little bat take such delight in this? Why couldn't T. Allen have been sorted into her house? Indeed, if she were Allen's head of house, she would be unable to suppress her laughter by now. However, just as she was about to clarify the previous incident, the office door burst open. In rushed a flustered voice. There S. McGonagall frowned at the panicked figure of Quirrell standing in the doorway. Quirrell, you are a professor. You should conduct yourself as such. Speak slowly. What has happened? There S.A. troll. It has appeared on the 4th floor? What? There are students on the 4th floor. McGonagall's alarmed voice echoed within the office. Meanwhile, in a Slytherin dormitory, Shinno was brimming with excitement. He expertly wrapped his wand in a strip of black tape. A maniacal grin spread across his face, barely contained. Excellent, just one more. He picked up a black robe from a nearby hanger, the fabric adorned with a hood. Sniffling slightly, he slowly removed the soiled second-hand robe he was wearing. He then donned the pristine black robe, which seemed to have been worn once before, marred with dark crimson stains. Standing before the mirror, he skillfully donned a black mask, pulling it down to obscure his eyes. He slowly placed the hood over his head. His original appearance was entirely concealed, just as it had been the previous night. Satisfied with his new visage, Shinno revealed a grin that was all the more fervent beneath the mask. As his smile widened, a series of eerie chuckles escaped from beneath the hood. Laughing, He noticed the mass growing damp. After tonight, everything would be over. He would finally stand beside Mr. Shelby, able to lift his head high and declare to Mr. Shelby that he was not worthless. He was a wizard. Uncertain whether Mr. Shelby would accept him, it no longer mattered. After tidying his clothing, Zeno retrieved from his pocket a vial containing half of a potion. This cloaking elixir, albeit effective for only half an hour, was sufficient for his needs. Carefully parting a small gap in the towel, he drank the potion. As the liquid coursed through him, Zeno watched in the mirror as his reflection, along with his garments, gradually faded away. Splendid. Even in his newfound invisibility, he could still sense the genuine smile gracing his face. Today marked the dawn of his rebirth. Without hesitation, Zeno slowly stepped out of the dormitory. Chapter 39. The giant on the other side, at the entrance of the library. Ever since his outburst at Ron, Harry had been feeling rather despondent. After laboriously borrowing a dozen books from Madame Pants, he struggled to cram them into his magically expanded backpack. Madame Pants was a rather pedantic woman, always fretting that students might pilfer books from the library. Perhaps it would cost her wages? Harry mused, pulling a piece of parchment from his pocket, densely scrawled with notes on transfiguration. Soon, he would catch up with Mr. Shelby in his studies. Clutching the notes tightly, he made his way up the moving staircase, turning several corners until he arrived at the third-floor corridor. However, as he passed another corridor, he thought he heard some noises. Could it be Ron? The thought sprang to mind, but Harry quickly shook his head, realizing the absurdity of the notion. Damn it. It was merely the commotion of some classmates. What was wrong with him today? That arrogant and insufferable fellow Ron could never be his friend. I must become a great wizard, he reminded himself, striving to cast aside the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind as he proceeded towards the common room. Just after turning a corner, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, prompting Harry to halt. Could it be Ron? Damn. He shook his head vigorously again, convinced that something was amiss with his brain today. Yes, it was undoubtedly due to his prolonged study hours. He desperately needed a good night's sleep, a proper rest. As he passed a boys' lavatory, he thought he faintly heard sobbing. Huh. The sound seemed somewhat familiar. Ron? Damn. Quickening his pace, Harry felt a wave of concern wash over him. Why was he associating everything with Ron today? That infuriating lad was no longer his concern. Think of the mirror. Think of your parents. Harry, you must become a great wizard, not dwell on Quidditch and pumpkin pasties all day. Encouraging himself, he quickened his steps even further. Single-minded, single-minded. Just around the next bend, he would find the staircase back to Gryffindor and then retreat to his dormitory for a well-deserved slumber. With this thought in mind, Harry took off running. Just as he rounded the corner, he suddenly felt as though he had collided with something. A guttural roar, an incomprehensible sound, echoed near his ear, and then he beheld a scene that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Less than a meter away loomed a creature towering 5 meters high, exuding a horrific stench, its pupils the size of human heads, panting heavily and fixing its blood-red gaze upon him. No, Harry stood frozen, aghast, as the creature opened its massive mouth, unleashing a breath so foul it was almost tangible. How long had it been since it last brushed its teeth? But there was no time for contemplation. In his line of sight, a colossal wooden club as wide as his head was descending upon him. Merlin S. Lace. The first thought that surged through Harry's mind was the familiar catchphrase of George and Fred, "Run." In an instant, he darted to the side, narrowly evading a terrifying gust of wind that rushed past his ear. Harry was certain that if he hesitated for even a second, he would be crushed by that monstrous force. Cursing Dumbledore under his breath, he vowed that should he survive this ordeal, he would hold Dumbledore accountable for the chaos that had befallen Hogwarts and demand clarity on his responsibilities as the headmaster. With a resounding crash, the ground was struck, creating a deep crater. It was astonishing. Despite the tremendous force, the earth remained remarkably steadfast. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Harry swiftly drew his wand, aiming it at the creature before it could swing its massive club again. Obstacles abound, he shouted, unleashing a beam of blue light that struck the giant. However, nothing occurred. A more terrifying scene unfolded as the colossal club, imbued with an overwhelming ferocity, descended upon him. Obstacles abound. Harry instinctively pointed his wand at himself, the spell impacting his chest, causing a wave of suffocation. His body was propelled backward, narrowly escaping the blow, but he collided harshly with the wall behind him. A sharp pain radiated from his chest, as though his very insides were being squeezed. Cursing Dumbledore's incompetence, Harry realized that fleeing was his only option. He hastily grabbed his wand from the ground, repositioned himself, and once more aimed the wand at himself. Obstacles abound. Thud! The spell struck him again in the chest, sending him flying across the room. Due to his earlier adjustment, he soared directly in line with the creature. Thud! Merlin's tights. My pelvis. Harry landed heavily on the ground, a chill radiating from his tailbone, but there was no time to dwell on the pain. He quickly rose, suppressing the agony, and sprinted in a different direction as the giant's roars echoed behind him. As he rounded a corner, a faint scream pierced the air. Ron? No, it couldn't be Ron. It must be another figment of his imagination. Merlin's open-crotch pants. That was indeed Ron, in the boys' lavatory on the same floor. Ron had just opened the door when a colossal club, nearly as tall as he was, came crashing down. It was the giant's weapon. Ron swiftly slammed the door shut, breathing heavily, then paused in disbelief. How could there be a giant in Hogwarts? Surely, it was just his imagination. Listening intently, he confirmed the absence of anyone else. It must be an illusion. Cautiously, he opened the door a crack, peering through the narrow gap to see outside. It seems that no one is truly present. Perhaps I am merely overwhelmed with sorrow over Harry, leading to this hallucination. I wiped the remnants of tears from the corners of my eyes, tears from my earlier weeping. Thankfully, no one noticed my efforts to conceal my distress, not even a troll confined within Hogwarts. As Ron contemplated this, he had just lowered his hand when suddenly his body froze. Between the cracks of the door, a massive eye, veined with crimson, greedily fixated upon him. With a gasp, Ron let out a strange cry, and then felt a sudden pressure upon his chest. Bang! The door burst open, sending Ron hurtling backward as he beheld the approaching troll, panting heavily, its gaze instantly fixated upon him. Help! Ron shouted, but it was too late. The troll had already swung its club down. Thud! Chapter 40, does he usually point the gun at you like this? Ron felt as though his chest had been struck with tremendous force. However, curiously, the blow he anticipated was not as painful as expected. He opened his eyes. Oh! Ron exclaimed, realizing that the wooden rod had not actually hit his body, but had instead struck his clothing. Just moments ago, his attire had inexplicably detached from him and transformed into a barrier, cushioning the impact of the rod. He looked down. What the hell? Where are my pants? Ron shouted, discovering he was clad only in a pair of bright red boxers, purchased by his mother. His ears flushed with embarrassment. Yet, there was no time to dwell on such matters. The colossal wooden rod came crashing down once more. Merlin's undergarments, don't hit me, Ron thought frantically, when suddenly a beam of spell light flashed before him, striking his body. After a moment of breathlessness, Ron was propelled backward, landing squarely on the ground. Harry quickly stowed away his wand, feeling remorse for Ron's pelvis, and stepped forward to help him up and flee. However, the continuous failed attempts to attack seemed to infuriate the giant. Its crimson eyes glowed even brighter, emitting an unintelligible roar. To Harry and Ron's astonishment, the creature shoved its hand into its trousers and pulled out another wooden rod, identical to the one it had been wielding. How the hell did you get that out? Just as this thought crossed Ron's mind, a gust of wind rushed past his ear. Harry and Ron widened their eyes, simultaneously thinking the same dreadful thought. It's over. Wham! Ron screeched, shutting his eyes tightly. The rush of wind had reached them. Boom! An explosion echoed as Harry felt the rod that had been aimed at them transform into a barrage of wooden splinters, piercing the air and tormenting their bodies like needles. The giant! Harry squeezed his eyes shut when a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the chaos. It was Mr. Shelby's voice. Avada Kedavra! Harry, bewildered, listened to the voice. Although it sounded identical, he couldn't shake the suspicion that it might not actually be Mr. Shelby. The killing curse? The style seemed reminiscent of Mr. Shelby, but when had he learned such a spell? Who in the school could teach him that? At this moment, Harry's thoughts were far from Alan's concerns. Alan focused intently on the massive giant before him, surprised that his newly self-taught killing curse had seemingly no effect on the creature. Instead, it seemed to intensify the giant's wrath. A gust of wind surged, and Alan felt the malevolence emanating from the giant reach an unprecedented level. "This is bad." Boom! The wooden rod struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, Alan had already vanished. As the 5-meter-tall giant pondered the absence of a corpse from its latest prey, it suddenly sensed a rush of wind behind it. Scratching his head, he turned around. A black whirlwind descended from the sky with an overwhelming force. The dark wind, akin to a razor, reached the giant in an instant, plunging him into darkness. When the giant opened his eyes again, his vision had become a blurry crimson. Covering his eyes, the giant frantically swung a wooden club, striking wildly in the air. Yet, the club inflicted no harm upon the mysterious black wind. Even though the giant's brain was almost negligible in size compared to his colossal body, he discerned that the situation was turning against him. With a fierce roar, the giant reached into his tattered, mold-stained trousers, rummaging around until he produced another wooden club. How many cursed clubs does that wretched garment conceal? Alan cursed inwardly, silently acknowledging that the magical storm skill drained an excessive amount of mana. After just a minute, he felt dizzy. The magical storm was better suited for attacking wizards or fleeing, as it held no advantage against a creature with such formidable defenses as the giant. With a swift thought, the conjured magical storm surged towards Harry and Ron. As they entered the eye of the storm, the surrounding air began to accelerate. Upon reaching a critical velocity, Harry and Ron plummeted from the sky towards the ground. Alan could hear two dull thuds echo from the distance. Apologies, Harry and Ron's pelvises. After whisking Harry and Ron away, the storm rapidly shifted direction, just as Alan intended to escape to another side. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of weakness deep within his soul. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted from within the black storm. Alan's body crashed onto the floor nearby. Shaking his dizzy head, he cast a cold glance at the giant charging towards him, then swiftly drew from his waist. Pop, 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 pop. The piercing sound of gunfire shattered the silence of the corridor. In an instant, Alan retrieved a Thompson submachine gun from a specially designed pouch at his waist, enchanted with a stealth extension spell. Without time to aim, relying solely on instinct, every bullet struck the giant's forehead. The giant's body trembled violently, a torrent of repulsive green viscous liquid gushing from the bullet hole. Is it over? Alan sighed in relief, slowly stowing away the hand grenade he had readied earlier. Since becoming the largest arms dealer in Munich, he had not personally engaged in combat for quite some time. Fortunately, his skills had not dulled. The giant, now halted in its charge, had likely received the bullets deep into the area of its brain responsible for judgment. In such a case, a few follow-up shots would suffice. Alan quickly extracted a new magazine, methodically reloading his Chicago typewriter. Pop, 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 pop. A series of muffled gunshots rang out. As anticipated, the two magazines of bullets struck the giant's skull, which could not withstand such a degree of assault. More importantly, the bullets had struck a critical point, with nearly 2 full magazines penetrating a singular area of the giant's head. Occasionally, a stray bullet striking the hide of the giant would merely leave a dent. If such was the case with the giant, one can only imagine the horrors that more formidable magical creatures would present. With a resounding bang, the 5-meter-tall giant collapsed to the ground, unleashing an overwhelming stench. Alan gasped for breath, slowly shaking his head as the intense depletion of magical energy left him dizzy. That creature, had it perished? In the distance, Harry was breathing heavily, clutching his rear. He suspected that his pelvis might have sustained a catastrophic fracture. It was indeed dead. Alan pressed his hands to his head, an overwhelming wave of dizziness flooding his mind, making him feel nauseous. The sound of rapid, crisp footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Alan struggled to lift his gaze. There appeared to be figures in the distance, though he could not discern who they were. His grip tightened around the gun, aimed at the approaching crowd. Despite the disorienting haze clouding his vision, Instinct honed over decades of survival compelled him to raise the weapon. Stay back. His voice was weak, yet the gun remained surprisingly steady. The group in the distance halted, exchanging glances. Alan, one hand clutching his head and the other steadying the gun, leaned against the wall as he gradually rose to his feet. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dumbledore surveyed the fallen giant, Harry, who was still clutching his backside, and Ron, clad in nothing but a large pair of shorts. Then there was Alan, aiming a firearm at them. McGonagall stifled a scream. Oh, Merlin, what has transpired here? Beside her, Snape and Flitwick exchanged a look of complex emotions. Is he always this way, pointing a gun at the professors? Flitwick could not resist asking. Chapter 41, Jode. It turns out you also used toilet paper. The Slytherin dormitory was enveloped in a shroud of darkness this evening. The reason for this gloom was the impending Quidditch match scheduled for the following day, compelling the third-year students to extinguish the lights early. Yet, the vivacity of youth prevailed. As none of the occupants had succumbed to slumber, instead, they animatedly debated the prospect of triumphing over a rival house in the forthcoming match. Creak! The wooden door emitted a faint sound. Who is there? Jode, reclining on his bed, paused his conversation, casting a curious glance towards the entrance. It's me. Don't make such a fuss, came the reply from his roommate. Jode, leisurely lying in the dark, gently pulled a corner of his blanket over his navel. He slowly placed his wand upon the bedside. This wand had been procured a few days prior, thanks to his parents. As for his old wand, it was better left unmentioned. When his parents inquired about it, he simply stated that he had lost it. Surely, he could not divulge the truth, that he had provoked a first-year student who had subsequently pinned him down and pummeled him. Moreover, he had foolishly requested 50 galleons from his parents, indicating that this semester would be one of frugality. The luxurious items, such as the Nimbus 2000 magical climate regulators and pure gold wizard chess sets, would have to be forfeited. At most, he could settle for magical climate carpets, the Nimbus 1800, or perhaps pure silver chess sets. Alas, the pangs of poverty were indeed burdensome. I could always borrow a little from those first-year newcomers. After all, it's not like I have to repay them. Except for that wretched Shelby, of course. With these thoughts, Jode switched off the night lamp beside him. Why is it so cold? Did you forget to close the door when you came in? It's freezing. Jode shivered, tugging the blanket higher. I distinctly remember shutting it. What could be happening? His roommate responded with an air of perplexity, then threw off the covers, rose from his warm cocoon, and closed the door, which creaked once more as he returned to bed. You really ought to lose some weight. Jode rolled his eyes, then suddenly recalled something. Hey, fellows, I just had a brilliant idea. What is it? Came a voice from the opposite side of the room, tinged with curiosity. What if, after we clinch victory in the Quidditch match tomorrow, we seize the opportunity to ambush Shelby? Jode proposed, pausing momentarily before continuing without a second thought. As Quidditch players, you will undoubtedly receive congratulations from fellow Slytherins, but given Shelby's nature, he will likely avoid the crowd. The teachers will be more relaxed during the Quidditch match, and that's when we can catch him off guard. Having articulated his plan, Jode clapped his hands together, reveling in the brilliance of his scheme. It was flawless. Shelby's disposition meant that only that foolish Gryffindor named Harry and his apparent girlfriend, Hermione, would be inclined to interact with him. The plan was foolproof. A murmur of confusion emanated from the direction of my roommate. Though my words may sound harsh, as your friend, I must ask, have you not yet had enough of that Shelby? In the darkness, the dormitory was suddenly enveloped in silence. Jode felt as though an old phlegm was stubbornly lodged in his throat, refusing to budge. After a considerable pause, he ventured, Do you all remember the Daily Prophet? Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the darkness. Jode turned, perplexed. Who had made that sound? His two roommates seemed oblivious, shaking their heads in confusion before realizing that. In the shadows, Jode could not discern their movements. I didn't hear anything. Neither did I. Whatever, it was probably just a toad or something. Wasn't it a fool from Malfoy's dorm who lost his toad a few days ago? Hey, Jode, what were you about to say? Please, continue, one roommate inquired with curiosity. Jode snapped back to attention, a smile breaking across his face. Do you recall the article in the Daily Prophet a few days ago about Barty Crouch from the Ministry of Magic unlawfully assaulting a student? Huh, I remember. Do you know who that student was? Ah, my father works in the Ministry of Magic, and he knows well that the student was Shelby. Shelby? Yes, but the Daily Prophet has recently reported that Shelby committed murder, suggesting a reversal of circumstances. I fear this might lead to Shelby's expulsion. Jode, I think it would be wise for you to keep your comments to a minimum. You wouldn't want to be hammered, would you? Could you please shut your foul mouth? Jode seemed perturbed by the thought of being hammered, his eyes closing in irritation. The other two roommates sensed the awkwardness and silently shut their eyes. In the tranquil darkness, the late-night conversation came to an end, with tomorrow's Quidditch match awaiting them. It appeared that all three were preoccupied with thoughts of Quidditch, and soon, the sound of snoring wafted from one of the beds. Again, a sharp crack pierced the darkness. The other roommate, not yet asleep, poked his head out in curiosity. Jode? What was that noise? However, no response came from Jode. Asleep already? I've never seen you fall asleep so quickly. It's better if you all are asleep. Heh. A low, murmured soliloquy emanated from the other side. The curtains rustled slightly, and in the shadows, a roll of toilet paper was grasped and then withdrawn. The bed creaked subtly, its movements not jarring amidst the symphony of snores. In the darkness, another crack echoed. Yet, the swaying bed continued unabated, seemingly impervious to the sound. 10 seconds later, the creaking ceased. The roommate gasped for breath, and with his stillness, the surrounding sounds became remarkably pronounced. The previous sound of a crack seemed to have transformed into the distinct noise of a hard object stirring in water. Could it be that Jod is? Today I've caught him in the act, haven't I? The other day, when I inquired, he was evasive, but now I shall witness him in the act and see how he attempts to wiggle his way out of this. Gently, I pulled back the curtains, revealing a look of eager anticipation on my roommate's face. I softly descended from my bed. In the darkness, the stirring sound seemed to halt for a fleeting moment, perhaps contemplating, yet it merely paused for an instant. Immediately afterward, the noise intensified, becoming more frantic. Goodness? My roommate raised an eyebrow, surprised by Jod's apparent fervor. He had never noticed this side of him before. However, a flicker of fluorescent light, a blinding radiance illuminated the room. Once my eyes adjusted to the sudden brilliance, my roommate gazed toward Jod's bed. But the scene was far from what he had imagined. There appeared to be a shadowy figure clad in a black robe, crouched at the bedside, hands moving in a peculiar manner, seemingly engaged in some strange activity. Is that Jod? Why is he awake in the middle of the night, wearing a black robe? The sound seemed to emanate from him. Jod! My roommate's voice trembled, for the spectacle before him felt undeniably eerie. The cloaked figure appeared to freeze for a second, then its movements quickened. The sound of a hard object stirring within something soft grew louder. My roommate swallowed hard, cautiously raising his wand and maintaining a safe distance as he approached from the side. What he beheld was an image that would be etched in his memory forever. It was a diminutive figure, initially shrouded in a hood and mask. It had now removed these coverings, revealing a pallid face twisted into a grotesque smile, intently wielding a wand as it moved it back and forth in front of Jod's eyes. Blood, gushing torrents of blood. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. As my roommate trembled while witnessing the figure's actions, the individual emitted a piercing, manic laugh, seemingly filled with delight. This was Zeno. Chapter 42. The Shelby family on the other side. Alan shook his head, trembling, as he was supported by Harry while descending the staircase. Although Harry had indeed fractured his pelvis, Professor Flitwick had effortlessly mended the injury with a simple bone-repairing charm. Ron had already been taken to the hospital wing. It seemed that after Alan had thrown both him and Ron aside, Ron's head had collided with the wall. The only peculiarity was Alan himself. Under normal circumstances, a depletion of magical energy necessitated a visit to the infirmary, yet Snape had opposed this, providing him with some potions and instructing him to rest instead. Distrustful of the hospital wing overseen by Pomfrey, Alan mused, massaging his temples. His head was spinning. The depletion of his magical energy was quite severe, and even now, his vision remained blurred. Perhaps the only stable aspect of his condition was the grip of his hand on the gun concealed beneath his robes. Although this precaution seemed somewhat unnecessary, he had always been a cautious individual. He worried that a knife might suddenly emerge from beneath Harry's robes while being supported. The presence of a firearm would offer him a sense of security against such a minuscule probability. After all, a minuscule probability was nearly tantamount to a small probability. A small probability closely resembling a significant probability, and a significant probability essentially leading to inevitability. To neglect preparation for an inevitable occurrence would be foolish. Mr. Shelby, the Slytherin common room is just over there, isn't it? Harry inquired beside him, to which Alan slowly nodded. Harry focused intently as they descended a set of stairs, halting before the door to the Slytherin common room. Pure blood, Alan uttered wearily, and the door to the common room swung open. However, Harry hesitated, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Alan understood what Harry was contemplating. As a Gryffindor, Harry would certainly find entering either the Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw common rooms far more favorable than stepping into Slytherin's. Go on, it's fine. They wouldn't dare lay a hand on you in my presence, Alan reassured, as he returned the gun to his pocket and retrieved a Chicago typewriter from within. Yes, this firepower should suffice. God knows whether anyone might mount an attack while I am in such a weakened state. A minuscule probability is, in essence, an inevitable event. One must be prepared. As Harry assisted Alan into the common room, they discovered it largely deserted. Alan exhaled deeply, easing himself onto his usual sofa. Yet Harry did not immediately depart, seemingly caught in a moment of indecision. Speak your mind, Alan said calmly, rubbing his temples. Harry stood before Alan, hesitating, torn over whether to voice his thoughts. Harry, you know my preferences. I hope you can articulate your core idea within 5 seconds. 2 seconds longer than usual. To commemorate our friendship, Alan remarked, half-jokingly, though Harry quickly realized Alan's patience was finite. After a moment of trembling, he finally spoke. Mr. Shelby, I was wondering, does the Shelby family still need more members? Alan, who had been massaging his temples, suddenly froze. He lifted his gaze, arching an eyebrow as he fixed a stare on Harry, whose eyes, though evasive, held a newfound resoluteness. What could Harry be thinking? Alan never anticipated that his seemingly innocuous move would precipitate such an extraordinary situation. Could it be that Harry was unaware of the tension between him and Dumbledore? It seemed so. Yet, one would think that even in seeking refuge, Harry would not turn to him. Why, as the savior, would he not align himself with Dumbledore? Was it merely because Alan had saved him today? That seemed unlikely. A sudden thought flashed through Alan's mind. He recalled that, in the original narrative, Harry had been subtly guided into the magical realm by Hagrid up to this point. Hagrid, a devoted admirer of Dumbledore, would undoubtedly extol Dumbledore's virtues. Moreover, it was Hagrid who had rescued Harry from the decaying Dursley household, naturally fostering a close bond between them. However, currently, while Hagrid and Harry did have some contact, it was far from intimate. Instead, Alan had unwittingly assumed the role of Harry's guide. This was troubling. Should he accept Harry, Dumbledore's demeanor would shift from that of a passive observer to an active hunter. Damn it, Mr. Shelby, I apologize. I realize my request is rather strange. But I simply wish to follow you and become an exceptional wizard. Harry observed Mr. Shelby's furrowed brow, a chill settling in his heart. It appeared that following Mr. Shelby was no longer an option. Indeed, his unsolicited desire to join the Shelby family was rather impolite, given that families are typically composed of trusted individuals. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. From a moment he first stepped into the wizarding world, Alan had been a beacon of light for him. He had distanced himself from that wretched Uncle Vernon, vanquished those who threatened the camp of wandering wizards, and within the confines of the school, had inadvertently guided him through his darkest moments. Harry had once been timid, fearful of Dudley, of Vernon, of strangers, of the scar on his forehead, and of the whispers that followed him. But all that was behind him now. His name was Harry Potter, an extraordinary wizard, though still striving for further excellence. Feeling dejected, he took a step back. He bowed slightly to Alan before turning to leave. Alan, seated on the sofa, rubbed his brow. The exhaustion from his depleted magical energy lingered. And now Harry wished to join the Shelby family. A headache loomed, yet the spark in Harry's eyes was all too familiar. Each member of the Shelby family regarded him in that very manner. When Alan had first rescued a group of starving and freezing youths from the sewers of Germany, handing them guns and bread, they had looked at him with the same admiration. Such a gaze embodies the very foundation upon which the Shelby family has firmly established itself. Mr. Harry Shelby? Upon reaching the threshold, Harry was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily adrift. He turned to behold Alan gradually extracting a pitch-black handgun from beneath his dark robe, the muzzle ominously directed at Harry. Completely bewildered, Harry stood frozen. And instead of reaching for his wand, he regarded Alan with a gaze filled with confusion. He could not fathom that Mr. Shelby would wish to take his life, despite the countless others he had already claimed. In the Slytherin common room, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving only Alan and Harry in the dimly lit space. Alan aimed the gun at Harry, who met his stare without flinching. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Alan squeezed the trigger. Click! Harry tightly shut his eyes, a wave of terror flooding his mind. Yet, the expected gunfire did not echo. Alan sighed, deftly maneuvering the handgun before tossing it. It traced an elegant arc through the air, landing precisely in Harry's embrace. Go on, do not reveal this identity. Harry opened his eyes, bewildered as he gazed at the handgun now nestled in his hands. On the grip, a prominent circular emblem bore several sharp English letters, Shelby. Chapter 43. His name is Sienua. Alan had not anticipated returning to his dormitory only to be engulfed by such fatigue. He could hardly muster the energy to soothe the little winged demon, Bloodless, which excitedly fluttered into his lap. A cursory glance at the windowsill revealed the biting cabbage, and for some inexplicable reason, the climate carpet he had purchased for Bloodless lay in its vicinity. However, his dizzy head left him little time for contemplation. Suddenly, a chirp from Bloodless caught his attention. The little creature, with its dark green eyes, seemed to sense Alan's malaise. It promptly retrieved a small piece of raw meat from an unknown source and placed it before him. Alan's gaze flickered over to Bloodless, who appeared anxious for him to eat. Typically, he would not leave provisions in his dormitory, and this raw meat was clearly a hidden treasure of Bloodless. Alan shook his head, reaching for several vials of potions given to him by Snape, and consumed one. A warm sensation began to diffuse from his abdomen throughout his body. The dizziness receded, and to his astonishment, he felt his previously depleted magical energy replenishing rapidly. Such a potion would surely command a price of several hundred galleons in the market. Snape had indeed been generous. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not consume beef, he murmured. Bloodless chirped again, as if to convey a sensation akin to that of 3 days without sustenance. The depletion of his magical energy had become alarmingly severe. During the encounter with the troll, he had nearly unleashed his inner silencer. If that were to occur, it would wreak havoc upon Hogwarts, and he would find himself in a quagmire of trouble. After all, no parent would permit a silencer to attend school alongside their child. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, a system notification. This unexpected communication from the system caught Alan off guard. Magical energy depletion is too severe. It is advised that the host seeks methods to enhance their magical level. Magical level. Alan pondered as he accessed the system panel, contemplating the tasks at hand. Magic, basic magical energy, LV2, shadow concealment, max, magic storm, max. So this is what the magical level entails. His magical prowess and reserves were merely on par with an ordinary novice wizard. Yet, the criteria for determining magical levels remained a mystery to him. As Alan was engrossed in the system interface, he was suddenly aware of a cool sensation at the corner of his mouth. Lifting his head, he found Bloodless chirping insistently, urging him to eat the piece of raw meat it had brought. Just as he was about to respond, a series of knocks resounded from outside his room. Gripping his wand tightly, he approached the door, cautiously parting it just enough to peep through the narrow gap. His heart froze as he beheld a slight, bloodied figure standing at the threshold. Clutched in its hand was a broken wand, bound with black tape, smeared with a mysterious red and white substance. Dieu non. Alan took a cautious step back, intently observing the figure at the door, Mr. Chenot. Slowly, Chenot removed his hood, revealing a blood-soaked face with a peculiar twist at the corners of his mouth, oscillating between a semblance of laughter and tears. It was a smile, yet grotesque enough to rival that of a demon. He appeared elated, but as his laughter continued, it morphed into sobs. Alan stood silently at the threshold, watching Shino's expression of conflicting emotions, the blood that drenched him hinting at the grim circumstances he had endured. "Mr. Shelby, Shino stammered. Yet there was no trace of the timidity he once possessed. Instead, a formidable confidence emerged, albeit tinged with the remnants of his previous speech patterns. "Mr. Shelby, the task you entrusted to me, I have accomplished it." Upon uttering these words, it seemed he had found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. His legs buckled, and he knelt painfully on the ground, cradling his head. Yet, Shino appeared oblivious to his own frailty. His fingers clenched into fists, rhythmically pounding against his own skull, embodying both anguish and exhilaration. His laughter was grating, and Alan observed his plight in silence. Amidst the laughter, a deep, sorrowful cry suddenly pierced the air. This lament seemed laden with grievance, as if it could summon every tear of a lifetime. Unconsciously, his fingers tangled in his hair, tears cascading down and soaking the carpet at Alan's feet. The tears flowed endlessly, accompanied by mournful wails. Shino finally broke down, weeping like a child. In the hushed room, only his cries resonated, sometimes a whimper, sometimes a howl, reminiscent of a lost spirit seeking solace. He transformed into the most wretched of souls, crying out in a heart-wrenching manner, as if seeking redemption. Once timid, he was now unrecognizable. Shino's cries were loud and fierce. He had severed the legs of Malfoy and his companions, and with his wand, had viciously thrust it into Jode's eye socket. Yet now, like a child, he stood before Alan, wailing with abandon. Alan observed this scene in silence, gradually lowering himself to the ground. "Shino," he murmured. Shino trembled as he lifted his battered, bloodied face, marred with bruises resembling a specter. Alan extended a pristine white handkerchief towards him. Shino stared blankly at Alan's crouched figure and the immaculate black gloves adorning his hands, then glanced at the bloodstains on his own attire. He accepted the handkerchief with trembling hands, and tears suddenly streamed down his face, a torrent of emotions, hurt, sadness, and relief, manifesting in a single cry. Alan slowly removed his black gloves and extended his hands forward. "Shino, Mr. Shelby, I don't know what to do. I could only act in my own way. I originally intended to kill them, but I feared causing you trouble. Let us shake hands. It seems I can no longer refuse you." A rare jest escaped Alan's usually expressionless face. Shino, trembling, looked at his hands, stained with an unknown crimson and white substance, and upon realizing their filth, he recoiled in horror. He rubbed his pants repeatedly, attempting to rid himself of the repugnant substance. Subsequently, he glanced at his hands, still smeared with dried blood, seemingly dissatisfied with his predicament. Zeno frantically continued to rub his hands against the floor, drawing forth fresh blood and generating a searing warmth. He yearned for a semblance of cleanliness. He felt so filthy, truly, undeniably filthy. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip around his wrist, as if his battered hand had been seized. Alan gently patted Zeno's shoulder, silently gazing into his eyes, seemingly scrutinizing, perhaps even evaluating him. Chapter 44. "Thank you, but I cannot comply." Quickly to robe. 10 minutes later, the tip of Alan's wand emitted flames, swiftly incinerating the black robe worn by Shino. Casting a glance at Shino, he waved his wand, and a new set of garments flew into Shino's hands. "Hurry, change into these. They are my clothes, and above all, do not let anyone know you have harmed Malfoy." Alan's voice remained calm, yet his movements hastened. "Tonight, admit to having attacked Jord, but absolutely do not reveal your actions against Malfoy. You have cast the Cruciatus curse on him, and I cannot protect you. Lucius is no pushover." Alan reiterated his warning. Shino's trembling hands accepted the wizarding robe from Alan. "Did you hear me?" Alan's tone suddenly intensified. "As long as it does not involve Malfoy, I can find a way to extricate you. Do not fear. Do you understand?" "I understand," Shino nodded. "Now, look into my eyes and tell me you did not harm Malfoy, that it was not you who severed their legs." Shino hesitated, sniffing back tears, still clad in his tattered second-hand wizard robe despite having bathed. "Listen, Alan frowned, glancing toward the door, gripping Chenois' collar. Tell me you did not touch Malfoy. I did not touch Malfoy. Say it again. I did not touch Malfoy. Excellent. Alan patted Chenois' shoulder. Suddenly, an urgent knocking echoed from the door. Chenois, open the door. Without warning, a blinding flash of white light struck Chenois, sending him flying backward. Alan's expression hardened, his wand already in hand, but he froze upon seeing the figure at the door. It was Snape. Upon spotting Alan, Snape visibly stiffened, then glanced toward the crumpled Chenois on the ground. Alan, what are you doing here? Snape appeared noticeably tense, stepping forward rapidly, his wand aimed at Chenois, conjuring a pair of metallic handcuffs around Chenois' wrists. Those were magical handcuffs, capable of directly restraining a wizard's ability to cast spells. Turning his gaze to Alan, Snape's eyes brimmed with confusion and urgency as he attempted to lower his voice, though it remained nearly as loud. What are you doing here? Why are you with Chenois? Alan calmly surveyed Chenois. Just as he was about to speak, Snape slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, stepping closer to Alan. Your dear friend has seriously injured his classmate tonight, and it happens to be Jord, the third-year prefect. You must keep this knowledge to yourself. Tonight, you have not seen Chenois, understood? Alan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with those words, as if he had uttered something similar mere seconds ago. Meeting Snape's gaze, Alan replied evenly, Professor, thank you, but I cannot comply. Snape hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at the watch on his wrist. Though I remain unaware of your thoughts. Time is of the essence. I shall escort Zeno to Dumbledore's office. Should you wish to converse, await me there. Swiftly, he led Zeno away, whispering a few words of instruction as they proceeded toward the door. Alan likely surmised where Zeno was being taken, the headmaster's office. Within the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, who ought to have been peacefully resting in the concealed chamber, was abruptly roused from his slumber. How could this old man be so disturbed? He sighed deeply. In 5 minutes, a parent from Slytherin House would arrive at the office. Slowly, he donned his crescent-shaped spectacles. Fawkes? Dumbledore gazed at the only other living creature in the office, apart from himself. My sincerest apologies, old friend, for disturbing your rest. However, it is bound to become quite noisy shortly, and I know you are not fond of too much commotion. On the nearby perch, a phoenix adorned with crimson feathers blinked animatedly. It then gracefully unfurled its fiery wings. With a brief flash, the window swung open, and Fawkes took flight. Dumbledore sat in silence, desiring not to contemplate anything at that moment. The stillness of the headmaster's office, surrounded by towering bookshelves and the serene portraits of past headmasters, infused the air with an ambience that could only be felt in the quiet of night. After a considerable time, the door to the headmaster's office was suddenly flung open. Dumbledore looked up to see 2 wizards, a man and a woman. Dumbledore, where's my son? The male wizard shouted, fervently striding toward the desk at the center of the office. Where's my son? He bellowed once more. Calm down, Joyce, calm down, Dumbledore said, rubbing his temples. The female wizard beside him grew even more agitated upon hearing his words. Dumbledore, how can you expect me to remain calm? Where is he? I must see him. The woman's uniquely piercing voice caused Dumbledore's eyelids to flutter. He raised his hands to support his chin, his gaze steady. He is still in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey will care for him. Upon hearing this, the parents of Jode finally began to settle down. Where is that wretched little brat? I will choke him, the man shouted, drawing his wand and glaring menacingly at Dumbledore, as if the mere mention of Zeno's whereabouts would compel him to seek the boy immediately. Calm yourself, Joyce, even if he were standing before you. You must refrain from violence. Dumbledore's voice suddenly rose several decibels, momentarily bringing some measure of tranquility to Jode's parents. However, the muttered curses from Jode's mother revealed that Dumbledore's words had little effect. Mrs. Joyce, Dumbledore called out, his voice unexpectedly elevated, imbued with an undercurrent of irritation. Even if that boy truly inflicted harm upon Jod's eye with his wand, you must not lay a hand upon him. This is Hogwarts, and any punishment should be deliberated and decided upon by the esteemed heads of the houses. As Dumbledore's voice, laced with indignation, resonated through the air, it finally silenced Jod's parents present. Very well, The boy is approaching now. Should you choose to act against him, I too shall draw my wand in defense of Hogwarts students." Dumbledore's tone regained its composure. Yet as he began to speak, the door to the headmaster's office was pushed open. "Headmaster, Chino has arrived," came Snape's voice. Immediately following, a frail young wizard appeared, clutching a broken wand, clad in an ill-fitting black robe. "Chino has come." Chapter 45. All I can do is clear the path for you even in the absence of company. The ancient bronze cauldron in Snape's office continued to emit a gentle stream of bubbles, filling the air with the fragrant essence of potions. Alan sat quietly opposite the chair where Snape often occupied, gazing at a book in his hands. However, the slow pace at which he turned the pages revealed that he was unable to fully immerse himself in its contents. Suddenly, the door to the office creaked open, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. "Professor, what will happen to Shinner under the school's disciplinary measures?" Alan inquired, observing Snape clad in his customary black robes. With a furrowed brow, Snape seated himself across from Alan, rubbing his temples before responding without hesitation. "In such a case, expulsion is essentially inevitable." "What?" Alan slowly set the book down, a calm facade barely concealing a flicker of irritation. His brow knitted together as he raised his gaze. "Is Hogwarts really going to expel Shinner?" he asked, an inexplicable agitation brewing within him. Snape, still frowning, regarded Alan with an odd expression. "Perhaps you should take a moment to collect yourself, Alan. This is the first time I have witnessed you so agitated." "I am perfectly composed," Alan replied, rising to pace by the window of Snape's office. He gazed out at the breathtaking panorama of the Scottish Highlands, in stark contrast to the Muggle world. The nighttime here was enveloped in a profound stillness, with few young witches and wizards wandering the grounds at this hour, the stars above casting a silent, desolate glow. Today, Jod's parents arrived and are currently in the headmaster's office. Jod's father works for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which implies that Crouch is likely connected to Jod's family in some way. Therefore, I urge you to maintain your composure and keep your relationship with Shinner discreet. If Crouch discovers your association with him," Snape's voice trailed off, the implication hanging heavily in the air. "This is for the benefit of both you and Shinner." "No." Alan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the landscape outside, devoid of any appreciation. He recalled the look in Shinner's eyes, a gaze reminiscent of Harry, Watson, and the other members of the Shelby family. That connection was fundamental to his sense of belonging. He could face the slaughter of an entire camp of wandering wizards without flinching. Yet he could not bear to witness the disappearance of someone who admired and trusted him from his world. "I must protect him." Alan's voice was unervingly calm. "Alan." Snape seemed to be stirred by Alan's words, his emotions surfacing. "You know full well that if you refrain from intervening, you can remain the exemplary student you are, steadily advancing your own interests. Whether it involves suing Crouch or any other course of action, I will not hinder you. Yet, you are behaving like those foolish imbeciles, creating trouble for yourself. I cannot fathom what your foolish mind is thinking." Snape's eyes brimmed with urgency, a sentiment Alan had never witnessed before. "Thank you, Professor." Alan's voice was gentle, filled with sincere gratitude towards Snape. In this world, he was the first to express concern for him from the perspective of an elder, or perhaps a friend. Even though the words were harsh, they undeniably stemmed from a desire to keep Alan away from trouble. Under the current circumstances, anyone could see that if Alan intervened, he would be deemed responsible for inciting Zeno to attack Jod. This situation was markedly different from the previous incident where he had confronted Jod. Back then, it was Jod who had provoked him first, and Alan had held back. Even when brought before the Wisenamat, he had managed to extricate himself and subsequently demand substantial compensation from Jod. However, this time was different. Zeno's actions represented a distinction between justifiable defense and premeditated murder. Snape understood this, and Alan did as well. Yet, gazing into the pitch-black night adorned with twinkling stars, Alan inexplicably saw Zeno's face illuminated by that starlight, a visage stained with blood, occasionally sniffling, clutching a bloodied wand, weeping in torment before him. "Professor Snape, I must assist him." Alan's calm voice resonated in the office. Upon hearing this, Snape rose in anger, fixing a piercing gaze on Alan as he stepped forward. "Do you comprehend what you are doing?" Jod's parents are affiliated with Crouch. If some fool has clouded your judgment, I will help you clear it, but if not, I suggest you remain quietly seated in this office. Your potions knowledge is a testament to my teaching. You belong to Slytherin House. Heed my orders. Convince yourself that this matter does not concern you. This matter does not concern you. Not even your extensive legal knowledge can save Zeno. Snape's voice crescendoed to a near roar, standing before Alan and gripping his collar. Alan could even see Snape's somewhat greasy long hair. Professor, if you were in my position, you would find it impossible to remain entirely rational. Alan's tone was calm, imbued with a soothing quality that caused the furious Snape to release his grip. Moreover, Zeno bears a striking resemblance to you, Alan added, his tranquil voice momentarily pausing. When Malfoy struck Zeno repeatedly across the face, no one uttered a word. When other young wizards unleashed curses upon Zeno, silence prevailed. Yet, when Zeno thrust his wand into that abominable creature's eye, the world seemed to go mad. Intent on his destruction, Alan's tone remained composed, yet his words reverberated like thunder in Snape's ears. Consider this. The entire world is against you, forbidding you from retaliating. Would you remain silent in your filthy, disgusting, putrid little corner? Do you not recall why you chose to ally with Voldemort? Surely you understand this. Alan's gaze bore into Snape's, whose pupils trembled in realization. How do you know? The name of the Dark Mark. Who does not know it? You are Zeno. You too are aware of this feeling. Do not become an oppressor. Upon uttering these words, Alan observed a momentary vacancy in Snape's gaze, as if his mind had been momentarily unsettled. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. Silence enveloped the office, saturating every corner with its weight. I must pay a visit to Dumbledore's office, Alan declared, shattering the stillness. Snape's eyes, dark and foreboding, locked onto Alan's emotionless gaze. Gradually, he stepped back, clearing a path. I apologize, Alan. All I can offer is to make way for you. Alan held Snape's gaze, then slowly bent forward, bowing respectfully. With purposeful strides, he exited the office. Chapter 46. I am justified in Dumbledore's office. The atmosphere was tumultuous, with a cacophony of sounds reverberating through the walls. Alan stepped forward with resolute strides, uttering the incantation that opened the door, revealing a spiraling staircase that descended from above. 1 step, 2 steps. His movements were steady, yet his countenance betrayed a chilling severity. He could faintly discern the shouts and curses emanating from upstairs. Look, you little brat. Look. Alan's gaze momentarily faltered, a surge of ire slowly bubbling within him. This was the first time in a long while that he could not stifle his emotions. Even within him, a latent energy began to stir restlessly, yet it remained firmly suppressed by Alan's will. It seemed Watson would be quite occupied in the coming days. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Alan rapped on the door, and Dumbledore's voice echoed from within. As he pushed the door open, he beheld Dumbledore seated behind his desk. Opposite him stood 3 individuals, Shinner, along with George's parents. George's father had likely been pointing an accusatory finger at Shinner, but their confrontation was interrupted by Alan's entrance. What is this little wizard doing here at such a late hour? Did you summon him? George's father inquired, casting a glance at Dumbledore, who did not return any sign of affirmation. Realizing that Dumbledore had not called for Alan, George's father waved dismissively at him. Shoo! Can't you see your headmaster is busy? Alan surveyed the room with calm scrutiny, his gaze resting on Dumbledore before shifting to Shinner, who stood in the center, head bowed, clutching a broken wand. Shinner lifted his head, locking eyes with Alan. A pang of regret washed over him, causing him to grip the fractured wand more tightly. He should not have ventured into Mr. Shelby's dormitory. Deep down, he had sensed the possibility of expulsion before undertaking this act. Yet, he felt little remorse. He finally comprehended the reason behind Alan's rejection when he had aspired to be a sycophant. Mr. Shelby had once uttered a phrase that lingered in Shinner's mind. He had to trample those who bullied him beneath his feet to follow him. At the time, Shinner had been perplexed. Why not confront George directly and exact revenge, while also gaining a loyal follower? However, as he plunged the wand into George's eye, he understood that sentiment. Mr. Shelby had no use for the inept, and now he was no longer inept. Even if Dumbledore were to expel him, he would harbor no regrets. His gains far outweighed those trivial transfiguration spells. "Forgive me, but I have come for Shinner." Alan's voice resonated within the office. He rubbed his temples, the fatigue from his earlier confrontation with the troll still affecting him. Despite having consumed the potion provided by Snape, a lingering dizziness persisted. "Dumbledore, do you not intend to intervene regarding your student?" Jode's father let out a thunderous roar. Dumbledore shot a glance at Alan and sighed. "Mr. Shelby, it appears your magical prowess in combating trolls has not diminished," Dumbledore remarked calmly, fixing his gaze on Alan with an unmistakable undertone of dismissal. "As the headmaster, witnessing one of my students being berated by other parents, I cannot deem your actions as responsible." Alan stared back at Dumbledore with an air of indifference, casting a disdainful glance at Jode's parents. The ire of Jode's parents seemed to intensify under Alan's gaze. Jode's father stepped forward, seizing Alan by the collar. "You better get out of here quickly, and don't be like that little wretch. That little wretch poked my son in the eye with his damned wand." Jode's father bellowed in fury, only to find that the young wizard before him exhibited no signs of fear or intimidation. Alan maintained his calm demeanor, fixing his gaze on the man. "If you do not release your grip, you may truly come to regret it," he said in a voice so tranquil it carried an immense sense of pressure. "Moreover, I must remain here today, as it was I who instructed Shinner." As his words settled, a moment of silence enveloped the office. "How dare you? Damn it! Wretch! Little wretch!" A sharp feminine voice suddenly pierced the air. Almost immediately, Alan felt a tighter grip on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. "That is my son. Do you know what you've done? I will have you thrown into Azkaban, and you will be alongside those similarly wretched." Bang! In the midst of Jode's father's tirade, a loud gunshot erupted from beneath Alan's robes. The office fell into an eerie silence. Dumbledore stood in disbelief, processing the sound, before his gaze fixed upon a newly formed hole in Alan's robe, seemingly scorched and emitting wisps of smoke. Jode's father slowly lowered his head, blood beginning to pour forth from his abdomen. He felt a sudden tightness in his stomach. With a swift kick, Alan sent Jode's father flying across the room. Jode's mother stood frozen, watching her husband being hurled away, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Shinner looked on in astonishment at Alan's fluid movements, unable to comprehend why Alan dared to confront Jode's father directly. "I did not appreciate being touched." Alan's voice shattered the silence in the office. This was soon followed by Jode's mother's gasp and Dumbledore's abrupt rise, drawing his wand and aiming it at Alan in an instant. Alan felt his wand fly from his grasp, a development he met with no surprise. After Alan's wand was dislodged, the portraits of former headmasters behind Dumbledore seemed to awaken from stupor, particularly an elderly man with a goatee who let out a shriek. Jode's mother, in a state of fear, looked at her husband and quickly drew her wand, reciting a healing spell. Soon, the bleeding from Jode's father's wound ceased. That is a muggle's handgun. You are finished. You have assaulted a member of the Ministry of Magic." Jode's mother screamed, her finger pointed menacingly at Alan, but he chose to disregard her outburst. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, should you fail to safeguard your students, I shall be compelled to take necessary measures." Dumbledore regarded Alan in silence, then glanced at Jode's father, who lay pale and weakened on the ground. "You should not have acted this way. Jode's distress is entirely understandable. Furthermore, it seems you have just admitted to orchestrating Chenou's actions." Dumbledore cast a wary glance at the hand Alan had concealed within his robes, suppressing the urge to cast a disarmament charm. He furrowed his brow, fixated on Alan, who met his gaze with an unyielding calm. This marked their first confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, Alan realized he had positioned himself in opposition to Dumbledore. No, Dumbledore resembled a neutral and conservative figure, refraining from choosing sides or voicing opinions, only intervening when events threatened to spiral beyond his control. An old fox indeed. "I am within my rights," Alan stated, his voice steady, yet his words conveyed an unmistakably resolute demeanor. Chapter 47, The last time I felt this way was during Voldemort's reign. "My husband is an official at the Ministry of Magic. You better think carefully about how many years you wish to spend in Azkaban. What you just did was assaulting a ministry official." Jode's mother's voice was as piercing as ever, causing Alan to involuntarily furrow his brow. Beside him, Dumbledore also frowned, listening intently to Jode's mother's outcry. Mrs. Joyce, Dumbledore began, only to have Jode's mother turn her gaze toward him, prompting him to continue. Mr. Joyce's actions may indeed be considered unlawful. Dumbledore was reluctant to acknowledge this fact. However, when Alan declared himself to be legitimate, one should not doubt it. He was likely telling the truth. This posed quite a dilemma. Mr. Shelby, did you just claim that Zeno's actions were instigated by you? Dumbledore deftly shifted the topic, abandoning the notion of expelling Alan, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized him. This was not characteristic of Alan. In Dumbledore's mind, Alan had always preferred to position himself in a safe place, scheming like a cunning little fox from the shadows. No, Alan fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, prompting a raised eyebrow from the latter, who was about to speak again when Jode's father, weakly sprawled on the ground, suddenly shouted, "You just said it. I heard you loud and clear." Alan paused it, slowly turning his attention to Jode's father, who mustered an unexpected strength to rise unsteadily and stagger a few steps forward. "You bastard instigated that little bastard to stab my son. Now you deny it, knowing full well I am a ministry official. And yet you directly assaulted me with that damn gun. Prepare to be arrested. You little..." Bang! A gunshot echoed once more in the office. Jode's father trembled as he touched the singed hair near his ear. A bullet had narrowly grazed his scalp just moments ago. He could hardly discern Alan's movements. Clearly a man with extensive experience handling firearms. Who missed? Alan calmly drew his handgun from beneath his robe, a look of mild regret crossing his face as he regarded the weapon. He blew the smoke from the barrel and placed it nonchalantly on the table. There was no need for Dumbledore to cast a disarming spell or employ means to control this dangerous individual. His objective was achieved, and he laid the gun down, exuding an air of calm. Yet his concealed hand still rested beneath his robe, leaving everyone uncertain whether Alan could produce another firearm. Within the office, even the portraits of former headmasters hanging on the walls stared in bewilderment at Alan. What on earth? How did Dumbledore manage to become headmaster? How could such a dangerous individual be admitted to Hogwarts? Jode's parents were undoubtedly pondering the same question. Since the establishment of Hogwarts, who had ever dared to act out in the headmaster's office? Only the timid and somewhat dazed Zeno stood by, captivated by the scene before him. The decisiveness with which actions were taken brought to mind the first encounter with Mr. Shelby in the common room. "Mr. Shelby, I must issue you a warning. This marks your second offense in the headmaster's office," Dumbledore proclaimed, fixing his gaze upon Alan, who met his scrutiny without a hint of trepidation. "Headmaster, as the principal of Hogwarts, I trust you will ensure the safety of your students. My recent actions are entirely in accordance with Article 435, Clause 2 of the Wizard Protection Act. Everyone possesses vulnerabilities. As the greatest white wizard within the magical realm, Dumbledore's every action warranted consideration of this identity, which, in turn, constituted his weakness. This was precisely the reason Alan felt emboldened to act within the confines of the office this evening. Yet, it was evident that he had approached the very limits of Dumbledore's patience. Moreover, Alan paused it, his gaze sweeping over Jode's parents as if they were stray dogs loitering by the roadside. "Your son has been stabbed, yet you remain oblivious to the reasons behind it. Perhaps you should accompany your foolish son to school. You are well aware of Jode's true nature at Hogwarts." With that, he took a measured step towards Jode's parents, his eyes locking onto theirs. Following Alan's earlier bold actions, Jode's father cast a wary glance beneath Alan's robes. "When your son rides roughshod over others with his rusted brain, why do you not seek justice? Your imbecilic son discarded my book and attempted to resort to violence, and you likely believe Jode was enjoying a delightful childhood at school. If only he had paused to think with his feeble mind, none of this would have transpired." Alan's tone remained calm, yet each word pierced like a dagger, dismantling the psychological defenses of Jode's parents. The formidable aura he exuded compelled Jode's father to retreat a few steps in fear. "You? What do you mean? Are you implying I am mistaken? In reality, your foolish son is a beloved simpleton at school? I? How dare you? Do you intend to leverage your position as a ministry employee against me? I regret to inform you that I am currently in discussions with Mr. Lucius regarding a lawsuit against your superior. The suspect, Mr. Crouch. I. Jod's father stammered, retreating several steps as Alan's measured words left him without a defense. Each of Alan's statements rang true, and they were acutely aware of Jod's disposition. Initially believing they were the victims, they found themselves cornered by this young wizard's relentless questioning, leaving them devoid of justification. Most significantly, Alan's final utterance resonated deeply. The suspect, Mr. Crouch. This young wizard was indeed poised to file a lawsuit against Mr. Crouch alongside Mr. Malfoy. Headmaster Dumbledore, should you allow a boy subjected to bullying within your school to be expelled? I regret to inform you that I will pursue justice by any means necessary. As the words settled, a chilling gasp echoed from the portraits of the former headmasters adorning the walls of the principal's office. Every utterance from Alan positioned him atop the moral high ground. Even if such sentiments were expressed in Wizarding World, they would remain unblemished. His demeanor radiated righteousness. Of course, one must overlook the idiosyncrasies of this young wizard to utter such words. Dumbledore felt entirely overwhelmed. This sensation had now gripped him for the second time this semester. Sitting behind his desk, he fixated silently on Alan. This boy was exceedingly troublesome. The last time he encountered a wizard of such caliber was in 1938, during Voldemort's tenure at Hogwarts, when he himself was not yet the headmaster. It was during the administration of Headmaster Dippet. Dippet frequently confided in him regarding his unease about Voldemort. Yet, there was no justifiable cause to expel him, and by the time Voldemort graduated in his 7th year, the opportunity had long since passed. This feeling was hauntingly familiar. Moreover, the young wizard before him exhibited a rationality and maturity surpassing that of Voldemort. He possessed a keen awareness of how to navigate peril, perpetually ensconced in a secure corner, orchestrating events from the shadows. Decades of finely honed intuition warned him Alan might venture even further. This was troubling. Chapter 48. Can anger resolve issues? This matter necessitates the consideration of the Board of Trustees. Dumbledore remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering a statement. He could not refute it. Otherwise, he could easily surmise what Alan's next words would be. As the headmaster, witnessing bullying among students while feeling powerless, one must ponder the true competence of his role. Although throughout Europe, be it at Durmstrang or any other magical institution, or even in Muggle schools, the eradication of bullying remains an elusive goal. Such sentiments must not be voiced openly. Alan, however, had astutely seized upon this critical flaw. Upon hearing this, Jod's parents felt as if the very sky had fallen upon them. Dumbledore did not contest Alan's assertions, indicating that even he had no grounds to dispute Alan's viewpoint, thus placing Alan in the right in this situation. Disconcerted, Jod's father attempted to salvage the situation with words, but found himself once again ensnared by Alan's gaze. Instinctively, he averted his eyes. Yet, upon realizing his own evasion, he cursed inwardly. Why was he intimidated by the gaze of such a young wizard? He struggled to raise his eyes and meet Alan's stare. After 2 seconds, he lowered his gaze once more. Curse it! That look was far from that of a mere young wizard. It resembled the piercing gaze of a seasoned, ancient creature. He felt an uncanny intuition that this young wizard could see through his very thoughts. Despite compelling himself to maintain eye contact, he discerned an emotion in Alan's gaze. Was it pity? Or perhaps disdain? Under that scrutinizing gaze, he felt his pride begin to crumble. No! Jod's father suddenly shouted in agitation. That was the last bastion of his spirit, the line he would not allow to be crossed as a man. I shall seek justice for my son. Dumbledore, you are the greatest of wizards. As headmaster, you must uphold fairness. What I seek now is nothing less than justice. Jod's father's fervent cries echoed throughout the office, and he sensed a surge of determination coursing through him, a feeling of confidence. He raised his head to meet Alan's gaze, only to abruptly realize that Alan's expression remained one of scorn, disdain, and pity. What was he pitying? A surge of unnameable fury ignited within Jod's father. He turned sharply to Dumbledore, aware that his son had been harmed by that little miscreant, and it was unacceptable to ignore this matter. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, his eyes cold. Jod's father, Joyce, felt as if he were being held up for scrutiny. He could almost sense the gazes of the portraits of former headmasters behind him, watching with a sense of morbid curiosity. After all, those old fellows had dreaded being put on the spot during their tenures. For such scrutiny compelled them to prioritize the interests of the collective, often at the cost of their own agency. I shall contemplate this matter. I need to confer with the Board of Trustees. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally spoke, proposing a compromise. Alan gazed steadily at Dumbledore, his eyes briefly sweeping over Jode's parents before shifting to the distant, frail figure of Shinno, who was sniffling. Headmaster Dumbledore, I reiterate my point. If you permit a boy, who is relentlessly bullied in your institution, to be expelled, I shall take any measures necessary to uphold my sense of justice. Estamped by my Vort. With that, Alan strode towards the door. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resonant thud, echoing Alan's lingering authority. Within the office, silence enveloped the air for a moment. That night, Alan slumbered deeply, perhaps due to the significant magical exertion incurred from battling the troll, or perhaps the ordeal concerning Shinno had drained him considerably. He felt utterly fatigued. Even upon rising in the morning, Alan sensed a profound weakness coursing through his body, his grip on his wand wavering unsteadily. It was evident that he needed to find a way to enhance his magical prowess. Otherwise, the aftermath of each conflict would leave him utterly exhausted for days, a state he could scarcely endure. Yet, curiously, when he held the gun, his previously trembling hand had ceased its quaking. Upon setting the gun down, his hand returned to its frail state. Damn it, despite having perused all the materials up to his second-year curriculum, he remained baffled by this phenomenon. This perplexity lingered until he arrived at the Great Hall, coincidentally on the day of the Quidditch match. He recalled from the original text that Harry seemed to be a member of the Quidditch team. A glance at the Gryffindor long table revealed a lively crowd. Upon closer inspection, Alan noticed that Harry was not among the throng. Instead, he sat at the far end of the table, engrossed in a hefty tome while munching on a slice of beef. Could it be that Harry was not a Quidditch player? This seemed rather implausible. However, he dismissed such thoughts and retrieved the Daily Prophet. Shock. The fiend who slaughtered a camp of homeless wizards was spotted at Hogwarts. Hogwarts shelters students. A chilling thought. The Daily Prophet can be considered the most reliable source for gauging public opinion in this era. After all, even though most wizards are aware that many reports are sheer nonsense, there are no other reputable newspapers to consult. Well, having read contrarian views, the conclusion was, to say the least, complicated. With only a few thousand wizards in Britain and such a minuscule market, it is unlikely that any other newspapers would emerge. Nevertheless, in another section of the publication, some headlines caught his attention. The Ministry of Magic's export tax has soared to 602, a new high. Gazing silently at this news, Alan slowly set down his knife and fork, retrieving a napkin to dab at his mouth. Export tax, 600%, quite intriguing. This meant that if Alan wished to sell a gun valued at merely 1 galleon to someone overseas, he would be obliged to pay the ministry 6 galleons in taxes. How splendid indeed. Mr. Shelby. A sudden voice emerged beside him. Turning his head, Alan beheld a figure clad in a black robe, calmly observing him. It was Snape. Today is the Quidditch match. Regrettably, you are unable to attend. You must accompany me to my office for detention. Alan raised an eyebrow, comprehending Snape's intent, and nodded. Following him to the office. Alan, Snape said, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Alan's eyes. Regrettably, Zeno must remain suspended from school for the time being, pending the board's decision. As Snape concluded his statement, he continued to scrutinize Alan, yet he did not witness the anticipated anger in Alan's gaze. Instead, he found a sense of tranquility. I had expected you to be enraged. Snape maintained his usual impassive demeanor, searching for something on a shelf behind him. However, Alan discerned a note of concern in the other's words. Can anger resolve the issue? With this, Alan's words hung in the air, causing Snape to pause momentarily before turning to look at him. Chapter 49. Damn, it's that demon from Germany. Within Snape's office. Upon hearing that news from Shinno would not arrive for a few days, Snape procured a cauldron and commenced the brewing of potions alongside Alan. The cauldron emitted a series of bubbling sounds, gurgling rhythmically while releasing an enticing aroma. Alan meticulously and cautiously tossed in the freshly cut unknown roots, ironclad protection. Beside him, Snape instantly conjured an ironclad charm, enveloping both himself and Alan. Snape raised an eyebrow. Remarkably, the cauldron did not explode this time. Moreover, within the cauldron, a sudden azure glow began to emanate. Alan fixated on the azure luminescence when a voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. Your proficiency in basic potion brewing has increased by 12, current proficiency, 122,500 proficient. Alan exhaled in relief. Contrary to my expectations, you managed to master the third-year potion on your third attempt. Quite a talent indeed. Judging by its quality, I believe this potion could fetch 10 galleons in the market. Snape's cold voice was devoid of emotion, yet standing just out of Alan's line of sight. The corners of Snape's mouth subtly curved upwards for a brief moment before swiftly returning to neutrality. The revealing potion was unexpectedly brewed so swiftly. Ever since Snape provided guidance on potion making every Wednesday evening, Alan's proficiency in basic potion brewing had escalated rapidly. According to Snape, should his potion-making skills reach a certain level, he could delve into the realm of alchemy. It seemed that soon he would be able to transmute munitions into alchemical items. The once pressing concern of galleons would no longer weigh heavily on him. Moreover, considering the current progress in potion-making, merely half a semester in, he had already successfully brewed the most challenging third-year potion. Such progress, if not swift, was certainly satisfying to Alan. In just half a semester, he had mastered what others would learn over 3 years. It appeared Snape was weary as well. Today coincided with a Quidditch match, and he had summoned Alan to his office for an exhaustive 4-hour session, now approaching midnight. Indeed, his dedication to teaching was largely due to Alan's proactive requests. He would never derive pleasure from the sense of accomplishment in teaching students. Having reassured himself, Snape wiped the sweat from his brow and settled into the chair behind his desk. One aspect that pleased him greatly was that after each session with Alan, the latter would meticulously tidy up the classroom, a feat that many young wizards often neglected before departing. Disposing of the cauldron, using a cleaning charm to wipe the desk, and stowing away potion supplies. Once Alan completed these tasks, he let out a deep breath, calmly retrieving a bag from his pocket and placing it on the desk before Snape. Professor, thank you for your guidance. Alan bowed slowly to Snape. The grace of imparting wisdom is something Alan would never vocalize. His sincerity is evident through his actions. Rising slowly, he departed from the office, leaving Severus alone with the bag on the desk. Severus raised an eyebrow, casually running his fingers through his long hair as he picked up the bag. Curious, he opened it to reveal a dazzling array of gold. Furrowing his brow, Severus fully unfolded the bag. This is galleons, a substantial amount of galleons, stacked together, upon rough estimation, at least 200 galleons. Is it not? Severus gazed at the galleons in bewilderment before glancing at the firmly closed door. Truth be told, he did not lack for galleons. Such currency could be easily acquired through his potion-making skills. Yet, staring at the neatly arranged 200 galleons before him, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Exiting Severus's office, Alan made his way to the Great Hall, where the Quidditch match was taking place, accompanied by the distant cheers of young wizards. However, soon enough, the young wizards from the Quidditch pitch began heading toward the Great Hall. Lunchtime had arrived. Alan was devoid of appetite. For the past few days, he had been preoccupied with his magical prowess and the tasks assigned by the system. His magical reserves were insufficient. Additionally, he needed to earn the trust of a great wizard. Yet the only one accessible to him was Voldemort. Despite his attempts over the past few days to engage Voldemort during classes, he had seen no success. Furthermore, he needed to discuss with Lucius the impending lawsuit against Crouch. A myriad of concerns weighed heavily on his mind, inducing a headache. Rubbing his temples, Alan strolled along the path to the edge of the Black Lake. Just as he was about to sit down, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Mr. Shelby. Turning around, he saw Harry, with Hermione following closely beside him, approaching. Mr. Shelby? Why haven't you gone to the library? Harry inquired, seemingly engaging in polite small talk. Alan chose not to respond, instead directing his gaze toward the tranquil waters of the Black Lake. His mind craved silence. Well, we actually wanted to invite you to Hagrid's hut. Harry awkwardly interjected. Hermione remained silent, harboring an inexplicable attraction to Alan. She had often heard about him from Harry, and much of what Alan spoke resonated deeply with her, creating a bond of intellectual camaraderie. However, Alan's demeanor towards her seemed rather aloof. Hagrid's place? Alan turned, intrigued. Harry and Hermione had previously extended invitations twice, but he had been too preoccupied to accept. Today, he found himself with some free time. He recalled that Hagrid possessed a dragon egg. His soul's capacity still had one available slot. If he could use the druid's call to bond with the dragon, it seemed promising. Let's go, Alan declared decisively, and the group swiftly traversed the Black Lake, arriving at the vicinity of Hagrid's hut. This is the Forbidden Forest, likely shrouded in mystery due to the myriad of dark magical creatures that dwell within. Moreover, given that today marks the Quidditch match, the surroundings are rather sparse with onlookers. Soon, Alan's gaze fell upon a colossal structure hewn from stone, with a door towering 3 meters high. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid? Harry rapped firmly on the door. From within, a rustling sound ensued, accompanied by a series of barks. It must be Fong, Hagrid's dog. Is he not home? Harry mused, glancing around in bewilderment. Yet Hagrid was nowhere to be seen. He must be in the vegetable garden. He mentioned the gnomes were quite a handful a few days ago. Perhaps we should search there? Hermione recalled Hagrid's words from earlier and suggested. Harry nodded, casting a tentative glance at Alan, and upon ascertaining that Alan held no contrary views, the trio meandered along a narrow path towards the garden. Hagrid? In the distance, they spotted a towering figure, seemingly thumping the ground of the vegetable patch with a stick. As the nearly 3-meter-tall figure turned, its gaze fell upon Harry and Hermione, and a smile broke across its face. Hey, Harry, Hermione, Hagrid exclaimed, only to suddenly notice Alan, who seemed vaguely familiar yet unplaceable in his mind, until Harry introduced him. This is Mr. Alan Shelby. Oh, the demon from Germany mentioned in the Daily Prophet. Harry, quickly, keep your distance. Hagrid cried out in alarm, stepping back hastily and drawing a pink umbrella, pointing it at Alan. In that moment, Alan remained still, yet beneath his concealed robes, a handgun was slowly trained on Hagrid's head, guided by his instinct honed over time. Hagrid, stop, stop. A chill coursed through Harry, spreading from his core to the extremities. Others may have been oblivious, but he understood all too well. Mr. Shelby would not remain passive in the face of perceived threats. He was certain that should Hagrid dare to cast a spell, dire consequences would surely follow. Chapter 50. The Unicorn under attack. As Harry tugged at him, Hagrid's movements displayed a notable hesitation. He glanced uncertainly at Alan, then at Harry. Do you truly believe that if he were a dark wizard, Dumbledore would permit him to remain at Hogwarts? Harry held tightly to Hagrid's hand, which clutched the pink umbrella. His mind racing with thoughts of you must not act impulsively, and you cannot get into trouble, though he refrained from voicing them. Listening to Harry's words, Hagrid turned his gaze inquiringly towards Hermione. After a moment's hesitation, she looked at Alan before speaking. Hagrid, do not act rashly. Mr. Shelby is not he is legitimate. Hagrid hesitantly lowered his wand. Observing this, Alan smiled and stepped forward, removing his black gloves and extending a hand. I am Alan Shelby. We met at the beginning of term. Hagrid slowly grasped Alan's hand, his lingering doubts somewhat assuaged by Alan's courteous demeanor, which appeared genuinely sincere. This, in turn, made Hagrid feel somewhat bashful. I apologize, Shelby. I was just tending to the vegetable garden, and those pesky goblins always seem to enjoy stealing my cabbages. He mumbled, then turned to Harry and Hermione. Harry, would you care to assist me in driving away those goblins? Harry paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Soon, he ventured into the vegetable garden, while Hermione expressed a desire to join but was stopped by Hagrid, who cited that goblins could bite and that it might be unwise for a girl to confront them. Alan remained silent, attuned to the sounds emanating from the garden, sounds that only he could perceive. Gore, that must be the goblins' chatter. Casting a glance at Hagrid, who still harbored reservations, Alan felt a fondness for the giant, as depicted in the original narrative. Most importantly, Hagrid was a keeper of a myriad of magical creatures. Now, Alan held a position of soul capacity, enabling him to bond with another magical entity. He had been preserving this opportunity, hoping to encounter a more formidable creature. Lost in thought, he suddenly sensed something at his feet. Looking down, he found a goblin, scarcely a foot tall, emerging with a disproportionately large head and sturdy feet. Its mouth clutching a blade of grass, resembling a pair of green onions stuck between its lips. Alan's first instinct was one of revulsion. Strangely, however, the goblin did not exhibit its usual fear in Alan's presence. "Gr." The goblin emitted a sound, but abruptly noticed the human before it slowly reaching into his clothing. The goblin seemed to bristle with excitement. Upon just emerging from its burrow, it felt an innate attraction emanating from this human. Could it be that he intended to offer food? Cabbage? Carrots? Or perhaps some rare treasure? In the goblin's eager anticipation, it awaited the revelation. Suddenly, it felt as though a dark, ominous presence was pointing directly at it. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of its feet. "Oh no!" The goblin let out a sharp cry, ready to retreat into its burrow, but the human's haunting voice echoed through the air. "Are you certain you can escape?" Very well. Now, inform your fellow goblins to vacate this vegetable garden and never return." The goblin protested vociferously, but before it could finish its exclamation, it witnessed the human activating a switch on a pitch-black object in their hand. "Trust me, you would not wish for what follows to transpire. Unfortunately, my little niffler is not here. It would be most eager to sample your brain." A sudden instinct of impending doom reverberated within its consciousness, urging it not to defy the human's demand. The goblin emitted a series of panicked sounds, and only when Alan nodded did it exhale in relief and retreat back into its burrow. "Oh, Hagrid, how did you let that goblin escape?" A voice suddenly came from behind, and Hagrid glared at the burrow as if he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the goblin. "Those wretched goblins only ruin my vegetable garden. They delight in gnawing at the roots of my plants. Do not worry. They will soon no longer be a presence in the garden," Alan reassured. Hagrid paused, somewhat perplexed by Alan's words. But soon, a voice from Harry's direction rang out. "Hagrid." "Huh?" Hagrid responded, turning towards Harry. The goblin in the garden has suddenly vanished. I have no idea why," Harry remarked as he removed his dragon-hide gloves and approached with a puzzled expression. Hagrid, even more bewildered, glanced back at Alan. "What did you do to that goblin?" "Nothing much. Merely told it to leave the garden. It seemed quite agreeable to the notion." "Huh?" Hagrid tilted his head, scratching it in confusion, but he felt considerably relieved. Without the goblin's interference, he need not worry about the garden's affairs. "Regardless, you have indeed alleviated a significant burden for me. Thank you." "Hagrid, shall we go check on Norbert?" Harry proposed at that moment. Hagrid hesitated, casting a wary glance at Alan. After all, harboring a dragon in a small hut was decidedly illegal, and trust was not something he could easily extend to someone he had just met. Yet, from their brief interaction, he could discern that both Harry and Hermione held a great deal of trust in Alan. Very well. Recently, the Forbidden Forest has been quite unsettled. I have an unsettling feeling that something lurks within, though I am unable to ascertain what." At the entrance of Hagrid's hut, he produced a large bunch of keys, searching for the one that corresponded to his stone dwelling. What is it?" Sensing Alan's curiosity, Hagrid looked down at him. "Is there something in the Forbidden Forest?" Indeed, recently that enigmatic entity attacked the unicorn. Yet fortunately, the unicorn survived, albeit sustaining significant injuries. Hagrid lamented, cursing the presence of this creature in the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, it had been in the forest since morning. I suspect it has not yet departed, for the unicorns still do not feel secure, their senses being remarkably acute. Unicorns are the purest of beings, and any wizard capable of assaulting such a creature. "Damn, where are the keys?" Hagrid muttered, rummaging through the keys in his possession. Meanwhile, Alan's thoughts were far from Hagrid's keys. He likely had an inkling of what had recently emerged in the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort. The previous troll was likely unleashed by Voldemort as well, but regrettably, due to the incident with Shinno that night, Alan had no time to confront Voldemort. He needed to devise a means to reach Voldemort to acquire the legacy of the Great Wizard. Today, Voldemort had indeed appeared in the Forbidden Forest and had not yet vacated the premises. It was highly probable that he aimed to capture the unicorn. intending to use its blood to restore his strength. This was an opportunity. He must seek out Voldemort. Chapter 51. Avada Kedavra. Yaya, step aside, Hagrid exclaimed as he finally located the key and pushed open the door to the stone hut. Inside, a nearly half-meter-tall dog barked excitedly. Be careful. It's right by the fireplace. After ushering Yaya away, Hagrid opened the door for everyone to enter. As Alan stepped inside, he was greeted by the refreshing scent of grass wafting through the room. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the burning fire, which provided a stable source of light amidst the shadows. Hagrid skillfully donned his dragonhide gloves and reached into the fireplace, slowly retrieving a colossal black egg. Alan gazed at the enormous egg before him, and his druidic instincts allowed him to sense something stirring within its shell. As he drew closer, the creature inside seemed to respond, causing the egg to shake vigorously. Oh, be careful, that little one is moving. This is my first time witnessing such a thing, Hagrid remarked, looking at the egg as if it were his own offspring. How much longer until it hatches? Alan inquired, while Yaya excitedly pawed at his leg with both little paws. As Alan gently stroked the egg with his gloved hand, Yaya joyfully flopped onto the ground, exposing her belly to him. Stealing a glance at Hagrid, Alan attempted to nudge Yaya's enthusiasm away with his leg. Sensing his intention, Yaya emitted a series of plaintive whimpers, once again pawing at Alan's calf. Well, about 15 days or so. I've done some research on fire dragons lately, Hagrid replied, gesturing towards a nearby bookshelf filled with volumes on fire dragons. Alan found it hard to believe that this giant could quietly sit at the table, poring over books no larger than his own hand. The image was almost unfathomable. All right, I can't wait any longer. I must head into the Forbidden Forest. That cursed creature that attacked the unicorn is still lurking there. After gazing lovingly at the dragon egg for a moment longer, Hagrid reluctantly returned it to the fireplace and then retrieved a large, black crossbow. He slung a well-patched backpack over his shoulder and slowly pushed open the door. Creak! The wooden door emitted a soft sound as Alan led the way, eager to seize the opportunity to encounter Voldemort and potentially fulfill his system task. A delightful surprise indeed. Hagrid's large footprints left nearly 63-yard impressions on the ground as the group quickly entered the Forbidden Forest. Upon entering, Alan immediately sensed the dimness surrounding them. The towering trees obscured the already gloomy light filtering down from above. Soon, Hagrid came to a halt, and an eerie silence enveloped the Forbidden Forest. Oh, damn it! Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, startling Harry and Hermione beside him, while Alan turned his gaze in the same direction. A unicorn! Hagrid cried out in anguish, staring at the ground where a unicorn lay, its body smeared with white liquid. The crystalline white droplets are the blood of the unicorn. Hagrid, unable to believe his eyes, stepped forward and gazed at the lifeless body of the unicorn sprawled on the ground. Slowly, he knelt before the unicorn, his towering frame of nearly 3 meters trembling slightly. With great care, he cradled the unicorn's head in his large hands. Even in death, its eyes remained open, still radiating an enchanting beauty and a lingering affection. It was the embodiment of all that is splendid in this world. Hagrid held the pure and captivating form delicately, as if embracing a cherished friend. In the tranquil air of the Forbidden Forest, a series of muffled sobs echoed, trembling as they were deliberately suppressed. Hagrid's embrace was cautious, as he strove to contain his tears and voice, unwilling to disturb the unicorn's pure soul as it departed. Yet, tears fell uncontrollably, landing upon the unicorn's head. Alan silently observed this poignant scene, his gaze revealing a rare complexity. This towering giant consistently entrusted the world with all his inner beauty, while burying his pain deep within. This was true when he faced false accusations leading to his expulsion, when he endured the tragedy of the Quartet of Marauders, and when he helplessly witnessed the demise of so many important figures in his life, such as the Weasley twins, Dumbledore, and Sirius, after Voldemort's resurrection. He was not fond of tears. However, merely mentioning a few names would prompt this giant to feign composure, only to break down in sobs during the solitude of night, reminiscing about the past. He bore the weight of much of the modern wizarding world's sorrow, yet could only bury it within himself, clumsily striving to live optimistically. Magical creatures, much like him, express their affection in their own unique ways. A niffler clumsily leaps upon you with its paws, and if you decline its advances, it grows anxious, fearful, and heartbroken, feeling as though it has lost everything. A thestral quietly rests its eerie, withered head against you, conveying its trust. When you sit weeping at the edge of the forbidden forest, a unicorn gently brushes your cheek with its tail hair, only to lie fallen within the forest today. Just yesterday, she was frightened. She sought me out. I failed to protect her. Hagrid's voice quivered, and after speaking, he carefully laid the unicorn's body on the ground. Hagrid, do not cry, Hermione said, patting his arm, while Harry produced a handkerchief and offered it to him. Hagrid, grasping the handkerchief, suddenly awakened from his daze, and just as he was about to speak, his gaze fixed on a distant point. It's that thing. That is a wizard, Hagrid shouted suddenly, seizing his crossbow in anger, aiming in that direction. Avada Kedavra! Before Alan could turn to look, a deep voice resonated from afar. Obstacles abound. At that very moment, the wand concealed within Alan's sleeve sprang to life, unleashing a spell directed toward Hagrid. In the dimly lit forbidden forest, a dazzling blue and green light flickered, illuminating the surroundings. Due to their proximity, Alan's incantation struck Hagrid with remarkable swiftness. Hagrid let out a startled gasp, feeling a sudden pressure in his chest as an immense force surged from the direction of Alan's spell, causing his towering frame to lift off the ground with astonishing speed. He traced a cumbersome arc through the air before crashing heavily back to the earth, sending a cascade of debris and fallen leaves into the air. Simultaneously, a killing curse, originating from the opposite side of the forbidden forest, struck the very spot where Hagrid had just stood. Alan abruptly turned his head, only to witness a green light intensifying before his eyes, growing larger and larger. The Silent Killing Curse. Chapter 52, Voldemort. I wish to speak with you. The green light loomed larger and larger in Alan's vision. The ominous awareness of malevolence, innate to the shadows, permeated Alan's mind, as if to forewarn him of impending danger. Both Harry and Hermione gasped in alarm. Bang! The sound of a spell colliding with a solid object echoed. Harry and Hermione turned to see that the killing curse had merely struck the trees behind where Alan had stood moments before. Yet Alan, who had been there just an instant ago, had vanished. How could he have disappeared? Suddenly, Alan's low voice broke through from behind the trees. A bolt of azure light surged towards the source of the spell, but was abruptly intercepted by a protective charm. Alan was certain it was Voldemort. He had not wielded a gun. Such an act would be inconceivable at Hogwarts. The firearm was merely one of his trump cards for survival. Furthermore, confronting a wizard of Voldemort's caliber, even in his weakened state, was not something one could achieve with a gun alone, unless overwhelming firepower was employed. Everyone possesses a vulnerability, yet recognizing one's own shortcomings is often the most challenging endeavor. At that moment, the onlookers discerned the figure before them. Cloaked in a black hood and shrouded in a dark wizarding robe, the figure's physique was entirely indistinguishable. A dark wizard, Hagrid bellowed, raising his crossbow in fury, intent on avenging the unicorn. However, just as he lifted the weapon, he noticed that the dark wizard had vanished into the depths of the forbidden forest. He fled. Hogwarts prevents apparition. I shall pursue that accursed dark wizard, Hagrid declared angrily, striding forward. Harry, take Hermione and wait at Hagrid's hut, Alan instructed quickly, casting a glance at Harry before transforming into a shadow, seamlessly blending into the dim light of the forbidden forest. He sped towards the direction in which Voldemort had escaped, leaving Harry and Hermione bewildered in his wake. Did you see the spell Mr. Shelby just cast? He seemed not to utter an incantation, and I have never encountered a spell capable of rendering someone into shadow, Hermione mused, staring vacantly at the spot where Alan had just vanished. Though she had perused the compendium of spells, she had never encountered such a charm, leading her to conclude that there were only two possibilities. Either Alan had invented this spell, or it was indeed a dark magic incantation. Meanwhile, Alan, now a shadow, pursued the malevolence he sensed, following Voldemort's trail. Hagrid had long been left behind, Voldemort had employed some means to elude even Alan's swift, shadowy form. The forbidden forest grew increasingly dark. The sunlight that had barely penetrated moments ago had entirely vanished, the sky nearing twilight. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the taller and more imposing the trees became. Suddenly, Alan felt the malignant presence in his consciousness dissipate. Had it slipped away? Impossible. Sensing the magical energy depletion within his body from casting shadow concealment, Alan gradually materialized. In the eerie silence of the forbidden forest, not a single sound could be heard, save for the occasional hoarse calls of distant, unidentified birds. Something was amiss. Ordinarily, he would immediately sense any malevolence emanating from Voldemort. Yet now, his intuition was devoid of any such awareness. The pitch-black surroundings rendered his visibility exceedingly poor, making it nearly impossible to discern anything beyond 10 meters. Just as he contemplated moving forward, an instinctive alarm surged within him, a warning not of the malevolence perceived through shadow concealment, but rather from the honed intuition he had developed over time. Danger! Without a moment's hesitation, Alan lunged forward. A sharp, slicing sound echoed behind him, and upon glancing back, he saw a blinding white light reflecting from the very spot where he had stood moments before. A sharp blade had struck the ground where he had just been. What was happening? The malevolent awareness from shadow concealment had failed him entirely. Raising his gaze, he beheld the figure wielding that blade, a centaur with brown skin. A foul stench emanated from its decaying form, and he could occasionally spot revolting white maggots writhing within its skull. After its failed strike, the centaur raised its blade once more, ready to cleave towards him. Damn it, this was a ghoul. Alan finally comprehended why he had not sensed any malevolence. Ghouls lack souls. They are mere puppets devoid of will. And this centaur had likely been reanimated only days after its death. Voldemort had evidently prepared a contingency plan well in advance. He could have escaped using shadow concealment, but the system's task had prevented his departure. He needed to find a way to communicate with Voldemort, hidden somewhere in the vicinity. If Voldemort could be reached, Alan, as a merchant, was confident he could find a means to earn his trust. Alan swiftly transformed into a shadowy figure, vanishing completely in the darkened environment. The ghoul seemed to lose its sense of direction, its decaying head rotating slowly in an eerie 360-degree motion, its bones creaking ominously. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from behind the ghoul. A flurry of bullets tore through its body. Yet the centaur appeared utterly unfazed, abruptly turning around, its hooves moving backwards in a frantic dash, brandishing the gleaming blade towards Alan. Flames roared. Alan raised his wand with the other hand, unleashing a fire spell that pierced the darkness of the forbidden forest, igniting the ghoul's form. Without a moment's thought for the consequences of his spell, he transformed once more into a shadow and darted to the other side. The spell ignited upon contact with the centaur's skin, emitting a noxious stench of decay. Due to the presence of the corpse, the chemical gases that had fermented from it were easily ignitable, instantly enveloping the skin of the centaur. However, it proved utterly ineffective. The undead creature seemed impervious to the ordinary flames of the spell. Even as its body burned with fierce fire, it continued to charge towards Alan. In the midst of the flames, an inexplicable term surfaced in Alan's mind. Damned Death Knight. If only the flames enveloping the creature turned blue, it would be an even more fitting resemblance. As the cursed being raced towards him, Alan once again employed shadow concealment, transforming into a dark silhouette to evade the attack. Yet, evasion could not be a permanent solution. Suddenly, Alan sensed an ominous presence emanating from a certain direction. It was unmistakable. It was Voldemort. He had finally located him. As he abruptly emerged from the state of shadow concealment, Alan fixed his gaze on the direction for which Voldemort had appeared and amplified his voice, declaring, "Voldemort, I wish to have a word with you." Upon uttering these words, Alan distinctly observed the centaur's charge towards him falter. Was it effective? Chapter 53. The Whimper. Just as Alan let out a sigh of relief, an unexpected tightness gripped his heart. The malice emanating from Voldemort had suddenly intensified several-fold. In quick succession, the sound of hooves echoed through the surrounding darkness. Were those centaurs? How many centaurs could possibly remain in their tribe? Had Voldemort eradicated the entire centaur clan? With a swift glance, Alan discerned the presence of 6 centaurs, each wielding a long sword reminiscent of the medieval era. The thunderous hoofbeats grew increasingly frantic as they charged towards him. Attendre explosion. Avada Kedavra. Raising his wand, he unleashed 2 spells in rapid succession. Yet the centaurs before him remained unfazed. Even the explosion failed to deliver significant impact. It was not merely the inadequacy of Alan's magical prowess that rendered his spells ineffective. Rather, these undead creatures exhibited a blatant disregard for his incantations. He sensed the stirring of his latent power within. If he could summon this force, while it might not guarantee Voldemort's demise, inflicting injury was certainly within reach. However, his ultimate goal was to earn Voldemort's trust. He could not simply seize Voldemort by his bald head and pummel him while demanding trust. That would be utterly absurd. This approach was unsustainable. With a steely gaze, Alan fixated on the source of malevolence lurking in the shadows, his body transforming into a tempest of darkness. The black wind, sharp as a blade, began to sweep through the surrounding centaurs. In an instant, the foul-smelling centaurs felt their flesh tear apart, blood and gore erupting like a brutal execution. At the heart of the tempest, the centaur engulfed in flames was swiftly torn asunder by hundreds of blades conjured by Alan's will. Like a gentle breeze caressing the dunes, the centaur's form was reduced to mere fragments. The magic storm ability of his latent power represented Alan's most formidable offensive capability. Having previously studied this technique, he knew it consumed vast reserves of magical energy, with its potency dictated by his own magical level. After obliterating one centaur, Alan found himself gasping as he descended to the ground. The malice radiating from Voldemort intensified further. Was he destined to retreat today? Alan felt a surge of defiance. This was merely the inception of his ambitions. He must seize every resource within reach. Voldemort, would you remain forever ensconced in that filthy, shadowy corner, forgotten by the entire wizarding world? As a scion of Slytherin, Voldemort, you appear rather laughable. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the stillness of the Forbidden Forest. Calm and composed, he exhibited no hint of panic. The malice from Voldemort grew stronger, clearly incensed by his words. Indeed, like a rat trapped in a filthy sewer, yearning for resurrection, yet devoid of a corporeal form. Alan's tone dripped with disdain, yet his gaze remained steady and vigilant, ready to thwart any ambush. The escalating malice confirmed that his premeditated strategy was indeed viable. Squinting slightly, I cast a glance at the surrounding motionless wraiths, allowing a disdainful smile to emerge. It perplexes me that the once formidable leader of the most esteemed dark sorcerers now resorts to lurking in filthy corners to ambush me. Voldemort, have you truly descended to the level of a mere rat, as the world claims? Within the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs abruptly ceased their movements. Alan fixed his gaze intently towards Voldemort's direction. A momentary absence of malice enveloped the air. It seemed there was potential for something significant to unfold. After a brief interval of approximately 2 seconds, the previously still wraiths sprang into motion. The nearest centaur abruptly raised its longsword, aiming a fatal strike at Alan's head. The urgency of the situation was palpable. The dizziness surging through my mind indicated that my magical reserves were dwindling. If this continued, I would be forced to retreat. In the next instant, the already dim visibility of the Forbidden Forest grew even darker. A wave of unknown black gas began to pervade the air. Alan raised his eyes, and in his perception, something materialized within the shadows. The surrounding wraiths seemed to sense this as well, launching their swords and knives towards Alan in a frenzied attempt to obliterate him. Damn it, he was already beginning to feel lightheaded. The magical tempest he had unleashed merely 3 to 4 minutes prior had left him dizzy. Just as Alan resolved to employ his magic one last time to escape, a sudden crimson light illuminated the darkness. Though not overwhelmingly bright, it stood out remarkably in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It was a pair of small eyes. The atmosphere turned frigid, and even the sweat-soaked fabric of Alan's clothing felt chilled. The blade that had been swinging towards him suddenly hesitated, and Alan witnessed a peculiar addition to the decaying face of the centaur. A sharp, high-pitched chirp echoed. The centaur's south body froze in place. Clang! The longsword clattered to the ground, producing a cascade of metallic sounds. Almost instantaneously, the centaur's form began to topple. Thud! A dull thud resonated as the centaur's body struck the earth, sending dust swirling into the air. Not only the centaur before Alan, but others nearby seemed to succumb to a similar fate. Despite the oppressive darkness of the forbidden forest rendering visibility nearly impossible, the sound of clattering weapons was unmistakable. Chirp chirp, was that a little creature? How had it journeyed from the Slytherin common room to this place? With the chirps echoing, Alan sensed something soft alighting upon his shoulder. Chirp chirp chirp. The small creature's sharp voice called out, its tiny head nuzzling against Alan's neck. Listening to the creature's sounds, Alan finally comprehended the reason behind the centaur's collapse upon the creature's appearance. The wraithly magic that bound them was nullified by the dark mist emitted by this little being. This entity could indeed render wraith magic ineffective. The specifics eluded me, yet it was evident that the most troublesome threat had been resolved by this diminutive savior. Your performance was truly remarkable. Although I remain perplexed as to why you repeatedly sought my presence, it is evident that you possess an affinity for peril. From the shadows, a sinister malice emanated from the direction of Voldemort. Soon after, he emerged from the darkness, cloaked in black robes and wearing a hood. Alan astutely noted the trembling of Voldemort's hand, a clear indication that his condition was far from optimal. However, perhaps due to the utilization of Chilo's vitality, Voldemort seemed largely indifferent to the changes within his own body. Beneath the dark hood, his face remained obscured, revealing only that raspy voice. Chapter 54. The Unbreakable Oath. Are you a follower of Dumbledore? How has he fallen to the depths of manipulating mere young wizards to achieve his goals? Voldemort's expression remained concealed beneath his dark hood. Alan gazed at Voldemort with an unwavering calmness, devoid of any trace of fear. You seem unafraid of me, even daring to utter my name. The tone of Voldemort's voice betrayed an air of superiority, causing Alan to narrow his eyes. Alan was perplexed by Voldemort's apparent confidence in his reaction and his audacity to engage in casual conversation. I do not fear you. I have come to propose an alliance. As Alan's words settled in the air, he could distinctly sense a momentary stillness in Voldemort's posture. Look at you. The once mighty Voldemort has now become a figure even a stray dog would dare to relieve itself upon. I heard you recently traveled to Albania. How was the rat meat there? Alan continued, stepping closer with a smile that held an enigmatic quality. Each utterance seemed to provoke a more pronounced tremor in Voldemort's form. What a pity! I may never have the chance to savor Albanian rat, Voldemort. Do you know why? Alan paused deliberately. Because I shall ascend higher than you. We both graduated from Hogwarts. How you descended into this wretched state? Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light erupted suddenly, the incantation resounding with thunderous intensity. The brilliance so blinding that Alan squinted. He mourned for Quirrell for a brief 3 seconds. Voldemort was currently drawing upon Quirrell's life force to cast his spells. A curse, imbued with terrifying might and boundless fury, hurtled towards Alan. He was desperate. Voldemort was indeed desperate. Yet, to Voldemort's dismay, the curse merely passed through the very spot where Alan had stood moments before. Alan's figure reappeared at a distance, his gloved hand calmly brushing off the fabric of his attire, exuding an elegance that starkly contrasted with Voldemort's draped in shadows. I understand your desire for revival. After all, I would find it unbearable to exist in such a ghastly state myself. Why not admit it? Do you still wish to feast on rats? Though Alan's words bore a teasing tone, his gaze remained sharply fixed on Voldemort. Confronting one whom the system deemed a great wizard, he was compelled to exercise caution. Even in his current grotesque form, Alan had no faith that Voldemort lacked the capacity to inflict harm upon him. In dealing with such a figure, Alan devoted the majority of his focus to perceiving the malicious intent lurking in the shadows. Should Voldemort make a move, he could at least ensure his own safe escape. The effect of his words seemed to manifest. He could sense that Voldemort's animosity towards him had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Do you wish to strike? I should feel pity for Quirrell. Look at the kind of master he has chosen, one who cavalierly squanders your life. Avada Kedavra! The curse fell once more, only to go astray again. You are attempting to provoke me. Do you presume I am unaware? Voldemort's raspy, deep voice seethed with ire, before suddenly breaking into a laugh. Yet it is evident you have succeeded. You have incited my anger and then offered assistance. You do not resemble the typical wizard in the least. Alan listened calmly to Voldemort's voice, clearly understanding that Voldemort was no fool. Indeed, only a person of exceptional caliber could ascend to the title of the Second Dark Lord. I can assist you in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Upon hearing these words, Voldemort's breathing grew noticeably more rapid, yet his tone remained deliberately unhurried. What do you desire? He inquired, still shrouded in his hood, laughing softly. However, the coldness of his eyes remained evident beneath the shadow of his hood. Alan suppressed the flutter of excitement within and took the bait. I require your aid in eliminating Dumbledore. Alan's face contorted with rage at the mere mention of the name. Dumbledore? Voldemort's gaze flickered. After my failure, I have been subjected to daily brainwashing by that old fool, perceived as a mere dark sorcerer. And you expect me to kill Dumbledore? Do you not find your words rather absurd? However, your potential is formidable. Perhaps you might consider becoming my servant. Voldemort did not immediately retort. A sign revealing his current stance was one of mere skepticism. The fact that they were engaged in a dialogue suggested there was hope. Coupled with his past as a seasoned merchant for decades, Alan felt confident in his position. Everyone harbors weaknesses, and the more desperate a person becomes, the more those weaknesses are magnified. Voldemort was, of course, no exception. Dumbledore has continually sought to expel me, Alan said with a hint of hatred. I slaughtered the camp of wandering wizards, as you are aware. He has persistently aimed to dismiss me. Yet I must graduate from the magical school to secure a position within the Ministry of Magic. I must eliminate that old fool. Upon finishing his declaration, the small curled-winged creature perched on Alan's shoulder tilted its head, gazing at its master with uncertainty. Chirp! But Alan paid no heed to its thoughts. All he had spoken, save for the last sentence, was the truth. As for Dumbledore, how could he ensure Dumbledore's demise would be at his own hands? Or what if Dumbledore aligned himself with another? After years of commerce, Alan had learned that there are no eternal enemies, not even that old bee, Dumbledore. What reason do I have to believe you can assist me in stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Merely because you're a young wizard? Voldemort's voice trembled slightly. Alan could sense that Voldemort's malice toward him had significantly diminished. You must be familiar with Snape? I frequently visit his office, and he has previously divulged to me tales of your former glory. With his assistance, success is assured. Voldemort's breathing quickened further as he slowly removed his hood. In the obscurity of the forbidden forest, only the scattered starlight from the heavens illuminated the surroundings, just as the moon emerged from the shrouding clouds, casting its silvery glow upon the ground. It revealed the visage of Voldemort. What a face it was! A grotesque distortion of features, devoid of lips and eyebrows, with only tightly squeezed eyes and a mouth. Although lacking a nose, 2 nostrils still remained. The absence of a nose. I misspoke, rather. The peculiar arrangement of Voldemort's features inexplicably reminded Alan of an old adage. The face reflects the heart. Years of lurking in the shadows, countless days and nights of mere survival had obliterated Voldemort's once handsome visage, transforming it into this extreme amalgamation of contorted features, twisted, anguished, tormented. No ordinary person could endure such a prolonged existence in this state of psychological distress. It was an obsession. Dubbed a great wizard, he was fundamentally different from ordinary folk, exemplified by Voldemort's current fixation. He sought resurrection, to reclaim all that he had once possessed. You must pledge an unbreakable oath with me. I shall assist you in eliminating Dumbledore, and in return, you will help me procure the Philosopher's Stone this year. Voldemort's voice was hoarse as he slowly withdrew his hand from his sleeve, and it was then that Alan realized Voldemort, more accurately, Quirrell, was actually turned away from him. Chapter 55. The Legacy of the Great Wizard Alan Shelby. Do you swear to steal the Philosopher's Stone? I swear. Voldemort, do you swear to assist me in killing Dumbledore? I swear. As the unbreakable vow concluded with Quirrell as a witness, the wand he held soon erupted with a shower of sparks. At last, Alan beheld the vision of triumph. He had ensnared Voldemort, witnessing the promise of victory unfold before him. With the oath established, a sudden system notification reverberated in his ears. The host has entered into an unbreakable vow with a great wizard, marking the completion of the task. Congratulations, host, on achieving the task, gaining the trust of a great wizard. Task reward legacy of a great wizard has been issued. Whisper of Morgana. For details, please refer to the system page. A new task has been generated. Alan froze momentarily, as he had anticipated a longer endeavor to earn Voldemort's trust. Yet, the task was unexpectedly completed. This was not entirely surprising, considering the high stakes of the unbreakable vow. If either party failed to uphold their end of the bargain, death would be the immediate consequence. Alan's task was merely to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, and what would transpire upon its procurement remained uncertain. After all, the stone had always been a part of his grand design. Severus had previously suggested transforming military arms into alchemical items, proposing the study of the Philosopher's Stone. With extensive research, Alan discovered that the stone itself resembled an immense energy core. Whether it was the life force Voldemort craved or the alchemical energy Alan sought, one could ponder, what if the Philosopher's Stone were integrated into the arms manufacturing process? However, such considerations were momentarily irrelevant. He had already devised a plan, and the theft of the stone required meticulous preparation. At present, his focus was on his newfound legacy. Whisper of Morgana, Effect 1, can transform into an undying raven, during which time the host is in an invincible state, with heightened perception, consuming no magical energy. Effect 2, feathers can leave a mark on others, allowing for communication through the mark. Effect 3, while transformed into the undying raven, the host can absorb weakened souls to enhance their own magical power and talents. Note, the number of souls consumed must not exceed a limit, or chaos may ensue. Upon reviewing the details of his new legacy, Alan's furrowed brow relaxed. This inheritance promised to elevate his magical prowess and innate abilities, which he had recently felt were insufficient. Yet, there was an unsettling quality to the legacy bestowed by the system. Transforming into an undying raven. What white wizard would ever choose to become a raven? Furthermore, leaving a mark with feathers, the notion increasingly resembled the dark mark. And to consume souls to amplify his strength, one must question, what wizard possessing such abilities was not a dark sorcerer? This is leading him to commit a crime. Nonetheless, he is at least a legitimate and law-abiding merchant. I hope you comprehend the actions you are about to undertake. I will call upon you later. Voldemort, interrupting Alan's train of thought, spoke briefly before sweeping away with a flourish of his sleeve, leaving Alan standing alone in place. And what about the little creature? Alan glanced at the creature on his shoulder, nudging him with its head, and gently patted its head. This time, thanks to the creature, Voldemort might have otherwise forced him away, and he would have likely failed to complete the system's task. Damn it, whether in his past life or the present. During the entrepreneurial phase, one must handle everything personally. He should work swiftly to elevate the name of the Shelby family within a magical community. However, the more pressing matter at hand is to take a restful slumber. His magical energy is severely depleted. Voldemort was particularly exhilarated today. He had initially believed that the wretched little wizard trailing him was sent by Dumbledore. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon such a fool who, in order to have him kill Dumbledore, needed to assist him in acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, the words of that little imp were infuriating. It had been ages since he had felt such rage. How dare he claim that the greatest wizard of this century, namely himself, fed on rodents? Were it not for the necessity of assistance at this moment, he might have truly killed that little wizard. After relinquishing control of his body to Quirrell, he was overcome with an intense drowsiness. Damn it, he was about to drift off again. At least he had consumed the blood of a unicorn today, which had provided him with some relief. Yesterday, during his slumber, he dreamt of Dumbledore wielding a muggle kitchen knife against him, and upon waking, he was nearly driven to madness. Nevertheless, Quirrell was a commendable servant. At the very least, he could vent his frustrations upon him, and with a mere token of gratitude, Quirrell would be immensely grateful. It was time for him to indulge in a proper sleep. Yes, a slumber, for he sought vengeance, to recuperate his strength, and to torment that old scoundrel Dumbledore with a Cruciatus curse repeatedly. As he soothed his soul, which was pushed to the extremes of fury, he inhaled the garlic scent wafting from Quirrell's turban. This aroma aided in lulling him to sleep. Just as Voldemort was on the brink of slumber, he suddenly sensed a tremor in Quirrell's soul. Voldemort regained his consciousness, resisting the emptiness within his soul, and focused on perceiving Quirrell's gaze. Ah, grassy field, nighttime, tranquility, Dumbledore. Everything appeared extraordinarily serene. Wait, Dumbledore? Voldemort felt a quiver in his soul. What is Dumbledore doing here? Rapidly utilizing the scant vitality of Quirrell, he cast a spell. This should provide sufficient security. He concealed his soul with his techniques. After all, the greatest wizard at his level possesses some magic that ordinary individuals cannot comprehend, and he feared Dumbledore might sense him. Quirrell, why do you not go watch the Quidditch match? Came Dumbledore's calm voice. Voldemort felt an itch in his nose, as if a speck of dirt from Quirrell's turban had found its way into his nostrils. Lacking a nose altogether, he inhaled the dirt, which left him feeling somewhat irritable. Headmaster, I just want to find Hagrid, but you wasn't there, Quirrell stammered, subsequently retrieving a few books he had long prepared from his pocket. Hagrid happens to have a plethora of dark magical creatures. Very well. Professor Quirrell, now, have you encountered Alan Shelby? Chapter 56. The Magic Armament Production Line Proposal after Alan departed from the Forbidden Forest. He encountered Hagrid and Dumbledore along the way. Hagrid, primarily concerned for his safety, had come to check on Alan after hearing from Dumbledore that he had gone missing. Dumbledore, who had seemingly just faced Voldemort, inquired if Alan had encountered Professor Quirrell. Upon receiving a negative response, even the typically stoic Dumbledore's tightly held composure visibly relaxed. It is worth noting that Harry and Hermione had been anxiously awaiting Alan's return. The two young ones were quite sentimental. Even though it was nearing dawn and Dumbledore himself had arrived, they did not leave. Only after witnessing Alan emerge unscathed from the Forbidden Forest did they finally breathe a sigh of relief and depart. Upon entering Hogwarts Castle and making his way through the corridors toward the Slytherin dormitory, Alan felt a sense of ease wash over him. This relief was not solely due to his encounter with Voldemort. There was also the matter of his companion, Ju. Ju appeared quite pleased after Alan had casually complimented its work. The little creature nestled its small head against Alan's neck, curling up like a small pouch, with only its head resting on his shoulder. Alan then proceeded to sprinkle some plant nutrients for his biting cabbage and added a few pieces of raw meat, 2 extra pieces for Ju's food bowl today. Following this, he opened his system panel. Host, Alan Shelby, Heritage, Call of the Druid, Whispers of Morgana, Magic, Basic Magic, LV2, Shadow Concealment Max. Magic Storm, Mox, Spelsch, Sleep Charm, Proficient, Killing Curse, Beginner, Summoning Charm, Expert. Expand. Skills, Introductory Potion Brewing, Proficient, Introductory Transfiguration, Proficient. Expand. Current task, arm the Shelby family with magic by any means necessary. Reward, Legacy of the Great Wizard. Upon noticing the new task that appeared on his panel, Alan narrowed his eyes and took a piece of parchment, sitting at his desk, to jot down his thoughts. He then retrieved a thick tome from the nearby bookshelf. Alchemy, Material Deconstruction. This was a textbook only encountered in the 7th year and classified as a restricted book. Fortunately, Hogwarts' distinctive borrowing mechanism was quite accommodating. No matter which professor it was, as long as they issued a borrowing slip for the young wizard, he could access the restricted section. Alan had been visiting the restricted section of Hogwarts daily in recent days, where a plethora of dark magic texts resided. This implies that if a young wizard were to recklessly wish to dabble in a particularly perilous dark magic, all they needed was to find a professor who seemed somewhat foolish and procure a borrowing permit from them. Thus, they could directly enter the restricted section, study dark magic, and either meet their demise or replicate Voldemort's path. During Principal Dippet's tenure, there was little oversight of the books in the restricted section. For instance, it contained texts regarding Horcruxes, among other dangerous subjects. However, after Dumbledore took office, he concealed many potentially dangerous tomes, including those pertaining to Horcruxes. Without overthinking, Alan meticulously perused the contents of the book, subsequently inscribing notes onto the parchment. After a considerable time, he set down his quill. Chirp, his companion, a curious creature known as Not Blood, fluttered its wings and leapt from Alan's shoulder to the table, observing the notes with its inquisitive little eyes. Suddenly, Not Blood felt a nudge, as if being pushed away. "No need to look. You wouldn't understand." "Chirp, chirp, chirp," protested Not Blood, flapping its dark green wings in discontent, though to no avail. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, it gently scratched Alan's hand with its sharp little claws before flying to the windowsill to enjoy the tempest within the climate carpet alongside the biting cabbage. Alan remained seated, his gaze lazily scanning the parchment before him. Magical Arms Production Line Proposal was prominently inscribed at the top of the page. According to the system's current task, he was still required to arm the Shelby family. The plan to arm the Shelby family mirrored his own intentions: to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, then either master alchemy or find a trustworthy alchemist to amalgamate the Philosopher's Stone with the arms production line. While the concept seemed straightforward, the execution necessitated not only a strategy to counter Dumbledore, but also a firm grasp of potion making. Unfortunately, he lacked a trustworthy alchemist. As for Snape, that was a jest. Although Snape had been cordial, he had not yet been swayed to their cause and remained fundamentally aligned with Dumbledore. Alan and Dumbledore had subtly positioned themselves in opposition. Could he truly rely on Snape? Moreover, and perhaps most critically, Snape had no incentive to assist him. After all, it was unrealistic to expect a master of potions to invest time and energy into such an endeavor. The system had previously informed him that once his foundational potion-making skills reach a master level, he could commence studying alchemy. Based on his understanding, master was a tier beyond proficiency, beginner proficient, expert master. It seemed he needed to hasten his pace in learning potion-making. After completing these reflections, Alan rolled up the parchment, intending to pass it to Watson later. It appeared that Not Blood could also deliver messages. By day, it could stealthily traverse from Hogwarts Castle into the Forbidden Forest, likely due to the majority of the professors being occupied at the Quidditch pitch, showcasing its remarkable stealth abilities. However, he needed a pause. Alan suddenly recalled something. His new heritage endowed him with the capability to consume souls, thereby augmenting his own magical power and talent, correct? Thus, Horcruxes might also be considered souls, and he seemed to have a mental map of all their locations. He retrieved the parchment and swiftly began to enumerate the positions of all the Horcruxes. The pendant box of Slytherin, previously retrieved by Regulus, Sirius's brother, after his moment of enlightenment, was taken to Sirius's ancestral home. Access to the old mansion remains temporarily barred. The Hufflepuff Cup resides within Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts. Perhaps a heist at Gringotts should be contemplated in the future. Additionally, the ring belonging to the Gaunt family is shrouded in mystery, as its whereabouts are unknown. It might be prudent to have Watson keep an eye out for it. Then, there is Nagini. Harry, this is truly untenable. Should Alan take action, Dumbledore would undoubtedly eliminate him. These 5 relics are currently unattainable, leaving the path forward rather clear. The diary in Lucius's possession, alongside the Ravenclaw diadem from the Room of Requirement, beckons. A glance at his watch reveals the time. Damn, it's already 3:49. While other wizards are nestled in the warmth of their comfortable beds, he finds himself plodding as though in the early days of the Muggle Shelby family. Most importantly, the parchment bears a multitude of written thoughts. His hand grows weary, and Alan shakes it out. With a gentle tap on the ethereal head that flits back towards him, Alan slowly opens the dormitory door. His form transforms into a shadow, vanishing at the threshold. He is determined to acquire the Ravenclaw diadem and attempt his inaugural transformation into a Thestral to consume Voldemort's Horcrux. Chapter 57. A significant surge in magical power. Half an hour later, when the door to Alan's bedroom swung open once more, he held in his hand a dusty coronet. Removing his black gloves, he took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped away the dust, revealing the coronet's unique golden sheen. Chirp! Upon seeing Alan return, the little creature quickly flapped its wings and perched itself upon his shoulder. Just as it settled, the creature, which had curled itself into a small ball, suddenly felt a void beneath its feet. Chirp! In an instant, the spot where Alan had been standing was now vacant. The surrounding air grew frigid, and sensing an ominous presence, the little creature's eyes widened in alarm, transforming it into a shadow that swiftly vanished into the corner of the dormitory. It felt as though its very soul trembled. Chirp! Within the dimly lit dormitory, the flickering candlelight began to dance erratically. Dark tendrils of mist inexplicably spread through the air. The creature shrank even further, its tiny head unable to comprehend how its master had vanished in the blink of an eye, not through the shadowy ability it possessed. It felt no trace of Alan's presence, only a profound sense of impending doom, as if something sinister were about to descend upon them. As a winged demon, this was the first time it had experienced the chilling grasp of death, aside from the moment its master had once aimed a gun at it. The black mist thickened, distinctly different from the fog that appeared during an impending attack. This felt like an aura emanating from within. Even the biting cabbage on the windowsill recoiled, clearly sensing the threat of death. Being a magical creature, the little being was especially attuned to the essence of life. Within the black mist, something stirred, though it bore no discernible life force. A pair of white eyes emerged from the shadows, reminiscent of a beast awakening from a long slumber in a silent cave. These eyes lacked pupils, radiating a despairing pallor. Fortunately, the entity seemed to shift its gaze after a fleeting glance in its direction. With newfound courage, the little creature cautiously extended its head, striving to glimpse the entirety of the being. It was a raven exuding a dark aura, standing about half a meter tall. Its pure white eyes held an unnerving weight as they scanned the creature's form. After a prolonged moment, the raven suddenly extended its sharp claws, resembling iron, and seized the coronet that Alan had placed upon the table. Unaware of the creature's thoughts, Alan, now adapting to his newfound power, calmly reached out with his hand, no, his claws, to grasp the coronet atop the table. Upon transforming into an undead raven, he felt as though the world around him had taken on an ethereal quality. He could perceive the soul of the winged demon, small and curled into a ball. He could perceive the soul of the biting cabbage by the window, smaller than even the curled winged demon. The roots, despite the barrier of the flower pot, allowed Alan's gaze to penetrate, revealing the trembling soul within. Shifting his focus, he turned towards the diadem of Ravenclaw. It was a soul that howled, a seemingly handsome middle-aged man, in his 30s, bearing the quintessential features of a Scotsman. Yet his blue eyes were filled with fury and wrath. The soul appeared to notice Alan's raven form, trembling at the instant their eyes met. What is this? The essence of Voldemort seemed to echo from a distant realm. Alan fixated on Voldemort's soul, suddenly overcome by an uncontrollable appetite. At that moment, Voldemort's soul seemed particularly sweet, exuding an enticing aura of malevolence. Gazing into the terrified eyes of Voldemort's essence, Alan, in his raven guise, suddenly flapped his wings. Voldemort's voice drifted from afar, seemingly crying out, howling, pleading for mercy. But none of it mattered anymore. Alan, as a raven, abruptly raised his sharp claws and slashed at Voldemort's soul. A white mist, visible only to Alan, emanated into the air, continuously pouring forth from Voldemort's wounds, devouring. The gases in the air, at the moment Alan beheld them, began to rush towards his gaze. His pure white pupils absorbed Voldemort's soul with a voice that instilled immense despair in him. Still, it was not enough. The white pupils flickered with a glimmer of cold light, intensifying the distant, anguished screams of Voldemort's soul. Piercing cries, audible solely to Alan, echoed in desperate attempts to escape the torment of being consumed. Yet it was futile. 5 minutes later, Alan sat serenely at the table, glancing at the magic power section of his panel. Basic magic power, LV5. On the tabletop, the diadem of Ravenclaw lay shattered, oozing a vile black liquid. After Alan uttered the cleansing charm, a portion of Voldemort's soul vanished entirely. This represented 1/7 of Voldemort's essence, yet it had more than doubled his magical power. Compared to before, The cleansing charm he had just cast was poorly controlled, transforming the table's original brown into the color of raw wood. Since his last departure from the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Lucius had been in high spirits. He was determined to deal with that damned Crouch, the accursed Crouch who often employed despicable methods to undermine the Malfoy family. Frankly, he never anticipated that Crouch would encounter such a sudden misfortune. He could hardly comprehend how that little wizard with the surname Shelby could place such a grave accusation upon Crouch. This was the first time he had witnessed someone being labeled with a wizard's declaration. To Lucius, it felt more akin to a Muggle thief confessing after stealing a penny, only to be charged with violating Muggle law. He remarked that it seemed reasonable, indeed it did, to think it could be utilized in such a manner. Lucius set aside a hefty tome, revealing the title on its spine, the Comprehensive Compendium of Edicts issued by the Ministry of Magic, 1855. Recently, he had been corresponding with Shelby, urging him to expedite the prosecution against Crouch. This matter could not linger. However, Shelby's response took him by surprise. He was advised to investigate the outcome concerning an incident involving a young wizard named Chenno Finch, who had caused harm. Lucius discerned that Shelby was not merely an ordinary wizard. He ought to regard him as a politician rather than a mere spellcaster brandishing a wand. It was evident that he held a considerable concern for the young wizard Chenno. What could compel such a shrewd businessman to care so deeply for an obscure individual? Nonetheless, after his inquiries, he received disheartening news, which was a source of significant anxiety for him. As he gazed into the distant sky, Lucius paced slowly within his office. Chapter 58. That feeling is called revenge. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement cleared of wrongdoing. That Dark Lord is actually at Hogwarts. Dumbledore remains indifferent. Director Crouch demonstrates great authority. This afternoon, as Alan perused the Daily Prophet, these headlines caught his eye. He suppressed the matter of accusing Crouch, noticing Lucius's urgent demeanor, which naturally exposed his vulnerabilities. With such weaknesses in hand, Alan could manipulate Lucius to secure greater advantages for himself. For several days, Chenno had been absent from classes. Inquiring about Chenno from Snape yielded no answers. Nonchalantly, he speared a piece of steak from his plate and chewed it thoughtfully, washing it down with a sip of juice. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the ceiling. A strange owl descended before him, depositing a letter with its sharp beak onto the table before fluttering away. Upon opening the letter, Alan found it signed by Lucius. The note contained a hastily scrawled message. I have investigated the Chenno you mentioned. Following yesterday's board meeting, he has been temporarily confined in the dungeons of Hogwarts. I suspect that someone from the Ministry of Magic is covertly orchestrating this. Additionally, Crouch has been generating significant public sentiment through the Daily Prophet, and the Hogwarts board has commenced discussions regarding the handling of your recent incident. With an impassive expression, Alan placed the letter down, gently wiping the corner of his mouth and taking a deep breath. Chenno was a member of a Shelby family. In stark contrast to Alan's mood, Dumbledore leisurely tapped his cup with his wand, instantly refilling it with coffee. Taking a sip, he noted its warmth. Too hot. Perhaps he should opt for cold coffee instead. With another flick of his wand, he stood and carried the coffee to the window. Previously, he had only been able to procure North American imports, but recently, he found himself relegated to the cheaper South African variety in Diagon Alley. He was well aware of the reason behind this change. Fudge, as Minister for Magic, had raised the export and import taxes to an astonishing 627. Consequently, he could no longer enjoy the affordable and delightful North American coffee. Dumbledore pondered Fudge's motivations, though it seemed clear that he was left with only the South African brew. Oddly enough, both the South African and North American coffees shared a similar flavor, perhaps due to both being cultivated by black wizards. Gazing out at the Quidditch pitch, he observed a multitude of young witches and wizards soaring through the air on their broomsticks, reveling in the post-class excitement. With a contented sigh, Dumbledore felt particularly relaxed that day. Harry had been remarkably well-behaved, immersed in his studies, just as he had envisioned. As for that Shelby, best left unmentioned. No one could dampen his good spirits today, because Nick recently sent him a box of chocolate frogs from North America and mentioned that these chocolate frogs would explode in his mouth. He was determined to savor them, and see if Nick's claims held any truth. Just as he was lost in thought, the office door swung open unexpectedly, interrupting his reverie. Dumbledore slowly sat up, observing the newcomer and gently placing his coffee cup down. Adjusting his crescent-shaped glasses, he confirmed the identity of his visitor. I was Shelby. How could he have forgotten to change the password for the headmaster's office? His chocolate frogs. I beg your pardon for my rudeness, headmaster. Alan entered with a calmness akin to a bottomless lake, leaving Dumbledore unable to discern any emotion in his eyes. Where is Sheno? Alan's inquiry prompted Dumbledore to furrow his brow as he scanned the office, seemingly deep in thought. The last time you acted so impulsively in my office was due to Mr. Joyce's initial wrongdoing, which I cannot contest. However, I believe you should show some understanding towards an old man like me. This matter is a decision from the Board of Governors. I can only offer suggestions. Dumbledore spoke, frowning slightly as he regarded Alan with hesitation. This situation was indeed troublesome. He was acutely aware of Alan's modus operandi. There was no way he could be oblivious. Deep down, he held a certain admiration for Alan, yet he was reluctant to cultivate another wizard at Hogwarts who was both excessively talented and ambitious. Such individuals often veer towards extremes, whether shining in academia like himself or Nick LeMay, or becoming a charismatic speaker in the Ministry of Magic, taverns, and other venues. Alan was forming his own faction, a fact he could easily discern, whether through his interactions with seasoned politicians like Lucius or his attempts to win over younger witches and wizards like Sheno at Hogwarts. Each step he took filled Dumbledore with apprehension. Where is Sheno being held? Alan asked. Just as Dumbledore was about to respond, the office door swung open once more. Dumbledore, you called me, Mr. Shelby, what brings you here? The professor with a hooked nose, clad in black robes, Snape, paused, glancing between Alan and Dumbledore. I wish to know where Sheno is being kept. Alan's gaze remained calm, yet his demeanor was strikingly resolute. Snape hesitated, casting a glance at Dumbledore. In Dungeon 54? But this is not my decision, Mr. Shelby. This is the second time I've stated this tonight. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Alan politely nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude to the headmaster. He then turned to Snape, offering a courteous nod before making his way toward the door. However, he faintly caught the sound of Snape conversing with Dumbledore. Lucius has arrived. He wishes to see you first. Upon departing from the principal's office, I traversed the moving staircase, encountering Peeves along the way. The mischievous poltergeist was hurling several noxious dung bombs into the trophy room. However, it seemed that Filch, haunted by the memory of discovering the legless Malfoy and his two minions in that very room days prior, was too overshadowed by fear to drive Peeves away. Alan, indifferent to these antics, continued his descent to the cellar. In the dungeon, Sheno sat silently in the only available seat, gazing contemplatively at his fingers. It was peculiar. Had this been his former self in such a predicament, he would undoubtedly have been engulfed in terror, perhaps even succumbing to tears. Yet today, after being unceremoniously confined to the dungeon by Filch, who had seized him by the collar, as though he were refuse, he felt no fear. A vivid memory surged within him. When that wretched Filch turned away, an unexpected desire arose, a yearning to drive his wand into Filch's eye. In that moment, his timidity evaporated, replaced by a burgeoning sensation imparted by Mr. Shelby. That feeling, unmistakably, was vengeance. Chapter 59. I can make him legitimate. Zeno's voice suddenly reverberated within the confines of the dungeon. He abruptly lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Alan, his eyes trembled as he inhaled sharply, parting his lips. Thank you, Mr. Shelby. An inexplicable flame ignited within him, as he still donned the black, wizarding robe that Alan had bestowed upon him. Once pristine, the robe was now tattered, primarily due to the rough handling he had endured when Filch had thrust him inside, the uneven floor tearing at its fabric. How are you? Alan's voice maintained its cold, emotionless timbre, yet Zeno felt an unexpected moisture welling in his eyes at the question. No, he was no longer the same Zeno. He would not allow himself to shed tears. Fixing his gaze upon Alan's eyes, his frail body quivered slightly as he nodded. I am well, Mr. Shelby. I shall ensure your safety in the coming days. Remember what I told you that night. Alan was, of course, referring to the matter concerning Malfoy. Very well. Zeno nodded, witnessing Alan rummaging through his black robe. He soon produced a dark object, which, after tracing a parabolic arc through the air, landed softly into Zeno's embrace. Stunned, he looked down to discover it was a handgun. Its exquisite, frigid exterior starkly contrasted with the mass-produced firearms, this one being notably heavier and more intricately designed. The grip bore a circular emblem, with a clear inscription, Shelby. The weight of the handgun suddenly felt substantial in his hands. Fortuitously, the Shelby family has gained another member. Alan's voice echoed within the dungeon. Zeno, still gazing at the handgun, found the words resonating within his mind. The Shelby family? Slowly raising his head, he beheld Mr. Shelby producing a black feather that shimmered with a metallic sheen. As he released it, the feather floated in the air, seemingly propelled by an invisible force, hurtling toward Zeno. Clutching the handgun, Zeno stood his ground, watching the feather approach. It soared directly toward his hand. Upon contact, the feather began to dissipate into a cloud of black gas, frantically burrowing into one of his arms. A chilling sensation surged through him, akin to having a refrigerator full of ice cubes suddenly thrust into his veins, rendering his arm momentarily numb. Strangely, however, Zeno's expression remained devoid of panic. Sniffling, he dully rolled up the sleeve of his arm. On the inner side of his forearm, he discerned a shape resembling the head of a raven, surrounded by pure blackness, save for the raven's eyes, which were white. As Zeno gazed upon it, he was inexplicably struck by the feeling that the raven's head was observing him. However, upon regaining my senses, I discovered that the crow remained in its original form, unchanged. Slowly raising my head, I noticed that Mr. Shelby, who had been standing at the dungeon's entrance, had vanished. Severus Snape's office was bustling today. Indeed, it could be said to be the most lively occasion in years. The last time it was this animated was Severus. That old fudge is constantly plotting my demise. Dumbledore shows no interest in managing the wizarding world. Damn it, if this continues, the Malfoy family will soon lose its esteemed title among the Sacred 28. Lucius's agitated voice resonated. Gazing at Snape, who sat calmly behind his desk with a tranquil expression, Lucius felt an increasing sense of urgency. How can you remain so unfazed? If the Malfoy family's potion business collapses, I will be unable to offer you a price above market value. Lucius flicked his golden hair, a display of emotion he had not shown in quite some time. The last instance of such a lapse was when Narcissa learned of Draco's broken leg, and she had tormented him the entire night, leaving him sore the following morning. Yet, Draco's leg could be healed with a skill grow. If the Malfoy family's enterprise falters, it would be irretrievably lost. Lucius, Snape's voice broke the tension. His gaze fixed steadily on Lucius's eyes. Under Snape's penetrating stare, Lucius felt his urgency dissipate somewhat. Can anger resolve our issues? Snape continued. These are the words of one of my students. You ought to take note of them. Lucius paused, inhaling deeply, on the verge of questioning which student could articulate such wisdom, yet refrained. The pressing matter at hand was to address Crouch. Snape, you must devise a means to urge Shelby. Just as Lucius was speaking, he suddenly felt the office door swing open. Urge me? Urge me to do what? Alan's characteristic calm voice interrupted, causing Lucius to momentarily falter and look over. Clad in a black robe and wearing the black leather gloves he rarely removed, he moved soundlessly, evoking a sense of familiarity. This prompted Lucius to glance at Snape beside him. Ah, now I understand the source of that familiarity. Urge me to take action against your political adversary? Alan remarked lazily, his tone unhurried as he elegantly bowed to Snape, who nodded in acknowledgement, allowing Alan to proficiently take a seat. Lucius furrowed his brow at Alan's words. Alas, he realized he had inadvertently revealed a vulnerability to Alan. Indeed, I surmise you do not wish to be constantly bothered by an annoying fly buzzing in your ear, Mr. Shelby. Indeed, I do dislike flies, but Crouch does not quite fit that description, Alan retorted, deliberately feigning indifference. To be honest, having recently perused the Daily Prophet's reports, I find myself increasingly fond of Crouch's upright disposition. He too desires to uphold the sense of justice that resides within him. How noble, is it not, Lucius? Lucius's breath momentarily ceased. Lifting his gaze, upon witnessing the enigmatic smile playing upon Alan's lips, he realized he was in trouble. Damned! A conspiracy. Alan had seized upon his vulnerability. As long as he harbored intentions of eliminating Crouch, he would inevitably be led by Alan's whims. After years of navigating the political arena, he found himself today outmaneuvered by a mere sparrow. You wish to negotiate? Indeed, Alan replied without hesitation. Seated nearby, Snape slowly retrieved a cup, and with a flick of his wand, filled it with coffee, which then floated before Lucius and Alan. A mocking expression adorned his face as he gazed at Lucius. Lucius, it appears your only option is to negotiate with Alan. Lucius's countenance stiffened. After a brief pause and a deep breath, he said, Very well. What is it that you desire? The young wizard imprisoned in the dungeon, Zeno. I require your connections within the Board of Governors to exonerate this Zeno. Alan paused, and seeing the look Lucius cast his way, he continued, Rest assured, Zeno merely harmed a classmate. I have already made the necessary preparations these past few days. What preparations? I can transform his actions into a lawful endeavor, but my voice carries little weight within the board. Hence your assistance is imperative. Chapter 60. I shall ascend step by step. I shall leverage my connections within the Board of Trustees. But what are your plans regarding Crouch? Lucius inquired, only to be met with a knowing smile from Alan. Subsequently, Alan reached into the depths of his black wizarding robe and produced a stack of parchment. Thud! The parchment landed heavily on the table, emitting a dull thud. Lucius, puzzled by Alan's enigmatic grin, glanced at Severus, who shared a look of perplexity. Lucius then picked up one of the sheets from the stack. The moment his gaze fell upon the top line of text, he froze, his eyes widening as he quickly raised his head to meet Alan's impassive gaze. He turned back to Severus, who, equally bewildered by Lucius's unusual demeanor, raised an eyebrow. Upon noticing Lucius's apprehensive glance, Severus deduced the reason. Today is the weekend, thus I am not a professor. It was evident that Lucius and Alan were discussing their strategy against Crouch in hushed tones, not wishing to disclose their plans in front of Severus. Only after Severus's remark did Lucius hand over the parchment. Accepting the document, Severus began to read with a look of curiosity. Proposal for the Ministerial Execution Department strategy. Divided into 3 main steps. 1. Utilize the Malfoy family's connections to influence the Daily Prophet, disseminating a plethora of negative opinions about Crouch to exert pressure on the ministry through public sentiment. 2. Employ a significant sum of galleons to sway the members of the Wisengamot, as well as influential wizards within the community, such as Slughorn. 3. Organize protests at the ministry to resonate with the lower echelon of the Wizarding Society, applying pressure on the ministry. The following outlines the implementation plan. Severus gazed silently at the alarming letters on the parchment, each character exuding an icy aura. Could it be? He cast a furtive glance at Alan, who remained composed, sipping his coffee, then exchanged a look with Lucius. Was this a plan that a mere young wizard could conceive? Severus endeavored to suppress his inner doubts as he picked up another piece of parchment from the table, densely filled with English letters. It was evident that this document had been meticulously prepared by Alan Long in advance, clearly a prelude to negotiating terms with Lucius. A meticulously crafted and shocking plan unfolded step by step. Flipping through the subsequent sheets, he found outlines for articles destined for the Daily Prophet. Outrage. The ministry has imposed taxes 7 times the price of received goods. Wizards are starving in the streets. Conspiracy. Minister Fudge seeks to replicate the past of the Dark Lord. Pureblood families are on the brink of collapse. A loaf of bread for 7 nuts. Inflation in the wizarding world. Fudge is in action. Hiss. This was not merely an attempt to eliminate Crouch. Something was amiss. As he continued to peruse, extensive analyses of the ministry's organizational structure and the intricate web of power relationships emerged on the parchment. How did Alan manage to acquire such a wealth of information? Moreover, his analysis of the ministry's power dynamics is astoundingly thorough. One can discern that Alan's channels of information are limited, yet even in areas unknown to him. He has meticulously detailed probability estimates. Every step is executed with remarkable precision. Probability analysis, interest groups, and public opinion manipulation. After a prolonged silence, Snape lifted his gaze to meet Lucius's eyes, both men recognizing the incredulity reflected within them. The office fell into an oppressive quiet, the only sound being Alan's tranquil sipping of coffee. Lucius observed Alan's demeanor, akin to a student presenting a mere assignment, and an unsettling fear crept into his heart. He suddenly regretted his collaboration with Alan. The ability to analyze all possibilities and objective conditions regarding any matter was an unsettling trait to find in a mere young wizard. He could scarcely fathom the implications. What if, he thought, Alan set his sights on the Malfoy family? Rest assured, Mr. Lucius, for now we are still allies. Are we not? Alan remarked, taking a sip of coffee before rising slowly to stand at the window ledge, gazing out at the scenery. It was afternoon, and the sun was sinking beyond the hills, an almost imperceptible pace. A stifling silence enveloped the office. What is it that you truly intend? This is more than just a scheme to deal with Crouch, Lucius inquired. Alan savored his coffee, smacking his lips before turning back, leaning against the window. I aim to elevate the Shelby family's stature within the wizarding community. I intend to establish a firm foothold in the magical world. Step by step, I will distance myself from my past, evolving from a mere shadow into a figure of prominence. Alan's words bore no emotion. His tone is flat, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day's weather. Yet, Snape detected a fleeting glimmer of something different in Alan's eyes. That fleeting emotion vanished almost instantly. Snape's expression grew complex. He was a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and just days prior, Dumbledore had conferred with him. He understood Dumbledore's stance. He did not wish for the wizarding world to witness the rise of a wizard endowed with both exceptional ability and ambition. He had always known this. Yet such wizards often exuded an irresistible charisma. Voldemort was one such figure. So was Grindelwald. Dumbledore himself had once been. Even in Alan, upon his arrival at Hogwarts and during the sorting ceremony, he sensed that potent charm. It was also the reason he found himself inadvertently aiding Alan. Outside, a breeze seemed to waft in, dispelling the oppressive silence of the office. What do you plan to do? Lucius asked. Alan raised his eyelids slightly. The galleons will be provided by your Malfoy family, your political adversaries. You must procure these funds. Most of the plans are detailed on those parchments. Your responsibility is to execute the tasks I have marked, while I will handle the persuasion of individuals like Slughorn, provided you supply the necessary galleons. Furthermore, within 3 days, I require to witness Zeno departing the dungeon unscathed, resuming his studies at Hogwarts as if nothing had transpired. Upon hearing this, Lucius pondered for a moment and realized that virtually every aspect had been meticulously considered by Alan, prompting him to nod in acknowledgement. It struck him as peculiar. Although Alan was merely an obscure young wizard at present, he found himself among the elite of the British magical community. Yet within the confines of the office today, he felt perpetually overshadowed by Alan's formidable presence, as though he were being led by the nose. It seemed as if this young wizard possessed an innate charisma. Even if he wished to resist, he found no point of contention. Lucius scrutinized Alan once more, this being his second appraisal, and indeed the most earnest. He could not penetrate the enigma that was this man. Chapter 61. I am going to the library after Alan informed Lucius of Watson's whereabouts. He departed from the office. The specifics had already been conveyed to Watson through the Bloodless Gang, and it is worth noting that Morgana's whispering effect was indeed remarkable. Not only could it transform into a wraith-like raven to consume Voldemort's Horcruxes, but it also possessed an effect akin to the Dark Mark. He had given Bloodless a feather, unexpectedly imprinting his own mark upon it. However, in recent days, he had notably observed an improvement in his proficiency with dark spells. Avada Kedavra, within the room of requirement. It had transformed into a training ground for spellcasting. Alan's wand emitted a dazzling green light. After the incantation was cast, a mechanical notification soon echoed in his ears. Host has used the Killing Curse, Proficiency 5, current proficiency, 145,500 proficient. The recent practice of spells had yielded excellent results. The proficiency of the Killing Curse had surpassed the threshold of initiation, entering the realm of proficiency. Even in his previous practices, each usage post-proficiency would only yield a meager increase of 1 or 2 points. To his astonishment, he now gained 5 points with each use. This led Alan to suspect that consuming Voldemort's Horcrux had indeed enhanced his dark magical aptitude. It is noteworthy that the power of the spells he wielded had also significantly amplified. Previously, even when cast upon a giant, his killing curse seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Now, however, Alan speculated that his killing curse could inflict damage upon giants, creatures that were categorized among the most dangerous by the Ministry of Magic. He had not anticipated that the increase in magical power would yield such substantial benefits. Lucius possessed a diary of Voldemort, and Alan needed to devise a means to obtain it. However, that cunning old fox would never admit to having Voldemort's diary in his presence. After all, should Lucius dare to hand over that Horcrux to him, he would effectively incur Voldemort's wrath. Lucius would never take a side. This crafty politician would only align himself when assured that it posed no threat to him and offered sufficient reward. Thus, to acquire the Horcrux from Lucius, it was imperative to ensure that Lucius was firmly on his side. Wait a moment. If the Malfoy family were to fall, would Lucius then be inclined to take a stand? Alan's eyes narrowed as he concealed his wand, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. In the Gryffindor common room, it happened to be the weekend, and most students were lounging within. They engaged in wizard-esque chess, discussed Quidditch, practiced on their brooms, maintained their Quidditch gear, or debated various Quidditch teams. In contrast to many young wizards whose minds were consumed with Quidditch, Hermione was quietly engrossed in writing her essay. She had intended to discuss the recent assignment given by Professor McGonagall with Harry, only to discover that he had already completed his essay. Harry's current state cannot be described as favorable. However, it is certainly different from before. Each day is consumed with studying and practicing spells. Just a moment ago, Harry invited her to the library. Ron? Hermione had just set down a quill when she observed Ron approaching. Recently, she sensed something amiss with Ron. He had become notably silent, even occasionally picking up a book, which made Hermione wonder if Harry's influence was affecting him. Ron simply responded with a murmur and then sulkily settled onto the nearby sofa. Clutching a small red magical top, a gift from Harry at the beginning of the term, which Hermione distinctly recalled. Ron? Hermione inquired again, her concern deepening. Ron replied in the same manner, which irritated Hermione. What on earth is wrong with you? Harry has been less gloomy these past few days, yet you remain so morose? Hermione set aside the parchment in her hands and gazed earnestly into Ron's eyes, but he showed no inclination to meet her gaze. Continuing to stare blankly at the top in his hands, his ears seemingly flushed. Ron. Hermione's voice rose slightly, her tone laced with frustration. If you are feeling down because of Harry's situation, you should seek him out rather than sulking here. Her intense tone attracted the attention of others in the common room. Hey, what's going on here? A voice chimed in from beside her. Turning, she found herself facing one of the Weasley twins, though she couldn't discern which one. Don't look at me like that. I'm George, and he Fred. No, I'm George, and you're Fred. The twins bantered as they settled on either side of Ron, quickly discerning that his mood was far from jubilant. Hermione, concerned, exchanged glances with the twins. However, they seemed oblivious to her silent plea as George draped an arm around Ron's shoulders. Hey, my silly brother, what is troubling you? Fred patted Ron's shoulder, attempting to inspect the magical top in his hands, only for Ron to evade his grasp. Is this from Harry? Fred inquired, resting a hand on Ron's shoulder. No, came Ron's sullen reply. Then what's the matter? Oh, little Ron's eyes are red. Have you been bullied? Come here for a hug from Mom. George mimicked Mrs. Weasley's affectionate tone, prompting Ron to squirm uncomfortably. Brother, I know you're feeling down, Fred continued. Is it because of Harry's situation? George added. Oh, Ron, your eyes are even redder. Are you about to cry? I should really call Mom over to see. Do you think she'd give you a deep kiss or whack you on the head with her wand? Fred remarked, continuing only when he saw that his brother's eyes were not as swollen as before. If you're truly saddened by Harry's predicament, you ought to seek him out rather than weep here. I refuse. Ron's voice suddenly rose with agitation, prompting the Weasley twins to exchange glances. Can you all please step aside? As if aware of his own outburst, Ron's eyes reddened as he stubbornly uttered I, struggling to find words to evade the moment. I'm going to the library to read. With that, He defiantly rose and departed from the common room under the watchful gaze of Hermione and the others. Yet as he exited, it seemed a single crystalline tear fell upon the floor at the entrance of the common room. Chapter 62. The Fundamentals of Potion Brewing Recently. Lucius has been remarkably swift in his endeavors. Clearly, he can hardly contain his eagerness to topple Crouch. Although the charges against Crouch are indeed valid, the manner in which the Wisengamot will adjudicate remains uncertain, thus posing a considerable risk. Should Crouch manage to evade fatal consequences, a retaliatory strike is inevitable, jeopardizing all of Alan's meticulously laid plans. Lucius's son, the recently injured Draco, along with his two rather foolish companions, has finally vacated the hospital wing, evidently benefiting from the restorative properties of bone regrowth potion. However, ever since leaving the hospital, Draco has been plagued by paranoia. It appears that his mental state has somewhat deteriorated. If one were to suddenly appear before him, Draco would visibly startle. Only upon discerning that the figure is not clad in black robes does he exhale in relief and depart. In stark contrast to Draco's trepidation, Alan finds himself in a rather tranquil state. Lately, he often hears the startled exclamations of young witches and wizards echoing in the corridors, and upon glancing their way, they scurry away at a distance. This perplexes Alan, as he has been enjoying an unusually peaceful existence at Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore seems to have lowered his guard around him, though it would be an exaggeration to claim that all suspicion has dissipated. This bewilderment persisted until one day, while perusing the Daily Prophet in the common room, Alan stumbled upon an article that illuminated the situation. The evil Shelby, poised to become the third Dark Lord. Dumbledore enables the rise of a new Dark Wizard. A brief glance sufficed for Alan to discern that the Ministry of Magic was manufacturing a plethora of rumors. It seems Crouch has become aware of the collusion between him and Lucius, and thus the press is inundated with sensationalist rhetoric. Clearly, he has noticed that Dumbledore has been inundated with correspondence during meals, the majority of which are from the parents of young witches and wizards. They are predominantly petitions demanding the expulsion of one Shelby, as they cannot abide the presence of a Dark Lord in the same academic environment as their children. The gullibility of these parents, believing the fabrications of the Daily Prophet, baffles Alan. He has merely eliminated a camp of rogue wizards, an act far less significant than his deeds in the Muggle world. Naturally, since there is no substantial evidence to confirm Alan as the Dark Lord, these letters merely generate some public pressure, failing to create a significant uproar. Just as he contemplated setting aside the Daily Prophet, the door to the common room swung open abruptly. "Shelby? Come here," came Snape's voice, followed by the rustling of his black robes as he departed the common room like a bat taking flight. Alan raised an eyebrow and rose from the most comfortable sofa in the common room, making his way to Snape's office. After uttering the command to the stag, he pushed the door open, only to pause abruptly upon entering. Inside the office, Snape sat quietly at his desk, engrossed in a book, not even glancing up as Alan entered. However, at this moment within the office, it was not merely Severus Snape, his frail frame cloaked in tattered black robes, occasionally sniffling, who stood there, but also a small wizard, Mr. Shelby, whose bulging presence contrasted sharply with the somber atmosphere. The voice of Sheno, though soft, distinctly reached Alan's ears, no longer marred by the stutter that once characterized his speech. However, the dirt smeared across his face and his even more ragged attire were clear indicators that his recent days had not unfolded as he had hoped. Alan remained silent for a moment, responding only with a non-committal strangely. A heaviness settled in his chest, an unusual emotional stir that prompted him to glance at Snape. As if sensing Alan's gaze, Snape lifted his eyes from the book in his hands and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The half-term at Hogwarts had flown by, the autumn weeks passing in the blink of an eye. On a brighter note, Alan had commenced studying the third-year textbooks, while Lucius was diligently plotting against Crouch. Very well. Now, to incorporate the tale of the blast-ended Scrut. Piece by piece, he would add it and begin to sense the magical essence contained within the potion. With wand in hand, he stirred, continuing in a counterclockwise motion. Within Snape's office, Alan sat before a cauldron, his gaze fixed intently on a particular bubble. Once he confirmed that the bubble was not about to unexpectedly swell, he exhaled in relief. Damn it. He had blown up cauldrons no less than 100 times this month. He could not fathom why the potion-making that had initially seemed simple would become so arduous. Inside the bronze cauldron, the bubble slowly burst. Fortunately, since the last time he had consumed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, he discovered that his enhancement extended beyond merely his dark magic talent. Other academic faculties had also flourished, albeit not as dramatically as his proficiency in dark arts. As Alan delved deeper into potion-making, he realized it was far from straightforward. The further he progressed, the more reliant he became on innate talent. It was not merely a matter of tossing a multitude of magical ingredients together and stirring them into a concoction. Rather, it resembled transfiguration, requiring him to carefully channel his magical essence into the potion, to perceive every magical reaction within. Through sheer will, he endeavored to connect each molecule of the potion with the other ingredients. All of this had been imparted to him by Snape, who had been exceptionally dedicated this month, extending the duration of their detentions and, on occasion, even teaching through the night. Alan had not disappointed him. As Snape gripped his wand, ready to cast a shield charm at a moment's notice, the potion within the cauldron suddenly erupted into a more violent bubbling. Snape's countenance remained as frigid as ever, yet a bead of sweat at his temple betrayed his tension. Damn! It was about to explode. Suddenly, a pale blue gas emerged from the bubbling chaos. The surface of the potion exuded a delicate blue vapor that wafted through the silent office, infusing the air with a hint of the potion's enchanting aroma. Congratulations to the host. The proficiency in basic potion brewing has undergone a transformation. 1000 proficient. Current proficiency in basic potion brewing. 5000 mastery. It is complete. Alan slowly exhaled, fixating on the faint azure glow emanating from the cauldron. This was an invisibility potion, a subject reserved for 6th-year students. This concoction, if placed on the market, could fetch no less than 50 galleons. Snape's grip on his wand relaxed. As Alan gazed into the cauldron's interior, contemplating his words, a sudden electronic voice resonated in his ear. The host's proficiency in basic potion brewing has now reached mastery. System notification: upon attaining mastery in basic potion brewing, the host will unlock basic alchemy and intermediate potion brewing. Surprised by the system's timely reminder, Alan felt a surge of excitement at the implications of its message. Achieving mastery in potion brewing would allow him to transform munitions into alchemical goods. This not only promised to resolve his financial constraints, but also to fulfill system tasks, thus paving the way for another legacy of the great wizard. He envisioned arming the Shelby family. Judging by his current pace, he believed it would not be long before this goal would be realized by the end of the academic year. Chapter 63. The Shelby Family. Greetings from the Ministry of Magic in London. After a long day, Joyce stretched languidly, contentedly surveying the stack of manuscripts before him. What should have been the responsibility of the Department of Magical Propaganda had devolved into his own arduous task. He picked up the parchment and began to scrutinize the documents. The infamous murderer Shelby has such a past. Why does Hogwarts protect a dark wizard? The truth lies here. These manuscripts were largely complete, yet once handed to Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet, they would transform into a torrent of fury from the common wizards. Mr. Crouch had recently insisted that, regardless of the cost, the scandal surrounding Hogwarts' protection of that wretched Shelby must ignite public outrage. He recalled his son Jode, his poor boy, mercilessly beaten at school by that little scoundrel. Even Dumbledore, the old bee, had not come to his aid. The memory of that day at the ministry, when he confronted Mr. Crouch, flooded back. Mr. Crouch, that Shelby actually attacked me with a muggle firearm. What? Mr. Crouch, you say you are unable to help? He claims to be legal. It's absurd. We should pressure Hogwarts now to imprison that damned Shelby in Azkaban. Impossible. Mr. Crouch, we must be prudent. Do you truly believe he might be within the law? Damn. He was merely a young wizard, and his poor son had been tormented to such an extent. Slowly rising, Joyce intended to send the manuscripts via owl to Rita Skeeter. The mere thought of her conjured memories of that fateful night last month. His movement stilled. It seemed Rita was home today. Fortuitously, his wife was working overtime at a potion shop in Diagon Alley. Perhaps he could personally deliver these manuscripts? A splendid plan. Joyce scratched his trousers and, with the manuscripts in hand, departed from the fourth floor of the ministry, where apparition was prohibited. He pivoted and soon found himself at the entrance of a somewhat gloomy Muggle apartment, glancing up at the moon obscured by clouds. The winter breeze, though slight, sent a chill through him. He shivered and fastened the lowest button of his robe. Yes, this was the place. Eager to advance, his movements hesitated once more. He scratched his trousers again before finally ascending the stairs. Arriving at the door of a sixth-floor apartment, he knocked. Rita, a foolish smile, graced Joyce's face as a rustling sound emanated from within. Imagining the scene inside, he licked his lips. Creak. The door opened. Oh, darling, what brings you here? Rita Skid appeared as though she had just awakened, and upon seeing Joyce at the door, she leaned forward with a soft sway of her waist. Despite having lived for decades, Joyce found himself utterly captivated by Rita Skid's enchanting demeanor, swallowing hard. Goodness, in her presence, he felt as naive as a child. Heaven knows how she possesses such allure. However, without further contemplation, Joyce found himself unable to restrain his steps, leading Rita Skid inside. Bang! The door closed. The dark corridor once again fell into silence, save for the chilling winter wind that swept in from outside. In the stillness of the hallway, suddenly, a pair of eyes illuminated the darkness. Green, a hue unique to the Germanic lineage. Soon after, more identical eyes sprang open around that initial gaze. Johnny, the little wizard Jode, mentioned by the boss, must be the son of this man. Boss, who was that old woman just now? Ah, she seems to be a reporter from the Prophet. The boss has recently tasked me with investigating the magical realm. I've seen her photograph. Watson paused, his gaze turning peculiarly towards Johnny, who was lurking in the shadows. He instinctively glanced at Johnny's trousers and sighed in relief. I thought you had taken a liking to that old woman. Boss, how could you think that of me? After all, I grew up on the fine provisions provided by the boss. How could I ever be interested in such a plump old sow? That gypsy girl the other day. Oh, for heaven's sake, boss, don't bring that up. She clearly stated she was French, only to discover she wore a pound of makeup when we got upstairs. Johnny, enough of this. Once this job is done, I'll treat you to the finest French tavern, and we'll indulge in a grand feast akin to the legendary 108 Bandits. Excited breaths echoed in the darkness, followed by the sounds of submachine guns being readied. Suddenly, a blue flame flickered to life in the shadows. Beneath the flame was an object resembling a skeletal hand. Joyce, come to your master. In the cozy room, Rita Skid donned a form-fitting black outfit, gazing at Joyce, who appeared as obedient as a little dog. Despite the presence of electric lights, a solitary red candle on the table cast a faint glow. She had been busy all day at the Prophet, enduring her boss's incessant commands. The thought made her feel somewhat nauseous, prompting her to spit. Damn it! In a fit of frustration, she cracked the whip in her hand. Crack! Joyce let out a pitiful whimper. Come here. Rita Skid's voice turned stern. Just as Joyce intended to step forward, the lone candle in the room suddenly extinguished. Huh? Joyce. Wait a moment, I'll fetch my wand. It seems we're also low on the potion of enchantment. I'll go retrieve it. Rustling sounds emerged from the darkness as Rita Skid slowly opened the door. Strangely, she recalled that she had not turned off the living room light. Navigating through the darkness, Rita Skid cautiously maneuvered around the sofa. She distinctly remembered placing her wand right here. How could it have vanished? Raising her gaze, she found nothing but impenetrable darkness in the living room, yet a foreboding sensation stirred within her. Who is there? She called out, her hand devoid of her wand, leaving her feeling profoundly vulnerable. Suddenly, a disturbance in the shadows revealed a pair of pale green eyes. The Shelby family sends their regards. An unfamiliar voice resonated abruptly. Rita Skid's heart raced as she sensed the danger. She pivoted, attempting to disapparate. But alas, she stumbled, losing her balance and crashing to the floor. The sound of rapid gunfire, muffled as if silenced, erupted in the darkness. A barrage of bullets surged towards Rita Skid. With terror in her eyes, she let out a piercing scream, and in an instant, her form vanished with a loud pop. In the murky shadows, a ladybug appeared. Unfortunately, the spots on its back reflected a faint glimmer in the dimly lit living room. The gunfire intensified. The entire wall of the living room became a tapestry of bullets. A multitude of spent casings littered the floor around Watson and his companions. After what felt like an eternity, the cacophony of gunfire ceased. On the ground lay a pool of blood, accompanied by remnants of flesh scarcely discernible. The nuisance had been dealt with, but it seemed another presence lingered in the bedroom. In the darkness, Watson smiled, revealing his yellowed teeth, a testament to years of smoking, while his rugged face bore a chilling gaze directed towards the bedroom. Just then, his eyes locked onto those peering from the doorway. "Mr. Joyce." Watson's smile widened. "The Shelby family sends their regards." Chapter 64. The Decline of Voldemort on Christmas Day. In Shino's dormitory, he rose from his bed and glanced at the two empty beds in the room. It was peculiar. Ever since his return from the dungeons, he discovered that his two roommates had vacated their spots. The reason behind this was a mystery to him, yet he found solace in the solitude. His gaze drifted to a corner where gifts were piled, delivered by house elves at some unknown time. In comparison to his peers at Hogwarts, Shino's collection of gifts was meager, merely 3 items. Who would bestow gifts upon him? He picked up the presents and examined the inscriptions on them. From Alan Shelby. It seemed he ought to address him as boss now, though he typically referred to him as Mr. Shelby. As he unwrapped the gift, he uncovered a crimson box adorned with a pattern encircled in black, outlined in white. It depicted a raven's head, reminiscent of the emblem on his arm. However, this raven's head lacked the vitality of the one inked on his skin. Upon opening the heavy box, a golden gleam emanated from within. Was this galleons? Indeed, there were several dozen coins, an amount substantial enough to cover his expenses for an entire year, a remarkable gift for a young wizard. Shino's eyes twitched slightly. While he had never encountered someone who directly gifted money during Christmas, Mr. Shelby seemed adept at discerning precisely what one needed. His gaze shifted to a tattered wizard's robe hanging opposite his bed, a garment given to him by Mr. Shelby that day. The robe bore frayed edges, dark stains, and splotches of dry blood. Shino was not unfamiliar with restoration spells, yet he refrained from mending or cleansing the robe. He could not fathom why he felt compelled to leave it hanging in silence. Shaking his head, he returned to the second gift, which took him by surprise. This present bore no inscription. It was a pristine wand, more accurately, a restoration of his formerly broken wand. The black box also contained a vial of specialized wand repair potion. Turning his attention to the final box, he noticed the inscription, from Watson Shelby. Who was Watson Shelby? Sharing the same surname, he recalled that Mr. Shelby had no known relatives. As he opened the box, he found a black muggle suit resting inside, topped with a newsboy cap. On the side of the box lay a letter regarding the new member of the Shelby family. Greetings. I heard the boss mention that a new member has joined the family, and there are few worthy of his trust. To be brief, writing is a nuisance. It's far easier to shoot. This is the customized Shelby family uniform I have prepared for you. I believe we shall meet soon. Watson Shelby. Meanwhile, in Alan's dormitory, a soft chirp echoed. Alan rubbed his head, departing from his desk, having spent a sleepless night. The parchment before him comprised primarily of information concerning the Malfoy family, acquired by the Watson faction from various corners of the magical realm. After meticulous organization, he had finally concluded the task. Gazing at the substantial stack of parchment, Alan tucked them away and nonchalantly pushed aside the curled-winged creature that had approached. With a series of soft chirps, he adjusted his dark robe, preparing for the day ahead. Given the Christmas season, he had initially planned to depart from Hogwarts and visit Watson. The lawsuit against Crouch was imminent, as the Wisingamot had communicated yesterday, indicating that proceedings would commence shortly. Once he set foot in the Wisingamot court, the Shelby family would undoubtedly gain rapid renown within the wizarding community. Many of his schemes remained undisclosed to Lucius, who was merely a pawn in his grand design. The true intricacies of his plans lay elsewhere. Through his raven mark, Watson informed him that the Joyces had been dealt with, and surprisingly, Rita Skeeter had also been ensnared in the process. Alan had not anticipated the loathsome woman would exit the stage so peacefully, influenced by his machinations. It is noteworthy to mention Voldemort, who had been persistently urging him to procure the Philosopher's Stone. However, due to his investigations revealing an unusual state in Dumbledore, Alan prudently decided to delay that endeavor. Once he had arranged his attire, he gently pushed open the dormitory door. At the threshold, he was confronted with a towering mountain of gifts. Damn! Who had the audacity to leave the heaviest of parcels right at his door? With a resounding thud, a heavy object fell, stirring a cloud of dust. Alan furrowed his brow uneasily, fixating on the largest and heaviest gift. He could not fathom who on earth would consider such a gift suitable for a doorstop. A glance at the tag revealed the sender, Hagrid. Ah, that was no surprise. Upon unwrapping the gift, he discovered a plethora of rock cakes, their texture reminiscent of stone. Was he truly so feared that they thought he would starve during his winter hibernation at Hogwarts? Alan, wearing black gloves, began to sift through the pile of gifts. It was evident that most of these parcels were sent by the more central members of the Shelby family. Curiously, they had managed to find a way to send letters via owl, though the splatters of blood on the gift boxes clarified the situation somewhat. Numerous gifts from various professors adorned the pile. Nearly every educator he had encountered had sent him a token. Well, except for Professor Binns. Drawing his wand, he whispered an incantation, causing the heap of gifts to levitate and glide toward his dormitory. Among them were several gifts from particularly significant individuals. Harry had sent a multitude of books, which was hardly surprising, given his frequent presence in the library. Hermione. This was unexpected. Her gift contained a magical balance scale, designed to assist in organizing one's thoughts during moments of indecision. As for Watson, Alan needed no guesswork regarding the contents. He opened the package. A handgun, unmistakably handcrafted, lay before him, its exquisite casing concealing several fully loaded magazines. Alan carefully stowed the firearm alongside the various other weapons gifted by Watson over the past years, each differing in style. Yet, one unmarked present remained. A black box, upon opening, revealed a bottle filled with shimmering golden potion. A label adorned it, elegantly inscribed with the words Felix Felicis. There was nothing particularly surprising about it. McGonagall, Flitwick Dumbledore. Wait, Dumbledore? Alan gazed at the box sent by Dumbledore. Could it be that the old wizard had taken the time to send him a gift? Furrowing his brow, Alan opened the gift box. Inside lay an exceptionally thick tome titled Scholarly Analyses of the Wizarding World, The Decline of Voldemort. Chapter 65. Remember, Mother will always love you in the depths of Severus Snape's office. He sat behind the desk, a familiar position for him, holding a pristine white handkerchief. Carefully, he extracted a black object from a gift box, meticulously wiping away the imaginary dust that clung to it. There is still a bit of grime here, he murmured, continuing to polish the surface with his handkerchief. After a moment, he lifted the cloth to inspect the area he had just cleaned. To his satisfaction, the white handkerchief revealed no trace of dust. However, it seemed Snape was indifferent to the effectiveness of his efforts. He scrutinized the object under the light, noting the barrel, the grip, and the magazine. Perhaps it would be prudent to clean the interior as well. The reason for Snape's meticulous attention to this handgun was simple. It had been a gift from Alan, his most esteemed student. Teaching often imbues a sense of purpose, especially when students can discern the earnestness of their instructor. Professors, after all, are not entirely selfless. They desire recognition for their contributions. When Alan placed a staggering 200 galleons on Snape's desk, it stirred something within him. This was the essence of being a professor. Acknowledgement from a student who understands your goodwill and wishes to reciprocate, even if the gesture is seemingly trivial, such as a cheap plastic rose. A faint smile graced his lips. It was the first time in years that a gift on Christmas brought him genuine joy. Severus. Suddenly, the door to his office swung open. Snape swiftly waved his wand, casting a quick spell on the handgun, causing it to dissipate into a mere wisp before he exhaled in relief. Raising his gaze, he found Lucius Malfoy entering the room. Has Shelby arrived? Snape arched an eyebrow, his expression icy. It was Christmas Day, and his demeanor conveyed a clear disinterest, yet Lucius appeared unfazed, waving dismissively. No matter, I am unconcerned. Snape's countenance darkened further. Creak. The door opened once more. Snape turned to see Alan enter, and he felt a surge of irritation. Did the boy truly expect him to work on Christmas? Snape's expression shifted from dark to stormy, while Lucius regarded Alan with a calm exterior, struggling to suppress an inner turmoil before finally speaking. Shelby, I have procured a Christmas gift for you. Is that so? You summon me merely for a Christmas gift? Does the head of the illustrious Malfoy family have nothing better to do? Alan's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed steadily on Lucius. Just as Lucius opened his mouth to respond, he noticed a small wizard following Alan into the room. Lucius' expression hardened once more as he glanced at the young wizard, then back at Alan. The implications of his scrutiny clear. Go on, introduce him. This is Zeno from the Shelby family. Recently, after leaving the dungeon, Zeno has been closely following me. He has always favored those who are taciturn yet ruthless. Otherwise, Watson would not have ascended to his trusted position. Lucius hesitated, glancing at both Zeno and Snape before speaking. According to our previous plan, the endeavor to oust Crouch carries considerable risk. However, I have recently discovered something. As Lucius spoke, he slowly retrieved a small white vial from his pocket. With a flick of his wand, the vial's cap dislodged, releasing a stream of ethereal white mist that began to permeate the office, coalescing into a scene before the onlookers. The surroundings appeared shrouded in darkness, revealing a nightscape. Quickly, do not dawdle. A man's voice emerged from the scene, though the perspective was unclear. What has become of young Master Barty? A sharp voice interjected, belonging to a diminutive figure clad in a tattered pillowcase. It was evident from the tone that this house elf was female. Silence. You are merely a house elf, the impatient man retorted. Take me to Madame Crouch. Very well, the house elf timidly replied, leading the man toward a chamber. Ellen took note of the DCOR, which was distinctly aristocratic, adorned with classical bookshelves and a striking red and white color scheme. The most prominent feature was a trophy, towering at 2 meters, positioned at a distant corner, inscribed with the words, "Forever loyal to the Ministry of Magic." Ellen pondered who would display such an ostentatious trophy in their abode. As the perspective shifted, the man arrived at an opulent bedroom, where 2 individuals were present. A woman sat weeping on a sofa, conversing with a tall figure across from her. However, upon the arrival of the man, she ceased her lamentations. Ellen recognized the man opposite her. It was Crouch, albeit a younger version, clad in a black Ministry of Magic uniform, nearly identical to the current style. Is it time? The man inquired, pausing momentarily. I have only bribed the Azkaban guard for half an hour. That time is due to the switch of the Dementors, costing 20,000 galleons. They dare not speak of it. Excellent, Crouch replied, his gaze fixated on the woman before him. Impatience etched upon his features. I have already informed you. It is you who must face death. Outside the scene, Ellen finally grasped the situation. Crouch had a son named Barty Crouch Jr., once Voldemort's most devoted servant. However, after Voldemort's downfall, Crouch, as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, chose to sacrifice familial ties for the greater good, sentencing his son to a life in Azkaban. It appeared to be a life sentence, if not worse. Crouch's wife, the weeping woman, chose to sacrifice her own life to save her son's. She colluded with the guard to arrange for young Barty's release. In the original narrative, Crouch's wife succumbed to starvation after being tormented by Dementors in her 2nd year of imprisonment. The scene unfolding now mirrors her desperate attempt to exchange her life for her son's. In the original text, Harry Potter encountered young Barty during his 4th year, albeit in the guise of Mad-Eye Moody, having consumed Polyjuice Potion and cast a soul-binding curse upon his father. A father-son duo bound by loyalty. As the perspective shifts, the surroundings seem to dissolve as if through apparition. Azkaban. Towering walls loom with a suffocating aura, rendering the atmosphere around it particularly desolate. Within, not even a hint of joy can be discerned. Crouch coldly gazes at his wife, the lamenting woman. The 4 stand outside the walls, lingering. After a considerable wait, a small figure approaches. Young Barty. His eyes are sinister, his pallor ghostly, tinged with madness. His visage emanates an overwhelming intensity of emotion. Oh, Barty, Barty, Crouch's wife exclaims, rushing forward to embrace her son. This woman is willing to trade her very life for her child's. Weeping, she tenderly caresses Barty's face. her gaze reflecting the profound anguish any devoted mother would feel. It is a poignant blend of reluctance and affection. Yet, young Barty remains stoic, his expression calm, even frigid, as he regards the mother who holds him. "Could you hurry inside? We only have half an hour," he impatiently remarks, treating her as if she were a stranger. Crouch's wife wipes her tears, casting one last glance into her son's eyes, as if imprinting his face upon her heart. Yet within those eyes, there is no trace of a son's attachment to his mother. Her sobs abruptly cease. She smiles. She falls silent. Her lips part, but her throat feels constricted, rendering her speechless. Yet, tears continue to cascade from her sorrowful gaze. Choking, weeping, grief. All emotions coalesce into tears that fall upon the damp ground, creating no ripples whatsoever. Crouch's wife turns to the house elf beside Crouch. "Dobby, may I give you one last command? Take care of Barty." Dobby, with tears in his large, sorrowful eyes, appears to desperately wish to counsel Crouch's wife against entering. But she cannot intervene. Among those present, only two individuals seem remarkably composed. Young Barty coldly stares at his mother. Crouch impatiently regards his wife, glancing at his watch. "Stop your tears. If we are seen here, my political career will be ruined." As her words hung in the air, Mrs. Crouch cast a sorrowful glance at her husband. May I speak with Barty for a moment longer?" Yet, this modest plea was met with refusal from Crouch, whose increasingly fierce gaze betrayed his impatience. Mrs. Crouch choked back her emotions for a moment before turning to Barty. "Well, I'm sorry, but Mother can no longer stay with you. But you must remember, Mother will always love you. Always love you." Chapter 66. Your home in Munich. The scene faded away, and an eerie silence enveloped the office. Alan found himself at a loss for words. Gazing intently at the spot where the image had just existed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "This is the gift I have prepared for you." A considerable effort on my part, Lucius's voice shattered the stillness. Yet, Alan's gaze remained fixated on the void, as if lost in thought or memory. After a prolonged moment, he slowly regained his composure, slightly disconcerted. This memory was the Achilles heel of Crouch. The significance of this gift was immense indeed, allowing him to swiftly construct an elaborate plan in his mind within a brief span of time. Crouch was able to sacrifice his wife to exchange for his son, Lucius remarked, clicking his tongue, visibly moved by the scene he had just witnessed, even if it was not the first time. He felt a pang of admiration for Crouch's ruthlessness. "This memory cost me dearly." The man in that perspective was a servant of the Crouch family. "I offered merely 200 galleons, and he divulged everything," Lucius said, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. After all, he had been following Alan's plan diligently, a sensation that felt somewhat disconcerting for someone accustomed to high status. The unexpected discovery of the Crouch family's servant was a clear testament to the capabilities of the Malfoy lineage. "Impressive," Alan remarked, his eyes fixed on Lucius. Admiration etched across his face. "Impressive?" Lucius slowly placed the vial of memory on the table. "Impressive," Alan repeated, silently taking the memory. "Let us discuss that later. First, let us indulge in some wine," Lucius said, gradually retrieving a bottle of champagne he had prepared from inside his wizarding robe. "To acquire such a memory is indeed remarkable," Alan commented, a smile gracing his eyes, though his gaze remained emotionless as he scrutinized Lucius. Standing quietly by Alan's side, Zeno sensed something amiss. It felt peculiar, yet he could not quite articulate why. It seemed somewhat familiar, reminiscent of actions he had taken in the past. Lucius felt inexplicably exhilarated by Alan's words. Often, he remained unmoved by others' praise. Yet today, he sensed a recognition from Alan that made him feel esteemed. Just imagine being acknowledged by someone meticulous, cunning, and profoundly insightful. Lucius struggled to suppress a smile, but in an attempt to mask his emotions, he poured champagne into several glasses on the table, the aroma wafting through the air. "Let's drink," he said. "I shall toast to Mr. Malfoy first. Had it been me, I would surely not have procured such a memory. Mr. Malfoy, let us drink heartily today. Come, bottoms up. Sheldon, today is not feasible." "Why not?" "Mr. Lucius has accomplished such a significant feat. Toppling Crouch will undoubtedly be a breeze. Come, Today coincides with Christmas, and you've been quite busy. Zeno, let us raise a glass to Mr. Malfoy, for as a new member of the Shelby family, you ought to become acquainted with him." Meanwhile, Severus Snape quietly held his champagne flute, observing the faint flush on Lucius's face. His gaze drifted to the glass in Alan's hand, which had scarcely been touched since being poured. He also noted Alan's incessant flattery. As one of his few friends, Severus felt a desire to converse with Lucius. Yet, as his most diligent student, he found himself hesitating. Ultimately, Severus chose to remain silent. Half an hour later, Alan drained the last drop from his glass and, accompanied by Zeno, departed from Snape's office. Christmas had afforded him the perfect opportunity to leave the school. With a leather suitcase in hand, containing 10,000 galleons and a note, he stepped outside. 10,000 galleons was a considerable sum in the wizarding world. Even for someone of Lucius's stature among the Sacred 28, it would elicit a slight frown. Just after leaving Hogwarts Castle, Alan expelled a dry morsel from his mouth. It was a piece of South African licorice, known for its ability to mitigate intoxication. "Zeno, you haven't overindulged, have you?" Alan's gaze swept toward Zeno. "Mr. Shelby, not at all," Zeno replied, clearly coherent. During their drinking session, Lucius had consumed one glass while Zeno had only partaken of a fifth of a glass, quickly utilizing a refill charm to ensure Lucius remained oblivious. "Today is Christmas. Keep a watchful eye on Quirrell. If he approaches the room near the fourth-floor corridor, inform me immediately. I will be leaving the school. Should you sense anything unusual with Dumbledore, Harry, or Professor Quirrell, you must communicate with me using the Raven's head mark. Do you understand?" Alan instructed earnestly. "Understood, Mr. Shelby." Zeno nodded. Although he was unaware of the significance of the fourth-floor corridor, he refrained from inquiring further. His recent interactions with Mr. Shelby had imparted much knowledge and fostered his growth. By the way, Alan's steps towards McGonagall's office halted abruptly. "Why aren't you going home for Christmas?" Zeno was evidently unprepared for Alan's question, sniffing as he contemplated swiftly. "I have no home." "What?" "I have lived in an orphanage since I was 5. Even my surname bears the name of the orphanage." Alan suddenly halted, turning to meet Zeno's bewildered gaze. He furrowed his brow. "I do not wish to hear you utter that phrase again." Zeno felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He could stand tall against anyone's scorn, but not in front of Mr. Shelby. "From now on, your name is Shelby, understood? Like Watson, your home is in Munich." Alan's voice was devoid of emotion as he shook the dark cloak draped over his shoulders. With silent steps, he made his way into the castle, leaving Zeno standing in a daze at the spot where he had been. Chapter 67. A cart cannot contain it all. Watson, within a Muggle hotel in London, found the entire establishment momentarily acquired by Alan to serve as the Shelby family's outpost in the city. Alan adjusted his black formal coat in front of the mirror. Watson, today, I am to meet an eminent figure. Please procure some confections for me in Diagon Alley. And do remember to bring along that sum of 10,000 galleons I entrusted to you earlier. Purchased generously. Now, at once, I hope to depart within the hour. My schedule is rather pressing." "Yes, sir." Watson bowed respectfully to Alan before retreating from the room. "Boss, you're finally back. But why do you think he wants us to buy sweets?" Johnny inquired, scratching his head as he walked alongside Watson down a dimly lit alley near Nocturne Alley in Diagon Alley. Given that Alan had only dispatched Johnny and Watson for this task, the two moved cautiously. Observant individuals who had closely monitored the Shelby family would note a peculiar trait, regardless of who they were. Members of the Shelby family walked with their left arms rigidly still, including Johnny and Watson at that moment. Watson cast a subtle glance at Johnny, prompting him to silence his inquiries. "Every task assigned by the boss has its reasoning, Johnny. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental. I would prefer not to be compelled to eliminate you one day." Watson's tone was calm, yet his words sent a shiver down Johnny's spine. "Boss, it was merely asking." Johnny, towering nearly 2 meters, offered an awkward smile, which elicited an odd sensation. "Johnny, yes. Do you realize that over the years, many have followed the boss long before me, yet I alone have become his confidant? Because you're a clever boss." Smack! Johnny felt a sharp slap to the back of his head. "You usually have a sharp mind. Why are you so dim-witted today?" I truly don't know, Johnny replied, looking quite pitiful. In truth, the boss had once had another confidant. Huh? Johnny leaned in with curiosity, as if he had stumbled upon a great secret. Yes, he had been with the boss 6 months earlier than I. The boss valued his quick wit, to be honest. He resembled you quite a bit. Watson reflected, turning towards a distant confectionery shop. Huh? Then why was I unaware of this individual? Johnny asked, even more intrigued. Do you recall the tale I often recount about the boss robbing a bank when the Shelby family first ventured into Munich? I remember. The boss had a habit of staying up all night, jotting down numerous thoughts whenever he intended to undertake a significant endeavor. What sort of thoughts? I am uncertain, but the previous confidant had caught a fleeting glance. It was that evening when he inadvertently gazed at the boss's notes while reporting on his work, and the boss noticed but chose to remain silent. Johnny listened intently to Watson's words, momentarily taken aback when Watson concluded his tale. That night, I became the boss's confidant, and what of the individual who preceded me? He vanished. Hiss! Johnny, captivated by the unfolding narrative, gasped in surprise upon hearing this. Will the boss eliminate me in the future? Oh, how could I ever do such a thing? You're my dear brother. Watson suddenly grinned, wrapping his arm around the shivering Johnny's neck and softly whispered in his ear, but if you ever commit any wrongdoing against the boss, you must inform me at once. If the others in the family come to deal with you, they shall not grant you any mercy. Gulp. Johnny's body trembled more violently, swallowing hard as he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered one to Watson. He forced a sheepish smile, chuckling, Hey boss, let us not dwell on this matter. We still have desserts to buy. Let us hurry. The two found themselves at the entrance of a magical dessert shop named Hilston. Upon entering, 10 minutes later, Johnny stared at the mountain of desserts before him, frowning. Boss, you mentioned the importance of meeting the big shot. Shouldn't we purchase a bit more? After all, we cannot let the Shelby family lose face. You have a point there. Watson pondered, responding, All right, let us buy a bit more. 5 minutes later, the shop assistant regarded Watson and Johnny with a puzzled expression, glancing at the towering pile of desserts beside them, and overheard their conversation once more. Boss, the owner entrusted us with a whole 10,000 galleons. I have never seen such a vast sum of magical currency in my life. Shouldn't we buy even more? I fear that this meager amount of desserts will earn us the boss's ire. Johnny furrowed his brow, eyeing the mountainous heap of sweets. Watson, in deep thought, recalled the boss indeed, mentioning they should procure more. Well, a little extra wouldn't hurt. After a while, when the shop assistant spotted Watson and Johnny again, he realized that nearly all the desserts in the cramped shop had been cleared away. He swallowed hard and glanced at the bags in Watson and Johnny's hands, which had been enchanted with a temporary stretching charm. Once opened, everything would spill forth, and the charm would no longer apply. What on earth are these two preparing for? A meeting with the late Merlin? Even if Merlin filled his wardrobe with all his garments, he could not possibly fit this many desserts. Yet, contemplating the 5 commission promised by the shop owner, he wondered if completing this order would allow him to resign. How many galleons? 523 gallons. 14 sitkos. What did you say? Repeat that once more if you please. You claim to have purchased desserts worth 523 gallons. Do you have any notion of how much that equates to in nats? Not even a cart could contain it. Alan gazed silently at the modest backpack before him, a surge of frustration igniting within him. While this sum of gallons might be trivial for him, the sight of the backpack made him feel as though he were perpetually threatened by a bundle of explosives. He scrutinized Watson and Johnny, whose combined height approached 4 meters, both displaying expressions akin to that of errant children. This scene struck him as oddly familiar, yet he could not quite place it. Chapter 68. I am prepared for mutual destruction. In a quaint town in Northern Ireland, Alan cast a glance at the note in his hand, confirming that Slug Horn should be nearby. However, a mere cursory look at his surroundings revealed a suffocating stench permeating the air, one that Alan recognized all too well. It was the unmistakable odor of decay. At that moment, snow fell gently over Ireland, and as Alan peered ahead, he could see numerous lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. These individuals, clad in tattered Muggle coats, had sought refuge in the corners of the winter landscape, surrendering to sleep, though it was uncertain whether they were merely slumbering or had succumbed to death. Beside him, Watson's gaze was filled with uncertainty. Having lived in West Germany, they were accustomed to a place where, although the occasional hunger-related death occurred, the capitalist system was reluctant to allow widespread starvation. Shelters, often in the form of churches, would occasionally open their doors to the homeless. Yet, upon witnessing the desolation of this northern Irish town, Watson fell silent. He understood the gravity of this situation all too well. Each night was a gamble for survival, a wager on whether one could endure the harsh winter to witness the dawn of a new day. The most excruciating moments often came just before sunrise, when the ground was at its coldest and the specter of death loomed closest. Thus, in the hour leading up to dawn, the homeless would gather in a circle, bouncing and hopping to stave off starvation. "Let us proceed. Slughorn awaits us ahead," Alan declared, casting another glance at the forlorn figures on the ground. Unperturbed, as he made his way towards Slughorn's address, he recalled Lucius mentioning that he had written to Slughorn numerous times, yet to no avail. It appeared that Slughorn was reluctant to make an appearance. However, Alan had previously stated his intent to confront Slughorn in person, and the reasons for this were far removed from Lucius's assumptions. His lawsuit against Crouch was not merely a means to serve Lucius's interests. Since their last conversation, during which Lucius had entrusted him with a vial of memories, Alan had meticulously devised a plan. Not only did he covet the Horcruxes possessed by Lucius, but he also recognized Lucius as a merchant, a figure who was, by nature, fickle and self-serving. When Lucius perceived value in Alan, he would assist him, occupying the moral high ground to condemn others. Yet, when Lucius's future ambitions posed a threat to him, apologies, Lucius. Meanwhile, Slughorn reclined comfortably in his armchair within his living room. He leisurely picked up an old newspaper and retrieved a half-eaten box of chocolates from distance, settling into his spot with a sense of contentment. Where has that most comfortable sitting position from yesterday vanished to? He pondered, fidgeting until he finally found it again, before resuming his perusal of the newspaper in hand. Ever since Fudge imposed a staggering 600 import-export tax, he has not experienced a single day of peace. The students employed at the ministry, his own former pupils, have seen their salaries slashed due to this decree. Consequently, it has been ages since anyone has presented him with gifts. This box of chocolates, a remnant from last month, was sent by Crouch, who seemed to expect his assistance in dealing with some minor wizardry in the Malfoy family. However, the matters Crouch wished him to engage in were exceedingly tiresome. He had no desire to entangle himself in the political arena. For a man of his disposition, once one becomes involved in politics, extricating oneself becomes a formidable challenge. He would much rather indulge in the chocolates his students graciously provide and live his life in leisurely tranquility. This evening, he relished the rare opportunity for some quietude, hoping no one would disrupt his reading of the newspaper, when suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. Slughorn's previously serene demeanor faltered. He truly ought to enchant his abode with a concealment charm. Now, he could only wonder who would arrive at such a late hour. Surely, it cannot be someone delivering chocolates? With this thought, Slughorn hefted his portly frame and swiftly approached the door. "Who is it?" he inquired as he slowly opened the door. Outside stood Alan, clad in a black trench coat, his gloved hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of warmth. Surrounding him were Watson, Johnny, and a full 100 members of the Shelby family, encircling Slughorn's residence. Sloop, bang! Just as Alan had begun to speak, a polite smile gracing his features, the door was abruptly slammed shut. The smile that had only just appeared on his face froze, his lips drooping slowly as an icy glint settled in his eyes. Watson stood dumbfounded, observing Slughorn's swift actions, then glancing back at Alan. Goodness, who on earth is this? How audacious, he thought. Couldn't he at least say, "I'm sorry, but I cannot entertain visitors," before shutting the door? This was a disaster. He had already discerned the lethal glint in his boss's eyes. In front of so many members of the Shelby family, he had just disrespected his employer. Just today, he had told Johnny that he was not in the mood for bloodshed, yet here were so many eager to court disaster before his boss. Sighing, he slowly retrieved a dark magical artifact of disillusionment, He had procured a few more from Lucius recently. Behind him, 100 or so Shelby family members began to draw out their concealed Chicago typewriters from their waistbands. All eyes turned to Watson, who sighed, nodded, and produced his own. The magazine seems a tad small. He removed the magazine and replaced it with a drum. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of drum exchanges resonated from behind. Just as Alan was about to utter something, the door swung open. "Don't move. I'm holding an explosive lizard specimen crafted from dark magic. Regardless of who you are, if you intend to kill me today, I am fully prepared to face annihilation alongside you." Slughorn's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to hold his abdomen, clutching an object reminiscent of a lizard. Alan stared at Slughorn in bewilderment, swiftly retreating a few steps, raising his hand, prompting all members of the Shelby family to lower their weapons. "I know you intend to kill me, but I never anticipated you would find your way here." "Huh, surprised, are you? I was well prepared. Now I command you to leave this place immediately. I will count to 3, or I shall ensure our mutual destruction." Alan wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn it! How had he never encountered such madness from Slughorn in the original novel? Moreover, the malice directed at him from within his consciousness intensified with each passing moment. What had Slughorn done to provoke such a desperate urge for self-destruction upon seeing him? Hey, do not be alarmed. I hail from Hogwarts and wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Alan's tone was unusually urgent. Damn it, urgency was imperative. He sensed the malice emanating from Slughorn reaching a critical peak. "What? Hogwarts?" Slughorn inquired suspiciously, his eyes darting. Alan distinctly felt the malevolence in his consciousness begin to wane. "Do you wish for me to become a professor?" "No." Just as Alan completed his response, he witnessed Slughorn raise that explosive lizard once more. "Stay back. Do not approach. You think you can deceive me? Ha. Do you truly believe I could be fooled by you?" Slughorn shouted again. Alan felt the weight of that malevolence intensify once more. Were it not for the explosive lizard in Slughorn's hand, he would have relished the opportunity to slap the man. "You think you can simply recruit a young wizard and expect me to trust you? Utterly ridiculous. I am no fool. Look around. If I were you, I would never allow so many to emerge. At the very least, I would have them lurking in the shadows. You wish to play a game of subterfuge with me?" I must learn." Alan silently regarded Slughorn's demeanor, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He could not act otherwise. The individuals he had painstakingly brought along would perish. Were it not for the palpable malice from Slughorn, he would have certainly instructed Watson to take action. "Slughorn, I was sent by Lucius to discuss business with you. Here is Lucius's personal letter of introduction." Alan slowly retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, neatly inscribed with Lucius's introduction. Slughorn's gaze swept over the other members of the Shelby family. Upon noticing that they were wielding firearms rather than wands, he shifted his attention back to the letter Alan held. With one hand gripping the explosive lizard, he cautiously stepped forward to accept the letter. After thoroughly confirming its authenticity, Slughorn gradually lowered the explosive lizard. "So, you truly are the individuals introduced by Malfoy?" Alan nodded affirmatively at the statement. "Do not approach. I know you intend to swindle me. To deceive Slughorn? Dream on." Alan's complexion suddenly turned ashen. He took a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. It appears you are indeed not those individuals." Slughorn's voice trailed off, a sigh of relief escaping as he lowered the explosive lizard. "My apologies. I have offended some people in the past, and just..." As Slughorn began to relax, mid-sentence, suddenly, a figure emerged behind him, swiftly seizing the explosive lizard from his grasp. Subsequently, Slughorn felt a hard, cold object poking against his front tooth. A hint of gunpowder lingered in his mouth. Alarmed, Slughorn raised his eyes, only to see Alan's hands gripping his collar. The cold, impassive gaze bore down on him with a fierce intensity. His face betrayed no emotion, but it was unmistakably evident that veins were visibly throbbing on Alan's forehead. Those eyes were already infused with a murderous intent. "Listen," he intoned, his voice low and menacing. "If I wanted you dead, I could do it right now. Surely you believe now that I am not here to kill you?" If you dare utter another word or raise that damned lizard of yours, I will not hold back, do you understand? Alan's voice was unsettlingly calm, and though he was merely a novice wizard, the strength with which he gripped Slughorn's collar was astonishing. Swallowing hard, Slughorn recognized his own culpability and nodded tremulously. With a soft whimper, Slughorn nodded rapidly, his face pressed against the muzzle of the gun. Suddenly, the grip on his collar loosened. Slughorn exhaled slowly, only to look up and find that Alan had vanished from his side. He had returned to his previous position, shaking off his cloak and bowing gracefully to Slughorn. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, shall we converse? This was the first time Slughorn had encountered someone more resolute than himself. Today, he had truly witnessed something remarkable. This was merely a novice wizard, yet he exhibited a madness surpassing his own. Well, Watson, please bring forth the gift, Alan said in a calm, emotionless tone. In Slughorn's drawing room, only Alan, Watson, and Slughorn were present, and Slughorn wore an expression of irritation. This insufferable little wizard had shoved a muggle gun into his mouth. Although we were both discourteous earlier, I have always been a benevolent individual. Consider this an apology. Once Watson brought over the backpack filled with confections. Alan placed it on the table. Now let us refrain from opening it just yet. You should wait a moment. Before Alan could finish his thought, he watched as Slughorn eagerly accepted it, as if it were a treasure, and then he unzipped the backpack. Bang! A tremendous sound of air bursting forth erupted. Simultaneously, Alan instinctively drew his wand. An avalanche of sweets poured forth from the backpack, almost filling the entire room, as Slughorn shut his eyes in bewilderment. Half an hour later, the confections had vanished from the drawing room. In stark contrast to his earlier irritation, Slughorn's face now radiated joy. An entire room filled with sweets. He could feast for 10, 20, even 30 years. Though he lacked for nothing financially, he always hesitated to dip into his meager savings of a few thousand galleons. Yet, despite Slughorn's beaming smile, Alan's expression remained devoid of any emotion. He suddenly began to regret coming to Slughorn's abode. Damn it! Why was it that despite being a master of potions with such extensive connections, he still conducted himself in such a frenzied manner? However, he still refrained from uttering the profanity that lingered on his lips. Indeed, one's own plans take precedence. I wish to discuss with you the matter of my impending lawsuit against Crouch. As Alan spoke, he noticed that Slughorn, whom he had just requested, suddenly appeared taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I cannot enter the political arena, Slughorn reiterated, while Alan massaged his temples. My demands differ from Lucius's. I seek your assistance in endorsing a product, not in delivering a statement before the Wisingamot. Slughorn's small eyes darted about. Pray continue. In truth, I have no genuine intention of suing Crouch, for I foresee little benefit in this endeavor. Chapter 70 that will undoubtedly ruin the magical realm. Slughorn squinted his small eyes, casting a suspicious gaze upon Alan. Malfoy? Alan suddenly chuckled. Mr. Slughorn, I believe it is time we discuss the matter of your endorsement. You mentioned your disinterest in entering politics, and I, coincidentally, am not a politician myself. I am a legitimate and law-abiding merchant, eager only to sell my fine products. His tone was calm, yet it unsettled Slughorn. Earlier, Alan had surrounded his house with over 100 people, leading Slughorn to assume this young wizard was merely a foolish brute, easily manipulated. However, the situation now appeared rather precarious. He was being presented with gifts and was not being solicited for assistance, merely asked to endorse a product. Slughorn's brow furrowed deeply. To be honest, many have requested my endorsement. Numerous shopkeepers in Diagon Alley approached me for help. Do you think a mere confection would suffice to sway me? Slughorn did not outright refuse, but spoke cautiously. Alan fixed his gaze on Slughorn's eyes, suddenly smiling and slowly waving his hand. Behind him, Watson understood the cue and stepped forward. A suitcase, enhanced with a non-detection extension charm, opened before them, revealing a dazzling display of gold that nearly blinded Slughorn. Here lies 6,000 galleons, Alan declared, pushing the suitcase forward with his gloved hand. Slughorn gulped, his eyes fixated on the chest. 6,000 galleons, an enticing sum indeed. He was somewhat tempted. After all, Endorsing a product was a minor task for someone with his connections. While he had many former students in the ministry, he was well aware of his own standing. He was not the recently famed Lockhart. Had he been in politics, perhaps his influence would have been considerable. But the prospect of earning such a fortune for merely endorsing a product was compelling. Slughorn strove to maintain his composure, suppressing his excitement. He looked at Alan. "Are you saying this gold is for me?" "Indeed. And should this endeavor prove successful, I will seek your services again at an even higher rate." Alan replied with calm assurance, causing Slughorn's body to momentarily freeze. "A higher rate for future endeavors?" Slughorn's hand slowly inched towards the suitcase. 10 centimeters 5, 1. Alan's eyes flickered, fixated on Slughorn's hand. Suddenly, that hand halted, retracting slowly. Alan raised his head to meet Slughorn's gaze, which was now darting with evident schemes. "No." Alan felt a surge of anger rising within him. Beneath his dark robe, his hand had already grasped the grip of his pistol. "You are well aware of my considerable influence. If I were to endorse a product for you, it would hardly suffice. I seek to elevate the stakes." Alan's eyes narrowed. Lucius had offered 10,000 galleons, retaining over 3,000 galleons as his cut. Yet, that insufferable Slughorn remained unsatisfied. Should negotiations falter today, Watson would soon find himself preoccupied. Let that wretched old man accompany Rita Skeeter and her paramour instead. Furthermore, with the same sum of galleons, you could easily enlist renowned celebrities to endorse your product. Why? Then, am I your chosen one? Slughorn posed yet another question, revealing that the cunning old fox was not easily fooled. Alan fixed a calm gaze upon Slughorn, suddenly smiling as he slowly drew a cold handgun from beneath his dark cloak. With a sharp clap, he slammed it onto the table. "What is this?" Slughorn's eyes darted, struggling to grasp Alan's intent. "A muggle handgun. Can it kill a wizard?" After a moment's thought, Slughorn furrowed his brow. If ambushed, it indeed could. If transformed into an alchemical item, would it surpass the killing curse? Slughorn abruptly paused, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Alan's emotionless eyes. "You wish for me to endorse this contraption?" "Indeed, it is utterly impossible," Slughorn exclaimed, rising with fervor, his small eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Alan. "You must understand the chaos that would ensue from introducing this into the market. It would ignite a global upheaval within the magical realm. You would be ruining our society. Are you truly so heartless as to wish for the rabble to flood the British magical community?" Slughorn shouted, pacing the room, his voice echoing with terms like madman and Merlin. Behind Alan, Watson squinted, observing him, only to realize that Alan's hand remained still beneath the table. In such circumstances, the boss retained his composure. Watson's gaze turned icy, fixated on Slughorn. "But do you not comprehend the wealth this could bring us if such items were to flood the market?" Alan's voice resonated softly in the parlor, causing Slughorn to momentarily freeze. He abruptly turned to lock eyes with Alan. "You would risk everything for a mere few 100,000 galleons?" "I am not mad. Mr. Slughorn, I am prepared to offer you a 5% stake in this venture. That translates to a profit of 5 galleons for every 100 firearms sold." Alan rose slowly, stepping forward to confront Slughorn. "You see only the British magical community, yet fail to perceive the broader world. Do you have any notion of how many wizards inhabit Europe? Hundreds of thousands. And in Africa, countless wizards abound. Are you aware of the number of wizards in the Americas and Asia? Millions. Tens of millions. This is indeed a global market. Yet, these fools within the wizarding community fail to recognize this opportunity. Forgive me, for I see it, a market in the tens of millions, which could yield me an immeasurable fortune. How many galleons could it bring you? Tens of millions? Even over 100 million galleons. Slughorn, I have been exceedingly patient with you." With every utterance from Alan, Slughorn retreated a step back until he found himself cornered against the wall, compelled to meet Alan's gaze. Each word resonated like thunder in his ears. However, the potential to incite global unrest among wizards could lead to chaos that would devastate the magical realm. Slughorn's voice wavered, losing its initial certainty, as if weighed down by Alan's rhetoric. "Ha ha!" As he listened to Slughorn's words, Alan suddenly erupted into laughter, the sound echoing throughout the living room, lingering in the air. Chapter 71. A loaf of bread. 7 gnats, do you believe I would care? In comparison to the substantial sacrifices, this slight concession will further propel my ambitions. Slughorn, did you see? Today, I have brought over 100 members of the Shelby family. Do you comprehend what 100 members of the Shelby family signifies? It signifies that in the future, even more individuals will flood into my lineage with fervor. Alan's voice resonated deeply, each utterance reverberating like thunder in Slughorn's ears. At that juncture, it would not solely be you, but a multitude of others who would benefit from the Shelby family's monopoly on the global arms trade. During my period of initial accumulation, I would spare no expense, no matter the cost. For only in this manner could I leverage those who stand atop the wizarding world, whether they face me or perish by my hand. The wizarding realm shall usher in a new era, one driven by the Shelby family. No one can oppose the tide of time. Otherwise, they shall be crushed to remnants beneath my iron deluge. No matter the cost, any cost, I will not hesitate. Listening to Alan's words, Slughorn swallowed hard. He perceived a peculiar intensity in this young wizard, a fervor for victory that was both obsessive and extreme, something he had once witnessed in Voldemort. The difference lay in Voldemort's pursuit of immortality, while this young sorcerer, whose name he had not even heard until this evening, harbored ambitions that spanned the entirety of the magical world. With such momentum, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity tonight, reminiscent of the evening decades ago when Voldemort had entered his office to inquire about Horcruxes. Yet, Slughorn's gaze upon Alan was imbued with an inexplicable fervor. A grand vessel, a magnificent ship that has just set sail. Should one invest now, it promises greater prospects than all the students he had ever invested in throughout his lifetime. However, are you suggesting mere 5 stake? Indeed. Alan's eyes were cold as he regarded Slughorn. This cunning old fox was about to negotiate terms again? The ministry's current import and export tax stands at 600. Are you certain you won't incur losses? Slughorn queried, to Alan's surprise. I am confident, as long as you can endorse. I can assure you this will not be a loss. Then how do you plan to procure a substantial amount of Muggle arms for this alchemical weaponry? Slughorn inquired. At this, Alan smiled, retrieving a firearm from his pocket and slamming it on the table. Apologies, but I happen to be the largest arms dealer in all of Europe. Even the Munich police department acquires their firearms from me. A profound silence enveloped the living room. Slughorn's small eyes flickered rapidly. He was certain this investment would be virtually risk-free. After swiftly organizing his thoughts, Slughorn continued, I shall not accept that 5 stake. Slughorn's gaze shifted as he shook the excess flesh upon his corpulent frame. However, he stated, You must provide me with 100,000 galleons if you wish for me to endorse this product, and I shall require 5% of that sum monthly. Should you find yourself in trouble in the future, you must not utter my name and shall absolve me of any implication. If you can procure the 100,000 galleons, I can also assist you in developing more advanced alchemical weaponry. Slughorn's eyes bore into Alan's. Alan's expression remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of the anticipated delight. I can furnish you with 100,000 galleons, but it will take a few months. How can I trust you? An unbreakable vow, Slughorn replied, and the room fell into a sudden hush. Were you serious in your previous statements? Am I inclined to jest with you, Mr. Slughorn? If I merely sought to earn a trivial sum, I would not have approached you. Silence enveloped them. Slughorn scrutinized Alan, then suddenly erupted into laughter. Though he could foresee the consequences of this endeavor, the potential rewards were too substantial to ignore. A market untouched by anyone, a veritable blue ocean, promising an abundance of galleons. Alan chuckled in return, slamming his hand down on the table with renewed vigor. So, Mr. Slughorn, shall we consider this a deal? Slughorn paused momentarily, continuing to smile as he discreetly pocketed the 6,000 galleons from the table. At the headquarters of the Daily Prophet, a new face had joined while another had departed. What did you say? Are your reports truthful? Utter nonsense. Just look at today, Daily Prophet. It's nothing but slander against our Ministry of Magic. A representative from the ministry stood in the office, glaring furiously at a portly old man, the owner of the Daily Prophet. The owner surveyed the ministry employee, then approached him with a smile. patting him on the shoulder. "Come now, sit down, sir. There's no need for such agitation. You know how challenging the current climate is. We at the Daily Prophet are equally helpless. Fudge has imposed a staggering 231 tax on our earnings, and I am in desperate need of funds." The owner licked his lips, as if recalling something significant. "It is precisely due to financial constraints that many of my employees have resigned without notice. Rita Skeeter did not come in today. I cannot allow the morale of my staff to wane." He paused, scratching at his trousers, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, and feigned indifference as he settled into the massive chair behind his desk, once again scratching under the cover of the tabletop. "But you are engaging in defamation. Various wizards in the magical community have begun to rise in protest. Mobs are gathering outside the ministry." The ministry employee exclaimed with fervor, "Ah, sir, you must not say such things. To my knowledge, that individual named Shelby is indeed legitimate. This matter is undeniably Mr. Crouch's error. Our Daily Prophet serves the purpose of awakening the public's eyes to the authentic world," the proprietor remarked, smacking his lips before adding thoughtfully, "Moreover, Lucius sought me out yesterday. You know he is a friend of mine. Alas, as a friend, I am acutely aware of his circumstances. His Malfoy family has recently encountered a significant shortage of galleons, yet he has nevertheless fulfilled his duties as a friend." The proprietor shook his head, his thoughts drifting to the 5,000 galleons presently resting at home, and he smacked his lips once more. Meanwhile, the latest edition of the Daily Prophet lay quietly on the table, its headline proclaiming, "Ministry officials complicit, fudge ineffectual. A loaf has already reached 7 nutter." Chapter 72. The Undying Raven. Regrettably, Alan's Christmas was spent amidst a whirlwind of activity. While the Muggles in the Arab region were engaged in firearm dealings, Alan was tasked with supplying the weaponry, while they were responsible for the financial transactions. The Shelby family's wealth had, in the Muggle world, become nearly indistinguishable from that of a conglomerate. However, the pressing issue of acquiring 100,000 galleons could only be resolved by Alan himself. Slughorn demanded an exorbitant sum, and with his alchemical arms production line still not operational, the question loomed: where could he possibly procure such a vast amount of galleons? Surely, he could not resort to bank heists as he had during the nascent stages of his Muggle ventures. Wait a moment. A bank heist? Gringotts. A sudden idea flickered in Alan's mind. Although this notion was utterly audacious, it appeared to hold merit. If Voldemort could brazenly infiltrate Gringotts with Quirrell's frail form, and if Harry could manage to enter during his 7th year, why could he not do the same? Once inside Gringotts, he would have access to a substantial sum of startup capital. Not only would it cover the deficit of the 100,000 galleons Slughorn required, but it would also provide the necessary investment for his alchemical arms production line. The plan to storm Gringotts, breach the vault, and seize a significant amount of galleons seemed increasingly feasible. However, first things first, he needed to secure the Philosopher's Stone. As he traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, Alan swiftly arrived at an office, the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Quirrell's chamber. Upon entering, he immediately sensed that something was amiss with Quirrell. It was evident that Voldemort was in control of Quirrell's body at that moment. "You have finally arrived," Voldemort's raspy voice echoed. "I have written to you numerous times, yet you only come now. I cannot fathom what you have been contemplating." Quirrell's body turned, albeit awkwardly, presenting Voldemort's distorted visage towards Alan. It was unsettling. "What do you intend to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Voldemort inquired, his eyes glinting with madness and intensity. "I am equally anxious, yet Dumbledore has been acting strangely of late. Surely, you cannot expect me to pilfer the stone while Dumbledore is clearly on guard?" Alan responded, maintaining his gaze on Voldemort's face. He had anticipated this reaction after keeping Voldemort's matters at bay for several days. Voldemort scrutinized Alan intently, yet in his eyes he found no trace of fear. An expletive flickered in Alan's mind, teetering on the edge of expression. "When do you plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Voldemort's tone had grown impatient. He had initially believed that after their irrevocable oath, Alan would hasten to assist him. The delay had been unexpectedly prolonged. Last night, he had dreamt once more of that wretched old fool pressing a Muggle firearm to his head. This time, the dream felt even more tormenting than before. Damn it, How could the great Dark Lord find himself in such a predicament? Suppressing the fury within, Voldemort fixed his gaze upon Alan's eyes. I promise you, a week from now, I shall seek you out when Dumbledore is most complacent. Once I have what I desire, do not forget to assist me in eliminating Dumbledore. Alan deliberately mentioned his overt persona under Voldemort's command. As long as this facade remained intact, Voldemort's temporary trust would not waver. Before that, however, he had to meet with someone. Hogsmeade Village. This evening, Hogsmeade was enveloped in a biting cold, with snowflakes cascading from the heavens. Due to it being a weekday, the village was nearly deserted. Towering trees reached towards the sky, their trunks home to a solitary crow cawing, casting an even more desolate shadow over Hogsmeade. Crouch muttered to himself, rubbing his arms for warmth. It was indeed frigid. Damn it, he was to meet someone today. That insufferable, wretched little brat, Shelby. He was unsure of the purpose behind Shelby's letter. However, true to Shelby's character, he had already cast a shield charm and other defensive spells upon himself in advance. To be frank, the mounting pressure from the Daily Prophet had been quite overwhelming in recent days. He was feeling rather anxious, especially since that damned Fudge had insisted he work overtime. Overtime? Nonsense. He had been thoroughly exhausted by the news tormenting him in the Daily Prophet. Moreover, he had ascended to the position of director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, second only to Fudge. Beyond that, there was little room for advancement. Creak. He pushed open the rickety wooden door of the Three Broomsticks, nodding towards Aberforth, who sat distantly within. Aberforth, brother to Dumbledore. Their rift had originated when Dumbledore and Grindelwald's collaboration had inadvertently harmed his sister. Director Crouch? Aberforth paused, swiftly scanning the other patrons in the bar before speaking in a hushed tone. He stepped forward, guiding Crouch quickly to a private booth. He thrust a burlap sack into Crouch's arms. How could I trouble you, my lord? Here, this is 30% of the recent profits from the Three Broomsticks. Crouch stared blankly at Aberforth, then at the sack in his hands, shaking it. A mere handful of galleons. Was he mistaken? Had he ever mentioned wanting to collect money? Aberforth furrowed his brow, pausing to scrutinize Crouch. Director, didn't the Ors mention last time that you were to receive 20% of the shop's earnings each month? How was I unaware of this? Crouch, momentarily bewildered, soon realized that the Aurors under his command had been collecting funds in his name. All right. I want to demand payment this time. Just provide me with a quiet booth. I am waiting for someone. Crouch shook his head, his mind preoccupied with the question of why that wretched little brat wished to see him. An hour later, outside the Hogshead Inn, atop a towering tree, a solitary black raven perched, its gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this raven possessed eyes of pure white. Alan had been waiting here for an hour. After transforming into a raven, he discovered another advantage of his newfound ability. He could perceive the souls of others, allowing him to see even those cloaked in invisibility or under the effects of illusion spells. Having ascertained that no ambush or assistance from the Ministry of Magic was present, Alan flapped his wings and descended gracefully, gradually morphing back into human form. He shook the black robe draped over him and proceeded towards the Hogshead Inn. However, there was a hint of white in his originally pale green pupils, occupying a small corner, an indication of the features acquired from his transformation into an undead raven. Chapter 73. I will comply with your every request, Creek. You are an hour late. I am aware. Alan pushed open the door to a private room on the second floor of the Pig's Head Tavern. Speak, what did you summon me for? Crouch inquired, his gaze fixed on Alan, his expression unfriendly. It seems our esteemed Director Crouch has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, Alan remarked, a smile gracing his features. Slowly, he placed a small vial containing memories on the table, one he had prepared in advance. Let us allow the illustrious Mr. Crouch to examine this. Crouch scrutinized Alan suspiciously as he picked up the vial from the table. He opened it, and the wand guided the memories to encircle his temples. Take me to meet the lady. This is a death wish of your own making. Fragments of voices and images flooded into Crouch's mind. A sudden chill coursed down his spine, causing him to tense. Bang! Crouch slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. What are you planning? How do you possess this? Are you attempting to threaten me? In stark contrast to Crouch's agitated demeanor, Alan appeared remarkably calm. He gently brushed off the imaginary dust from his black gloves, fixing his icy gaze upon Crouch, which instilled in him a primal sense of being hunted. Mr. Crouch, you ought to extend your gratitude to Mr. Malfoy, your political adversary. Oh, behold this vial of memories. How cold-blooded they are. Mr. Crouch, what was your sentiment when you personally dispatched your wife to Azkaban? Was it impatience? Or perhaps a sense of relief at shedding a burden? Or was it apathy? Alan's words prodded at Crouch's nerves, each syllable a taunt. That woman sought her demise, and today, it appears you are also prepared to meet your end. Apparition. In an instant, Crouch drew his wand and waved it toward the ground. A flash of blue light flickered and vanished from sight. I never anticipated that you wretched scum would uncover this. Do not blame me now. Crouch rose, his gaze fixed on Alan with the intensity reserved for a sworn enemy. This memory posed a serious threat to his political career. He had already procured a pardon from Fudge at the Ministry of Magic, and he stood a good chance of escaping the Wisengamot's judgment. Yet, he could never have foreseen that Alan would possess this particular memory. If this memory were to surface at the Wisengamot, it was certain that his prospects for victory would be utterly bleak. Damn it all, damn it! A surge of madness began to well up within Crouch. Avada Kedavra! Malice surged through his mind, and Crouch's wand was drawn in an instant. The speed was such that an ordinary wizard could not possibly react in time, let alone a novice lacking combat experience. The room was instantly filled with a blinding green light. Crouch's eyes, wild with frenzy, fixated on the green light, which would claim Alan's life. He had become indifferent to everything else. Now, killing Alan was all that mattered. Once Alan was dead, he could easily procure a pardon from Fudge, the Minister of Magic. After all, Alan would never speak again. He could no longer utter those damned words that threatened his political career. A frenzied smile crept across Crouch's face. Yet, Alan was smiling back at him. That smile filled him with an ominous foreboding. The moment the curse was cast, a green light surged towards Alan. Suddenly, Alan vanished. That accursed little wizard had disappeared. Damn brat! Why had he vanished? He had cast the killing curse. Many wizards who posed a threat to his political life had perished under his curse before. Where was that insufferable little pest? Crouch had completely lost his sanity, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red. That wretched little brat must have employed some sort of disillusionment charm. The door had not yet opened. That little brat was still nearby. He had to eliminate that little pest. He could not tolerate anyone who posed a threat to his position in the Ministry of Magic. Anyone. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. A series of green lights erupted in the room, ricocheting off the walls. Yet, that little brat was nowhere to be found. He had to kill Shelby. You are definitely here. I know it. You cannot have left this place. Damn you, damn you. Crouch's face contorted, resembling that of a malevolent specter. If his subordinates had been present, they would have been horrified by the sight. But even as Crouch unleashed the killing curse, he could not locate Alan. Fear gripped him. He was terrified. Alan had vanished. Just as dread settled in Crouch's heart, something unusual appeared in the room. Upon closer inspection, it was a raven. Unlike any ordinary raven, this one possessed pure white irises. No matter the angle from which it was viewed, the white pupils remained unchanged. Yet Crouch could distinctly feel that this raven was staring at him. A shiver coursed through his very soul. He sensed that this raven could perceive his essence. The raven tilted its head, and the sole candle in the room extinguished. In the dim moonlight, only the white pupils flickered with an unsettling glow. The raven drew closer. Crouch felt as though his soul was on the brink of annihilation. AV. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot from the tip of Crouch's wand, striking the raven. Yet, the raven remained unfazed, continuing to fix its white pupils upon him. Thud! Crouch knelt. Tears began to well in his eyes. I'm sorry. Please spare me. I should never have troubled you. It was all Fudge's doing. Truly, I had no choice. Crouch finally succumbed to his knees. I merely wish to preserve my employment. I implore you, I would grant you anything you desire. I confess I have a son, and I am willing to serve you. I only wish to retain my position. Crouch babbled incoherently, his face reflecting a desperate plea. In that moment of fear, he suddenly paused. The crow before him gradually transformed into a humanoid figure. "Are you suggesting that you will acquiesce to all my requests?" "Aye." A click echoed as a handgun was cocked against Crouch's forehead. A smile crept across Alan's face as he waved his wand, casting a silencing spell that enveloped the room in an invisible net. Chapter 74. The Attack of the Troll. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, Shenno leaned against the doorway of Professor Quirrell's office, engrossed in a book. Mr. Shelby had tasked him with observing Professor Quirrell's behavior, yet after recent scrutiny, se no percibe no peculiarities. The location of Quirrell's office meant the corridor was perpetually suffused with a pungent aroma of garlic. Even after standing there for 2 hours, Shenno's nose had yet to acclimate to the dreadful scent emanating from Quirrell. He inhaled sharply, cursing inwardly. The horrid garlic stench lingered in his mind, making him feel somewhat lightheaded. Just as Shenno intended to immerse himself once more in his reading, the door to Professor Quirrell's office creaked open. Quickly averting his gaze, he feigned interest in his book. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, and Quirrell's gait seemed less tremulous than usual. What could this mean? Shenno's eyes narrowed, and he hastily tapped his other arm. Beneath his tattered black robe, the raven emblem flickered momentarily. With that, he darted toward Quirrell's direction. Upon reaching the corner and turning, Shenno's body abruptly froze. Before him loomed a grotesque creature, nearly 4 meters tall, its drool dripping and eyes gleaming with avarice. Roar! In the next instant, he witnessed the giant troll rummaging through his trousers, extracting a 2-meter-long club, which had hurled at him. How on earth could a troll, with such a towering stature, have pulled out a stick of equal length from his trousers? In a heartbeat, Shenno unsheathed his wand, aiming it at himself. Barriers abound. A flash of blue light erupted, and Shenno was propelled backward. Indeed, the escape method taught by Mr. Shelby proved effective, allowing his body to trace a graceful arc through the air. Thud! He landed, gasping for breath. This troll was undoubtedly linked to Quirrell. Avada Kedavra! Shenno shouted, unleashing a curse. A beam of green light surged toward the troll. Yet, despite the killing curse striking the creature, it bore no consequence. Quickly rising, Shenno sniffled, sensing a sound behind him. Tentatively, he reached back, encountering something hard, rough, and coarse. Gulp! He swallowed, nervously, and turned to face a pair of blood-red eyes behind him. Grr! Standing a little over 1 meter tall, the creature was drenched in blood, indicating it would not be an easy adversary. This was an erumpent, classified as a level 4X dangerous creature by the Ministry of Magic. In a small bedroom of Gryffindor, Harry did not return to the dormitory that night. Only Ron lay beneath the covers, quietly staring at the ceiling. Due to the recent silence, Hermione was also angered with him today. He found himself devoid of friends and was perplexed as to why this was happening. It was clear that things had once been harmonious. Why they transformed into this? It was already 9 o'clock, and the library had closed its doors. Yet Harry had still not returned. He envisioned Harry and Hermione seated in the common room, joyfully engrossed in their books, occasionally whispering disparaging remarks about him. What would they say about him, the foolish Ron? Spending his days frolicking instead of studying? Surely they must think that. In the darkness, Ron felt an inexplicable wetness in his eyes. He longed to weep, yet crying would not resolve his troubles. A wave of grievance and resentment surged within him. Why? Despite their friendship, had Harry distanced himself? Even Hermione, his sole confidant, now perceived him as in the wrong and bore resentment towards him. He truly felt at a loss. Ron, you must be strong. Sleep now. Tomorrow you shall be renewed, merely lacking a few dispensable friends. He consoled himself, burying his head beneath the covers. In the somber cocoon of his bed, muffled cries emerged, deliberately stifled. The sound was a mix of sobs and choked breaths, soaking his pillow. After approximately 10 minutes, the weeping gradually subsided. Ron emerged from his blanket, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and slowly sat upright. No, he needed to seek out Harry and Hermione. He should not have disregarded Harry's feelings by causing trouble elsewhere. As a friend, Harry had seen his parents in that wretched mirror, while he had only thought of dragging Harry to Quidditch. He, had indeed failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a friend. He took a tissue to dab at his eyes, glancing at the blue Quidditch team poster hanging by his bedside. He admired the recently popular British Dragon team, of which he was an ardent fan. His favorite player was depicted striking a bludger, sending it soaring through the air. Quidditch, friends. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he fell into a contemplative silence, as if resolving something within himself. With a sudden determination, he ripped down the Quidditch poster. Donning his wizarding robes, he meticulously arranged his attire and forced a smile into the mirror, one that was even more unappealing than his tears. He strode out of the dormitory. Upon reaching the common room door, Ron paused in surprise. It was 9 o'clock, a time when the common room should be bustling with activity, yet it was eerily deserted. What could be the reason? Puzzled, Ron pushed through the portrait of the fat lady and stepped outside. The corridor was empty. Strange. Something was amiss. Ron hastened down the hallway. His ears perked up. From a distance, a cacophony of sounds reached him. Screams, shrieks, and shouts. Cautiously, he drew his wand and descended the stairs. Riding the moving staircase, he arrived at the second floor. Just as he pushed open a wooden door at a turn, suddenly, a blood red eye met his gaze. It was a creature of darkness, and not just one. Stepping back, Ron finally discerned the surrounding circumstances. In the corridor, a cacophony of shouts echoed, as a dozen or so Erling emitted a series of menacing roars from a distance. Damn it! Obstacles were everywhere. In an instant, Ron drew his wand, unleashing a beam of azure light that struck the nearest Erling preparing to pounce on him. The creature was sent flying, prompting the other Erlings, like hunters detecting their prey, to fix their blood-red eyes upon him, nearly oozing with rage. A chilling, peculiar sound resonated as one Erling suddenly opened its gaping maw. Strangely, that mouth expanded to over a meter in length. Within its blood-red cavern, Ron could even glimpse the remnants of flesh. For heaven's sake, how on earth was Dumbledore managing the campus? With so many Erlings about, did Dumbledore truly believe that Quirrell's dark arts defense was inadequate and unleash these creatures to sharpen the young wizard's skills in countering dark magic? Cursing inwardly, Ron barely had time to turn before a crimson tentacle surged from that gaping maw, hurtling towards him. The blood-red appendage ensnared him the moment it made contact, pulling him toward that cavernous mouth. Ron felt as if his body had been lifted by the tentacle. This is it. Harry, I'm so sorry. Ron shut his eyes, a wave of despair engulfing his reason. He hadn't yet apologized to Harry. His mother had not yet sent the new clothes she promised him. He had not embraced his father. A single tear gently slipped from the corner of his eye. Avada Kedavra. Chapter 75. This thing is far more useful than a wand. Alan swiftly flitted through the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, his wings beating rapidly like a specter. In his consciousness, the raven symbols marking Zeno and Harry began to flicker, signaling that trouble had befallen Hogwarts. And it was Voldemort. It seemed that yesterday's ruse had not deceived him. Voldemort was growing impatient, venturing forth alone to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Alan was uncertain whether, under his influence, Voldemort might succeed in his endeavor. Moreover, Dumbledore was still present at Hogwarts today. The madman's rationale for choosing this day to steal the stone eluded him. Cursing under his breath, Alan scanned his surroundings with his white pupils. The area outside the castle was nearly deserted. Transforming into his human form, he activated his shadow concealment and slipped into the castle. Upon entering the Great Hall, he sensed the presence of nearly the entire student body, the atmosphere chaotic. Most congregated in the center, sprawled on the floor with sleeping bags, preparing to rest. Particularly, the Hufflepuffs seemed unfazed by the surrounding clamor, as nearly all students from their year were already asleep. In contrast, the other three houses had few students managing to slumber, as they engaged in fervent discussions about the day's turmoil. Did you see? Those Erklings. How could those monsters appear at Hogwarts? Damn it, I heard a Ravenclaw student was eaten. I must inform my father. You know, my father's on the Board of Governors. This school cannot even guarantee the most basic safety. Oh, where has the savior Harry gone? Listening to the murmurs around him, Alan's consciousness, cloaked in shadow, briefly surveyed the hall. Only a handful of professors remained, their faces etched with concern. The others had likely retreated upstairs. Snape and Dumbledore were absent from this gathering. Without hesitation, Alan darted through the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, he was met with a cacophony of spells being cast. Professor McGonagall was furiously wielding her wand. Avada Kedavra! The green curse struck a troll with lethal precision. The troll shuddered and collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Wait, is McGonagall really that strong? The killing curse seemed ineffective against the troll, yet with a mere utterance she could seal its fate. Alan did not dwell on this revelation, propelling himself swiftly upstairs. On the fourth-floor corridor, Harry fixated on the distant, ajar wooden door. This was the most crucial location as designated by Mr. Shelby. Just moments ago, Quirrell had entered. Mr. Shelby had instructed him to keep watch at the entrance if anyone went inside, awaiting Shelby's arrival to intervene. Harry surmised the significance of this corridor from Shelby's demeanor. Something of great importance to Mr. Shelby likely lay within. Damn it, after tonight, he must make Dumbledore understand how a principal ought to manage a school. 2 incidents of dark magical creatures in 1 semester, and this time an outright riot of dark creatures. After a brief hesitation, Mr. Shelby was still some distance away. If Quirrell had indeed acquired that item of great significance to Mr. Shelby, it would be disastrous. Harry hesitated as he gazed at the door. Quirrell had entered, and one could only speculate how perilous it might be inside. How could a first-year wizard like him take such a risk? Yet, that crucial item from Mr. Shelby lay within. He was torn about whether to proceed. His hand instinctively moved to his waist, where a cold object resided, Mr. Shelby's handgun. Slowly retrieving the firearm, he examined the pattern on the grip. It was circular, adorned with a black cross emblem, inscribed with the letters of the Shelby family, Shelby. As he stared at the family insignia, Harry felt the letters come alive. He was no longer the bullied child, tormented by Dudley and ridiculed by his peers. He had transformed into a formidable wizard, with a newfound determination. Harry gradually tucked the handgun into his cloak and drew his wand from his waist. He then donned an invisibility cloak, a Christmas gift that had arrived anonymously. Once fully concealed, Harry swiftly made his way toward the ajar door. Upon crossing the threshold, Harry suddenly recoiled. A 3-headed dog, its blood-red eyes fixed upon him, was restrained by chains, its massive jaws gaping menacingly within a confined space. Harry quickly stepped back and noticed a conspicuous flute on the ground. What was its purpose? After a moment, he heard a loud bang. The powerful recoil of the handgun jolted through his hands. On the other side, a bullet had instantaneously pierced the jaw of the 3-headed beast. His first shot had gone awry. Harry steadied himself, aiming once more at the creature. The once ferocious expression of the 3-headed dog suddenly faltered as it fixated on the firearm in Harry's grasp. Its body trembled, sensing the imminent threat of death emanating from the weapon. With a low whimper, the beast seemed to plead for mercy, attempting to withdraw. Bang! A bullet hole appeared on one of its heads, causing it to droop lifelessly. The remaining 2 heads exchanged glances, hastily clearing a path while silently mourning their fallen companion for 3 seconds. Harry steadied his aim once more, a smile creeping onto his face as he addressed the 2 remaining heads. Greetings from the Shelby family. He was uncertain why he uttered those words, but instinctively felt a sense of comfort in doing so. Upon confirming that the remaining 2 heads of the 3-headed dog obediently bowed their heads, Harry, with a gun in one hand and a wand in the other, swiftly approached the creature's rear. There lay a trapdoor, and without hesitation, he flipped his body and plunged into its depths. The once bright light faded into darkness as his body descended rapidly, with no source of illumination in sight. It was only when Harry felt himself land upon something soft that he realized something was binding him. Almost instantaneously, a cacophony of gunfire erupted in the shadowy expanse. Harry sensed the soft tendrils that ensnared him recoil in fright, retreating quickly. A flicker of luminescence ignited as his wand illuminated the surroundings. In the encompassing darkness, the faint glow revealed the environment around him, causing Harry's pupils to dilate in shock. He found himself surrounded by ominous, dark vines, their sharp leaves signaling a perilous threat. This was the Devil's Snare, Professor Sprout had warned about its dangers in class. It thrived in darkness, capable of ensnaring and suffocating a wizard in mere seconds. Yet, as Harry raised his gun, the devil's snare seemed to retreat in terror, gathering in an unseen corner to form a dense sphere. It appeared that this weapon was far more effective than the wand. Chapter 76. Everything has been taken away. Avada Kedavra. Zeno swiftly rolled his body, pivoting to aim his wand at a lurking Erling. The incantation of the killing curse ignited, its piercing green light striking the approaching Erling with immediate effect. In that fleeting moment when Zeno's curse connected, the creature momentarily froze, its gaping, blood-red maw exuding a foul odor, and the tentacles that lunged towards him suddenly halted, collapsing onto the ground. It was evident that his killing curse seemed significantly more potent than his other spells. Raising his wand once more, Zeno unleashed the curse again. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind surging from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his wand towards himself, barriers in abundance. His body was propelled forward. In the spot where he had just stood, a massive, foul-smelling wooden club materialized. Bang! Upon its contact with the ground, debris scattered, and the terrifying aftershock caused the earth to tremble twice. Just as Zeno prepared to flee, he felt a chilling sensation emanating from the mark on his arm. The crow's head mark was reacting. Sniffling, he turned, and the giant, with a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes, charged towards him. Yet, Zeno stood his ground, offering the giant a mere smile. Greetings from the Shelby family. As the giant pondered why this nimble little creature did not flee, it drew from its trousers another wooden club, longer than the garment itself, ready to strike. At that moment, a black storm surged from the distance. As the tempest approached, Zeno felt as if countless blades were piercing into his very being. This is bad. The giant's sluggish mind, even without conscious thought, grasped its peril. I need to run. But it was too late. The giant's eyes widened in horror as the dark wind enveloped its surroundings. Its body was swept into the storm. Muscles began to tear, and its vision felt as if pierced by countless needles. The wooden club in its hand was reduced to mere powder in an instant. A sense of impending doom washed over the giant, instinctively prompting it to reach for its trousers to retrieve another club to combat the wretched black wind. The dull mind turned slightly, feeling puzzled as it glanced down at its hand. In the crimson haze of its vision, only bones remained, and soon its body began to disintegrate into fragments, leaving no trace of blood behind. Mr. Shelby, have you seen Harry? Alan gradually assumed his human form, hastening alongside Zeno down the corridor on the 4th floor. No, Zeno replied swiftly, keeping pace with Alan as they reached the corridor. Alan halted before an open door. Turning to Zeno. Zeno, I will enter first. If anyone approaches, send me a message. Understood? Yes, sir. Excellent. Alan patted Zeno's shoulder, sensing a significant change in him today. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Swiftly, he approached the door. Bark, bark, bark. Bang. Howl. One of the heads of the 3-headed dog drooped down. Excellent. It appeared that this creature was quite amiable, readily clearing a path. Voldemort was exhilarated today. Gazing at the mirror before him, the crimson glow of his eyes was impossible to conceal. He had already beheld a vision within that mirror. Inside stood his younger self, a striking visage adorned with an enigmatic smile, slowly stowing a crimson object into his pocket. It was the Philosopher's Stone, the very object of his yearning. How could he possibly retrieve the stone? Voldemort's agitation intensified as he fixated upon the mirror, his hand gently caressing the face reflected within. That was his youthful countenance. How vibrant and formidable he had once been. Yet now, he lived like a rat, forced to inhabit Quirrell-esque body, endlessly inhaling the wretched stench of garlic. He must be resurrected. Resurrected? Quirrell, think of a way. Use your foolish brain to devise a plan. Voldemort's tone was unprecedentedly fervent as he stared into the mirror, raising his hand. Avada Kedavra! A green spell shot forth into the mirror, but there was no response. In contrast, Voldemort's expression contorted with rage as the incantation hastily flew toward the glass. Quickly, the tongue of the dead. Fiery inferno. Damn it, where is my Philosopher's Stone? The stone, Voldemort cried out, his excitement reminiscent of his former vigor. With a mere gesture, countless wizards would rush forth to break their backs for him. Just a flick of his wrist, and all that obstructed him would be annihilated. But now he possessed nothing. Nothing at all. That accursed old fool had taken everything from him. Everything. Every day. For over a decade. Every single day of those years. He had lived like a rat in the sewers. Once standing at the pinnacle of the wizarding world, yet now reduced to the pitiful existence of a sewer rat. All of this was the doing of that old fool, Dumbledore. Every single thing had been erased by that old man. Everything. He would reclaim it all with his own hands. Master, my life force is nearly depleted. Do not cast spells anymore. Quirrell's voice was weak, laced with a plea, yet he could sense Voldemort's restless soul had no intention of pausing. The Philosopher's Stone. I implore you. Give me the stone. I only desire the stone. Voldemort clutched the mirror, the madness in his eyes reaching a fever pitch. Damn it! Raising his hand, he seized the mirror and smashed it violently against the ground. Clang, clang. The mirror merely emitted a metallic clatter. Within the mirror, his youthful face still bore that eerie smile, slowly toying with the Philosopher's Stone. No, time is running out. Voldemort stared at his reflection in the mirror, his tone rare with a hint of supplication. Give me the stone. I must be resurrected. I can no longer live like a mere rodent. The glory I once possessed has been obliterated, leaving only my infamous reputation within the realm of wizards. Such an irony. That was mine, and I shall reclaim it with my own hands. As Voldemort spoke, his body abruptly froze. He slowly turned his head, his gaze lingering on a vacant patch of ground. A twisted smile suddenly graced his face. Avada Kedavra! With a swift motion, his wand was raised. Bang! Debris erupted from the ground. And to the right of where his curse had just landed, a boy materialized in the open space. The invisibility cloak. In an effort to evade Voldemort's recent spell, Harry had rolled, causing the cloak to fall to the ground. Ah, look who we have here. Our savior, Harry Potter. Voldemort's eyes fixed upon Harry, and a smile unfurled across his face. Chapter 77. Father, Mother Harry gazed unwaveringly at Voldemort's twisted visage, devoid of any semblance of fear. The Philosopher's Stone belongs to Mr. Shelby. As Voldemort listened to Harry's resolute voice resonate in his ears, a sudden, harsh laughter erupted from him. It was a cacophony, yet it seemed devoid of true mirth, imbued instead with hatred, fury, and resentment. I knew that wretched half-breed had no intention of aiding me. I am aware that you all aspire to usurp everything I possess. I have lurked in the shadows for over a decade. No one, absolutely no one, has ever grasped my desires. After my emergence, true wizards regained their glory, Potter, including your lineage. They too reclaimed their honor. I elevated wizards above the muggle filth, yet you all vehemently oppose me. Tell me, why? Avada Kedavra! Voldemort's crimson eyes burned with rage as they fixated on Harry's forehead. Harry remained vigilant, anticipating Voldemort's strike, and evaded the deadly curse in the nick of time. Why? Why must everyone oppose me? I have granted glory to purebloods, breathed life into this world, and allowed wizards to hold their heads high beneath the sun. Yet you, and that old fool, seek to thwart me. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! 3 lethal curses flew towards Harry in rapid succession. Never before had Voldemort been so frenzied. For decades, he had failed to comprehend why these wretched beings were determined to obstruct him. He merely wished to spread the glory of purebloods throughout the world. Had he erred? No. Yet that old fool was mad enough to seek his demise. Along with that pure-blood half-breed, he had been betrayed by those he had sought to protect. What a vibrant youth had come to an end. The wretched historians had distorted the truth, branding him a dictator, a madman. This world had decayed. A fierce flame ignited within Voldemort's chest. He was unwilling to accept this. Come fort. A roar erupted from his lips as he raised his wand. The ground trembled, transforming into a pliable substance, like colossal hands encasing Harry. With a flick of his wand, Harry was lifted, drawn closer to him. Voldemort seized Harry's hair, a searing pain coursing through him. It was that accursed mother of his, the one who, before her demise, had cast a spell upon Harry, a spell of love. This sting only exacerbated his madness. Love, how absurd. He had sacrificed everything for the glory of pure blood wizards. Yet, he had been betrayed by those wretched beings. Where was this love to be found? Voldemort furiously clutched Harry's hair, repeatedly thrusting him against the mirror of Ariste before them. The sturdy mirror bore the brunt of Harry's head, blood staining its surface. Where's the Philosopher's Stone? Where could it possibly be? Voldemort, filled with a sense of desperation, frantically grasped Harry's head, relentlessly smashing it against the mirror. Harry's consciousness began to blur, yet Voldemort's hate-filled hand continued to strike with fervor. No more. His head spun with dizziness. The world before him was awash in crimson. Harry struggled to part his lips. The grip on his hair suddenly ceased, and Voldemort's visage slowly materialized in his line of sight. Harry labored to speak, but a surge of blood erupted from his mouth. It was so metallic, so briny. Yet he swallowed the blood with resolve. I did not thwart your intentions. But, Harry began, only to be interrupted by a violent cough. Voldemort, as if intrigued by his utterance, lifted Harry's head despite the excruciating pain. What did you say? I did not hinder your intentions, but the Philosopher's Stone belongs to the Shelby family. Silence. The dimly lit room was enveloped in a peculiar stillness. Harry felt the grip on his hair loosen. Voldemort's grotesquely contorted face seemed to tremble. That little bastard. Once again, that little bastard. Ha ha. Voldemort erupted into a chilling laugh. Suddenly, Harry's hair was seized once more. Bang, 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 bang. His head was relentlessly smashed against the mirror of Ariste. Blood splattered across the surface of the mirror in an instant. Voldemort had completely lost his sanity. Or perhaps he had succumbed to madness a decade prior. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry's head was repeatedly slammed against the mirror. Blood. Torrents of blood. Harry felt his vision obscured by the crimson flowing from his forehead. His hazy gaze caught a glimpse of the mirror. In the mirror of Ariste, there he was. Himself. He stood within the mirror, clad in a Shelby family uniform sent by Watson during Christmas. And then, he held a crimson object. It resembled a stone. Bang! His head spun once more. The Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's nearly insane voice echoed in his ears. Yet he had seen clearly. Within the mirror of Ariste, that Harry cradled the red stone, slowly tucking it into his pocket. Subsequently, he revealed a strange smile to himself. He sensed something had been added to his pocket. But Voldemort remained oblivious, still gripping his hair, intent on smashing him against the mirror of Ariste. His skull. He felt as though it might shatter. His vision blurred. Pain. Excruciating pain. Stop hitting. Harry's body was utterly powerless to support him, while Voldemort ferociously yanked at his hair, crashing him against the mirror of Ariste. Was he to perish here today? He has yet to visit the gravestones of his parents, to lay a bouquet of fresh flowers and convey to them that their son has grown up. Indeed, their son has matured, truly matured. Moreover, in a few years, he shall become a great wizard. Yet, perhaps today may be the day he meets his end. Who knows? Perhaps in death, he might reunite with his parents? His mother must have loved him dearly. Through his hazy vision, he glimpsed his mother smiling at him from the mirror. Mother, such a gentle smile. That smile seemed to alleviate the pain coursing through his body. It was sweet, imbued with tenderness and affection. This almost unfamiliar woman had devoted her life to protect him. Beside her stood a man, bearing a face almost identical to his own, though lacking glasses, and offering him a mischievous grin, accompanied by a wink. His parents appeared so blissful. Would they be waiting for him in the afterlife? Perhaps his father would pat him on the shoulder and express pride in him. And what of his mother? Would she gaze tenderly at his forehead and bestow a kiss? Tears streamed down his face. He did not wish for this, truly did not. His guide, Mr. Shelby. He had yet to do anything to prove to Mr. Shelby that he was no longer the same. The shadows of Dudley, Vernon, and Petunia would soon be but a memory. He had indeed changed. Harry had closed his eyes, blood staining the mirror of Ariste, as his consciousness began to drift away from his body. Stop! A familiar voice resonated. Chapter 78. Either depart or duel. I cannot permit you to harm my friends. Avada Kedavra. That was Ron. The tip of Ron's wand suddenly emitted a blinding green light. The spell shot forth instantaneously toward Voldemort. Yet, Voldemort's extensive combat experience allowed him to effortlessly evade Ron's lethal curse with a swift motion. Harry's vision was tinged with crimson. His gaze lingered on Ron for a final moment, a smile slowly curling upon his lips. His friend had arrived. Despite their numerous disagreements, despite having impulsively berated Ron in the past, despite believing Ron's mind was solely occupied with Quidditch, he had rushed forward. That was friendship. Harry's consciousness began to blur. A twinge of regret washed over him for having scolded Ron so harshly. In Ron's eyes, Harry felt his body grow heavy, collapsing to the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Harry, no. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Ron's eyes were wide with desperation as he stared at Harry's fallen form. He can't be dead, right? That is my friend. You once gifted me a magical top. You saved my life. You can't die, not like this Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra! A green light flickered from the tip of Ron's wand, pulsating with a heart-stopping radiance. He cannot die. He cannot die. Tears streamed down Ron's face as he fervently waved his wand. Blood poured from Harry's head, saturating his body. Such a loss of blood. Even a giant would not endure. Another nuisance. Why must you obstruct me? Voldemort's icy gaze fixated on Ron, for Quirrell's life force was nearly extinguished. No, I must obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Just one step away. One step. One step. The stone is within my grasp. The vast life energy it holds shall resurrect me. Grant me the stone. I would even bite a lighter for it. Why must these wretched wizards impede my resurrection? I have done nothing wrong. You filthy bastards. I will annihilate every last one of you. Avada Kedavra. This strike ignited a fury in Voldemort that had not surfaced in over a decade. He poured forth all his malice. He loathed this world. He loathed it intensely. Why did these damned fools go to such lengths to prevent his revival? Yet this strike, due to Quirrell's dwindling vitality, was particularly dim. Quirrell was on the verge of collapse. He could sense Quirrell's soul nearing dissolution. But then, a glimmer of hope emerged. The killing curse had struck that little brat. Ron swiftly unleashed the curse again, but Voldemort's movements were too swift. The spell, imbued with unending rage and malevolence, struck Ron's body directly. Ron stood there stunned. He felt the lethal curse rapidly ravaging his body, obliterating all the magical essence within him. A terrifying whirlwind loomed in his consciousness, seeking to erase his very soul. He could only summon every ounce of vitality to resist the malevolent spell. Yet, the energy of the curse spread like cancer, reducing his normal cells to mere ashes in an instant. Harry was dead. He too was nearing death. His magic was dissolving, and all life within him was being consumed. There was a hint of reluctance, but it was too late. The curse had nearly devoured his awareness. Boom! Dust swirled. Ron's body lay motionless on the ground, his chest barely rising and falling, a rhythm so minute it was almost imperceptible. Voldemort's form seemed utterly drained, collapsing to the floor. So weary, he struggled to crawl towards the mirror of Eris. His hand brushed against its glass surface. Please, grant me the Philosopher's Stone, I implore you. I wish to eradicate those loathsome vermin, and I want the wizarding world to remember my name. I want that old scoundrel to know that his former pupil is the greatest wizard of all time. I have conquered death, yet I live no better than an ant. Please grant me the Philosopher's Stone, I beseech you. Truly, I beg you to give it to me. With great effort, Voldemort touched the mirror. While Quirrell's soul had already departed from this body, which was on the brink of complete obliteration. Reluctance consumed him. In Voldemort's gaze, suddenly, tendrils of black mist began to swirl within the room. He felt his soul tremble. No, something was amiss. He gasped for air. Yet that suffocating sensation gripped his throat like a demon. To be precise, it clutched the throat of his soul. The dim room had descended into pitch blackness. In that darkness, Voldemort perceived something. He saw a pair of eyes that felt eerily familiar. They were pure white eyes, so bright they hurt, so disquieting they caused him anxiety. For the first time, he felt fear. Those eyes, so terrifying. A haunting voice echoed from those eyes. Voldemort. The voice carried an oppressive weight, making his very soul tremble. You have violated a member of the Shelby family." The tone was devoid of emotion, and the cold black mist enveloped Voldemort's soul. "Thus, the Shelby family sends you their regards." As the voice faded, he felt the white eyes in the darkness suddenly illuminate. His soul. No, he could not perish. A sharp entity suddenly seized his soul. It was a vicious beak, tearing and gnashing. Like a predator ravaging its prey, it greedily ripped at his soul. His soul. The pain. The cold. "Stop. Please, stop." Voldemort's soul howled in despair, pleading for mercy. Yet, his eyes emitted a frigid light devoid of any emotion. Voldemort's voice resonated as if echoing from an exceedingly distant realm. His sharp beak resembled that of a famished vulture in the tropical savanna, tearing at its prey. His soul, ensnared in that gaze, helplessly witnessed the devouring by this monstrous entity. With each fragment of his essence that was ripped away, the beast appeared increasingly exhilarated. He could only watch in horror as his very soul was consumed, teetering on the brink of collapse. This is your doing." Voldemort suddenly unleashed a piercing scream. In that instant, the raven incarnation of Alan felt an emptiness in its beak. The exhilarating surge of magical power that had been escalating abruptly ceased. Current magical power level, LV7. It had ascended from LV5 to LV7. Though modest, this represented a significant enhancement. His spells would undergo a qualitative transformation in both potency and duration. However, Voldemort had vanished. He had escaped. Indeed, the so-called great wizards defined by the system possessed remarkable capabilities, managing to elude the grasp of his own undead raven form. The dark mist within the chamber gradually dissipated. Alan shook off his black robe and turned his gaze to the bloodied forms of Harry and Ron on the floor. Sensing their breaths, he exhaled in relief. Slowly, he lowered his wand to point at Harry's forehead, invoking healing. Subsequently, he gently reached into Harry's pocket, his fingers brushing against the cold object within, the Philosopher's Stone. At last, he had obtained it. Meanwhile, at the doorway of the corridor on the 4th floor, Zeno fixed his gaze upon the tall wizard opposite him, discreetly stroking the raven-head mark on his other arm. He looked towards Dumbledore. "Headmaster, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. You must either depart, or we shall duel." Zeno stared intently at Dumbledore as he slowly drew forth his wand. Chapter 79. Apologies, but this is merely a misunderstanding. Dumbledore's gaze bored deeply into Sheno. "Who sent you? Leave, or we shall duel." Sheno refrained from responding to Dumbledore's inquiries. He understood that if Dumbledore crossed that threshold, he would have failed in his duty. Should Dumbledore discover that Mr. Shelby had pilfered the Philosopher's Stone, it would utterly disrupt Mr. Shelby's plans. He could not allow such an eventuality. Even if it meant Dumbledore would have to step over his lifeless body, he was willing to make that sacrifice. At any cost, he intended to keep the greatest wizard of this century at bay. "Was it Mr. Shelby who sent you? Has he conspired with Voldemort?" Dumbledore's piercing gaze searched Sheno's eyes. Yet, all Sheno exuded was a resolute determination. "Leave, or we shall duel." Dumbledore furrowed his brow, a chill creeping into his heart. There was no doubt. He was certain that Sheno was indeed Alan's ally. Yet, what could have transformed such a timid individual into one bold enough to draw his wand against him? What sort of enchantment had Mr. Shelby woven into Sheno? As this thought crossed his mind, Dumbledore's frown deepened. He swiftly stepped forward, intending to bypass Sheno and enter the room. An obstacle arose. Without the slightest hesitation, Sheno unleashed a surge of blue light towards Dumbledore. He had truly dared to draw his wand. Dumbledore merely waved his wand, conjuring a white shield that deflected the attack. Had this young wizard lost his senses? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Dumbledore's eyes locked onto Sheno with a sharp intensity. This was perhaps one of his angriest moments in recent memory. He had not felt such wrath in ages, yet this young wizard had the audacity to point his wand at him. Had Mr. Shelby truly sent this young wizard to his doom? However, it was too late. He knew Voldemort was within, and since Sheno stood there, Mr. Shelby must also be inside. There was a genuine possibility they could seize the Philosopher's Stone. Most crucially, Harry was also missing, likely within those very walls. "I am well aware, Headmaster, but forgive my rudeness." Leave, or we shall duel. Sheno's voice rang out, devoid of any hesitation. A surge of fury ignited in Dumbledore's heart. With a flick of his wand, Sheno's wand was disarmed in an instant by Dumbledore's disarming spell. Mr. Sheno, I advise you to remain here. I would rather not have my students assaulting a professor. I am willing to overlook your recent actions against me, but now, step aside. Dumbledore spoke calmly, shaking his dark robes before striding towards the room. Suddenly, an instinct surged within him. He swiftly turned around. Sheno maintained his steadfast expression. In his hand, he clutched a cold handgun, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Dumbledore. Leave, or we shall duel. Silence ensued. Dumbledore gazed into Sheno's eyes for a prolonged moment, then took a cautious step forward. You dare to point a gun at me? Beneath his seemingly calm demeanor lay an unspoken tension. Yet, Sheno maintained his resolute expression. Leave, or we shall duel. The atmosphere grew taut, the tension palpable. Sheno's gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore, the gun unwaveringly directed at him. Dumbledore knew that should he take even a single step toward the door, this young wizard would not hesitate to pull the trigger. He could summon an ironclad charm or a disarming spell before Sheno could fire, but he refrained, choosing instead to hold the young man's gaze. Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore. Suddenly, an urgent voice shattered the icy atmosphere. Both Dumbledore and Sheno turned to see a young girl, Hermione, rushing towards them, speaking as she ran. Upon halting before them, her eyes widened at the sight of Sheno brandishing a gun at Dumbledore. Sheno, Headmaster Dumbledore, you too? Hermione stared, bewildered by Sheno's actions. Is this how young wizards behave now? Pointing a gun at Dumbledore? Is he truly unafraid of death? What is happening? Dumbledore repressed his irritation and looked towards Hermione. Outside, the Dark Lord is lurking in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he glanced between Sheno and the door behind him. Voldemort? In the Forbidden Forest? Then what of this room, Shelby? Is this student audacious enough to enter and steal the Philosopher's Stone? I command you, in the name of the headmaster, to step aside. Dumbledore strode purposefully towards Sheno, genuinely reluctant to engage in conflict with the young wizard. Hermione, too, fixed her anxious gaze on Sheno, perplexed as to why he insisted on standing his ground. This is the greatest white wizard in the world. If you do not trust him, whom can you trust? And yet, you point a gun at Dumbledore. She urgently gestured to Sheno, recalling how, in recent days, she and Harry had often seen this silent boy shadowing Mr. Shelby. Her impression of Sheno had always been favorable, yet the current scene surpassed her expectations. I am sorry, Headmaster, but I must refuse. Sheno sniffled, his voice muffled. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, glancing at the door behind Sheno, his wand already poised for action. Sheno? Headmaster Dumbledore? From the shadows of the dark corridor, Alan slowly emerged, his face a mask of confusion as he looked between Sheno and Dumbledore. What are you doing here? Professor Snape has cleared the Earling from the third-floor corridor. He sent me to fetch you. Zeno and Dumbledore swiftly turned their heads, gazing at Alan with a look of perplexity. Dumbledore glanced at the gun in Zeno's hand, then shifted his gaze to the silhouette of Alan emerging from the corridor. Alan was not inside. Was Voldemort also in the Forbidden Forest? Did you instruct Zeno to remain here? Dumbledore squinted, scrutinizing Alan from head to toe. Indeed, as I passed by just now, I happened to see Professor Quirrell enter. I was about to pursue him when I discovered a three-headed dog at the entrance. Or rather, the carcass of a three-headed dog. Sensing something amiss, I asked Zeno to guard this spot, and I was just intending to seek you out to address the matter. As Alan spoke, he observed Zeno, who was pointing the gun at Dumbledore, raising an eyebrow. Zeno, lower your weapon. Without hesitation, Zeno complied, relinquishing the gun. Dumbledore silently regarded this scene, a vague irritation swelling within him. It seems Mr. Potter is inside? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. I am unaware of that. I merely wish to prevent other students from encountering danger, which is why I had Zeno stationed here. Perhaps my instructions to Zeno were unclear. It is indeed my oversight, my apologies, Headmaster. Dumbledore's expression fluctuated as he scrutinized Alan with rapid intensity. He sensed the absence of the Philosopher's Stone's aura around Alan. Furthermore, throughout Hogwarts, even within the common room and dormitories of Slytherin, there was no trace to be found. This is troubling. Chapter 80. Could you please not point a gun at Dumbledore? In the end, Shin Nuo heeded Alan's command and cleared the way, allowing Dumbledore to enter. In Alan's pocket, a red stone was secured within a pre-prepared pouch designed to contain magical energy. He had acquired this stone from Lucius a month prior, specifically for this day. At last, he beheld the inaugural step toward the expansion of his commercial empire. This signified that it would not be long before he could access the global market, hundreds of millions of galleons, and he would be the first to take a seat at this new table of opportunity. Upon obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, he distinctly felt the oppressive force of the unbreakable vow binding him to Voldemort dissipate from his consciousness, the threat to his very soul vanishing. It was indeed a gamble, but he had wagered wisely. Initially, he had planned to surrender the stone to Voldemort and then reclaim it with the use of the inferi. But he soon realized that Voldemort merely wished for him to pilfer the stone. This was rather typical. Voldemort had always regarded him with disdain. That disdain had nearly cost him his life, and it had led to such a monumental oversight. Now, the only matter to address was the production line for his alchemical weaponry. With the stone in his possession, manufacturing would not pose a challenge. Yet there remained one unresolved issue. Fudge was experiencing a considerable headache today. He glanced at the newspaper on his desk that had tormented him for too long. 1 loaf of bread, 7 nuts. The decay of the British wizarding world. However, the source of his greatest distress was the impending trial of Lucius and that damned Shelby against Barty Crouch. That cursed Shelby. The little wizard only knew how to sue Crouch, oblivious to the implications of his actions. The Sacred 28 families had always held significant influence within the wizarding community, and the Ministry of Magic was no exception. Recently, the Sacred 28, especially the Malfoy family, had been intent on replacing the minister. His limited circle of trusted allies included only Crouch. Crouch was a confidant he had meticulously cultivated within the ministry, and while others might falter, Crouch was indispensable. After all, Crouch oversaw the Aurors and maintained the peace within the wizarding realm. This was power. Power in his hands meant that he could still exert influence within the ministry. If anything were to happen to Crouch, it was highly probable that a new minister would be appointed. His position was at stake. He could not afford to lose it. He had struggled to ascend to this height, and now he was expected to relinquish it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He needed to devise a plan, in a few days, that accursed Malfoy and Shelby would unite against Crouch. This was his greatest voice within the ministry. He could not afford to lose it. What to do? Fudge rose and began pacing his office, rapidly contemplating solutions to these pressing matters. Now, yes, he had already secured a highest-level pardon for Crouch from the ministry. However, I remain uncertain whether it is feasible. If the senators of the Wisengamot were to permit such actions, then all issues would be readily resolved. Moreover, the majority of the senators in the Wisengamot hail from the esteemed 28 families. In this scenario, where the scales are evenly balanced, the verdict delivered by the Wisengamot would, in essence, be dictated by these venerable families. Those contemptible members of the Sacred 28 would undoubtedly opt for decisions favoring their lineage. Thus, should these families desire to oust him in favor of another minister, Crouch would inevitably face defeat. The Malfoy family, possessing a notable reputation in political circles, is not easily swayed. Should they manage to persuade the majority of the present families, Crouch, the most loyal subordinate of the minister, would find himself in dire straits. Curse it all. His political career cannot culminate in such a manner. Nevertheless, Crouch has recently exhibited peculiar behavior, leading to concerns about his mental state. Surely, Crouch's mental issues would not influence the decision of the Wisengamot? Surely not. This thought only served to heighten Fudge's agitation as he paced within his office. Are you certain that the Philosopher's Stone is not in your possession? In Snape's office, Snape stared intently into Alan's eyes, his expression taut with tension. No, Alan replied with calm assurance. Really not? Snape's face remained a mask of indifference. I am certain, unequivocally, that the theft of the Philosopher's Stone has nothing to do with me. Nor does it involve Sheno. Snape glanced at Sheno, who stood beside Alan. Yes, you. It is unrelated to Sheno as well. With a sigh of relief, Snape exhaled deeply. Indeed, he felt a twinge of fear regarding Alan. Fear of his unpredictable nature. This young wizard's mind seemed perpetually occupied with a plethora of bizarre and audacious ideas, and he possessed an audacity rare for one so young. How could a first-year wizard dare to conspire in political matters alongside a cunning figure like Malfoy? Yet, there was no denying the efficacy of Alan's meticulous planning and actions, which left Snape at a loss for words, unable to utter even a simple admonition to use your brain. This young man truly was employing his intellect. Taking a deep breath, Snape endeavored to suppress his emotions. You are aware that following the events of last night, Dumbledore has already initiated an investigation into the matter. Snape stated gravely to Alan, the emergence of the Dark Lord, Quirrell's disappearance, and the scattered black substance residing in that room on the 4th floor. All of these are grave concerns. The near-fatal encounter with the killing curse that nearly claimed Weasley's life, and Potter's brush with death last night. It was all too significant. I hope this incident does not trace back to you, even if... Snape paused, hesitating for a lengthy moment, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. I'm truly grateful for your reminder, Professor Snape. However, I find myself overwhelmed with numerous matters today. May I request a day off? Alan spoke, casting a glance at Snape. Snape hesitated momentarily, then gently nodded, discreetly surveying the presence of young Shelby beside Alan. Moreover, I hope, young Shelby, that you will refrain from aiming a handgun at Professor Dumbledore's head in the future. It places me in quite a predicament. As Alan approached the door, he paused in his steps. Shelby turned to look at Snape, eager to respond, yet glanced back at Alan. Upon receiving a barely perceptible nod from Alan, Shelby finally uttered a low yes. Subsequently, he followed Alan out of the office. Snape remained silent in his seat behind the desk, quietly picking up a book from the table. Yet, the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his lack of focus. He felt a twinge of regret. Why had the Sorting Hat placed Alan in his house? Never mind. The real concern should be Dumbledore's, not his own. Perhaps he should learn from that old, rotund slughorn and leisurely enjoy a more tranquil existence. After all, he is merely a headmaster with such limited capabilities. Chapter 81. Harry, Dumbledore, how do you manage the school? Within the infirmary, Harry groggily pressed his head, his eyes fluttering open in a haze. He felt disoriented. In the ward, a figure lay in the adjacent bed. Ron. From the subtle rise and fall of his chest, it was evident that Ron was exceedingly weak. A throbbing pain plagued Harry's head as he instinctively touched the mark of the raven on his arm, finding a modicum of solace. Yet, the thought struck him, yes. The Philosopher's Stone. It remained in his pocket. As he reached for it, dread washed over him. Surely, it hadn't fallen into Voldemort's hands? Was Mr. Shelby unable to secure it? Damn it. Suddenly, Harry sat up, only to be met with a sharp pain in his head. Oh, Merlin's trousers. His head felt as if it would explode. Gently, he reclined once more and noticed a piece of paper beneath him, likely a consequence of his abrupt movement. He endeavored to keep his thoughts steady and gradually retrieve the paper. Infirmary patient record. Name, Harry Potter cause of illness. Severe head trauma diagnosis. Severe concussion current treatment plan. Advanced healing potion, restorative mental potion, regular head treatment spells. Healer, Pomfrey. Harry could scarcely fathom that one day he would be yanked by the hair and struck. An odd memory surfaced of a certain fortunate soul from Slytherin. There exists a legend at Hogwarts, claiming that on Mr. Shelby's first day, he had pinned a Slytherin student to a table and struck him. This tale originated from the infirmary, as a Slytherin student had arrived with a severe concussion, adamantly declaring that he had merely tripped on the stairs. The reason it remained a rumor was that nearly all Slytherin students chose to remain silent about it. After all, no one wished to attract Mr. Shelby's attention and endure a replay of that fateful day. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts consumed with concern over the Philosopher's Stone, a commotion suddenly erupted at the infirmary door. Dumbledore, you cannot enter. The boy needs rest. Madame Pomfrey, 5 minutes. I mentioned this to you earlier. But, very well. A dialogue ensued before the door swung open. A tall figure entered, with a slightly crooked nose and half-moon spectacles perched upon his face. Mr. Potter, it appears you are resting well. Nervously, Harry covered one of his arms with a blanket. Dumbledore's sharp gaze swept over Harry's arm. What is that? Nothing. For some inexplicable reason, Harry sensed a hint of tension from Dumbledore. "Ah, I apologize, Mr. Potter, but are you familiar with Voldemort?" Hmm? Harry was evidently bewildered by Dumbledore's abrupt shift in conversation. "Voldemort attacked Hogwarts last night. His followers typically bear a mark upon their arms. I must ensure the safety of Hogwarts and your own, Harry. Allow me to inspect your arm." Dumbledore spoke, his gaze steady upon Harry. Yet, Harry sensed a certain firmness in his tone. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened as he stared at Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, oh, for heaven's sake! That was Voldemort yesterday. Hogwarts has been assaulted by trolls and dementors on 2 occasions already." Harry's excitement surged forth. He recalled the thoughts that had been brewing within him and felt compelled to express them. "Did you not assert that Hogwarts is the safest place? I certainly did not feel that way when a troll nearly crushed me with its club. Oh, for heaven's sake, look at this. This is a school." Harry spoke at a rapid pace, unleashing the frustrations he had been harboring. "Dumbledore, look at the school you oversee. A Dementor has consumed my classmate. The troll nearly battered Ron to death. Ron was struck by the killing curse. Goodness, Voldemort pressed me against a mirror. And Quirrell? He has Voldemort growing out of the back of his head. Yet you remain oblivious. Do you have any idea how devastated Hagrid is over the death of the unicorn? I am certain he cried all night. The unicorn was his friend, yet Voldemort killed it. Dumbledore, how on earth did you conduct the interview for Quirrell? He has Voldemort growing out of the back of his head." Harry vented, articulating all the grievances he had kept bottled up. He had been remarkably restrained. Otherwise, he would have resorted to the profanities he had learned from Mr. Weasley. In the hospital wing, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Dumbledore's complexion appeared somewhat off. Regardless, what did it matter that he was the greatest white wizard in the world when the troll was about to smash him? He did not witness this great wizard come to his rescue. Instead, it was Mr. Shelby who saved him time and again. Goodness, this headmaster was undoubtedly the worst he had ever encountered. "Mr. Potter, please calm yourself," Dumbledore said after a moment of contemplation, finally parting his lips. "Many matters are not as you perceive them, Mr. Potter. I wish for you to learn to employ a clear mind in your reasoning." Dumbledore continued, his gaze fixated on Harry's arm beneath the covers. "Show me your arm." The conversation veered back to the subject Dumbledore was most concerned about. Harry felt a flutter of uncertainty within him. Just as he hesitated, a sudden chill coursed through his arm, the response of the dark mark. Harry's eyes brightened, and a conflicted expression settled upon his face as he slowly revealed his arm. The dark mark was vividly etched upon his flesh, yet, in contrast to previous instances, it appeared decidedly more dormant, resembling an ordinary tattoo or perhaps a sticker. "What is this?" Dumbledore squinted, sensing the dark mark on Harry's arm. There were no magical fluctuations or traces of enchantment present. "A few days ago, I came across a tale in Peter's anthology, recounting a dark lord adorned with a tattoo that could unleash formidable power. Accompanied by illustrations, I decided to conjure one myself using a spell, and it appeared rather striking." Dumbledore gazed intently at the mark upon Harry's arm before lifting his gaze. "That story must pertain to the goddess Morgan, capable of transforming into a raven to consume souls on the battlefield. I have a vivid recollection of the 15th piece. It seems we share a literary connection." Harry, bewildered, raised an eyebrow. "Is that not the case? Just moments ago, Mr. Shelby had relayed a message for him to utter those words. And it turns out there's indeed such a legend? Wait. This legend truly exists, and he possesses the mark. Goodness. So, Mr. Shelby is the incarnation of Morgan?" Meanwhile, Alan listened to the exchange between Dumbledore and Harry, massaging his temples. Harry challenged Dumbledore with the question, "How do you manage the school?" Even if he were to entertain 1,000 possibilities, he could not fathom this layer. Indeed, it is quite spirited. No, that is not right. In his past life, even though Harry returned from each academic term as if emerging from the battlefield of a great war, he had never questioned Dumbledore in such a manner. What is happening? Chapter 82? I apologize. Since the failure of Voldemort's plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Alan's mind had never experienced such tranquility. In the Slytherin dormitory, he intently focused on the documents in his hands. His hands felt slightly fatigued, so he shook them out. He had already penned over 8,000 words today. Yet the result was immensely gratifying. Chirp, chirp, on the table. The curious no-blood fluttered over, its small eyes fixated on the two parchments before it. The first was a pristine piece of parchment, its title elegantly inscribed in a bold crimson font. The plan for robbing Gringotts, top secret. The second was a yellowed parchment, evidently aged and having been pulled out countless times by its master. The alchemical arms production line plan. Chirp, unable to comprehend. Chirp, that is precisely the point. In a few days, I shall be quite busy, Alan remarked as he stowed away the two parchments, sensing a ripple from the raven's head mark within his consciousness. He gently pushed No Blood aside. I must step out for a moment. Chirp, chirp. No, you are a curled-winged creature. You cannot go out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In a few days, I shall take you to Watson's. There are plenty of treats for you there. Chirp, chirp. In a few days. With that, Alan strode forth and exited the door. The Slytherin common room served as a necessary passage from the dormitory to Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering the common room, he immediately sensed a palpable hush fall over the space. Particularly, Draco Malfoy seemed unusually withdrawn, retreating like a turtle whenever he caught sight of Alan. Perhaps it was due to Alan's black robes? At the same time, Zeno also spotted Alan, seated beside the most comfortable sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Alan, he promptly rose and swiftly followed him. Mr. Shelby. They traversed the corridors of Hogwarts until they reached the hospital wing. Alan pushed open the door. Mr. Shelby? Harry, how have you been resting? Draped in a black robe, Alan, with gloved hands caressing his wand, stood by Harry's bedside. Beside him, Zeno sniffled. One hand concealed beneath his robe, while the other clutched his wand. As soon as Alan finished speaking, a rustling sound emanated from the adjacent bed. It was Ron, initially seated at the edge of the bed. He hastily slid down, feigning nonchalance as he buried his head under the covers. He had previously spoken ill of Shelby in front of Harry. Now, with Mr. Shelby's imposing presence akin to a mob boss visiting his underling, Ron felt undeniably sheepish. I'm fine, Mr. Shelby. Harry, rubbing his head, quickly sat up. No need. You're still recuperating. Lie back down. Alan's tone was calm, yet Harry did not comply. When will I be able to move about? Listening to Madame Pomfrey, it seems that the time is approaching. Very well, in a few days, you will need to accompany Watson, as you shall be quite occupied for a while. Indeed, Mr. Shelby. What about the Philosopher's Stone? You need not concern yourself with that. It is a matter that should be of urgency to Dumbledore. You have rendered great service to Hogwarts this time, quite commendable. As Alan spoke, he cast a glance at Ron, who was buried under his covers on the adjacent bed. Harry could easily discern Alan's implication. While a discerning person might sense that Mr. Shelby and he shared some connection, Mr. Shelby was not yet ready to reveal Harry's true identity. Mr. Weasley, are you intent on suffocating yourself? Alan remarked again, directing his gaze towards Ron's bed, where Ron was tightly clutching his pillow over his head. Typically, Ron did not appear as foolish as Goyle or Crabbe. So what could be the cause of his behavior today? Mr. Shelby, Ron stammered, removing the pillow from his head, casting his eyes downward, unable to meet Alan's gaze. Sheno, Alan uttered. Yes, Sheno replied succinctly. Soon, Ron felt something added to his bed. Gradually lifting his head, he stared, bewildered, at a burlap bag placed beside him. It looked quite ordinary, the logo suggesting it was from some confectionery shop. You may open this when you return home. It is a token of gratitude for your unintentional assistance to the Shelby family, Alan's voice conveyed, leaving Ron even more perplexed. He glanced at the burlap bag before shifting his eyes back to Alan's still expressionless, cold gaze. Feeling somewhat guilty, he lowered his head. Yet this time, he did not sense fear in Mr. Shelby's eyes. It was merely, why had Mr. Shelby chosen to give him sweets? Nevertheless, this was a positive sign, at least indicating that Mr. Shelby bore no ill will towards him, which brought Ron some relief. After Alan imparted a few more instructions to Harry, he departed the infirmary with Sheno, leaving Harry and Ron behind. Ron had only just awakened that day. Instinctively, he glanced towards Harry, and upon realizing that Harry's gaze seemed about to meet his, he quickly averted his eyes. The room fell into a silence. Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to speak. Ron stuttered, attempting to respond. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Both Harry and Ron regretted their decision to speak. After a prolonged silence, Ron finally broke it. I wonder what snacks Mr. Shelby sent. I was just thinking about chocolate, Harry, do you want some? Ron said, his eyes never meeting Harry's. Just days prior, he had prepared himself to apologize, yet now he found himself unable to utter a word. How embarrassing. Why had Harry said anything yet? Had he truly hurt Harry's feelings? Damn it, he should not have spoken first. Perhaps a simple apology? Oh, Merlin, how utterly embarrassing. Just as Ron was lost in thought. Ron, I'm sorry. His hand, poised to open the burlap sack, suddenly froze. He looked up and met Harry's gaze. What did you say? As soon as Ron finished his sentence, realizing his faux pas, he quickly lowered his head in shame. Regret washed over him. How foolish of him to respond in such a manner. Ron, I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Ron's ears turned a deep shade of crimson. He remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the world, his attention fixated on the burlap sack in his hands. I suppose I ought to share some chocolate with you. He began to open the bag. Ron's movements faltered. He stared into the sack, his expression shifting from confusion to disbelief, then to a mixture of surprise and fear. What is wrong? Harry inquired, puzzled by Ron's reaction. I think this must be an illusion. Ron swiftly closed the bag again, shaking his head and waving his hand as if to dispel his delusion. Finally, he reopened the sack. Upon seeing its contents once more, Harry, Ron fully unzipped the bag. Inside lay a staggering 50 galleons, quietly resting. Chapter 83. I will teach only once. Pay attention and learn well, Sheldon. You have finally arrived. Are you prepared for matters concerning Crouch? Within the confines of Snape's office, he cast a weary glance at Lucius, who had taken to visiting his office frequently to seek out Alan. Frankly speaking, it would be more efficient to convert this office into a conference room for Lucius. Rubbing his temples, Snape turned his gaze toward the doorway where Alan and Shinna were approaching. I have already dispatched Watson. Furthermore, Mr. Malfoy, I recently heard from Watson that the alchemical items for the apparition restriction are running low. Alan remarked, raising an eyebrow at Lucius. Lucius, taken aback, lifted his eyelids to stare at Alan. What? Just last month, I provided your subordinate with dozens of those apparition restriction alchemical items, and they are already depleted? What on earth are you using them for? To be candid, Mr. Malfoy, our Shelby family enjoys utilizing those items while cleaning. They say it creates a certain ambience. Alan replied, clicking his tongue and slowly strolling to the window of Snape's office. Lucius felt as though a lump had lodged in his throat. Sighing, he conceded, do as you wish. Even if you utilize them for less than dignified purposes, it is of no concern to me. How are preparations for the matter with Crouch coming along? He picked up the wine glass from the table and took a sip. Tomorrow marks the day of Crouch's prosecution. Once he steps onto the Wisengamot's trial seat, his downfall will be imminent. At that moment, the Malfoy family will seize the opportunity to usurp much of Fudge's power as the Minister of Magic. Perhaps I might even ascend to the position of the new Minister of Magic, though the Malfoy family is not considered particularly formidable among the Sacred 28. If we can exploit Crouch's downfall to infiltrate the Ministry and amass wealth, then the Malfoy name shall rise to greatness once more. It had been far too long since he felt such exhilaration. He glanced at Alan. I must admit, each time I catch a glimpse of the way Shelby looks at me, it feels somewhat unsettling. But it matters not. I am confident in my ability to orchestrate Crouch's removal. I believe everything is nearly prepared. Today, I shall request a day off from Dumbledore, as it is imperative that he is made aware of my absence from Hogwarts. Alan nodded in acknowledgement, yet Lucius appeared to dismiss the matter entirely, waving his hand briskly. No need. I have already facilitated this through the authority of the Board of Governors. You may leave Hogwarts at your convenience. Lucius spoke with a hint of urgency. Alan, gazing intently at Lucius, suddenly broke into a smile. Then, shall we meet at the Ministry tomorrow? Meanwhile, Fudge was experiencing a particularly exasperating day. He could not comprehend why this year had been fraught with so many troubling issues. Recently, the enigmatic journalist associated with the seer has mysteriously vanished, while sporadic reports emerge of homeless wizards meeting untimely ends in Britain. Additionally, The troubling affairs surrounding Crouch and the watchful eyes of the sacred 28 families loom ominously. To exacerbate matters, a new predicament has arisen. Minister, the mob congregating outside the Ministry of Magic, is on the verge of wreaking havoc upon its doors. Then let us replace the door, Fudge retorted, his gaze fixed with irritation upon a hurried official who had just entered. Minister, the number of wizards gathering outside the ministry has surged in recent days. They have commenced protesting against your tax increases. Then let us enchant the ministry with a deafening charm. Fudge replied to yet another official who had entered to report, his ire simmering beneath the surface. Minister, the mob outside is shouting that bread is now selling for 7 nuts. Then let us distribute bread for free. No, that won't do. Fudge abruptly halted his outburst, suddenly realizing the implications. Even discarding bread should not be done freely, lest it undermine market enthusiasm. He quickly retracted his statement. His recent drastic inflationary measures were intended to salvage the precarious loan borrowed from the North American Magical Congress. Those accursed sacred 28 families possessed no capacity to stimulate the economy. Thus, he could only extract from the impoverished wizards. Presently, the Ministry of Magic resembled a volatile powder keg, ready to explode at any moment, if Fudge could not expedite the exploitation of the lower-class wizards. The whole structure would inevitably erupt. Yet, there were still rioters who failed to comprehend his plight. As a minister of magic, his sole intention was to extract from them. How could they dare to protest? The chaotic thoughts swirling in Fudge's mind left him feeling quite overwhelmed. Perhaps it would be best to go to the entrance of the ministry and placate those foolish rabble. At the ministry's entrance, the narrow alley was choked with a multitude of protesters clad in wizard robes, their chants nearly obstructing entry. A cursory glance revealed that there were over 1,000 individuals present, with the entire wizarding population of Britain numbering fewer than 10,000. The majority were long-term residents of the lower echelons. Following the arrival of Allen and Watson, who had come to protest and disseminate information, hundreds of wizards appeared almost overnight. Boss, Watson spoke to Allen from a corner of the crowd. The rumors we recently published in the Daily Prophet have had an effect. The proprietor even informed me that the paper's reputation has significantly improved. Wizards frequently write to him, praising it as a conscientious publication that dares to voice the concerns of the lower-class wizards. Watson gazed excitedly at the throngs of wizards gathered before the Daily Prophet, astonished by the success of his employer's scheme. Due to the Shelby family's advanced disguise as wizards, the slogans being shouted had an unmistakable dissonance for those observant enough to notice. Down with Crouch. Overthrow Fudge. Crouch is taking bribes. Crouch is unlawfully detaining young wizards. 1 loaf of bread for 7 nuts. The wizarding world has rotted. Listening to the chants resonating in his ears, Allen slowly curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Watson, my dear boss, how many of these wizards do you believe genuinely care about Crouch's affairs? Allen inquired, his gaze not resting on Watson at all. Watson furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding, well, perhaps half of them. No. What do you mean? Boss. Watson raised an eyebrow. In truth, very few among them are concerned about Crouch's matters. Huh? Then this. As Allen heard Watson's puzzled voice, he suddenly laughed. They are primarily interested in whether the wizards present today align with their own stance. When they perceive us as part of their camp, anything we say is deemed right in their eyes. Crouch's situation is of no consequence to them. They merely understand that we are advocating for their interests. Thus, who Crouch is becomes irrelevant. Even if Merlin were here, they would unreservedly speak in our favor. Allen stated calmly, his eyes fixed on the crowd before him. The masses are often ignorant and uninformed. This time, I will teach only once. Pay close attention and learn well. Do you understand? Watson gasped in realization, his eyes widening as he surveyed the surrounding crowd. So, it seems that these wizards' thoughts have been meticulously anticipated by the boss. He had initially thought. Watson quickly nodded in acknowledgement as the realization dawned upon him. Chapter 84. Minister Fudge, it seems this is not the time for your sycophancy. The courtroom of Wisingamot was particularly crowded today. Lucius cast a glance at the multitude of wizards present. Within the jury, the attendees were primarily divided into 2 factions. One consisted of Fudge's loyal supporters, while the other comprised members of the illustrious Sacred 28 families. However, few of the heads of these families were present. Most were mere representatives. Nevertheless, representatives would suffice as long as it led to Barty Crouch's downfall. Consequently, Fudge's most significant ally would be eliminated, which would naturally alleviate the pressure he had been exerting on the Malfoy family, allowing Lucius to swiftly restore his business. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, his right eyelid had been twitching incessantly since morning. It seemed the magical department he had previously engaged with in the East had mentioned something about a certain premonition of fate. Well, if this were the case, the twitching of his eyelid must signify that something fortuitous was about to occur. How delightful! As Lucius contemplated this, Fudge finally hurried into the room, his unkempt hair and corpulent figure evident. The image of a lump of grease being processed in an oil press came to Lucius's mind, and he shook his head, dismissing these amusing thoughts. He then turned his attention to the bench. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fudge rapped the gavel on the table. Silence. Where is the plaintiff? Ah, Alan Shelby. Once the courtroom fell into silence, there came a slow yet deliberate sound of footsteps from the entrance. Tap, tap, tap. A young wizard, clad in an elegant black robe and donning black gloves, dusted off the non-existent specks of dust from his robe. Esteemed minister, distinguished jurors, venerable members of the Sacred 28 whom I have long admired, and diligent gentlemen of the Daily Prophet, I am Alan Shelby, head of the Shelby family, and it is an honor to meet you all. Lucius scrutinized Alan, who was leisurely greeting each attendee. Something felt amiss. Alan's demeanor resembled that of someone preparing to deliver a speech. Such an elegant attitude was better suited for a tavern or a podium. Lucius, do not be anxious. Do not fret. Today, you shall witness the downfall of that wretched Crouch. The Malfoy family will no longer be subjected to his relentless searches for dark artifacts. Thus, Lucius reassured himself, suppressing the vague unease that stirred within him. The court is now in session. Standing in the center of the courtroom, Fudge's gaze was fixed on Alan as he struck the table with his gavel once more. He glanced at Crouch, who stood in the defendant's seat alongside the defense attorney that Fudge had arranged in advance. Meanwhile, Alan stood alone at the plaintiff's side. Where is the plaintiff's attorney? Esteemed presiding officer, I require no attorney, Alan calmly responded, eliciting a murmur of low discussions from the audience. However, given the setting of Wisingamot, few dared to raise their voices. Fudge once again fixed his small eyes on Alan for a protracted moment. Below, Lucius let out a sigh. He had previously intended to arrange for an official from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to advocate for Alan, believing that the official's stature would ensure fairness in the proceedings. However, Alan obstinately refused to allow his intervention. Malfoy, I hear you've been quite close to a certain Shelby as of late, remarked the head of the Campbell family, one of the Sacred 28, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Lucius. This bespectacled gentleman, a middle-aged man of genteel appearance, was among the few heads of the Sacred 28 present today. His tone carried a note of mockery as he chuckled while gazing at Lucius. What is this? After just a few days, the Malfoy family is so diminished that you cannot even afford a lawyer? Shall I, representing the Campbell family, lend you a few galleons? Lucius fixed a cold stare on Campbell, though he maintained a semblance of politeness in his smile. There is no need for your concern, Mr. Campbell. Yet, the tension in his clenched jaw betrayed that Lucius was far from amicable. He had previously had his share of disputes with the Campbell family, having once held the upper hand against them. Lucius swore that once he had ousted Crouch in the coming days, he would aggressively venture into the alchemical industry long dominated by the Campbell family, until that wretched old fool would be begging for his favor. Silence, please. Fudge's corpulent frame trembled as he cast a glance at Crouch and then lifted a piece of parchment from the table. The trial set for February 19th concerns the unlawful apprehension of the plaintiff, Mr. Alan Shelby, by the esteemed director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Crouch, who has devoted his life to the ministry. According to the plaintiff's account, it was understood that the esteemed director, Mr. Crouch, fearing that Mr. Alan Shelby, who had slain over 30 wizards, might resort to extreme measures, took the drastic step of temporarily neutralizing Mr. Shelby's capacity for violence. Upon finishing his declaration, A sudden stillness enveloped the Wisengamot. Lucius stared, bewildered, at Fudge as he spoke with righteous indignation from the podium. He felt a peculiar itch in his mind. Wasn't T. Shelby the plaintiff? Why was it that every time Fudge mentioned Crouch, he prefaced it with accolades such as the esteemed minister who dedicated his life to the ministry? Yet when it came to Alan, he merely referred to him as the man who killed over 30 wizards. To be frank, he felt a surge of anxiety. However, recalling his memories with Shelby during Christmas eased his mind considerably. Surely, nothing untoward would transpire. So, the plaintiff accuses the esteemed director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Crouch, of violating Article 30, one of the second clause of the Wizarding Rights Act. Fudge cast a cold glance at Alan, while the surrounding jury turned their collective gaze toward him. Although it is evident that Fudge's bias is glaringly apparent, there is no intention to oust him from his position. Fudge's most notable trait is his utter foolishness, his timidity, and his cowardice. This allows the illustrious 28 families to freely extend their influence within the Ministry of Magic. As for today's trial, it appears they are inclined to ensure this young wizard's defeat. It is unnecessary to elaborate further. His conduct speaks volumes. He has ruthlessly slain over 30 wizards, undoubtedly employing the unforgivable curses, which constitutes a grave violation of the regulations for the reasonable restraint of underage wizards and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Beside Lucius, the head of the Campbell family rose, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze casually flicked towards Lucius. He chuckled softly. How absurd that Lucius, the fool, would support a mere child responsible for the deaths of over 30 wizards. Such a wicked spawn, tainted from a young age, is surely destined for Azkaban. Mr. Campbell spoke eloquently, as expected from the head of the Campbell family, showcasing his. Fudge, brimming with excitement, began to applaud, his eyes sparkling with delight, only to be abruptly interrupted by Alan's voice. Minister Fudge, it seems this is not the appropriate moment for your sycophantic praise. The hall fell into a profound silence. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 85. The speech of the Wisengamot, Mr. Shelby. What do you mean by that? Did you not take action against the wizard? Fudge said, his gaze fixed intently on Alan. This was a direct affront. How dare he? After all his struggles to ascend to the position of Minister for Magic, it was precisely to ensure that no one dared to speak to him with such insolence. Yet, since assuming this role, he had endured more indignities than in the entirety of his previous life. Now, a mere little wizard had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. Esteemed Chief Justice, Minister for Magic Fudge, it seems you have yet to grasp the multitude of voices outside, Alan remarked, casting a cold glance at Fudge before addressing the jury. I have come today not merely to speak, but to present something beneficial for all present. Minister Fudge, you accuse me of murdering those wayward wizards. Therefore, I wish to inquire of our illustrious Minister Fudge and the esteemed head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Crouch, where were you when the wayward wizards sought to harm me on August 13th in Diagon Alley? It is well known that the Ministry of Magic was established to safeguard the interests of every member of the wizarding community. The great Merlin once penned a document known as the Wizarding Declaration, which, as I understand, hangs in the office of the esteemed Minister Fudge. Mr. Fudge, please enlighten us. What does the fifth clause state? Look into the eyes of the fair jury and tell me what it says. Alan's tone suddenly intensified. Fudge, startled by the sudden surge of energy emanating from Alan, stumbled back, nearly losing his balance on the edge of the steps beside the Chief Justice's position. Perhaps our esteemed Fudge has forgotten. Allow me to remind you. The Ministry has the obligation to protect wizards who are in imminent danger. When a wizard can provide clear evidence of a threat, he possesses the right to eliminate that source of danger with his wand. Mr. Fudge, you may have overlooked this. So let me reiterate. Alan slowly picked up a prepared parchment from the table, capturing the attention of all present. This is not merely my statement. It is the voice of every tormented and suffering lower-class wizard in our community. Fudge, look into my eyes and tell me, what is the first clause of the Wizarding Declaration? Alan's voice rose passionately, and the reporters from the Daily Prophet sensed a burgeoning story, rapidly raising their magical cameras to capture the moment. Well, Since our esteemed Minister of Magic has forgotten the first clause of the Wizarding Declaration, allow me to recapitulate it for you. The first clause states that the wizarding world is a great family built by every normal wizard possessing magical power. Every wizard is entitled to legitimate and just human rights. The ministry has the obligation to uphold the human rights of all wizards. Alan's voice resonated through the Wisingamot chamber. The agents or heads of the sacred 28 families exchanged swift glances, particularly Lucius, who felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Why had Alan not yet addressed Crouch's illegal arrest of him? Nevertheless, as they launched their attack on Fudge, it was likely he would soon speak up. Perhaps. It seemed our esteemed Minister Fudge was oblivious to the implications of placing such a statement at the forefront of the Wizarding Declaration. Alan's voice grew somber, never once diverting his gaze from the parchment. This was the societal order painstakingly constructed through the lives and blood of all the great wizards of our realm. And you, Mr. Fudge, how have you acted? Do you understand why so many wizards are gathered outside the Ministry of Magic today? Because they sense injustice. Your right-hand man, the so-called Great Minister Crouch, has unlawfully arrested me, employing both a silencing curse and an arrest spell. With each utterance, Alan's voice rose in intensity as he stood from the plaintiff's seat, hands planted firmly on the table. No, Shelby, Crouch possesses the highest pardon decree from the Minister of Magic. Your capture is justified as you are deemed a dangerous individual. Fudge retorted, his agitation evident, momentarily disregarding the supposed authority of the presiding officer. Yet, he suddenly sensed that the damned little wizard's lips were curling into a smirk. A foreboding feeling washed over him. Indeed, our so-called just minister, in a bid to protect his right-hand man, can wield the ministerial pardon, but I would like to inquire of our esteemed minister why no one attends to the plight of those wandering wizards. It is permissible to unlawfully apprehend an innocent wizard, namely myself, while according to the 5th article of the Wizarding Declaration, those vagrant wizards are largely deemed criminals. The ministry has turned a blind eye. The prices in the wizarding world have soared to 7 nuts for a loaf of bread. The ministry remains indifferent. The grievances and indignation of the marginalized wizards outside have gone unaddressed. The ministry continues to ignore them. Tell me, what is the ministry truly engaged in? Many of the sacred 28 families present are involved in export trade, yet you have raised export taxes to an outrageous 600. Do you intend to jeopardize the interests of the pureblood aristocrats in the wizarding world? Do you wish to sow discord between the purebloods and the lower-class wizards? Are you attempting to fracture the magical community? To rekindle the darkness of over a decade ago? Are you aware that you are threatening the interests of wizarding nobility? Do you know that you are infringing upon the rights of the lower wizards? If one day, those furious masses, brandishing their wands and fueled by endless rage, storm the territories of the pure-blood aristocrats, what then? Tell me, Fudge, look into my eyes. Speak. Alan's voice reverberated throughout the courtroom. The voices of the lower wizards outside seemed to grow louder. The members of the Sacred 28 regarded Alan with profound intensity. The reporter from the Daily Prophet aimed his camera at Alan with frenzied urgency. Fudge took a step back, his gaze fixed on Alan in disbelief, his mind swirling with a torrent of expletives. What could this little wizard possibly know? At this critical juncture, the interests of the sacred 28 families were paramount. Yet this insolent wretch had the audacity to suggest that his own mismanagement might jeopardize those interests. Why bring this up now? Was he not already grappling with a mountain of chaos? The mere thought of laying such matters bare made him acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes of the other members of the sacred 28 around him. What would they think? That this incompetent minister was unfit for his position? Perhaps it was time to consider a replacement? No, he had been supported by Dumbledore himself. True, he had grown increasingly resistant to consulting Dumbledore on every issue over the years, but he was at least a product of Dumbledore's influence. Plaintiff, you speak too much. Do you know where you are? This is Wisingamot, the most authoritative body in the wizarding world. Fudge exclaimed, his voice barely containing a roar. Yet, he noticed that the smile on Shelby's face had only widened. Something was amiss. Something was terribly amiss. Chapter 86. Are you suggesting the establishment of a new Ministry of Magic? It seems you are aware that this is the most authoritative realm of the wizarding world. Alan's voice suddenly lowered, yet, due to the intense focus of everyone present, his words resonated with clarity in each ear. In this bastion of authority, our so-called Minister of Magic dares to openly acknowledge that you have shielded Crouch for your own selfish desires. To safeguard your ministerial position, you have employed various means to suppress the wizarding community, silencing the voices of the lower-class wizards. Today, I shall speak for them, for the pure-blood aristocrats present, and for all those who feel the weight of injustice. As Alan spoke, he slowly picked up a stack of parchment from the table. Last year, in 1991, the outflow of galleons from the wizarding world reached a staggering 72 million. Yet the inflow was a mere 450,000 galleons. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are destroying the magical realm. The fruits of a year's labor for those lower-class wizards are essentially dissipating from the British wizarding community. Where's it all going? Tell me, Fudge, look at me. Where are the galleons? The wealth accumulated by pure-blood aristocrats over centuries is flowing out of our wizarding world in vast quantities. Fudge, what on earth are you doing? What are you doing? With every word Alan uttered, Fudge felt his heart sink further. Fear, trembling. How could this young wizard dare to speak such truths? Damn it. He could already sense the scrutinizing gazes of the sacred 28 families around him. Those were calculating looks. They wished to replace me. My ministerial position. Damn it, damn it. Could that young wizard not silence that dreadful mouth? Could he not close that mouth that has already swayed the sacred 28 families present? This was utterly intolerable. It seems our Minister Fudge remains oblivious to the severity of the situation. Do you know what the wizarding world has in abundance at present? Alan's haunting voice echoed once more in Fudge's ears. Criminals. A plethora of criminals. Yet, as the Minister of Magic, you send the Aurors, responsible for maintaining order, to collect taxes. Crouch, in truth, is innocent. Mr. Crouch dedicated his life to his duties, and his mistakes were orchestrated by you. Having erred, you seek to conceal it with a ministerial pardon. Do you realize the foolishness of your actions? You are on the brink of destroying the Ministry of Magic. A deluge of foreign alchemical goods and various commodities inundates the market. Our galleons are evaporating, and you, with your head buried in the sand, pretend to be oblivious. With each of Alan's statements, the hearts of everyone present quickened. He tugged at the nerves of each individual, igniting thoughts of self-interest. Even the members of the sacred 28 families, who could determine the outcome of this trial, were caught in the web of their own interests. Fortuitously, Alan had astutely grasped the stakes for each person present. Moreover, numerous heads of families present have begun to contemplate the replacement of the minister. They concede that this young wizard has swayed them with his persuasive words. Yet, Lucius remains utterly bewildered. No more Crouch. Is that not the case? Even if a new minister is appointed, as long as Crouch is alive, he could still align himself with the new minister. Now, with Alan speaking on Crouch's behalf, the only villain left is him. Surely, Crouch would seek to eliminate him. He has been outmaneuvered by Alan, having played the role of an eagle his entire life. He has now been blinded by a mere sparrow. What is he to do? He must devise a strategy. Shelby, what the devil are you doing? Yes, I still possess that vial of memories concerning Crouch. Hold on. That vial of memories is in that cursed Shelby's possession. His heart sank in an instant. It dawned on him. No wonder. No wonder Alan began to flatter him after he triumphantly produced that vial of memories. It was all a trap laid for him. Damn it, he had been duped into a vulnerable position. The funds for this trial at Wizarding Court came from his own pocket. He had been betrayed by Shelby, and he was still assisting him in counting the money. Shelby. Lucius finally rose to his feet. He needed to turn the tide. He had already become the villain. Now the only course of action was to placate Fudge. This is slander. Minister Fudge has been striving to restore the wizarding community since taking office. The period of the Dark Lord's reign had regressed the wizarding world by 50 years. Minister Fudge is saving the wizarding community. Consider this. 10 years ago, the majority of factories in the wizarding world were owned by foreign wizards. Yet now they have returned to the hands of British wizards. This is progress for the magical realm. Lucius spoke rapidly, acutely aware that Fudge's pale complexion appeared to have flushed slightly. "Oh, is that not Mr. Malfoy?" Alan cast a sidelong glance at Lucius and suddenly chuckled. "Allow me to guess. Mr. Malfoy seeks to ally with Fudge to secure his position? And then what do you intend to do? Like a few years ago, monopolize the market that rightfully belongs to all pureblood aristocrats? Mr. Malfoy, you have a history." As Alan's words hung in the air, Lucius clenched his other arm tightly. He had once been a follower of Voldemort. No, Mr. Malfoy. I know you were once affiliated with Voldemort. That is not pertinent now." As Alan continued, Lucius raised an eyebrow in confusion. Though he could not fathom why Alan had chosen not to exploit this point against him, he still breathed a sigh of relief. "What I am referring to are the dirty tactics employed by the Malfoy family years ago to monopolize the potions, alchemy, and literature markets within the wizarding world. Do you wish to place all other noble wizards beneath you? Or perhaps you aspire to establish a new ministry of magic?" Silence fell. The wizarding court's tribunal suddenly hushed, as all eyes fixated intently on Malfoy. Several individuals have expressed a desire to accompany Malfoy on a fishing expedition. However, such sentiments remain unvoiced in this solemn gathering. Alan's recent remarks struck a chord with the assembled families. The Malfoy lineage once monopolized various sectors within the wizarding world, rendering others unable to earn a single galleon. If this trend persists, the establishment of an entirely new ministry of magic could indeed become a reality. Presently, seated within a single ministry, matters can be resolved with a mere rap on the table and a convened meeting. Within the ministry, regardless of which family ascends, a balance is maintained among the others. This equilibrium ensures that at the very least, everyone has a means to sustain themselves. Conversely, should one attempt to overturn the table and initiate a new order, disrupting the livelihoods of all, the consequences will be dire. Most critically, Lucius bears a tarnished history. He was among the first to align himself with Voldemort upon the Dark Lord's resurgence over a decade ago. Should he manage to survive and monopolize the market, the possibility of establishing a new ministry of magic looms large. Indeed, is highly probable. In an instant, Lucius felt a chilling sensation coursing through him. Thud. Chapter 87. Where shall I seek the next coward? It appears that the jurors present have come to their own conclusions. A light remark from Alan left Lucius utterly disheartened. The Malfoy family, already struggling in the realm of business, is likely to face oppression from the illustrious 28 families. After all, there is virtually no cost to undermining the Malfoy lineage at this juncture, as Lucius finds himself devoid of formidable allies within the Ministry of Magic. Everyone is acutely aware of Lucius's disposition. Should he ever rise with the Malfoy family, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to their own families. As the plaintiff, I have forgiven Mr. Crouch. After all, this entire scheme originated from the ideas of Minister Fudge. I wonder if Mr. Crouch concurs with this sentiment? Alan's gaze shifted towards Crouch. In the defendant's seat, he, who should have been the focal point of this trial at the Wisingamot, had scarcely uttered a word today. I concur with Mr. Shelby's assertion. Indeed, it was Minister Fudge who dispatched me to trouble Mr. Shelby that day. Crouch's complexion was notably pale, yet his tone was resolute. Minister Fudge's intention that day was clear, following the attack by the rogue wizard. If Mr. Shelby could merely remain silent and be imprisoned in Azkaban, the public would not question the ministry's governance. Upon finishing, Crouch observed Fudge's previously recovering countenance turn ashen once more. A betrayal. Crouch, this subordinate, whom he believed to be utterly loyal, had turned against him. Crouch, Fudge bellowed. What is it, Minister? I have followed your lies for over a decade, and now, when I speak the truth for the first time, you seek to make things difficult for me? I may have erred in the past, but now, I must atone for my mistakes on behalf of the wizarding world. Crouch recited the manuscript Alan had handed him that fateful night in his mind. Watching Fudge, his superior for over 10 years, now the target of collective scorn, he felt no remorse. He must preserve his position within the ministry. He could not afford to fall from grace. He had no choice but to tread the same dismal path as the detestable Shelby. There was no turning back. It seems Mr. Crouch remains steadfast in his sense of justice, much like when he sent his family to Azkaban years prior. Admirable indeed. Alan's emotionless gaze swept over Crouch. He had triumphed in this trial at the Wisengamot, achieving his objective of liberating Crouch from Fudge's control, effectively leading to Fudge's downfall. It remained uncertain whether Fudge would lose his life in a political sense or in a corporeal one. Simultaneously, the Malfoy family would also falter. Alan now wielded control over the fate of such a high-ranking official within the ministry, a significant advantage for the forthcoming expansion of the Shelby family. At present, our so-called Great Minister Fudge is unable to resolve the economic plight of the wizarding community, whether among pure-blood aristocrats or the lower echelons of wizards. All are ensnared in dire straits. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to reduce taxes and seek out an individual truly capable of bearing the responsibilities of the Minister of Magic. Alan casually cast a glance at the distant, disheartened Fudge, feeling a twinge of regret. After all, he had been entrenched in politics for over a decade, only to falter in this arena. Alan had long since acclimated to such setbacks. This was merely the plight of a common loser in the realm of business competition. A loser. Wait a moment, there is another individual set to join the Wisengamot jury. Fudge suddenly erupted with fervor, his gaze fixed on Alan, brimming with rage and excitement. Dumbledore, that insufferable little wizard, is on the brink of toppling the Ministry of Magic. How utterly frustrating. That damned little wizard. How could such a lethal tongue reside within a mere child? Fudge shouted, just as the door to the Wisengamot courtroom swung open. A wizard with a crooked nose and half-moon spectacles stood there. Dumbledore. It is Dumbledore. Salvation has arrived. Alan stood silently in the plaintiff's seat, eyes locked on the doorway where Dumbledore appeared. Dumbledore had come. He was certain that Dumbledore had been observing the proceedings closely. This cunning old fox always intervened just when the situation threatened to spiral beyond control, ensuring the ensuing developments favored him. Nevertheless, the Shelby family's objectives had all been achieved. Dumbledore's arrival could not alter that. My apologies, everyone. I hope I have not arrived too late, Dumbledore said lightly, casting a glance at the distant reporter from the Daily Prophet, then scrutinizing Crouch, who stood in the plaintiff's seat, and the distraught Fudge. A furrow formed on his brow. The tumultuous horses within him surged. Had he finally located the most ineffectual minister, only for Alan to bring about his demise? He surveyed the jury, the representatives and heads of the sacred 28 families, most of whom had already taken a stance. Well, it seems my presence is no longer required, Minister Fudge. I shall visit your office in 10 minutes, Dumbledore remarked with nonchalance. It appeared that this ineffectual minister would need to be replaced. Where could he find another equally inept individual? Only a minister of magic devoid of competence would allow matters to spiral beyond his control. A headache ensued. This trial proved exceedingly successful for all parties involved, save for the ineffectual Fudge. Alan had adeptly secured Crouch as a pliable subordinate within the Ministry of Magic. The position of director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement would afford him endless business opportunities from abroad and could, to some extent, influence the orders. Before long, his appointee would be shadowing Crouch, gradually assuming his responsibilities. Then, one fateful night, Crouch would meet an untimely demise, and his person would take over. Upon assuming control, a vow would be made to avenge Crouch, using this pretext to ruthlessly suppress the beleaguered Malfoy family. The Shelby family has seamlessly ascended to become one of the esteemed 28 sacred families. Is this not a clear path forward? Nevertheless, the scarcity of galleons remains a pressing issue. Once we produce alchemical weaponry, we can commence arming the Shelby family and subsequently sell some of the arms, which they might deem beneath them, to foreign wizards. The system's task shall soon be accomplished. The only conundrum plaguing Alan is the dwindling startup capital. Previously, he had incurred a 3,000 galleon rebate from Lucius. Yet, with the recent investments in the Daily Prophet and the networking within the magical community, the Shelby family appears to be perpetually short of galleons. However, within the Slytherin dormitory, Alan gazes at a Glock handgun that glimmers with the distinctive sheen of alchemical items. After returning from the Wisengamot trial to Hogwarts, he has spent several months studying alchemy under Snape. At last, an alchemical handgun. He instinctively cast a glance at the parchment resting on the table. Heist plan for Gringotts, too. 0. Top secret. It seems the time to commence the heist is imminent. Chapter 88. Ron and the Mouse Allen never anticipated that an entire academic year at Hogwarts would pass by so swiftly. The first day of school felt as though it were merely yesterday. However, the silver lining was that his mind could finally enjoy a respite after months of relentless contemplation, which often left him forgetful of his previous thoughts. He shook his head. No, wait. An explosion reverberated from Snape's office. Boom. He shouldn't have shaken his head, drawing the curious gazes of passing students. Most of them were from Gryffindor, who, upon realizing the explosion emanated from Snape's office, breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let us hope that explosion will do away with that old bat. Inside the office, Snape coughed twice and dispelled the protective charm that enveloped Alan and Zeno. Raising an eyebrow, he fixed a sharp gaze upon Alan. Uncharacteristically, Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment, though his expression remained composed. Professor, what seems to be the matter? This marks the 167th time this month that you've blown up my office. Snape regarded Alan with a stoic expression and waved his wand, causing the shelves in the office to swiftly restore themselves. He sighed, somewhat regretting his decision to teach Alan the art of alchemy. Over the past few months, Alan and Zeno had been visiting his office almost daily whenever there were no classes in Slytherin. Notably, just a few days ago, Alan had deposited 500 galleons into his office, though this sum could easily be earned through a few days of potion brewing. The thought of that 500 galleons often tempered Snape's ire. After all, Alan was a student. Alan slowly twirled his wand, tidying up the remnants of the chaos. A mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Proficiency in the cleansing spell has reached mastery. Host, Alan Shelby, Heritage, Call of the Druid. Whispers of Morgan, Magic, Basic Magical Power, LV7. Shadow Cloaking Max, Magic Storm, Max. Spells, Stunning Spell, Proficient. Killing Curse, Mastered. Summoning Charm, Mastered. Expand. Skills, Intermediate Potion Brewing, Proficient. Basic Transfiguration, Master. Basic Alchemy, Beginner. Expand. Current task, use any means necessary to arm the Shelby family with magic. Reward, Legacy of the Great Wizard. Subconsciously, he glanced at his panel, noticing significant progress across various subjects over the past few months. Notably in alchemy, despite having caused at least 30 explosions in Snape's office before truly beginning his studies, he had now advanced to a level where he could transform firearms into alchemical weaponry. Alchemy, while an independent discipline at Hogwarts, is fundamentally akin to potion making, as both involve manipulating one's magical energy to induce reactions among different substances. Alchemy is the art of employing one's magical essence to interact with ancient runes and objects, initiating profound reactions. Severus Snape possesses an extensive mastery of virtually all subjects related to this practice, surpassing even the professor at Hogwarts who specializes in runes. He holds unique insights into nearly every discipline. At his current level of expertise, the crafting of alchemical firearms can only utilize rudimentary runes, such as those that are irreversible or corrosive. This process necessitates the involvement of one's magical energy. Only through the exertion of one's power can the desired effects be achieved. Thus, for wizards, the primary advantage of alchemical weaponry lies in its rapid rate of fire. However, the philosopher's stone adeptly addresses this limitation. When runes are inscribed onto the firearms using the stone, their function resembles that of a perpetual motion machine, entirely independent of a user's magical input. For the Muggle members of the Shelby family, possessing such firearms essentially transforms them into combat-ready wizards. This implies that, should mass production commence, the Shelby family could swiftly arm themselves with these weapons. At that moment, he could already envision hundreds of individuals wielding guns, unleashing a cacophony of Avada Kedavra. Alan? Snape uttered, seated yet not gazing at Alan. The term is nearing its conclusion. What are your plans thereafter? Professor, are you certain you wish to hear? Snape raised an eyebrow. If you were to know, it might put you in an uncomfortable position. Alan stood by the window, his gaze fixed on Sheno as he tidied the table used for alchemical practice. Could you not offer a single white lie to comfort this old professor? With an impassive expression, Snape stared at Alan, pausing as if recalling something. Since you ousted Fudge at the Wisengamot, Do you have any idea how many times Dumbledore has approached me recently? How many times? Alan turned, not meeting Snape's eyes, instead standing with his hands clasped behind him, observing the scenery outside. 15 times. Can you not engage your intellect? Do you truly disregard Dumbledore's opinions? Noticing Alan's apathetic demeanor, Snape's expression darkened. Apologies, Professor, but I genuinely do not care. Snape fell silent, momentarily taken aback by this statement. Once Shino finished clearing the table, Alan led him towards the office door. Just as they reached the threshold, he abruptly halted and turned back. By the way, Professor, if you wish to visit Munich during the summer, every member of the Shelby family would be delighted to see you. With that, he slowly closed the door. As they made their way to the Great Hall, Alan effortlessly settled into his familiar seat at the Slytherin table. I'm hungry. The rich aroma of succulent steak wafted into Alan's nostrils, an enticing scent characteristic of beef. He took a bite, the juices sizzling. Each strand of meat was distinctly visible, a perfect balance of fat and lean, evidently freshly fried, with a delightful crackle accompanying each morsel. As the fluttering sounds echoed from the ceiling of the hall, a familiar white owl gracefully descended before Alan. After placing a newspaper on the table, it instinctively picked up a piece of meat that Alan had prepared in advance. With a few soft coos, the owl swallowed the raw morsel and took flight, landing upon Alan's shoulder. It gently pecked at his hair before soaring away. Meanwhile, the Daily Prophet displayed a vivid photograph that was animated. The Considerate Young Wizard, a new journey by the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Mr. Weasley. Mr. Weasley's youngest son serendipitously discovered a sum of galleons and, displaying remarkable integrity, returned it to Mr. Weasley, who intends to travel to Albania. At this juncture, Alan's dining actions abruptly halted. The money indeed belonged to him and was given to Ron with the instruction to relay that information externally. Ron had dutifully handed it to his father, a development that Alan had anticipated. However, the photograph featured a family portrait of the Weasleys from long ago, showcasing Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, the Weasley twins, and other family members. Finally, there was Ron and a mouse perched upon his shoulder. Chapter 89, Big Feet, Pointed Forks. Wormtails, moon faces, do you have any newspapers over there? You mean the small cards? Yes, quickly, brother, I need it urgently. Unfortunately, we are out of stock. This is all that remains. Inside Azkaban, in a dilapidated cell, the room accommodates 8 individuals, permeated by the nauseating stench of sweat mingled with foot odor. One inmate fixates on a small card, hastily cut from the Daily Prophet, held by his companion, depicting a gaunt wizard who, when squinted at, appears somewhat effeminate. Is this what you've come to, brother? When did you develop such a peculiar taste? Get away from me. Keep your distance. I swear, if you don't show me your stock, you'll regret it. The inmate, observing the other's fidgety demeanor, swiftly slapped his companion across the face, producing a sharp sound. We are brothers, and yet you present me with a wizardess card? Precisely because we are brothers, I thought to give you the wizard's card. The companion, with a sense of grievance, covered his face and uttered a retort. You, I. The inmate found himself momentarily choked by the words, uncertain whether to feel fury or tenderness. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Goodness, it's Mad-Eye Moody. The inmate cried out sharply. His companion instinctively gasped, fear overtaking him, and without uttering a word, he dashed to the nearest bed, scrambling beneath it. Just as he managed to wedge half of his body underneath, something felt amiss. Mad, I had only just left yesterday. How could he return? Oh no, my backside is still exposed. Trouble, trouble, trouble. The companion felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, he sensed a hand grasping his waist. What the hell? They've known each other for 10 years. You dare lay hands on your brother. Yet, instead of reaching for the most feared area, that large hand rummaged swiftly through his pocket. You scoundrel, you'll meet a vile fate. That is my small card. Amidst his lamentations, the companion felt something being extracted from his pocket. This time it's a complete issue of the Daily Prophet. There's a picture of a beautiful woman on it. Splendid. If I sell this to the newcomers in the other cell, it'll fetch 50 galleons. Regardless, brother, I must take my leave. With a grin, the inmate sauntered away, clutching the photograph, all while his companion glared at him with a mixture of sorrow and resentment. As he passed a shadowy corner devoid of light, he deliberately avoided a particular bed. Just as he circumvented that bed, a pair of large hands suddenly emerged from the darkness. They gripped the inmate's wrist tightly. "What the hell?" The inmate gasped, but his cries fell on deaf ears. Those hands held firm, clenching the garments he had worn since his incarceration in Azkaban. In the dark, a pair of crimson eyes opened, slowly rising from the bed. Then, rising slowly, he gently took the newspaper from his cellmate's hands, subsequently releasing his grip. His companion collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, fixating on the shadowy figure on the opposite bed, with a face adorned with stubble. The handsome visage bore the marks of time and desolation. His eyes alone could send shivers down one's spine with a mere glance. With a gulp, the cellmate cautiously stepped back a few paces, exhaling in relief. Upon confirming that the other harbored no ulterior motives, he approached his companion with trepidation, gradually sitting down beside him, taking a deep breath. "How did that fellow manage to rise?" he inquired timidly, avoiding the ominous bed. "Do you ask me? How the hell should I know? He typically doesn't even use newspapers. Perhaps he was simply restless today. Damn, his grip is surprisingly strong. I could use a massage for my arms." "Oh," replied his companion, moving closer to knead the other's arms as they both fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged moment, he asked, "What was his name again?" "Uncertain. I believe it's something like Sirius Black, a nobleman." "Is he a Slytherin wizard as well?" "Not sure, but I've heard he has been incarcerated for 10 years, sharing the same fate as us. He was once responsible for a massacre of muggles." "Oh, then he must be a Slytherin. But I've never seen him with a newspaper, have you?" "I already told you. He might have been pent up today. After all, it's been a decade." Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Sirius Black's gaze was lifeless, wearing an expression of indifference toward all things as he leafed through the newspaper. He vaguely recalled the article from last year detailing Harry's entrance into Hogwarts. A glance at the wall revealed a mottled surface on which, apart from the 4 symbols at the top, deer, dog, werewolf, and rat, the rat's image obscured by numerous claw marks, remained only a series of densely packed horizontal and vertical lines descending from the upper left corner. Those lines gradually diminished. Winter of the 3rd year, spring of the 4th year, summer of the 4th year. At the bottom right corner, only a few words remained. 5th year, 6th year, 8th year, 10th year. Now it seemed to be the 11th year. Time had lost its meaning here. His gaze fixated on the window on the left wall. Outside, an albatross flapped its wings, gliding across the boundless sky, stirring a gust of wind. That wind seemed to brush against him, carrying the unique saltiness of the sea breeze, though he could no longer perceive its tang. It had been far too long. Time could erode everything, gradually dulling one's sharp edges, blunting one's brilliance, transforming him into this nebulous existence that straddled the line between human and specter. He felt a twinge of longing to see Harry. With Dumbledore's protection, Harry should now be exceedingly safe. He wondered, would Harry one day return to Hogwarts as a professor? Or perhaps run a shop in Diagon Alley, becoming a shrewd merchant? Or join the Ministry of Magic as a wretched politician? Alternatively, one could find themselves in Azkaban, a remnant of their former self. Perhaps he could teach Harry about animagus transformations, enabling Harry to transform into a stag, and then a stag. At this thought, the once bright glimmer in his eyes faded once more. Habitually, he cast a glance at the wall. There, the stag and the werewolf appeared vividly alive, while the mouse was meant to be perched upon the back of the great black dog. "Oh, how I miss your laughter, a sharp-tongued friend. Moon-faced, how I yearn for your wit. And the old wormtail. Yet I miss you all so dearly. Truly, deeply, I long for you." Chapter 90. A significant matter to attend to during the summer break. He shook his head, striving to suppress the surge of excitement within him, fearful that the Dementors might be drawn to his emotions. Casting a glance at the newspaper sprawled on the bed, he slowly picked it up. The front page displayed an alarming headline in bold crimson letters: "Public outrage. Minister Fudge steps into his office with his left foot first. Voted out by the Joint Tribunal at Wisingamot." Sirius furrowed his brow. Fudge, that old buffoon, has lost his power? Furthermore, The excuse regarding his left foot entering the office indicates that the ministry was in a rush to concoct a reason for Fudge's dismissal. Turning the page, he read, "The rising family, the Shelbys, highly praised. Mr. Shelby, the young head of the Shelby family and a renowned philanthropist, speaks out for the underprivileged wizards at Wisengamot. Tax cuts. Thanks to Mr. Shelby's revelations, we have discovered that Minister Fudge's tenure has regressed the British magical economy by 40 years. Fudge's past, a conman who deceived the wizarding world for a decade." The front page was predominantly filled with headlines condemning Fudge as he fell from grace. After Fudge's downfall, even the misfortunes of a neighboring inmate could be blamed on him. However, none of this mattered to Sirius. Even if Merlin himself were to become Minister of Magic, it would bear no relevance to him. He merely sought news of Harry. Sirius's gaze darted across the newspaper. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The only young wizard featured was a boy with red hair. Wait, what was perched upon the boy's shoulder? Sirius's hand trembled suddenly, fixating on the mouse on the freckled boy's shoulder. The mouse was missing a digit from one of its paws. The newspaper quivered violently in his grasp. He recognized that mouse all too well. Even reduced to ashes and mingled with a throng of rodents, Sirius would identify it instantly. That mouse. Wormtail. Peter. He was alive. A blaze of hatred ignited in Sirius's eyes. "James!" he shouted, his fist clenched as he pounded it against the wall. The surface dented slightly. "Damn it! That old fool! The Dementors have just departed. What are you shouting for? Do you wish to summon them again?" Nearby, a newly arrived inmate mumbled discontentedly from his bed, clearly half asleep, groggily fiddling with his filthy blanket, which still bore the remnants of his predecessor's dried filth. He covered his face with it and turned over in a daze. Yet, as soon as he uttered his words, the whispers of the other inmates in the cell abruptly ceased. Silence, an unsettling quiet that left him feeling disoriented. Drowsily attempting to lift his head to ascertain whether the Dementors had arrived. Suddenly, he felt a pair of large hands gripping his throat. Damn it! Through the quilt, he felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Suddenly, a sharp pain seized his abdomen. A fist, possessing the power to dent even the stout walls of a prison cell, struck directly at his belly. Beneath the quilt, a streak of crimson appeared. Following that, a more ferocious barrage of fists rained down upon him, landing blow after blow on his stomach. Pain surged through him. A metallic taste filled his mouth. Blood was expelled. His body curled into a shrimp-like shape, just as he attempted to inhale. Yet the quilt remained firmly pressed against his face, intensifying the suffocating sensation. Whimpering, beneath the quilt, he uttered his first plea for mercy since arriving at Azkaban. Yet, the fists continued their relentless assault. He faintly heard the name Peter James amidst the chaos. But he had no time to ponder who Peter James was. He felt as though the contents of his stomach were about to erupt. Within the cell, the only sound was the dull thud of fists striking flesh. The other inmates regarded this scene with indifference, while distant companions, having just borrowed a small card, engaged in wagers. They bet on whether this naive newcomer would survive. Those who entered this high-security cell had typically taken lives. Even if Sirius were to kill the newcomer, he could simply bribe the guard with a bit of money. After a while, Sirius took a deep breath, gazing at the nearly lifeless inmate beneath the quilt. It seemed this inmate had learned the rules of Azkaban. Then, as if seeking further venting of his frustration, he placed a foot upon the inmate's body, eliciting a muffled groan from the quilt, now thoroughly soaked in blood. Sirius emotionlessly wiped his hands on a slightly cleaner corner of the other's quilt. Yet, his gaze remained imbued with a chilling aura of menace. He yearned to escape this place, to eliminate the wretch who had torn apart the once vibrant marauders. "James!" Sirius suddenly shouted with an unsettling intensity, once more delivering a powerful kick to the inmate's body. This time, the inmate made no sound. Unconscious. At Hogwarts, Alan crumpled his report card, covered in OS, and tossed it into the trash bin as he exited the Great Hall, slowly taking a seat by the Black Lake. Shino sniffled, silently sitting beside Alan, casting a glance at his own report card, equally filled with OS, before casting a vanishing spell to make it disappear. He had no need for such a document. "Mr. Shelby?" A voice suddenly called from behind. Alan did not turn, merely responding with a soft hum. Sitting by the Black Lake, he felt the gentle breeze wafting from the distance. Hagrid asked me to convey his gratitude for your assistance with the dragon Norbert's hatching last time. However, it was a female dragon, so Hagrid named her Norberta. Alan responded quietly. Due to his influence, Malfoy had not discovered Hagrid's dragon this term, as he did in the original tale. Consequently, Hagrid intended to raise that dragon in the Forbidden Forest. To be honest, Alan held a fondness for the giant. Interacting with such individuals required little scheming. As for the dragon, he wishes to retain a slot in the Call of the Druid. The fire dragon feels somewhat inadequate for his purposes. Furthermore, he contemplates the notion of cleansing the genealogies of those he has slain to prevent retaliation. However, there are certain actions he cannot bring himself to undertake. Confronted with the towering figure who bears the weight of a nearly tragic modern wizarding world, he is reluctant to cause this giant any sorrow. After all, he is a man of flesh and blood. Mr. Shelby, does that mean my summer will be spent in Munich? Harry's voice broke the silence. Alan lifted his eyelids slightly. First, you must visit the Dursleys. They are your kin, and it would be wise to pay them a visit. Oh, and take your firearm with you. I will have Watson drive to collect you later, as there is a significant matter to attend to during the summer. Chapter 91. Percy frequently kisses Scabbers behind. This year's winner of the House Cup is Gryffindor. Professor Dumbledore stood in the center of the Great Hall, gazing at the hourglasses representing the scores of the four houses. Upon noticing the meager ruby in Gryffindor's hourglass, the words he was about to utter suddenly faltered. He glanced at Hufflepuff's score. Why, even Hufflepuff scored higher than Gryffindor. Ravenclaw comfortably held the second position, while Slytherin. That towering emerald reached for the heavens. Dumbledore's eyes instinctively swept over the staff table filled with professors. It seemed that every teacher who had taught this year's Slytherin house had awarded them points in every class, even Old Bins. He could not fathom why Slytherin's scores were so elevated this semester, while Gryffindor languished at the bottom. Surely those little Slytherins were not sneaking into the Great Hall every night to pilfer points? Well, this semester's House Cup champion is Slytherin. As Dumbledore's voice resonated through the hall, the deep blue banner representing Hogwarts swiftly transformed into the green banner solely belonging to Slytherin. A wave of cheers erupted from the Slytherin long table. Meanwhile, Alan sat quietly in his usual spot, devoid of any expression. The space within a 5-meter radius around him was empty, save for Zeno, who sat alone. The rat, Scabbers, was nestled in his pocket, breathing softly in slumber. The biting cabbage had been left at Hogwarts under Hagrid's care. Thus concluded the first academic year. Dumbledore, evidently well acquainted with the nature of children, refrained from delivering a lengthy speech. Instead, he succinctly addressed the regulations regarding what young witches and wizards are prohibited from doing during the summer vacation, before allowing everyone to depart from the Great Hall. On the Hogwarts Express, as the train emitted a series of thunderous roars, Alan casually drew his wand and tapped the compartment wall, sealing his ears. Much like at the beginning of the school year, the compartment was still occupied by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, with the only addition being Zeno, who was intermittently sniffling. At that moment, Zeno sat in a manner akin to Alan, legs crossed, engrossed in a book. "Ron, what are your plans for the summer?" Hermione inquired, her gaze melancholic as she watched the distant Hogwarts fade away. "My dad plans to take me to Albania or maybe North America. Who knows?" Ron replied excitedly, fiddling with his pet, rat Scabbers, contemplating his summer adventures. "And what about you, Harry?" "Me? I'll first go to the Dursleys, see them, and then head to Munich," Harry answered nonchalantly, mirroring Alan and Zeno's posture. Legs crossed and eyes fixed on a book. Hermione cast a peculiar glance at Harry, then at Zeno and Alan. Over the course of an entire year, she had witnessed a remarkable transformation in Harry since their first meeting on the train. One might even say he is transformed into a different person altogether. By the way, Mr. Weasley, just as Hermione was lost in a myriad of thoughts, Alan suddenly lifted his head, skillfully closing the book with his black-gloved hands. "Huh, Mr. Shelby?" Ron, who had been playfully toying with Scabbers, abruptly halted, his expression shifting to one of nervousness as he raised his head, yet he dared not meet Alan's gaze. "Let me see that rat of yours." Alan gestured towards the rodent in Ron's hands, causing Ron to momentarily freeze in surprise. Why would Mr. Shelby request a rat from him? This was hardly characteristic of Mr. Shelby. Nevertheless, he hesitated not, grasping Scabbers' body in an attempt to hand him over to Alan. As Alan received the creature, he deliberately wrapped his gloved hand in a piece of tissue. He was reluctant to soil his gloves with the rat. To be precise, it was Peter Pettigrew. Upon receiving the rat, Alan noted it was a rather aged gray rodent, its front palm missing a joint, and its somewhat balding body was devoid of fur. Peter Pettigrew was evidently accustomed to Ron's frequent grooming, as there was hardly any dirt on him. Yet, Alan still found the sensation quite revolting. He felt as though he were grasping a filthy, lecherous old man. How long have you had this rat? We've had him for 13 years at home. He used to belong to Percy, but after Percy got a new owl 2 years ago, he gave him to me. Ron explained, noticing that Alan did not seem to display any disdain. Thus he continued. Percy adored him. He often shared meals with Scabbers. Oh my, at one point, Scabbers even ate from his bowl. Ever since their last conversation, Mr. Shelby had scarcely spoken to him. His demeanor was perpetually aloof, instilling a sense of distance. Today, having finally found a topic to engage Mr. Shelby in conversation, Ron naturally felt compelled to elaborate. Percy loved tossing biscuits to Scabbers for him to catch, and whenever he succeeded, he would lift Scabbers up and give him a kiss. Alan's gaze narrowed in curiosity as he listened to Ron recounting Percy and Scabbers' past. He could not comprehend why a boy would find it endearing to kiss Peter Pettigrew's backside, nor did he wish to delve into such thoughts. Have you ever considered getting a different pet? Alan calmly scrutinized Scabbers, avoiding eye contact with Ron. Huh. Ron was momentarily taken aback. I mean, would you like to swap him for an owl? Or perhaps a cat? Alan furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with impatience. Accustomed to the efficiency of Watson and Shay now, he was disinclined to repeat himself. Would you like to? Yes. Excellent. Next time, speak to me like that. I will require this rat for several months, and I shall return him to you afterwards. During the summer, go to Diagon Alley and acquire a pet. Then find any police station in Munich and simply say it was on my behalf. They will reimburse you. They will compensate you in Muggle currency, and you can exchange the excess for galleons at Gringotts. Consider the surplus your travel expenses. Huh? Ron stared blankly at Alan. After processing what Alan had just said, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. If they do not believe what you have said, or are unwilling to reimburse, then simply note down the address of the police station and inform me. After giving his instructions, Alan paid no further attention to the bewildered Ron and continued to peruse the books. Ron scratched his head and glanced at Hermione beside him. Can one in the Muggle world simply request money after locating a police station? Hermione's expression mirrored his confusion as she hesitantly replied, theoretically, it shouldn't be like that, but perhaps you should give it a try? Chapter 92. Ollivander, alas. It took 19 attempts for a favorable omen to manifest. Unlike the leisurely pace of the start of term, the Hogwarts Express was remarkably swift, leading Alan to suspect that Hogwarts deliberately slowed down the start of term train to afford the young wizards time for conversation. After transforming a handkerchief into a glass bottle using transfiguration, he promptly placed a mouse, Scabbers, inside. Upon disembarking, the station was teeming with numerous young wizards and their parents, many of whom appeared to hail from Muggle backgrounds, their parents observing the surroundings with keen curiosity. In one corner of the crowd stood Watson, surrounded by dozens of core members of the Shelby family, all gazing in their direction. The Shelby family's attire was strikingly conspicuous, each member clad in a leather trench coat complemented by a gray newsboy cap,
with bulges at their left waist. Strangely, despite the throngs of people surrounding them, an empty space of 10 meters encircled Watson and his kin. Upon seeing Alan alight,
Watson waved and cast a curious glance at Sheno, who stood beside Alan. Boss. So this young lad is Sheno? So youthful, yet already reminiscent of the former boss. Watson remarked, first bowing respectfully to Alan before addressing Sheno and giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Sheno, sniffing back his apprehension, instinctively took a step back, his hand hovering near his left waist. Only when Alan waved lightly did Sheno lower his guard. Watson exchanged a knowing glance with Johnny behind him, their eyes betraying no displeasure, only admiration, accompanied by smiles. It seemed the Shelby family had acquired a promising talent. "Where's the vehicle?" "Allen inquired." Watson, bowing slightly, led Alan towards the station's exit. "Boss, in London, I have already established connections, and soon our arms business will expand into the city. Initially, I intended to construct a grand building as the Shelby family headquarters, but I recently came across a rather impressive police station." Watson paused, observing Alan's expression for any sign of discontent before continuing. "Thus, I persuaded the council members to approve that precinct for our headquarters. Would you like to take a look?" "Boss." Watson rapidly conveyed recent developments, and Alan nodded in satisfaction. "No need. I trust your judgment. By the way, have you clarified Montague's whereabouts?" Alan inquired as the group quickly separated to board the waiting black vehicles along the street. Alan settled into the rear right side of a stretched Lincoln, while Watson and Shino occupied the front. "We have ascertained his location. We will be able to corner that rascal in 3 days," Watson replied. "Indeed, 3 days. Aim for the evening, as he is aligned with Dumbledore, so be swift in your actions. Also, take Shino along. Let him witness the reality of our world, and you shall provide the safety net. Is that understood?" "Yes, boss." After a prolonged period, Alan felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing the crisp and decisive phrase he always used when briefing Watson. He retrieved a bottle of red wine from the refrigerator in the middle of the carriage, removed his black gloves, and uncorked the wine. The distinct aroma of the wine permeated the interior of the carriage. Pouring himself a glass, he picked up the Daily Prophet, which had recently been dominated by news concerning the Shelby family. The alchemical magical items produced by the Shelby family have already been sold abroad, resulting in a significant increase in the unemployment rate within the wizarding community. This information was fabricated, a deliberate piece of misinformation he had instructed Watson to release. In a few days, he would be robbing Gringotts, and currently, only the Shelby family possessed alchemical weaponry within the wizarding world. Once he took action, he would undoubtedly become the target of public ire. It was essential to plan ahead. As long as he conducted his affairs without leaving evidence, he could evade repercussions, even if he hung Merlin from a lamppost. 3 days later, in Diagon Alley, Ollivander was exceedingly anxious. Despite the fact that his recent divinations using astrology had all foretold great fortune, he could not shake his unease. How many times had he consulted the stars? Let him calculate. Yesterday, he had received 2 auspicious readings. Today, he had consulted 19 times, all yielding favorable outcomes. This was precisely what troubled Ollivander. The last time such a situation arose was 10 months prior, when a wretched little dark wizard had come to him seeking a wand, accompanied by a host of lost souls. Surely, that accursed wizard would not return. "Do not fret, Ollivander. Instead of worrying about such trivialities, perhaps you ought to read the newspaper." He reassured himself, flicking his wand at the somewhat dusty counter, which promptly became immaculate. However, even after cleaning, the counter still appeared rather dull, yet it was more pleasing to his eyes. He leisurely reclined in his familiar armchair and opened the Daily Prophet. "The reason I married 7 wives is right here. No, not this page. I found it. The front page. Let's see what news there is. Shelby family. Oh, for heaven's sake. Do not let me see that name." Ollivander shot upright, hastily placing the newspaper down. As if to expel his frustration, he grabbed a wand box and began to pound the newspaper vigorously. After a few strikes, Ollivander swallowed hard. No, this only heightened his anxiety. Perhaps it would be best to close the shop today. After all, there were hardly any customers. Ollivander mused, setting down the wand box and heading toward the door. His wrinkled hand struggled to force the damn door open. "No, wait, I have magic. How could I forget?" Just as Ollivander's hand retrieved his wand from his pocket, "Why is the door closed?" A vaguely familiar voice echoed. Though Ollivander could not place the source of the voice, his instincts urged him to shut that accursed door immediately. "I said, stop right there." The voice outside called out once more. A chill coursed through Ollivander, a palpable sense of impending doom swiftly enveloping him. The motion ceased as he slowly raised his wand, tilting his head upwards. A dozen dark muzzles were aimed directly at him. At last, he comprehended the reason behind the numerous divinations he had undergone today in pursuit of a fortuitous omen. Damn it all! Though his inner thoughts were laced with curses, he managed to muster a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Heh, I must say, Mr. Shelby, why so serious? I merely have a stomach ache. Yes, just a stomach ache, merely seeking to relieve myself. Ollivander chuckled awkwardly, taking a step back to relinquish his position at the doorway. Across from him, Alan, clad in a muggle trench coat, wore a smile imbued with intrigue. Yet the chill in his gaze sent a shiver down Ollivander's spine. This young wizard seemed to have grown more inscrutable over the course of a year. Chapter 93 thus. The Shelby family extends an invitation for you to join their ranks. You mean collaborate? Yes, collaborate, but do not rush. I've also brought along a journalist. Inside Ollivander's shop, the door had been firmly closed from within, and a dozen individuals encircled Alan and Ollivander. Alan leisurely poured red wine into his glass. Watson, standing nearby, attempted to take the wine from Alan to pour a glass for Ollivander, yet Alan showed no intention of relinquishing it. Gradually, he raised the glass, pouring wine into Ollivander's cup. Suddenly, Ollivander felt the weight of a dozen gazes fixated upon him. Gulp. Instinctively, he glanced at the surrounding members of the Shelby family, who were closing in on him and seemed to comprehend their intent. He swiftly extended his frail hand, trembling as he steadied the cup. He realized that this Shelby had no fear of trouble. It was likely that he was unafraid of reporting to the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, the Shelby would not be speaking to him in such a manner. This was dire. He had encountered a criminal. He vowed that from now on, whenever he saw a dozen ominous signs during divination, he would promptly close up shop. Mr. Ollivander, please do not look at me like that. I am here to collaborate with you. I have always been a law-abiding and legitimate businessman. Mr. Shelby, I absolutely concur with your statement, but I have a small request. Could you perhaps ask your men to lower the guns they are pointing at me from beneath their robes? An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Alan raised an eyebrow, surveying the surrounding members of the Shelby family. On the surface, even he could not discern that Watson and the others were gripping their guns beneath their robes, aimed at Ollivander. How did Ollivander perceive this? Watson, boss, did I not instruct you before my arrival to show Mr. Ollivander some respect? How could you bring people to point guns at him? What have I taught you? Mr. Ollivander is the greatest wand maker of this century. Do you not possess even a modicum of respect for the greatest wand maker? Alan's face bore an expression of anger. Ollivander thought to himself, Mr. Shelby, I am a wand maker, not a wand. Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, Ollivander offered a gentle reminder. Oh, right, a wand maker. Look at me, getting so agitated that I misspoke. Alan nodded in agreement. My apologies, boss. This will not happen again. Watson also nodded, signaling to the surrounding members of the Shelby family, prompting them to lower their guns from beneath their cloaks. Ollivander observed the back-and-forth banter between Alan and Watson with a sigh. What is it that you seek in this collaboration? Upon finishing his query, Ollivander watched as Alan slowly produced a pitch-black handgun from beneath his cloak and slammed it onto the table. This, a muggle pistol? No. As Alan spoke, he retrieved a brand-new black pistol from his pocket and slammed it onto the table once more. However, this pistol seemed to differ in design from ordinary firearms. Although the models were identical, the occasional flicker of a dim sheen on the gun's body prompted Ollivander to raise an eyebrow. Are you suggesting alchemical firearms? No, Alan replied, drawing a black object from beneath his cloak and slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. It was a grenade, inscribed with relatively simple runes. A glance from Ollivander revealed it to be a spell enhancing fire effects. Alchemical weaponry, Alan stated. Are you seriously asking me to collaborate on this? Ollivander's tone grew increasingly agitated. Do you have any idea how this could devastate the wizarding world? Listening to Ollivander's fervent exclamations, Alan tilted his head, a smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized the elder wizard. You know, Professor Slughorn said the same before we partnered. What? Ollivander's voice escalated in pitch. Slughorn? He is one of the rare potion masters in the British wizarding community. I know, but Ollivander, I believe you ought to temper your excitement. Alan gestured dismissively at Ollivander, who was nearly on his feet. Watson, observing the scene, slowly raised a bone-like torch in his hand, flames now crackling atop it. Oh, no, let us not be rash. Could you deactivate that apparition-repelling charm? I believe we can still engage in a civil discussion. Yes, a civil discussion. Ollivander's tone suddenly deflated. 5 minutes later. So, you're suggesting mass production of this contraption? Indeed, I have relocated a military production line from Munich to London. However, the issue is that these firearms, even if manufactured, require a significant amount of magical energy to operate. With such magical power, one might as well cast an explosion charm directly. Alan fell silent for a moment, then retrieved an ancient, yellowed parchment from his pocket. The parchment appeared distinct from ordinary sheepskin. When viewed at an angle, faint runes shimmered upon its surface. This is a confidential letter I acquired from the Malfoy family before I prosecuted Crouch, Alan explained, tapping the parchment with his wand, causing a line of text to materialize. What if I possessed the Philosopher's Stone? Thud. Ollivander's gaze fixed on the parchment before Alan, the revelation nearly causing his jaw to drop. Alan has the Philosopher's Stone? How is that possible? ISNT the stone with Nicholas Flamel? You're telling me you possess the Philosopher's Stone? As the sole family of wand makers in Britain, Ollivander was well versed in the alchemical knowledge essential for crafting wands. With the stone in hand, weaponry could be utilized without the need for a wizard's magical energy. Ollivander instinctively glanced at the dozen or so members of the Shelby family behind Alan. Good heavens! Now I understand what this damned Shelby intends to accomplish. I don't have that expertise. By the way, there's also Grigorievich. His alchemical skills surpass mine. You could seek him out. Ollivander spoke swiftly, then suddenly recalled the need to dismiss his guests. In an instant, that familiar feeling of impending death washed over him once more. He sighed habitually, lifted his gaze, and beheld the dozen or so gun barrels aimed at him. While it was still possible to achieve a modest degree of production, the presence of only a single magical stone meant the manufacturing pace would inevitably be slow. Satisfied by what he heard, Alan waved his hand, prompting Watson and the others to lower their weapons. During his months at Hogwarts, after delving into the basics of alchemy and the runic language, he had managed, despite the sluggish pace of crafting alchemical weaponry, to create a dozen alchemical Thompsons in his spare time. Although the runic spells inscribed were among the simplest, they at least ensured that a magazine of bullets could shatter an ironclad charm. This was merely to ensure that when conversing with ordinary wizards, they would regard him with the same respect that the citizens of Munich afforded in their exchanges. It seems your prowess in alchemy is quite remarkable. Thus, the Shelby family extends an invitation for you to join us in developing alchemical armaments. Chapter 94, M 1989-4, commonly known as the rocket launcher. Mr. Shelby, I have a 130-year-old mother and a child who is still dependent on me. I cannot die. Ollivander spoke rapidly, his anxious gaze fixed on Alan. Alan exchanged a glance with Watson. No, joining us does not equate to a death sentence, Watson remarked with a hint of confusion. Ollivander looked at Watson and then directed a pleading look at Alan. With a sigh, Alan replied, in a few days, I have a substantial deal with Gringotts. Once it's successful, I shall grant you 10,000 galleons. Upon hearing this, Ollivander froze momentarily, the beseeching expression on his face evaporating. Has the Shelby family's business reached Gringotts? Is it truly a deal exceeding 10,000 galleons? He swallowed hard. 10,000 galleons, an amount he could scarcely fathom. Even if he sold wands from birth until death, that was indeed 10,000 galleons. With such wealth, he could elevate Ollivander to a respectable status among wizarding families. Mr. Shelby, I must emphasize that the dangers posed by alchemical arms to the security of the wizarding world are significant. Ollivander hesitated, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Alan. In the future, for any military equipment you develop, you shall receive 1% equity. The room fell into an unexpected silence. Ollivander's body stilled, and he swallowed again. Mr. Shelby, no, my lord. What exactly does our Shelby family require me to develop? Observing Ollivander's reaction, Alan suddenly smiled, slowly rising and gesturing with his wine glass towards Watson. He then approached the loyal Ollivander, patting him on the shoulder. You see, can you transform this into an alchemical item? As Alan spoke, Ollivander watched Watson and Johnny carefully extract a long, dark object from a bag that had been enhanced with a non-detection charm. It was entirely black with a gaping muzzle at one end. 1989-4, commonly known as the rocket launcher. I wish for this to be transformed into an alchemical item. Ollivander stared in bewilderment at the rocket launcher, then glanced at the ambiguous expression on Alan's face. Is this truly acceptable? In the night of London, in an alley near Knocker Alley, Montague struggled to control a massive box with his wand as he walked down the street. Upon arriving at a storefront, he lowered his wand. Phew, today, he had unexpectedly uncovered a treasure trove at the black market. If he could sell this batch, he would recover a substantial amount. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his stubby fingers rummaged through his pocket to retrieve a grimy key. He unlocked the door and, with great effort, maneuvered the goods he had procured from the black market inside. After setting the items down and wiping his sweat, he paused. Huh? Montague halted, his short nose sniffing the air. What does that smell? Wait a minute. Pressing his nose against the fabric of his wizarding robe. Cough, cough, cough. Montangus suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs. He had forgotten that he hadn't bathed in a month. It was high time for a cleansing. With a flick of his wand, he enchanted his robe. Clad only in oversized shorts, his diminutive stature rendered him somewhat ludicrous. Yet, he paid little heed to the mockery that surrounded him. Most who scoffed were not nearly as affluent as he. In a few days, he might even indulge in a visit to a French massage parlor. Just 10 galleons for a session. He could certainly afford that. Once he sold his current batch of goods, he could treat himself to 10 lovely ladies. Reveling in such thoughts, he set his wand aside and sauntered towards the bathroom. Humming an unknown tune, he turned on the shower. Clear water cascaded over him, quickly forming a muddy puddle at his feet. He lathered his hair with shampoo. Hum, hum, hum. The bathroom echoed with increasingly jubilant sounds, clearly indicating Montangus was relishing his bath. Unbeknownst to him, in the living room, the lights abruptly extinguished. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a silvery glow upon the floor. The pitch-black living room was enveloped in silence. After a prolonged moment, a flicker of blue flame ignited in the darkness. A pair of cold, lifeless eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. The flame did not illuminate the surrounding area. Rather, it infused the dark room with an eerie aura. Faint rustlings echoed through the shadows, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone sniffling. Those eyes bore a chilling intent, entwined with inscrutable emotions. A click resonated, a firearm being readied. With ears attuned, a subtle glimmer illuminated the walls. In the bathroom, Montangus was covered in foam. Hum, hum, hum. Just as he was lost in song, he suddenly perceived a darkness enveloping his vision. Huh? Had the light gone out? Damn. His wand remained in the living room. There was another small light in the bathroom. Fumbling in the dark, his hand found a switch. He pressed down. As the small light flickered to life, the bathroom door swung open. Montangus, is it? A disembodied voice, unrecognizable, echoed through the air. Hearing his name, Montangus responded with a puzzled huh, as he turned his head in confusion. It seems you are indeed the one, the voice continued. The Shelby family sends their regards. Suddenly, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted. A barrage of bullets shot forth from the dimly lit bathroom, hurtling towards Montangus. In an instant, he was engulfed in a hail of gunfire. Montangus screamed in piercing agony. At the doorway, Zeno sniffled, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty frenzy as the drum of his Thompson unleashed a relentless torrent of bullets. There was no trace of fear on Zeno's face, only a twisted smile of exhilaration. Yet, an unexpected twist of fate was about to unfold. Suddenly, the foam-covered Montangus began to shimmer with ethereal figures akin to those from ancient texts. These phantoms flickered with urgency, swiftly materializing before him, transforming into a formidable ironclad spell. Zeno's gaze sharpened with fervor. With a determined grit of his teeth, he swiftly drew his wand and uttered the incantation, Avada Kedavra. The green light of the killing curse blazed forth, only to be repelled once again by the protective ironclad spell surrounding Montangus. Yet, Zeno was unfazed. Having cast the curse merely as a diversion, he cast aside his wand and laboriously retrieved a black cylindrical object from beneath his dark robe. It was, in fact, a lightweight grenade launcher. His earlier spell had merely served to cloak his intent to extract the launcher. Goodness, was he truly willing to risk his life? This was a bathroom. Firing it would spell doom for himself as well. Montangus, in a state of sheer terror, beheld the frenzied Zeno at the doorway and sank to his knees with a thud, cradling his head in his hands, paralyzed by fear. What madness was this? Was he truly wielding a grenade launcher in a bathroom? Was this the behavior of the Shelby family? Did the Shelleys possess such reckless disregard for their lives? Yet, even as Montangus knelt, he could not halt the impending trigger pull of Zeno, whose murderous intent surged with delirious fervor. Chapter 95. You have sold the Shelby family. Brother, I was wrong. Your boss is likely in need of my merchandise. I would wager my entire fortune for my life. Your boss has a penchant for magical creatures. I could be your boss's faithful hound. I implore you, do not unleash the cannon. I possess everything. Even the paramour of a ministry official is within my knowledge. I even have a map to Gringotts. Please spare me. I am a confidant of Dumbledore. I have countless secrets of Dumbledore. Montague hastily articulated every tempting prospect he could conceive to sway Alan's heart. The grenade was perilously close to detonating in his face. Zeno, a voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. Watson slowly patted Zeno's shoulder, his gaze imbued with admiration. In order to execute the boss's orders, even a grenade launcher could be brought forth, and if he remained silent, Zeno would undoubtedly obliterate the bathroom at any cost. This individual is indeed resolute. No wonder the boss trusts him so readily within the span of merely a year. Are you saying you can procure anything? Watson inquired, turning his attention to Montague. Yes, indeed, whatever you desire, I can obtain. Montague affirmed eagerly. Watson hesitated, gripping an alchemical pistol. He aimed it at Montague and signaled to Zeno. Nodding in agreement, Zeno gradually retrieved his wand from the ground. With his wand directed at Montague, he advanced swiftly. Quickening his pace, he delivered a swift kick to Montague's abdomen, sending him crashing to the floor, the shampoo bottle slipping from his grasp. Zeno's legs stiffened, bones cracking audibly. He swiftly cast 2 spells on Montague, ensuring that his limbs were rendered immobile before nodding towards Watson behind him. Munich. In this year, the new headquarters of the Shelby family was finally completed. As the epicenter of the Shelby family's operations, nearly everyone here was armed. Clad in matching newsboy caps and black fitted trench coats, they hurried about, each engaged in their own affairs. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance, accustomed to the routine, cast a glance at Zeno, who was dragging Montague across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood like a lifeless dog. Johnny beside him looked at Zeno with admiration. This little fellow seems to possess a touch of madness. The group traversed through the grand entrance forged from white marble, towering over 10 meters high, crowned with a crimson flag. At the center of the flag, a white circle bore the emblem of a black cross, with the words Shelby family inscribed in English, a necessity for global business dealings. Crossing a steel bridge before the building, they approached a magnificent European classical palace, towering over a dozen stories. A row of colossal columns with a plaster-like texture supported the entrance. At the forefront, a grand European fountain featured a 4-meter-tall statue of a horseman in a charging pose, exuding a distinctly medieval classical charm. The dome above was a sight to behold. The design blueprint from headquarters was provided by the boss. Watson, lacking in formal education, nonetheless acknowledged the boss's exquisite taste. Shall we take this directly to the boss? He inquired. Indeed, Watson nodded, observing the nearly lifeless Montangus. Months prior, Montangus had betrayed the Shelby family. He likely did not foresee this day as arrival. The Shelby family, which Watson had witnessed rise steadily, encountered a tumultuous path to success. Yet, individuals as courageous as Montangus were a rarity. This was due to the fact that anyone who crossed the boss, from grandfathers to grandsons, from left to right, met with no survivors. Such tales had spread throughout Munich. Consequently, even organizations stronger than the Shelby family dared not challenge them. The boss would go to any lengths, at any cost, to eliminate those who threatened the interests of the Shelby family. Please, I beg you, let me take a few steps. I feel as though my bones are being ground into the ground. Montangus's feeble voice echoed. However, Shinu seemed not to hear, following Watson up the staircase. Montangas's body was dragged up the stairs, his head bumping against the steps, evoking an inexplicable sense of dark humor. Soon, in an office at the top, Alan poured himself a glass of red wine while holding a document. Dear Mr. Shelby, our forces urgently require the import of 25 million worth of standard firearms from you to annihilate those damned invaders. 500,000 has already been deposited into your account at that neutral bank. The remaining balance may take 1 or 2 months. Thank you for your understanding. We notice that you have not paid the management fee for that account, and we have already taken care of it for you. As Alan perused the letter, he intended to write a note to the tax officials when suddenly the office door swung open. He paused, lifting his gaze. Good heavens! Mr. Shelby, your men are about to kill me. Montangas, dragged along the ground, exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Alan. The moment Alan set down his pen and stood, Montangas's eyes shone with an uncontrollable glimmer of hope. Alan slowly donned a pair of black leather gloves, opened a drawer, and retrieved an alchemical pistol inscribed with numerous runes. This was the firearm he carried, etched with the most runes. Montangas felt a chill run down his spine. You cannot even bring yourself to address me as sir. Do you consider us so familiar? Alan advanced deliberately, towering over Montangas as he scrutinized him. Witnessing this, Watson swiftly drew his pistol, forcefully jamming the barrel into Montangas's mouth, knocking out one of his teeth with the immense force. Come, repeat after me, Mr. Shelby. The gun's muzzle, pressed against Montangas's lips, exuded the acrid scent of gunpowder. Shelby, sir, came Montangas's muffled response. Fearfully, he gazed at Watson's cold demeanor. Watson nodded with satisfaction, turning his attention to Alan. It seems he has finally learned the art of politeness, he remarked. Very well, Mr. Montangas, let's discuss our matters. A few months ago, it appears you placed the blame for the murder of the wandering wizard camp squarely on my shoulders. I recall that Watson had compensated you with a sum of 20 galleons to keep your silence, did he not? Yet, it seems you have betrayed the Shelby family. Have you not? You exhibit remarkable courage, Mr. Montangas, Alan observed, pacing the office. Montangas felt a chill run down his spine. Shino, how could you have allowed Mr. Montangas to be reduced to this state? Quickly lift the curse. Alan cast a displeased glance at Shino, who nodded in compliance. With a flick of his wand, he lifted the binding spell from Montangas, who felt the restraints vanish. Watson, pour Mr. Montangas a glass of red wine, Alan commanded once more. Watson swiftly retrieved the glass, filled it with wine, and handed it to the trembling Montangas. Mr. Montangas, why do you not drink? I. Watson, it seems Mr. Montangas is not accustomed to alcohol. Assist him in drinking. Very well. A slow smile crept across Watson's face as he snatched the glass from Montangas's hand and smashed it against his face. The glass shattered instantly, blood and shards flying. I beg you. Mr. Shelby, I was wrong. Montangas finally crumbled under the weight of Alan's oppressive presence, kneeling on the floor, covering his face, and sobbing as he crawled toward Alan. Come, Mr. Montangas, repeat after me, Alan said, smiling as he patted Montangas's shoulder. You sold the Shelby family. You are a traitor. I sold. The Shelby family, I am a traitor, Montangas stammered, repeating the words. Then, do you know the fate that awaits a traitor? Chapter 96. And then I became a member of the Shelby family. Montgomery's trembling lips quivered as he gazed into Alan's eyes, the multitude of justifications he had rehearsed vanishing from his mind. Mr. Montgomery, please do not be alarmed. I have always been a legitimate and law-abiding merchant. I will be delighted if you refer to me as sir. However, your gaze upon me resembles that of a criminal, which displeases me. Watson, take him away. I have specifically allocated a square in the design. Just hang him there, Alan commanded, slowly turning to stride towards the table. Watson scratched his head, suddenly recalling something. When the boss had presented him with the blueprint, there indeed was a square the size of a football field, filled with columns towering over 3 meters high. He had pondered the purpose of those columns, but now it all made sense. Very well, boss, Watson nodded quickly, then dragged Montgomery by one leg and began to exit. Please, I beg you, I could offer all my possessions for my life. Mr. Shelby, I implore you. Alan's hand, poised to grasp a steel pen, froze mid-motion as he lifted his gaze and smiled. To eliminate you would mean that your assets would also become mine. No, I am a servant of Dumbledore. Killing me would incur his wrath. Furthermore, I possess invaluable intelligence. Indeed, I can provide you with anything you desire. Information on the lovers of ministry officials, or even evidence of their crimes. I could procure the map to Gringotts, Mr. Shelby. Montgomery cried out in terror, desperately clawing at the doorframe with one hand. However, Johnny and Watson's grip was too strong. He felt as though his leg might snap. Alan raised his eyes once more, directing his attention back to Montgomery. Did you just mention the map to Gringotts? Yes, Mr. Shelby. I can indeed obtain the map. Montgomery exclaimed, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within him. I have it in my possession. I bribed a goblin for it just days ago. If you wish, I can retrieve it for you. Watson, Alan lifted a brow, prompting Watson and Johnny to cease their tugging. Where's the map to Gringotts now? I can take you to it, but you must spare my life. Bang! Ah! Montgomery shrieked in agony, clutching his leg, his eyes wide with horror as blood gushed forth. It seems you are not in a position to negotiate terms with me. Alan's voice echoed ominously, a wisp of smoke curling from the muzzle of his pistol. It is hidden beneath the counter in my shop. The incantation is Gallon. You will find it if you search. Please spare me. Montgomery pleaded rapidly, desperation lacing his tone. Oh, it appears you may not be speaking the truth. Alan remarked, his voice chilling. Bang! The gunfire reverberated even louder. Montgomery stared in dismay at yet another hole appearing in his leg, acutely aware of the bullet's rapid consumption of his magical essence. These are bullets imbued with corrosive alchemical properties. Montongus shook his head in tears. I truly did not deceive you. Well, it seems you are indeed speaking the truth. Alan observed the terror in Montongus's eyes, evidently aware of his impending fate. Do not be foolish, Montongus. I do not slay the remnants. Just as a look of survival flickered across Montongus's face, he suddenly felt his legs seized once more. Watson and Johnny hoisted his body again. Zeno silently trailed behind them. In the square behind the Munich armory, Zeno quickly leaned against a pillar, retching violently. He felt as if his stomach acid were about to erupt. This was primarily a physical reaction. He glanced at Montongus, who hung lifeless against the pillar. At that moment, a dark creature rested upon Montongus's face. Gurgle, gurgle. Zeno retched again. Watson, with a sympathetic pat on Zeno's shoulder, cheerfully remarked, You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it, you know. When I was your age, I was just like you. Watson seemed to recall something, his gaze reflective. Zeno weakly lifted his head, ready to speak, but was interrupted by another wave of nausea. Watson continued to pat Zeno's shoulder, aware of his unspoken thoughts. Munich was truly chaotic back then. My father had passed away long ago, leaving only my mother and me. My mother worked as a weaver in a factory, but when the Industrial Revolution swept through our suburb, she lost her job. Watson admired Montongus from the pillar, not looking at Zeno as he recounted his tale. Why are you retching? Zeno attempted to inquire, but was suddenly overtaken by another bout of vomiting. Watson found Zeno's state amusing, continuing to pat his back. Why did I follow the boss? Zeno nodded, tears flowing from the physiological response to his nausea. After my mother lost her job, I began working for a local gang called the Black Snake. The leader was quite generous. After I cleaned up for him, he would give me 10 marks, enough to sustain my mother and me for several weeks. Then why did you stop following that leader? Zeno weakly dabbed his mouth with a tissue, lifting his head. Because one day, that bastard laid eyes on my mother. He then violated that innocent woman. Yes, right before my eyes. My mother, overwhelmed by this ordeal, jumped into the river, the dirtiest, most foul-smelling river in Munich. You see, in my mother's mind, the only river she ever knew was the filthy ditch outside our home. And she perished in that very river. Watson recounted his past with a calm demeanor. Silence enveloped them. Even the wind seemed to cease. No Zeno began to speak, but Watson abruptly interrupted him. I do not like that phrase. At that time, when I confronted that scoundrel, he responded in a similar manner. Subsequently, he handed me 100 marks and urged me to leave. With that money, I acquired a knife and then procured a firearm from local criminals. I dealt with that scoundrel from the Black Snake Gang and eventually ascended to the position of their leader. The wind was eerily still. Watson recounted his tale, not casting a glance at Zeno or the Montongas hanging from the post above. Zeno hesitated to speak, yet remained silent. Watson seemed oblivious to Zeno's words, gazing skyward. Later, a member of my Black Snake Gang stirred trouble with Mr. Shelby. Ordinarily, Mr. Shelby would have sought to annihilate his entire lineage, and I too would have been purged. However, that day, I confronted Mr. Shelby with a gun. And then, Zeno inquired. And then, I became a part of the Shelby family. Chapter 97, Ollivander. Do not gaze at me so. After all, I am a merchant. This contraption can produce a maximum of 20 units per day. Should you desire a swifter output, you must invest more, Garen. Currently, we are utilizing the most rudimentary incantations, such as the repulsion charm, to achieve the utmost efficiency. On the opposite side of the Munich armory, a warehouse stood, from which a cacophony of voices emerged. Ollivander, clutching a completely black Thompson, cast a glance at a partially dismantled Muggle production line. Do you comprehend the significance of this production line? This Muggle armament assembly cost me a staggering 50 million pounds. 50 million pounds. This is pounds, not some paltry marks. Are you aware of the current value of the pound? I have invested such a monumental sum to convert it into a magical armament production line, and you dare to inform me that it can only yield 20 firearms per day? Alan gritted his teeth, pointing vehemently at the production line on the ground, a surge of fury rushing through him. It had been a long time since he had felt such anger. 50 million pounds. This was half a year's savings, accrued through considerable networking and resources sourced from the world's most advanced research facilities. And now, Ollivander had merely dismantled it, failing to reassemble it. Instead, he had cobbled together a makeshift production line from the remaining components. Ollivander, tomorrow I shall be making my way to Gringotts, where 200 Thompsons are required. If you cannot restore this production line, then consider yourself as the production line. Alan's teeth clenched as he pointed at the remnants of what